When one awakens the talent of creating doppelgangers, and their doppelgangers are bound to a simulation system capable of granting the strength of an ordinary person's entire lifetime within mere minutes, what might that experience entail? Link cast a glance at his feeble and pitiful attribute panel. He then turned his gaze towards the resplendent figures before him, already esteemed as the Grand Chancellor, Prime Minister, and General of the Human Empire. Just as he was about to speak. Chapter 1. The Talent of the Sewers. Link, it appears that there is no fate between us. The cold female voice resonated in Link's ears, lingering from his hangover, his mind still shrouded in a haze. Faintly, he discerned mentions of the Qinglong Academy's second-year students, awakening talents, and black iron ranks, followed by an uproar of laughter, as if amidst a bustling marketplace. Wait, it's not merely a semblance, someone truly is laughing. Struggling to lift his eyelids, which felt as heavy as lead, Link fought against the persistent fatigue echoing from the depths of his mind, determinately forcing his eyes wide open. And then there was nothing more. Within Link's dazed gaze, the cramped single apartment had inexplicably transformed into a vast square. He found himself standing atop a stone platform at the very center of the square. Beneath the platform, a throng of young individuals clad in some form of academic uniform encircled the stone pedestal, the cacophony of voices emanating from their animated lips. Before him, a stone sphere, reflecting a dark luminescence, floated effortlessly in the air, while his right hand was inexplicably resting upon it. Link, bewildered, withdrew his right hand. What the hell is happening? Shouldn't my right hand be grasping the motorcycle girl's basin I drunkenly brought home last night? Why has it transformed into an awakening sphere? Wait, how do I even know this thing is called an awakening sphere? He regarded the quietly floating stone sphere with an expression of incredulity, before Link could fully comprehend the sudden shift in sensation. The initially startling cold female voice echoed once more amidst the clamor. Link, I understand that you are feeling quite distressed at this moment. But talent is an innate destiny for every individual, especially within this university. Awakening a black iron-level talent is akin to being sentenced to death. Lin Qingyu? He instinctively turned towards the direction from which the voice emanated upon seeing a tall, graceful girl with long black hair, also clad in a student uniform, standing behind him. Link was momentarily taken aback, yet his mouth instinctively uttered, "Her name." Huh? How do I know her name? In that instant of impulsively blurting it out, Link's mind faltered once again. This should be the last time you call my name. The girl, Lin Qingyu, who had been addressed, bore a face of indifference. Link, you are a good person, but from this moment forth, we belong to two different worlds. With that, she concluded. The girl referred to as Lin Qingyu by Link walked directly past him to the awakening sphere, extending a single hand to gently hover above it. In the next moment, the previously dark sphere erupted with a dazzling golden light, which swiftly spread across its surface within mere breaths. The once obsidian hue was entirely replaced by gold, transforming the awakening sphere into a magnificent, gleaming orb of pure gold. Lin Qingyu, Student ID 0661. Awakened ability. Source of magic. Rank. Gold level. As the mechanical voice resounded, a brief silence fell over the bustling crowd. Just a moment ago, the people who were engaged in their own laughter and chatter suddenly shifted their gazes towards the dark-haired girl beside Link. Even he could feel the intense heat of their stares directed toward her. Junior, why not join our Lion Club? Our president has already reached level 18. A bronze-level hunter. We'll give you a full set of beginner bronze equipment upon joining. A mere set of beginner bronze gear? Is that your idea of sincerity? Junior, come to our Xinglua department, and we'll directly grant you a level 1 silver staff. Moreover, our department is one of the strongest sophomore associations, with a high probability of securing entry into group dungeons each month. We'll offer you a level 1 silver necklace. Haha. Do you really think a heap of scrap can entice her? Junior, consider our Iron Blood Society. Our president is the top genius of Donghua, Zongheng. By the 3rd year, he had no rivals in the entire academy. He is practically guaranteed to establish a battle group qualification. If you aspire to be a true powerhouse, don't hesitate, join us. Amidst the clamorous bidding, the dark-haired girl merely cast a calm glance at Link, her face swiftly adorned with a radiant smile reminiscent of a pure white lotus, as she gracefully descended from the stage, Instantly, she was engulfed in a frenzy of associations vying for her attention. After all, this was a gold-level ability. Even in the prestigious Donghua University, it was an exceptional talent, rare as a gem, and with a little nurturing, she could easily become a core member of an elite combat team. Left alone, Link stood in a daze on the awakening platform, until he was hastily urged off by an impatient mentor, finally revealing a look of bewilderment. So, how did I become the traveler? As night fell, the awakening square was left deserted, with only Link remaining, sitting amidst the vast expanse of the square. He pondered, having consumed 2 packs of cigarettes, unable to comprehend what merit he possessed to be entrusted with such a heavy burden. Regrettably, whether it be the inexplicable memories that surfaced within his mind akin to an alternate existencer, the news trends on his phone that had undergone a complete metamorphosis, or even the youthful visage of his return to university days, coupled with the so-called professional panel that would inexplicably manifest in his consciousness upon merely closing his eyes and calling it forth, all of these elements served to inform Link that none of this was mere illusion or the fabric of dreams he had, in fact, authentically arrived in another realm, a world strikingly similar in culture to Earth, yet distinguished by the unique phenomenon known as professionals. According to the memories residing in my mind, this world experienced an abrupt emergence of countless relentless, seemingly infinite wilderness monsters and portal dungeons over a decade ago. The fabric of order within this world was momentarily shattered until a miraculous gemstone circulated among humanity. It was discovered that this gemstone contained a peculiar energy, granting individuals who met certain criteria the ability to awaken an extraordinary power known as the professional panel by merely touching it. This wondrous gemstone came to be known as the Awakening Sphere. With the powers awakened from the Awakening Sphere, humanity managed to regain their footing within a mere few years, even on the brink of extinction, and began to gradually reclaim their lost homelands from the clutches of monsters. All seemed to progress positively until a group of individuals, self-identified as the Red-named professionals, emerged. These Red-named professionals did not embody the honor of fighting for humanity's survival as true professionals. Instead, they greedily turned their blades against their kin, seizing equipment and wealth from their own kind for astounding gains. The conflict between the professionals and the Red-named professionals raged for an entire year, ultimately concluding with the triumph of the just professionals. To prevent such malevolent occurrences from transpiring again, 10 of the original and most formidable sky-level professionals united to establish an organization dedicated to managing professionals, aptly named the Professional Guild. Henceforth, professionals in this world began to operate under the constraints of order, with the Professional Guild overseeing them, while national authorities managed the mundane populace through the Extraordinary Division of Power. Shortly after the enactment of the Extraordinary Division of Power Act, various governments within this world commenced large-scale collection and regulation of awakening spheres, instituting stringent laws that prohibited private usage of these spheres. Citizens aspiring to become awakeners could only do so by passing the assessments of the Professional Guild, successfully enrolling in one of the 100 elite universities recognized by the Guild before turning 18, thereby gaining access to the awakening spheres provided by these institutions to unlock their professional panels and awaken their inherent talents, ultimately allowing them to become legitimate professionals capable of acquiring power by conquering dungeons and slaying wilderness monsters. Conversely, those who, without the Guild's approval, clandestinely harbored awakening spheres and attempted to awaken themselves were branded as illegal professionals, subject to capture by both the authorities and the Professional Guild. Thus, the order of this world began to stabilize once more, rapidly evolving into a resplendent civilization of professionals. However, gaining admission to a university and becoming a legitimate professional is merely a trivial step along the path of a professional. In this world, the pivotal factor that determines whether a professional can ascend to become a hero wielding extraordinary powers lies in the moment they awaken their professional panel, their innate talent, depending on the individual's inherent abilities. When a professional touches the awakening sphere and activates their professional panel, they will randomly awaken one talent from the 9 tiers of black iron, bronze, silver, gold, earth, sky, star, planet, and star levels as their defining capability. Naturally, the higher the level of the talent, the more formidable the special effects it possesses. A sufficiently powerful talent can enable a professional to unleash combat prowess that far exceeds their own level, be multiples, tens, or even hundreds. For instance, Lin Qingyu awakened the gold level ability, Source of Magic, which grants her an additional 500 in mana capacity and recovery speed. Consequently, when she transitions to a spellcaster profession, she possesses endurance that surpasses ordinary spellcasters by more than 5-fold, firmly placing her among the top-tier talents of gold-level abilities. Yet, what I awakened was the most rudimentary black iron level ability. Clone? Staring blankly at the words Clone Black Iron level talent that appeared in my mind's eye on the professional panel, I felt utterly drained. No wonder Lin Qingyu immediately severed ties with me upon witnessing my black iron level talent that I in this world. It is generally understood that any individual capable of passing the professional guild's assessment and entering the university should awaken at least a silver level talent. Only a handful of fortunate souls, who had stumbled into the university by chance, might awaken a black iron level talent. My black iron level ability, Clone, is regarded as one of the most inferior talents within the black iron category. The reason for its dismal reputation is that the clone possesses only 10% of the original's attributes, and upon its demise, it cannot be resurrected. With such a talent, even menial labor would be met with disdain. That I felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, especially as my memories came flooding back. I found myself reeling from the reality of my situation in this world. To summarize succinctly, the Lin Ku of this world is akin to a complete and utter loser. He and Lin Qingyu hail from the same village, but unlike Lin Qingyu, whose parents had achieved early success and brought her to the city, I have been an orphan since childhood. The only reason I have clung to thoughts of Lin Qingyu for over a decade is that she once shared a mango with me during our youth, and my mind has been consumed by her image ever since. Fate did grant me a chance to approach Lin Qingyu. During my middle school years, due to my remarkable athletic abilities, the school deemed me to possess the potential to become a professional. Upon receiving the news back in his hometown, the villagers immediately gathered funds to enroll Link in a private high school dedicated to cultivating professionals, harboring hopes that he would ascend to become an esteemed practitioner and eventually return to uplift the village. Ironically, this very institution was the same one attended by Lin Qingyu. What followed was a lamentable account of the green-haired turtle's diary. In an effort to win Lin Qingyu's favor, this individual selflessly relinquished all resources acquired from the school to her. He even scrimped and saved the living expenses donated by the villagers, converting them into various potential enhancing potions for Lin Qingyu, which led to his own prolonged malnutrition and obliterated any chance of awakening superior talents. The potential for a practitioner to awaken formidable abilities hinges not only on the elusive qualities of willpower and mental strength but also critically on the vitality and robustness of one's physical form. Vitality, easily comprehensible, indicates that the younger one is, the more vigorous their life force. Furthermore, individuals endowed with exceptional physical attributes are often more capable of awakening advanced talents. Link's devotion of all resources to Lin Qingyu not only hampered his own potential but also inflicted severe damage upon his body. Even if he managed to barely qualify for a practitioner university, keeping pace with Lin Qingyu, it was already predetermined that he would almost certainly never emerge as a formidable practitioner. This understanding was not lost on him, nor was it on Lin Qingyu, who quietly accepted all that Link offered without ever making promises in return. When Link miraculously gained admission to Donghua University, she preemptively set boundaries with him. She had always regarded Link merely as a good friend, never contemplating a deeper relationship. However, moved by his sacrifices, she resolved to grant him an opportunity. Should he awaken a golden-level talent, she would entertain his advances. If not, their paths would diverge, and they would cease to interfere with one another. Strangely, the original persona readily acquiesced to this arrangement. What utter nonsense! Awakening a golden-level talent signifies my worth. You would dangle that before me. Failing to awaken such a talent renders me useless to you, and thus I would be cast aside. Correct? Now you suddenly advocate for mutual non-interference. Back when you were receiving resources, why didn't you mention that? The most despicable of all is the original persona, this turtle of a man. The villagers sacrificed their livelihoods to send you to university for a brighter future, and this is how you repay them? Using their funds to play the sycophant. You ought to be ashamed. Chapter 2. The Avatar Simulation System internally. Lin Ku couldn't help but utter a curse. With a sigh of resignation, he accepted his predicament. Just as he was about to summon his avatar, harboring a glimmer of hope for redemption, a chime, a sound reminiscent of software activation, suddenly resonated in his ears. Initiating the ultimate avatar simulation system. Activation successful. Binding object, Lin Ku's avatar level, 1 experience, 0 100 profession, none innate talent, none strength, 5 constitution, 5 agility, 5 magic, 5 free attribute points, 0 talent, none equipment, none comprehensive rating, none remaining simulation energy. 0 simulation energy can be utilized to enhance the innate talent level of the main body, replicate avatar talents, and exchange for simulation attempts or rewards. Simulation energy can be acquired by recycling equipment and items from reality. Remaining simulation attempts. 1 naturally replenishes once a year, or can be exchanged for simulation attempts with simulation energy. Silence enveloped the room. After a prolonged moment of astonishment, Lin Ku incredulously dug at his ears, suspecting he was hallucinating. However, the next instant, a luminous information panel abruptly materialized before his eyes, forcefully asserting its presence. A system? Is it truly a system? What did I say? As a transmigrator, how could I possibly lack an external aid? Gazing at the system interface, Lin Ku's initial disbelief swiftly transformed into an exuberant smile. Yet, just as he was brimming with excitement, poised to explore the functionalities of this newfound system, he suddenly realized that there seemed to be a slight issue with the system's description. Upon scrutinizing the glowing interface once more, Lin Ku found himself momentarily dazed when he read the glaring line. Binding object, Lin Ku's avatar. Avatar simulation? How could this be? Why is my external aid bound to the avatar? What about me? Did you not see this living being right here? The smile that had just blossomed vanished without a trace. After hastily perusing the so-called ultimate avatar simulation system, Lin Ku was overwhelmed by a profound sense of humiliation. In the end, it turned out to be merely an avatar simulation, largely disconnected from his own existence. According to the system's manual, Lin Ku could expend simulation energy to send his avatar into an alternate timeline. Regardless of how long the avatar experienced within that simulated realm, it would merely manifest as fleeting bits of information in the real world. Within the simulated timeline, the avatar would live out an entire life on Lin Ku's behalf, only ceasing upon its demise, at which point the simulation would conclude. At that moment, Lin Ku could opt to expend a certain amount of energy to bring forth the results his avatar achieved during the simulation back into the real world. So, I am merely a tool for providing simulated energy? Link rolled his eyes. Though he grumbled internally, he could not resist the allure of the traversal cheat and, driven by impulse, activated the simulation button of the avatar simulation system. Ding! Remaining simulation attempts. 1. Please select simulation level. 1. Free simulation. Requires no additional energy expenditure. During the simulation, your avatar will receive a random black iron level talent. 2. Bronze level simulation. Requires an additional expenditure of 100 energy points. During the simulation, your avatar will receive a bronze level talent. 3. Silver level simulation. Not available. Unlocks after the avatar surpasses level 20. 4. Gold level simulation. Not available. Unlocks after the avatar surpasses level 30. 5. Earth level simulation. 6. Sky level simulation. 7. Star level simulation. 8. Planet level simulation. 9. Stellar level simulation. Not available. Unlocks after the avatar surpasses level 80. To think that even the highest tier stellar level talent could be carried. Link's eyes nearly bulged in astonishment. However, upon glancing at the glaring 0 simulation points displayed on the system panel, Link realized he had no room for choice. After all, he was a poor child who had emerged from the mountains, with pockets cleaner than his face. Not only was recharging simulation energy out of the question, but even affording a meal for the next day was a dilemma. I choose the free simulation. Ding! Free simulation initiated. Consumption. 1 simulation attempt. Remaining simulation attempts. 0. Simulation commencing. On the date of September 30th, 11 years after awakening, on this profoundly painful day, your avatar was born. Your avatar received a gift from you. Black Iron level ability Enhanced Charge. Enhanced Charge. Black Iron level talent, which, upon learning the level 1 basic warrior skill charge, will replace it with the more powerful Enhanced Charge skill. Does this talent make any difference at all? Upon witnessing the randomly generated talent of his avatar, Link's expression darkened to a shade deeper than the bottom of a pot. Much like Link's Black Iron Level ability avatar, the Black Iron Level ability Enhanced Charge was among the myriad of Black Iron skills, an ability that countless individuals avoided like the plague. Its sole purpose was to transform the Black Iron Level Basic Skill Charge into the Bronze Level Warrior Basic Skill Enhanced Charge. In other words, its effect was equivalent to that of a bronze skill book. With top-tier professionals in human society having existed for over a decade, some even reaching the sky level, the current market value of a bronze skill book stands at 10,000. This implies that this ability is worth a mere 10,000. It is indeed trash beyond measure. For an ordinary person, receiving this talent would warrant an immediate declaration of retirement. Even compared to other subpar abilities, it falls woefully short. Fortunately, it was merely a simulation. Were it to occur in reality, one might be overwhelmed by despair upon acquiring such a meager talent. Contemplating this, Link continued to gaze downward. After a night of rest, your avatar confronts the disheartening truth of awakening a worthless ability. He arrived at the Instance Square, yearning to join a team and venture into the dungeon with reliable companions to gain experience. However, due to the inadequacy of his ability, no team was willing to embark on the dungeon journey alongside your avatar. After waiting for several hours at the Instance Square without encountering a team, he was left with no choice but to attempt the dungeon solo. Ding, your avatar has entered the exclusive Level 1 dungeon, Bandit Village, of Donghua University. Soloing the dungeon. Upon reading this, Link's heart, which had just begun to settle, was once again stirred. This epitomizes the lamentable plight of those who awaken to worthless talents. Under the rule that experience in a dungeon is forcibly shared among all participants, few are inclined to form a team with a seemingly valueless and ineffective player. This explains why practitioners with subpar abilities struggle to achieve success. Their skills are already inadequate, and without the support of a team, venturing solo not only heightens the danger but renders it nearly impossible to defeat the dungeon's boss. If one wishes to survive, they can only eliminate the minor enemies and then withdraw. Yet, over 95% of a dungeon's rewards are regrettably derived from the dungeon's boss. Thus, this cycle perpetuates, inevitably widening the gap between them and other practitioners. It is indeed difficult. Link sighed deeply. As anticipated, the subsequent content of the simulation unfolded precisely as Link had surmised. Chapter 3. The Machete. Due to the absence of companions, the avatar faced formidable challenges even against the most rudimentary of bandit lackeys, struggling perilously for victory, nearly meeting its demise on several occasions. Fortunately, the intellect of the Level 1 dungeon's creatures was rather lacking. After a fierce battle, your avatar successfully executed a surprise attack. Your avatar earned a meager 10 experience points, an amount insufficient to effect any notable change. In despair, yet spurred by your earnest encouragement, your avatar ventured forth once more into the depths of the bandit village, seeking out other insignificant brigands. 3 days later, through relentless perseverance and strategic evasion, your avatar finally vanquished all the minor bandit foot soldiers within the stronghold, achieving an elevation to Level 2. Feeling the surge of newfound strength coursing through its being, your avatar beamed with joy. However, that joy was short-lived. With the ascent in level, the experience gained from each Level 1 bandit lackey diminished from 10 points to a mere 5. Despite eliminating all the bandit lackeys, your avatar found its experience bar stubbornly stagnant. Thus, in pursuit of greater experience and to circumvent the punitive measures accompanying level advancement, your avatar steeled itself to delve deeper into the heart of the bandit village. Soon, your avatar encountered a group of Level 2 monsters, patrolling bandits. Faced with these more formidable foes in overwhelming numbers, your avatar quickly felt outmatched. To preserve its life, it decisively aborted the dungeon run, narrowly escaping with its existence intact. Not only was the dungeon boss unattainable, but lacking potent talents and allies, even the minor adversaries proved insurmountable. Lin sighed in exasperation. Due to the premature termination of the dungeon run and the absence of even a glimpse of the dungeon boss, your avatar emerged from this crucial initial expedition with only some bandit relics and a trivial 125 experience points, creating a significant disparity between itself and its contemporaries. Your avatar sold all the minor relics, barely amassing 200 coins, which it then spent on the internal trading platform of the Academy to acquire a black iron level skill book, Charge. Upon learning the Charge skill, and under the influence of the talent Enhanced Charge, it advanced to a bronze level skill, Enhanced Charge. Enhanced Charge, bronze level LV1. Initiates a powerful charge against the opponent, instantly augmenting one's movement speed equivalent to one's constitution and strength, inflicting an additional 10 physical damage, resulting in a knockback and stunning effect on the target. The distance of the knockback and the duration of the stun depend on the disparity in strength between the two combatants. Having obtained the Enhanced Charge skill, your avatar brimmed with confidence, convinced that it would certainly find a team willing to accept it in the next dungeon run. It was at this moment that Lin Ku recalled the reality of this world. Dungeons are not merely entered or exited at will. As the professional ventured into the dungeon, it was imperative to expend sanctuary points to withstand the dimensional suppression that arose during spatial traversal. Even the mightiest of sky-tier professionals were not exempt from this necessity. Aside from a handful of primary props, the sole method for the restoration of sanctuary points was through natural recovery. Relying solely on this natural recuperation would require a minimum of 1 week to achieve complete restoration, meaning each awakened individual had but one opportunity per week to challenge the dungeon. To ascend as a formidable awakened being, one must strive to maximize gains from each dungeon excursion, particularly for gifted professionals. Any setback in a dungeon represented a significant detriment to their potential. Thus, the awakened with subpar abilities, as Lin Qingyu remarked, were destined to become irrevocably deemed as worthless. In light of this, it was overly optimistic to assume that a mere clone could find a team based solely on an Enhanced Charge skill. With these thoughts lingering in his mind, Link continued to observe. 4 days later, your clone's sanctuary points will be fully restored. Upon returning to the bustling dungeon square, your clone raised the banner for the Enhanced Charge skill, hoping to attract a team to select him. However, your clone overestimated the value of his bronze-tier skill. Within the esteemed halls of Donghua University, students were either affluent or extraordinarily talented, and most freshmen had already completed a dungeon and reaped its rewards, rendering bronze-tier skills rather commonplace. Given this context, the clone, with a mere level of 2 and lacking any equipment, was rendered utterly valueless amidst a cohort of freshmen averaging level 4, each possessing at least one piece of basic equipment. As expected, until the throngs in the dungeon square dwindled, your clone failed to find a team willing to take him into the dungeon. Consequently, your clone extinguished any thoughts of joining a team and resolutely entered the Bandit Den dungeon, charging in with indignation. Equipped with the Charge skill, the clone found it effortless to contend with the level 1 bandit lackeys. Although, due to level penalties, each bandit slain only yielded 5 experience points, the clone diligently spent an entire day eliminating all the bandit lackeys without any waste. Subsequently, your clone ventured deeper into the bandit village, using the Enhanced Charge skill to dispatch 3 patrolling bandits, thereby attracting the attention of the village's third-in-command. Your clone attempted to employ the Enhanced Charge skill against the third-in-command. Upon realizing that a single Enhanced Charge merely removed a sliver of the third-in-command's health, your clone decisively exited the dungeon. Despite 2 dungeon attempts, he could not elevate his level to 3, nor did he acquire even a single piece of basic equipment. In stark contrast to the elite individuals capable of forming teams or even joining student societies, who can elevate their levels beyond 4 in their inaugural dungeon run, and acquire bronze or even silver tier equipment upon entering a society, one can only imagine the formidable power they possess after 2 such expeditions. Witnessing this, Link experiences a pang of frustration. Is this the so-called black iron level sewer enhancement charge? Truly, it is the lowest of the low. Fortunately, this ability was gained through a mere simulation. Were it to manifest in reality, it would utterly extinguish any motivation to strive. From this point forward, every 7 days, your avatar shall embark alone into the Bandit Village dungeon. The disparity between your avatar and peers widens, and just before the final assessment, your avatar, having barely reached level 6, receives an oral warning from the dean. The dean informs your avatar that he is the only student in the entire Donghua who has yet to complete his class transition. Even the student ranked second to last has accomplished the transition task. Should he fail to complete it by the time of the final assessment, he will be compelled to withdraw from the academy. Unfazed, your avatar resolutely adheres to the rhythm of challenging the bandit village dungeon every 7 days. At last, after the 20th challenge, your avatar achieves the feat of single-handedly defeating the bandit village's third-in-command. He is rewarded with his first piece of bronze-tier equipment, the third-in-command's machete. Third-in-command's machete. Level 3, bronze-tier equipment, Strength 5, Agility 1, inflicts an additional 20 points of bleeding damage upon attack. Your avatar's level rises to 8. Emboldened by acquiring bronze equipment, your avatar eagerly rushes to confront the second-in-command of the bandit village. After a fierce battle, realizing he is outmatched, your avatar hastily opts to exit the dungeon. Link. Chapter 4. The true adversary is myself. Although your doppelganger remained resolute in its quest to vanquish the bandit stronghold, aspiring to slay its formidable leader, fate had other plans. Regrettably, due to unsatisfactory final grades, he was ultimately expelled by the headmaster. As he departed, your doppelganger caught a glimpse of your beloved, Lin Qingyu, for whom you had sacrificed everything. At that moment, she had ascended to the status of a full-fledged mage, boasting an impressive level of 15. In her eyes, your existence had faded completely, as she nestled in the embrace of a robust man, her laughter enchanting and radiant. Could she truly possess such gentle laughter? Your doppelganger found this perplexing, and soon, like a forlorn stray, he left Donghua University, the very symbol of honor, amidst the scornful, pitying, and disdainful gazes of countless onlookers. Yet, despite this setback, your doppelganger's fighting spirit remained unscathed. Deprived of the stability offered by the university's dungeons, he was compelled to venture into the wild, confronting the unpredictable wilderness creatures. These creatures roamed the real world, unbound by the confines of dungeons, scattered in various terrains, some lurking in the waters, others amidst the mountains, and some soaring high within the ozone layer. They were relentless foes. Regardless of how many times they were vanquished, they would inevitably resurface after a certain period. Unlike the predictable and fixed patterns of dungeon monsters, whose abilities and health could be discerned by seasoned adventurers, wilderness creatures presented an enigma. Their levels, skills, attributes, and capabilities remained unknown unless one possessed exceptionally potent identification skills. Encountering an undocumented monster would render it exceedingly challenging to uncover its full potential until the battle reached its conclusion. Furthermore, the wilderness sporadically spawned formidable monster lords, whose attributes often surpassed those of dungeon bosses by tens or even hundreds of times. Such terrifying entities could only be confronted by armies or large battle groups, as the real world did not afford the luxury of retreating at will. For ordinary individuals or small teams, an encounter with a monster lord in the wild typically meant certain doom. However, wilderness monsters were not devoid of advantages. In addition to offering significantly higher experience and rewards compared to their dungeon counterparts, their greatest asset lay in their location within the real world. Unlike dungeon challenges that required a waiting period for protection value to recover, as long as one's stamina and energy permitted, one could engage in an unceasing onslaught against these wild creatures. Nevertheless, the perilous nature of hunting wilderness monsters meant that, aside from individuals like Link's doppelganger, who had no access to dungeons, only powerful battle groups and armies would undertake the perilous task of wilderness cultivation under the federal mandate. Thus, a specialized term emerged within the adventurer community: wilderness cultivation. For professionals, this phrase often encapsulated the notions of intense sacrifice and substantial rewards. Awakening in June of the 17th year, your doppelganger, having narrowly escaped death in the wild after countless battles, finally succeeded in elevating his level to 10. However, as a solitary wanderer without the financial means to employ henchmen, one finds it nearly impossible to complete the class transition quest. Thus, one can only meander aimlessly within the relatively safe wilderness areas, incessantly hunting low-level monsters to earn a meager income, until the momentous date of May 5th, 18 years after awakening, when a startling announcement echoed through the city's broadcast. The Iron Blood Legion was set to explore the monster-infested region you inhabit. Countless aspiring adventurers, much like yourself, rejoiced with uncontainable elation. The Legion's expedition signified that an entire expanse of monsters was about to be purged, with powerful monster lords becoming the Legion's primary targets. While these formidable beings may be inconsequential to the Legion, for independent adventurers, they represent a veritable treasure trove. As elite monsters would scatter and flee the battlefield after the lords were vanquished, becoming easy prey. If one were fortunate enough to stumble upon an elite monster, even in the absence of any dropped equipment, the rich experience gained from defeating it could equate to the efforts of a civilian adventurer over many arduous days. Though the risks were similarly immense, none among those who dared to wander the wilderness were known for their timidity. Your avatar, too, was among these fervent adventurers, and after 7 years of futile struggle, a fierce resolve had blossomed within. Thus, upon hearing of the Legion S expedition, your avatar unhesitatingly joined the ranks of those seeking to seize opportunities, becoming one of the countless reckless adventurers willing to risk their lives for gold. Fortune finally smiled upon your bravery. On the third night after joining the scavenging party, the Iron Blood Legion successfully hunted a level 5 monster lord. As the lord fell, the elite monsters encircling it scattered in disarray. The members of the Iron Blood Legion, whose levels typically exceeded 15, deemed these average-level elite monsters beneath their notice and did not pursue them. Seizing the moment, you keenly followed one particularly battered elite monster, which had already endured several attacks and appeared on the brink of collapse. The strength of this wilderness elite monster surpassed your expectations. Despite being gravely wounded and 5 levels below you, its desperate counterattack nearly cost you your life. Fortunately, years of wilderness experience had forged within your avatar a formidable combat spirit and acumen. In this critical hour, your sole talent, Enhanced Charge, played a pivotal role in turning the tide. Utilizing your level and strength advantage, your charge successfully interrupted the Elite Monster S final skill release. As the elite monster crashed to the ground, its body riddled with injuries and its health at an all-time low, you were overwhelmed with joy upon seeing a radiant white light emanating from its corpse. An item had dropped. This singular thought consumed your avatar's mind. With nearly exhausted strength, you mustered every ounce of energy to grasp the glimmering object, finally unveiling its true nature within your adventurer's panel. The Ring of Radiance, Level 5, Earth Grade, Requirement, Magic Power 35, Attributes, Magic Power 10, Constitution 10, Strength 10. Special Ability, Radiance Healing Spell, which can be cast twice daily, instantly restoring 15 of maximum health and purifying negative states of Earth Grade or below, with a cooldown of 90 seconds. This Earth Grade accessory restores maximum health proportionally, although its base attributes are modest due to its level being only 5. The skills it grants are astonishingly powerful, proving beneficial even to formidable Sky Grade warriors. Your avatar is filled with exuberance, initially intending to keep it for personal use, yet after a moment of contemplation, it ultimately makes a rational decision. It entrusts the Ring of Radiance to the renowned Tianyu auction house, where it eventually fetches a staggering price of 12 million. With newfound wealth, your avatar hires the most proficient leveling team, successfully transitioning into a bronze-level warrior, and acquires a formidable silver level set, the Blood Knight armor. Though your avatar is nearing 30, its fighting spirit remains undiminished. Equipped with powerful gear, it swiftly earns the recognition of a local adventurer team, becoming a wandering mercenary in the wilds. Just as your avatar anticipated a turning point in life, it unexpectedly encounters a level 10 wild lord, the Bull Demon Lord, that suddenly materializes on the plains of District 3. Faced with the overwhelming might of the Bull Demon Lord, neither you nor your adventurer team can escape. In a single encounter, you are all vanquished. Your avatar's life comes to an end. Death date, January 11th, Year 19 of the Awakening Era. This simulation concludes, and you may retain one of the following rewards for your avatar. 1. Talent, Enhanced Charge 2. Attributes of a Level 10 Avatar 3. Blood Knight Armor. Note, you may only choose one of these as your avatar simulation reward without cost. Additional rewards will require the payment of simulation energy. What? Just as I was preparing for a comeback, it ends? Link expresses his disbelief. After taking a moment to recalibrate his mindset, Link directs his attention to the rewards from this simulation. Lacking simulation energy, he cannot select all rewards and must judiciously choose one from the 3 options available. The talent Enhanced Charge is disregarded, deemed a lackluster ability only a fool would select. Between the Blood Knight armor and the attributes of a level 10 avatar, The Blood Knight armor undoubtedly possesses greater value. It is noteworthy that this was the silver level set your avatar spent over 5 million to acquire during the simulation. Such an expensive piece of equipment must surely boast formidable attributes. However, glancing at the requirements for donning the Blood Knight armor, level 10, class of Knight or Warrior, with a strength of 35. He recalls the dismal experience of his avatar taking a full 6 years to reach level 10 within the simulation. Link decisively opted for a level 10 doppelganger. He had no inclination to exchange his time for a set of silver equipment that was merely ornamental. Ding! Your doppelganger has accepted your gift, and its attributes have undergone a transformation. Bound Entity. Link's doppelganger level, 10 experience. 0 2000 profession. Warrior, bronze level. Innate talent. None strength. 75 constitution. 25 agility. 15 magic. 5 equipment. None overall rating. None remaining simulation energy. 0 simulation energy can be utilized to enhance the innate talent level of the main body, replicate doppelganger talents, or redeem simulation attempts or rewards. Simulation energy can be obtained through the recycling of equipment and items in the real world. Remaining simulation attempts. 0 simulation attempts automatically restore once per year, or can be redeemed using simulation energy. Is this what they call a naked warrior? Upon witnessing the doppelganger's newfound attributes, Link's eyelids flickered with a mixture of joy and resignation. The resignation stemmed from the fact that attributes were indeed merely attributes. The skills learned and equipment acquired during simulations were not inherited. The joy, however, lay in the sheer power of a level 10 doppelganger, bolstered by the attributes gained from a prior class transition. It was likely that even a newborn with an awakened Terra-level talent would struggle to rival Link's doppelganger. As for lower-tier talents, perhaps, in due time, they could surpass the doppelganger through their own enhancements, but in the short term, reversing the disparity in attributes resulting from a class transition was a mere fantasy. In a moment of startling clarity, Link realized he was the one being left out of the fun. You want to play without me? I'll solo the dungeon and show you. With a broad grin, Link strode into the dungeon plaza, ignoring the shimmering portals of various dungeons, and headed straight to the void vortex of the Bandit Village. Entering the level 1 dungeon, Bandit Village, with a resounding boom, Link, who was browsing the school forum on his smartwatch, didn't he even glance at the patrolling bandit that flew past him. He casually allocated the 5 attribute points he had gained from leveling up to Constitution and Magic. Although he had yet to master any spells, Link had confidently chosen his future profession. A supportive role, akin to a cherished mascot, always stationed in the safest position on the battlefield. As for combat, Link asserted that he needn't lift a finger. As a level 10 bronze warrior, his doppelganger was a veritable force of destruction within the level 1 Bandit Village dungeon. Even the patrolling bandits, labeled as elite monsters, possessed a mere 100 hit points, barely able to withstand 2 punches from the doppelganger. Once the doppelganger entered the Bandit Village, it could only be described with one term: unstoppable. Yet, this was not the most astonishing aspect. The most astonishing aspect is that, due to the nature of the doppelganger within the professional system, it is considered a derivative of Link's innate abilities and thus is not recognized as an independent professional by the professional panel. The experience gained by the doppelganger from slaying monsters is not subjected to the punitive experience mechanism that targets weaker foes. Rather, due to Link's inherently low level, when defeating creatures of a higher level than his own, the doppelganger enjoys an additional experience bonus. This is an unabashed exploitation of the loopholes within the professional panel. Chapter 5. The clone's battle against the bandit boss. As the clone unleashed a brutal onslaught, the 30-odd bandit minions and a dozen patrolling bandits lurking around the perimeter of the bandit village were swiftly eradicated, leaving no survivors. All the experience points gained from vanquishing the monsters were solely absorbed by Link, propelling his level to a remarkable 3. However, the true spectacle of the Bandit Village dungeon was only just beginning. "Who dares to intrude upon my village?" roared a thunderous voice, heralding the arrival of the first boss of the Bandit Village, a formidable figure, over 2 meters tall, with bulging muscles and a weathered machete in hand. The 3rd lieutenant of the bandits charged forth with an intimidating presence. "Clone, deal with him." Sensing the formidable aura of the boss, Link swiftly retreated a step and shouted towards the impassive clone. Without a moment's hesitation, the clone lunged forward. With a clenched fist, it leaped into the air and delivered a powerful punch aimed squarely at the third lieutenant's forehead. A resounding bang echoed as the damage value of critical hit 155 materialized above the bandit lieutenant's head. To Link's astonishment, the hefty health bar diminished by half in an instant. Before the third lieutenant could unleash any counterattack, the clone, just descending from its aerial maneuver, executed a spinning double kick. 62-68. Ding! You have slain the boss. Bandit Village Third Lieutenant. You have achieved an over-level kill, earning an additional 50 experience bonus. Ding! You have gained 450 experience points. Your level has risen to 4. Ding! You have acquired the Bandit Chief's Badge. Ding! You have obtained Bandit Chief's Badge 3 Level 1, Bronze Grade, Strength 2, Vitality 1, Special Effect. When health drops below 30, strength increases by 10. Note: collect all 3 Bandit Chief's Badges, 3, 2, I, to forge a silver grade accessory. Bandit Chieftain's Emblem. Goodness! To defeat a boss in just 2 moves, this must be what they call level dominance. Link trembled with exhilaration. Yet, the clone showed no signs of halting its relentless assault. Having undergone the simulation, the clone had traversed the Bandit Village dungeon over 20 times, becoming intimately familiar with every path within. Without needing further instruction from Link, the clone surged ahead, having just dispatched the third lieutenant. Before long, Link heard the sounds of a fierce battle. Upon arriving, he witnessed the clone having already felled the second lieutenant, who wielded a heavy sword, to the ground. Bang! 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 199, 201, 204. Critical hit 412. With 4 consecutive punches, the health bar above the second lieutenant's head vanished at an astonishing pace. Ultimately, before even having a chance to unleash a special move, he collapsed in a fit of blood, defeated. Ding! You have slain the boss, Bandit Village Second Lieutenant. This kill also counts as an over-level kill, granting an additional 50 experience bonus. With a chime, you have gained 750 experience points, elevating your level to 5. You have acquired the Heavy Sword of the Second in Command. Heavy Sword of the Second in Command, Level 5, Bronze Grade Equipment, Requirements, Strength 25, Attributes, Strength 10, Agility 2, with an additional 20 points of armor-piercing damage ignoring the target's defense. How absurd! Even a level 10 can defeat a level 5 boss. Witnessing this, Link could not help but reflect on his own shamelessness. Yet, he earnestly allocated all the attribute points gained from his level up into both mana and vitality. Feeling the surge of immense life force and magic within him, Link, with his ultimate goal of absolute safety in mind, proceeded with his clone to the decisive battleground of the Bandit Village, the Hall of Unity. As Link came to a standstill, the cutscene for the final boss of the Bandit Village commenced. A massive figure clad in leather armor, wielding a colossal spiked club, slowly rose from the throne within the village. From the shadows, it opened its eyes, glowing ominously red, glaring fiercely at Link. The intruder. A heavy breath accompanied by a thunderous inquiry echoed throughout the hall. Who are you? Why have you trespassed into my village? Where are the second and third? Why did they not stop you? Or is it? Bandit Village Boss. Level 6, Health, 10,000 10,000 such a thick health bar? Upon seeing the Bandit Chief's health, Link's face turned pale. It was evident that this final boss lived up to its title. Even at a mere level 6, its attributes were astonishingly high. No wonder his clone had spent an entire semester in simulation without prevailing against the so-called final boss. It was simply incomparable to the minor bosses, the second and third commanders. Realizing the fundamental difference in strength between the final boss and the other two, Link seized the opportunity while the chief was still reciting his opening lines to swiftly trade the newly acquired heavy sword to his clone. With a flash of white light, what should have been a bare warrior now wielded a massive black broadsword, measuring an impressive 160 centimeters in length and nearly 20 centimeters in width. Without waiting for the chief to initiate his attack, the clone swung the great sword with great force, striking towards the chief's abdomen. 122. As a crimson number appeared, the chief's health bar diminished slightly. Letting out a furious roar, the bandit chief abandoned his tedious monologue, raising his spiked club to strike at the clone. Facing the chief's fierce assault, the clone, now at level 10, stood resolute. The heavy sword whirled vigorously in his grasp, meeting the chief's attack head-on. 48, 102, 52, 107. A stream of damage values continuously emerged above the heads of the battling clone and the chief. As the entity, Link harbored the desire to assist. Yet upon observing his lamentably meager offensive capabilities, he ultimately retreated several dozen meters, seeking solace behind a haystack. Do your best, my doppelganger. Although it feels rather awkward for me, as the original, to express this, such formidable foes must indeed rely solely upon your strength. Chapter 6. The Spoils of Battle. Regrettably, Link's encouragement failed to alter the dynamics of the battle between the Avatar and the Bandit Chief. Despite the Avatar reaching level 10, a significant advantage over the Novice Dungeon's bandit minions, the disparity in levels only conferred a meager damage bonus of approximately 4 when striking the formidable Bandit Chief. Alas, the Chief's health pool was exceedingly robust. Furthermore, the Avatar, although possessing the attributes of a first-tier warrior, lacked even the most rudimentary skills, with both the talent and equipment slots remaining conspicuously empty. In the face of the Chief's standard attacks, the Avatar could still employ combat techniques and evasive maneuvers. However, as the Chief's health dwindled to 70, triggering his second form, the relentless barrage of area attacks became unbearable for the Avatar. Ultimately, a boss remains a boss. Despite the level advantage, facing such a foe alone proved to be an arduous task. Observing from a safe distance, having enjoyed the spectacle, Link made a few sardonic remarks without a hint of sympathy. As the Avatar's health plummeted into a perilous range, Link wasted no time in promptly exiting the dungeon. At the precise moment Link withdrew, the scenery around him shifted dramatically, and a blood-red chat box abruptly appeared in his field of vision. Dungeon challenge failed. No need for reminders. He dismissed the bothersome notification with a wave. Though this attempt had ended in failure, Link had ventured into the dungeon solo. Even though he could not conquer the most lucrative bandit chief, the rewards he reaped were far superior to those of ordinary adventurers, who had to share their spoils as a team. Firstly, regarding levels. After defeating the bandit second-in-command, Link had ascended to nearly level 6, while the information gleaned from the Avatar indicated that even if a group of newcomers perfectly cleared the bandit hideout dungeon, they would only manage to elevate their levels to a maximum of 4, leaving a gap of at least 5 levels between them and Link. Secondly, as a solo player, Link did not have to divide the loot with teammates. All spoils from the bandit hideout belonged solely to him. Among these treasures were over 200 copper coins and items worth approximately 2,000 federal coins, including a level 5 bronze weapon, the second-in-command's greatsword, and a synthesis kit for a silver-grade piece of equipment, the Bandit Chief's emblem. The most valuable item, of course, was the Bandit Chief's emblem, one of the components required to create silver-grade equipment. Although it was merely a level 1 bronze accessory with pitiful base attributes, accessories are inherently rarer than standard gear, and due to its status as part of the silver-grade equipment synthesis, its market value surpassed that of the level 5 bronze weapon, the second-in-command's greatsword. On the trading platform within Donghua University, the minimum selling price for the Robber Chief's emblem is set at 500 federal coins, while the heavy sword wielded by the second-in-command is available for a mere 500 federal coins. Including the monster copper coins, each valued at 2 federal coins, my total earnings from this dungeon run amount to approximately 500 federal coins. I couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. For Link, hailing from a humble background, 500 federal coins is by no means a trifling sum. It could easily represent his entire living expenses for a semester. Yet now, by merely clinging to the leg of my avatar, I have achieved this remarkable figure from a single dungeon run. Is the profession of adventurer truly one of exorbitant profits? Not necessarily, for if we consider the standard configuration of 10 participants to tackle the Robber Village dungeon, the average adventurer might only net around 500 federal coins per run. While that sounds substantial, the painfully slow recovery rate of sanctuary points means that an ordinary adventurer can typically enter a dungeon only 4 times a month. Cumulatively, the earnings from a low-level dungeon like Robber Village would scarcely surpass what one could earn by laboring on a construction site. Moreover, adventurers require a significant amount of equipment, skills, and funds to arm themselves. Thus, most of the rewards garnered from dungeons are often reinvested back into further adventures. Link's ability to secure a reward valued at 500 federal coins without defeating the final boss, the Robber Chief, is solely due to his avatar's solo clearance of the dungeon, allowing him to monopolize the entire reward. There is little more to say. Link quickly expressed his gratitude in his heart to his avatar. However, after doing so, Link found himself in a quandary. Although Link has activated the system's cheating features, the recovery rate of Sanctuary points remains akin to that of an ordinary adventurer. It takes about a week for his Sanctuary points to replenish to a level sufficient to re-enter the dungeon space. During this period, Link has two options. Either patiently remain at school while waiting for his Sanctuary points to naturally restore, or, like his avatar in Simulation, challenge wilderness monsters. Perhaps I should find a way to accumulate some simulation points to aid my avatar in securing another simulation run. After all, confronting wilderness monsters can be exceedingly perilous. In the wilderness, teeming with formidable creatures, even my avatar's strength is merely that of a minor Karami, providing Link with little sense of security. The simulation system is indeed powerful. However, the once-a-year extended cooldown is rather intolerable. Recalling what was mentioned on the system panel, I can obtain simulation points by recycling dungeon items or equipment, which can then be used to purchase additional simulation attempts. After pondering this, Link opened the avatar system panel and dragged the robber minion token obtained from the dungeon onto the interface. Chapter 7. Bronze Level Simulation. Detected 30 bandit minion tokens and 15 patrolling bandit tokens, totaling a recovery value of 60 points of simulation energy, with the bandit minion tokens valued at 30 points and the patrolling bandit tokens at 30 points. Do you wish to proceed with the recovery? Is a bandit minion token worth merely 1 point of simulation energy, and the patrolling bandit token only 2 points? Hearing the system's prompt, Link was momentarily taken aback. Unsure of the simulation system's pricing standards, he hesitated to confirm the recovery and instead placed the second-in-command's heavy sword onto the panel. Detected a level 5 bronze equipment. Recovery value 15 points of simulation energy. Do you wish to proceed with the recovery?
No.
He decisively selected no. Hastily withdrawing the second-in-command's heavy sword, he replaced it with the bandit tokens once more. What nonsense! The second-in-command's heavy sword is a coveted item worth 500 federal coins, while the bandit minion tokens are merely valued between 40 to 50 coins on the campus trading network. The patrolling bandit tokens, slightly more expensive, do not exceed 100 coins each. Therefore, on the East China University trading website, the second-in-command's heavy sword could be exchanged for 25 patrolling bandit tokens. Calculating the value of each patrolling bandit token in the system at 2 points of simulation value, that amounts to a substantial 50 points of simulation energy. Even if Link were to be foolish, he would never surrender the second-in-command's heavy sword for a mere 15 points of simulation value to the simulation system. It appears that the simulation system employs an entirely different valuation system for item recovery. Stroking his chin, Link attempted to place the highest value item among the adventurers, the Bandit Chief's emblem, onto the recovery panel. Upon seeing that the recovery price was surprisingly 3 points lower than that of the second-in-command's heavy sword, amounting to only 12 points of simulation value, Link promptly removed the Bandit Chief's emblem and relisted it on the campus trading network. Priced at 399 federal coins, it was the lowest price in the entire school. In less than 10 seconds, an email appeared on Link's smartwatch. Ding! The item you just listed has been sold. Please check your transaction funds promptly. 399 federal coins, and even after deducting the one service fee from the campus trading network, Link would still receive 365 federal coins. This could be exchanged for 33 patrolling bandit tokens, recovering 66 points of simulation energy. In one fell swoop, he gained an additional 54 points of simulation energy. How audacious of the system to attempt to deceive me of my simulation energy. Silently commending his own cleverness, Link continued the same strategy, listing the copper coins dropped by monsters and the second-in-command's heavy sword at low prices on the trading network, converting everything into the largely useless bandit tokens for the majority of adventurers. In total, he acquired 40 patrolling bandit tokens and 20 bandit minion tokens, perfectly amounting to 100 points of simulation energy. Moreover, with the additional 126 points of simulated energy previously redeemed by Link, after a series of back-and-forth exchanges, the originally modest return of 87 points of simulated value from the dungeon was astonishingly sold by Link for a lofty price of 226 points of simulated energy. It remains uncertain how much simulated energy is required for a single simulation attempt. Gazing at the panel displaying 226 points of simulated energy, Link could hardly contain his excitement as he promptly opened the simulation panel to select the option for redeeming simulation attempts. Beep! This redemption of simulation attempts requires a consumption of 100 points of simulated energy. Do you wish to proceed? 100 points of simulated energy? Goodness! Why is it so inexpensive? Link was overjoyed, never anticipating that the simulation attempts, which had a cooldown period of an entire year, could be purchased with simulated energy valued at merely 5,000 federal coins. Without a moment's hesitation, he selected yes. Beep! Successfully redeemed one simulation attempt. Would you like to begin the simulation? As the 100 points of simulated energy were deducted, the number of simulation attempts on the panel predictably changed from 0 to 1. Without delay, driven by an urgent need for a more formidable avatar, Link chose yes. Please select Simulation Level 1. Free simulation. No additional energy cost. In this simulation, your avatar will receive a random black iron level talent as an endowment. 2. Bronze level simulation. An additional consumption of 100 points of energy for this simulation. In this simulation, your avatar will receive a bronze level talent as an endowment. 3. Silver level simulation. Not available. Unlocks after your avatar surpasses level 20. 4. Gold level simulation. I opted for the bronze level simulation, hastily interrupting the system's incessant chatter. Link glanced at the remaining 100 points of simulated energy and recalled the humiliating experience of his avatar, which had started with a black iron talent in the previous simulation. Gritting his teeth, he made his choice. Beep! Initiating bronze level simulation. Consumption. 1 simulation attempt, 100 points of simulated energy. Remaining simulation attempts, 0. Simulation commencing. On the 31st day of the 11th month of the 11th year of awakening, on this momentous day, your avatar opened its eyes, aware that it had been sent into the simulation by you. Your avatar has received a gift from you. Bronze level talent, Life Resistance. Life Resistance. Bronze level talent. Your avatar gains an additional 20 health bonus and, upon sustaining damage, receives a damage reduction of 10 to 35. The greater the injury suffered, the more significant the damage reduction effect. To my astonishment, I had randomly acquired this talent. Upon witnessing the talent bestowed upon my avatar within the simulation, Link's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that fate had finally smiled upon me? After enduring the humiliation of awakening 2 major black iron level skills, was the universe finally compensating me? It is important to note that life resistance is distinct from the commonly recognized subpar talents of the avatar and enhanced charge. Even among the plethora of bronze-level talents, life resistance stands as an unequivocal T1 or even T0 level talent. Especially for those aspiring to transition into frontline professions such as warriors or knights, the life resistance attribute, with its substantial health bonuses and significant damage reduction, greatly enhances practicality, rivaling even that of typical silver-level talents. I have a premonition that this simulation will undoubtedly yield abundant rewards. Filled with excitement, Link hurriedly glanced downward. Regarding the newly acquired bronze-level talent, your avatar expresses a moderate level of satisfaction. Life Resistance, one of the most suitable talents for warriors among bronze-level abilities, offers additional health bonuses and considerable damage mitigation, which can significantly bolster his resilience as a frontline fighter. He may now contemplate developing towards the heavily armored warrior archetype, renowned for its defensive capabilities. Regrettably, the inaugural wave of group dungeon challenges has already passed, and with the protective value consumed by the corporeal body in reality, the newly endowed avatar finds itself at a loss for activities. What? You suggest venturing into the wilderness? If the corporeal self is reluctant to undertake such perilous endeavors, why would the avatar willingly engage? Were it not for the utterly inadequate talents he possessed in the previous simulation, which led to his expulsion, he would never consider risking himself in the wilderness. Your avatar resolutely dismissed the notion of adventuring in the wild and instead returned to the dormitory at school. In the ensuing days, your avatar enrolled in all theoretical courses, diligently studying strategies for various dungeons at Donghua University. After comprehensive evaluation, he ultimately set his sights on the next challenge, targeting the level 5 dungeon, the Goblin Tribe. Have you lost your senses? You haven't even conquered the level 1 Bandit Camp dungeon, and now you intend to challenge a level 5 dungeon. Upon reaching this point, Link's expression darkened. Chapter 8. The Ascended Doppelganger. What an absurd ambition, Link muttered disdainfully, yet he observed that the information regarding his simulated doppelganger appeared to counter his own reality, swiftly commencing its updates. This is not mere ambition. You remain the same, but your doppelganger has transformed beyond recognition. Now, he has successfully transitioned into a level 10 bronze warrior, having completed his first career advancement. Coupled with the life resistance talent, your doppelganger has become a coveted top-tier frontline fighter among his peers. Even Lin Qingyu, the goddess you yearn for yet cannot attain, has sent flirtatious messages to your doppelganger upon learning of his awakening to the life resistance talent. Hint 1. In the simulated world, the doppelganger will entirely assume your identity, including the perceptions others hold of you. Although you are merely a weakling in reality, possessing the lowly black iron-level sewer talent, your doppelganger in the simulation is perceived as a genius warrior awakened with the formidable bronze talent of life resistance. Hint 2. Based on the explanation of Hint 1, the attitudes of individuals in the simulated world towards your doppelganger will continually evolve based on his performance in the timeline and the talents he possesses in each simulation. I see. The implications of these hints suggest that while I am scorned as a weakling in reality, this does not detract from my doppelganger status as a celebrated genius in the simulation. Link's jealousy reached an unbearable peak. Damn it, I too desire to be revered as a genius, rather than despised as a worthless entity. Simulation continues. In the face of Lin Qingyu, who had callously cast you aside in both the real world and the first simulation, your doppelganger scoffed, thinking, I am not the kind of dull male creature swayed by petty desires. A mere woman shall not hinder my sword-drawing speed. After coldly responding with the words bitch, your doppelganger promptly deleted Lin Qingyu from his contacts and added her to the blacklist. Well done, my doppelganger, Link rejoiced. However, I must clarify that the dull male creature you referenced pertains to another, and bears no relation to me. Your doppelganger ignored your feeble protestations. Having dismissed the trivialities of animalistic emotions, your doppelganger posted his information on the Donghua campus forum, seeking a team and comrades willing to assist him in conquering the Goblin Tribe dungeon and growing alongside him. His exceptional talent and outstanding combat awareness data soon attracted considerable attention from numerous first-year teams. Within less than half a day, your doppelganger received invitations from dozens of teams through private messages. Among these was even an elite squad composed entirely of individuals with silver-level talents or higher. It is noteworthy that, unlike the multitude of warrior professions in online games, where one can summon a horde with a mere shout, the warriors of the awakened world find themselves at the forefront of battle, facing the most ferocious assaults from monsters. Consequently, the mortality rate among frontline professions such as warriors and knights often ranks at the pinnacle of casualty statistics across various classes. As a result, unless an individual possesses a natural affinity for such roles, the majority are reluctant to embrace the warrior profession, opting instead for the comparatively safer positions of mages or ranged archers. Moreover, the elevated casualty rate associated with warriors renders them exceedingly rare in the team market. Consequently, many teams, when selecting warrior companions, often lower their standards, accepting even those of bronze or black iron talent into a predominantly silver tier group. However, for the warriors themselves, aligning with superior tiers is not necessarily a prudent choice. While such an alignment may provide stronger allies, it also brings forth significantly greater peril. The challenges faced by a silver tier team are incomparable to those encountered by a bronze tier group. As the warrior, one is typically positioned at the front lines, where the risk of becoming mere fodder is ever present. After much contemplation regarding the dangers of joining a silver tier team, and heeding the ancient adage that it is better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix, you ultimately declined the silver team's invitation, opting instead for a bronze team that boasts an exceptional configuration and aligns well with your own capabilities. The team, named Crimson, currently comprises 6 members: an apprentice knight, an apprentice scout, 2 apprentice mages, an apprentice priest, and an apprentice archer. With your addition as a bronze warrior, the team achieves a balanced composition of 2 frontline fighters, 1 scout, 1 support, and 2 spellcasters, alongside a physical ranged attacker. Should the need arise, the inclusion of 1 or 2 sword fighters as semi-tank frontliners would further strengthen this versatile combat unit. If fortune favors them, such a configuration could allow the team to fight side by side for several years, potentially even reaching a level where they are sought after by larger battle groups. You responded to the Crimson Team's message and accepted their invitation for an in-person meeting at the school cafeteria, marking the first official gathering of the team. The process of joining the team was remarkably smooth. As a bronze warrior endowed with the T0 level talent of life resistance, no bronze team had any grounds to reject your application. Each of the 6 members of the Crimson team welcomed your presence warmly, and under the guidance of Captain Zhang Jingyi, formal introductions ensued. First was Captain Zhang Jingyi, a 19-year-old female standing at 172 centimeters and weighing 52 kilograms. A first-year student from the Zhuke Academy of Donghua University, she serves as the scout for the team. Her talent, the bronze level shadow, enhances her stealth and disguise abilities, elevating her concealment level by 1 tier. Next was Vice Captain Leng Lan, a 19-year-old male, 175 centimeters tall and weighing 65 kilograms, also from the first year of the Zhuke Academy at Donghua University, designated as the Team's archer. Talent is of the bronze tier, characterized by a remarkable ability to shatter weaknesses. When an attack results in a critical strike, it enhances critical damage by 30. Team member Gao Xianhu, 20 years old, male, stands 187 centimeters tall and weighs 95 kilograms. He is a first-year student in Class 7 of the Xuanwu Academy at Donghua University, positioned as a knight. His talent is the bronze tier unyielding resilience, which amplifies the effects of life recovery he receives, increasing its potency as his health diminishes, with a maximum enhancement of up to 50. Team member Su Yang, 19 years old, male, stands 174 centimeters tall and weighs 68 kilograms. He is a first-year student in Class 9 of the Zhuke Academy at Donghua University, designated as a mage. His talent is the bronze tier guidance, allowing him to charge his skills, potentially increasing their power by an impressive 75. Team member Wei Xianxiang, 18 years old, male, stands 179 centimeters tall and weighs 72 kilograms. He is a first-year student in Class 2 of the Zhuke Academy at Donghua University, also positioned as a mage. His talent is the bronze tier arcane amplification, which extends his casting range by an additional 30. Lastly, there is team member Li Tongtong, 18 years old, female, stands 158 centimeters tall and weighs 42 kilograms. She is a first-year student in Class 2 of the Zhuke Academy at Donghua University, serving as a priest. Her talent is prayer, which allows her to invoke blessings before combat, enhancing the entire team's strength and magical attributes by 10, while also increasing experience gained by 10. Undoubtedly, this is a team primarily composed of students from Class 2 of the Zhuke Academy, with Gao Xianhu, Su Yang, and yourself being the later additions. Your avatar swiftly gathered the information about the team and proceeded with a self-introduction. Link, 19 years old, male, stands 180 centimeters tall and weighs 74 kilograms. He is a first-year student in Class 3 of the Qinglong Academy at Donghua University, a bronze-tier warrior. His talent is life resistance, granting him an additional 20 life value bonus, and after sustaining damage, he receives a damage reduction of 10 to 35, with the effectiveness of this reduction increasing with the severity of his injuries. Chapter 9. Ascend. With companions by your side, the burden of navigating the entire simulated timeline alone has finally lifted, and your heart brims with a warm current known as hope. After considering each individual's recovery time for their protective values, under the proposal of Captain Zhang Jingyi, you and your team decide to embark on the quest to conquer the Goblin Tribe dungeon in 2 days. During this interval, your allies diligently study strategies for the dungeon, procuring various equipment and items to enhance efficiency and mitigate risks. Moreover, the vice captain of the Crimson Squad, Lang Lan, maintains a good rapport with a senior in the academy, who can impart insights regarding the dungeon that only those who have personally ventured into the Goblin Village can provide. Your teammates enthusiastically discuss preparations for the dungeon raid, while your avatar, maintaining a cool demeanor, stubbornly claims no preparations are necessary. Fortunately, the perceptive Captain Zhang Jingyi notices your avatar's awkwardness and kindly offers a set of basic warrior skills as a welcoming gift. Your avatar expresses gratitude to Zhang Jingyi. Ding! Your avatar has learned the Black Iron Level Warrior Skill Charge. Your avatar has learned the Black Iron Level Warrior Skill Strike. Your avatar has learned the Black Iron Level Warrior Skill Roar. Strike. Concentrate battle energy to strike a target, inflicting an additional 20 damage. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Roar. Emit a roar towards a target ahead, reducing their damage and defense based on the strength disparity between both parties. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Observing your avatar's jubilant demeanor within the simulation, Link is at a loss for words, feeling that his avatar's audacity is truly remarkable. The 2 days swiftly pass amidst intense preparations, and with the restoration of the protective values for the entire Crimson Squad, you finally commence your assault on the level 5 dungeon, the Goblin Tribe. Suddenly, with a whirlwind of temporal disorientation, your avatar and the comrades of the Crimson Squad find themselves before a vast forest. Before you can regain your footing, a horde of diminutive green-skinned goblins, each no larger than a household dog, clad in leather skirts and wielding crude wooden clubs, swarm toward you, initiating a frenzied attack. Having previously strategized for this dungeon, you remain unfazed, especially your avatar, who, armed with rich experience from a prior simulation, charges ahead with unmatched vigor. With a staggering strength of 75 points, your avatar appears as a deity among the goblin youths, whose average strength barely reaches 20 points. A swift charge sends a goblin tumbling, and in mid-air, 5 or 6 goblins find their health drained, their cries dissipating into the air. Your teammates watch in stunned silence, for warriors are not typically renowned for their damage output, and given that your avatar has awakened a tank-oriented talent, such astonishing damage seems inconceivable. It is important to note that this is a level 5 dungeon, where even the most insignificant minions are classified as level 5 monsters. Even for classes such as mages, scouts, or archers which specialize in damage output or burst attacks, it typically requires 2 or 3 strikes to vanquish a mere goblin. Your doppelganger, of course, could not reveal that he had already completed a job change, earning a reward of 50 attribute points upon his first transformation. Furthermore, he boasts a level of 10, which grants him an additional 5% damage bonus and damage reduction against level 5 monsters. In response to the astonishment of his teammates, your doppelganger merely adopted a cool demeanor and continued his relentless slaughter of the goblin minions. It must be said the goblin warriors, being level 5 creatures, possess more resilience than common bandit foot soldiers. There are occasions when a strike may miss a vital spot, necessitating an additional blow to ensure the demise of the foe. As your doppelganger surged through the goblins like a god of war, the members of the Crimson Squad began to comprehend the situation, ceasing their inquiries into his formidable prowess and joining the fray to eradicate the goblins. Under the leadership of this extraordinary warrior, what was anticipated to take a full 6 hours to cleanse the goblin dungeon was accomplished within a mere hour. The astonishing efficiency was not solely attributed to your doppelganger's high damage output and exquisite combat skills, but also to his remarkable resilience. He charged forth, absorbing all the enmity from the monsters while his teammates unleashed their full might without hesitation, resulting in an uninterrupted onslaught. Ha! Is this the sensation of being carried through the bandit stronghold dungeon by my doppelganger? Upon reaching this point, Link could not help but smile, feeling a sense of pride akin to boasting, even though it was his doppelganger who was performing the feats. And while Link reveled in the glory of his doppelganger, they soon confronted the first boss of the dungeon. The initial boss of the Goblin Dungeon is the Goblin Warrior, classified as a level 7 foe. Though merely a guardian boss, it stands to reason that in a level 5 dungeon, the attributes of the Goblin Warrior surpass those of the final boss of the Bandit Stronghold. However, the disparity in attributes is of little consequence. Your doppelganger is no longer the destitute lone wolf he once was when challenging the Bandit Stronghold. Now, he possesses formidable talents and is accompanied by a reliable team of allies, rather than mere spectators cheering from behind the haystacks. Hey, who are you referring to? Your doppelganger boldly charged ahead once more, Under the astonished gaze of the Crimson Squad, he exchanged blows with the Goblin Warrior, holding his ground admirably. In light of your doppelganger's valiant display, Captain Zhang Jingyi began to suspect that he might be a hidden powerhouse. For how could a newcomer who had only activated his class panel less than 10 days ago possibly stand toe-to-toe with a dungeon boss solely relying on a bronze talent? It seemed utterly implausible. Until your avatar had driven the Goblin Warrior into its second phase, the Goblin Warrior unleashed its berserk skill. After being reminded by Deputy Captain Long Lan, Zhang Jingyi finally regained her senses and hurriedly began to organize the team for a coordinated assault. With the united efforts of the Crimson Squad, the first roadblock boss of the level 5 dungeon, the Goblin Tribe, fell within a mere 15 minutes at the hands of the Crimson Squad. Chapter 10. The possibility of all being star level. To defeat a level 7 dungeon boss in a mere 15 minutes? Upon reading this simulation information, Link was momentarily taken aback. Such efficiency transcended mere swiftness. It was akin to riding a roller coaster. It seemed that the prowess of the Crimson Squad within the simulation was indeed formidable. After all, relying solely on a single clone, even with the enhancement of the life resistance talent, one would likely require several hours of meticulous maneuvering to vanquish a dungeon boss with over 10,000 health points. Is this the power bestowed by talent? It is worth noting that during the previous simulation, a clone awakened with a black iron level talent had taken an entire semester to conquer the trivial level 1 bandit hideout. Conversely, within a squad comprised entirely of bronze level talents, merely on their second attempt at the dungeon, they were capable of challenging a level 5 dungeon. If a bronze level team could achieve such feats, what might be expected of squads composed of more powerful silver and gold level, or even earth and sky level talent awakeners? Surely, they could obliterate all dungeons within the campus in less than a semester. As for a team comprised entirely of individuals with star-level talents, Link scarcely dared to contemplate it. Not only in Donghua University, but throughout the entire Federation, no faction had ever been audacious enough to assemble a squad of all-star-level talent practitioners. Not even the smallest 5-member team. The number of practitioners awakening talents above the star level was exceedingly rare. One must realize that even in a premier institution like Donghua University, merely awakening a gold-level talent already marked one as a prodigious figure coveted by numerous societies. Take, for example, Link's goddess, Lin Qingyu. The moment she confirmed her awakening of a gold-level talent, she immediately attracted countless invitations from various societies. Thus, a team composed entirely of gold-level talents is an exceedingly rare occurrence, qualifying as an elite squad in any faction. Meanwhile, teams formed by Earth and Sky-level talent practitioners would be akin to the bedrock of a super-elite force. A squad composed of Earth or Sky-level talent practitioners would be sufficient to support a super battalion capable of negotiating directly with the federal government. Let alone those anomalies who awaken star-level talents. Such prodigies, of whom only a handful emerge globally each year, create a sensation upon confirmation of their awakening, capable of significantly enhancing a nation's international influence, with an impact more formidable than nuclear weapons. In reality, those who awaken star-level talents become the absolute core of any team. At their beck and call, a multitude of Earth and even Sky-level talent practitioners would willingly serve as their subordinates, allowing them to enjoy the privileges of a dictator, prioritizing the allocation of all resources and team benefits, much like the apex of a pyramid, rapidly expanding their own power by reaping the achievements of the entire team. To expect these prodigious individuals to lower themselves to the status of second-in-command or even ordinary members. Such a notion is nothing more than a delusion. Thus, a team composed entirely of individuals with celestial-level talents is virtually unattainable. In contrast to having a multitude of such gifted individuals congregated within a single team, it is undoubtedly far more advantageous for them to each lead their own respective squads or even entire battalions, thereby allowing their talents to truly flourish. This phenomenon resembles the rare collaboration among top-tier scientists, who often prefer to independently lead their own research teams. An excessive concentration of elite talents in one place can lead to a waste of resources. Fortunately for Link, even celestial-level talents hold little significance. According to the system's simulation parameters, once his avatar's level surpasses 60, Link can expend simulation energy to bestow celestial-level talent upon his avatar, thus enabling him to select this talent as a reward upon the conclusion of the simulation, permanently retaining it on his avatar. At that point, Link himself could also replicate this talent from his avatar by consuming simulation energy, thereby elevating himself to the status of a celestial-level talent holder. This implies that one day, I too shall ascend to the heights of a super genius. When that time comes, both my avatar and I will possess celestial-level talents, and together we shall wreak havoc. I shall take charge of the chaos, while my avatar handles the carnage. It is regrettable, however, that I possess but a single avatar. If only I had several more, I could establish the world's very first celestial-level team. Just as Link was lost in these fanciful musings, a sudden notification resounded in his mind. Ding! To increase the number of avatars, one must enhance their talent level. Currently, your avatar's talent is of Black Iron level, hence you may only possess one avatar. What? The number of avatars can be increased? Link was taken aback. Yet, the system offered no further clarification, instead continuing to present simulation data. Under your avatar's leadership, the Crimson team members were astonishingly defeated within a mere 15 minutes, their morale soaring. Seizing this momentum, your avatar and the Crimson team surged forward in the Goblin Dungeon, countless goblin creatures falling before you, until you soon stood before the second dungeon boss, the Goblin Priest. This formidable boss boasts a level of 8, and while its health may not surpass that of the previous Goblin Warrior, it wields significant spell damage and ranged attack capabilities. Additionally, it is flanked by a cadre of elite Goblin Warriors, each at level 5. In the course of this endeavor, the Goblin Priest has proven to be an even more formidable adversary than the final boss. Alas, they have encountered you and your avatar. Faced with the menacing Goblin Warriors and the Goblin Priest ahead, your avatar boldly spread its broad arms. In the astonished and admiring gazes of its teammates, it demonstrated what it truly means to bathe amidst a horde of monsters. With level suppression, life resistance, and the unwavering support of a healer at its back, your doppelganger valiantly withstood the majority of the onslaught from the Goblin Warriors and Priests. The knight, Gao Xianhu, who was meant to serve as the primary tank for the team, merely needed to intercept a few stragglers, allowing the others to unleash their devastating attacks upon the horde of monsters. After a protracted battle lasting 20 minutes, as Goblin Warriors fell one after another, the now isolated Goblin Priest, having been reduced to a state of despair, could only lament and succumb to the fate of becoming yet another soul under your command. The teammates showered your doppelganger with lavish praise, and for a moment, the screen was awash with accolades surrounding your illustrious counterpart. Chapter 11. Equitable Distribution. In the face of his teammates' commendations, your doppelganger, though maintaining a facade of aloofness that dissuades strangers, found his inner vanity inflated like a puff pastry. Lin Ku, with a furrowed brow, swiftly defeated the most troublesome Goblin Priest boss, rendering the ensuing final boss, the Goblin Chieftain, a mere triviality. Despite the Goblin Chieftain's formidable level of 10, boasting significantly greater damage and health than the previous two bosses, even your doppelganger, endowed with the life resistance talent, could scarcely withstand the chieftain's ferocious onslaught. However, the chieftain was ultimately a solitary figure, while your doppelganger was supported by 6 reliable comrades. When one could not endure the damage, the knight Gao Xianhu would take turns bearing the brunt. As health diminished, the team's petite priest would unleash restorative healing spells. Your doppelganger hardly needed to ponder retaliation, for the mage, scout, and archer were readily available to assail the boss on his behalf. Through the harmonious cooperation between your doppelganger and the Crimson Squad, the isolated Goblin Chieftain ultimately succumbed to the despicable onslaught of the Crimson Squad, reluctantly surrendering his life and dropping a plethora of items and treasures. Ding! Your doppelganger has successfully cleared the level 5 dungeon. Goblin Tribe. Next came the phase of loot distribution. Upon reaching this juncture, Lin Ku promptly straightened his posture. It is well known that many teams, despite their synergy, often part ways in discord due to inequitable distributions. The manner in which loot is apportioned will significantly dictate the future trajectory of this team. With the successful completion of the Goblin Dungeon, your doppelganger and the members of the Crimson Squad were rewarded handsomely. Although your doppelganger, due to level penalties, did not gain substantial experience, failing to even reach level 1, the bounty from 3 bosses and the abundant spoils dropped by the goblin minions constituted an astonishing windfall for your otherwise destitute doppelganger. Yet, The drawbacks of team-based dungeon exploration became evident at this moment. The doppelganger, who previously could have claimed all rewards solo, now found himself compelled to share the spoils with his teammates. Just as the original body was concerned about the fairness of loot distribution within the Crimson Squad, the doppelganger too was acutely aware of the impending method of loot allocation. There exists no universal protocol for loot distribution. Each team of adventurers, depending on their circumstances, adheres to their own unique system of apportioning rewards. Some teams adhere to methods such as rolling dice to determine the ownership of spoils, while others have the captain decide the distribution based on each member's contributions. There are even teams that auction the spoils internally, granting ownership to the highest bidder, and some captains may even hoard all the spoils, refusing to distribute them. Fortunately, the distribution method of the Crimson Squad remains within your avatar's acceptable range. It is an equitable division. Zhang Jingyi made it clear to all team members that each individual in the squad is indispensable and holds absolute equality. Although your avatar showcased greater efficacy in this instance, the others also demonstrated their own value. As a member of the team, one should not distinguish between contributions, as such a notion could undermine unity. Evidently, this is not the spoils distribution method your avatar envisioned. However, it is not one that is wholly unacceptable either. Your avatar understands that the reason for his significant impact in this dungeon is due to his superior level and additional attributes acquired post-transformation. Yet, these advantages are not destined to endure indefinitely. As the team progresses, the benefits conferred by levels and class changes will diminish in significance. When that time arrives, although your avatar will still possess a T0 level talent for life resistance within the bronze tier, he will lack other advantages. Conversely, his teammates may have familial support and some, like Zhang Jingyi, might even possess a modest fortune. For instance, she could casually present a skill book worth nearly 1,000 Federation coins as a gift, indicating that she hails from a relatively affluent background. The advantages conferred by one's family background far outweigh the disparities in innate talent. This is a harsh reality. Your avatar is aware that he will gradually descend into mediocrity, and the principle of absolute equality in distribution may not be detrimental for him. Thus, he did not voice any objections, tacitly accepting Zhang Jingyi's approach. Noticing your avatar's silence, Zhang Jingyi sighed with relief, as she understood that her decision impacted his interests. Given your avatar's exceptional talent and formidable combat prowess, should he express doubt, even as captain, Zhang Jingyi would find it challenging to navigate the situation. Fortunately, your avatar did not oppose her decision, which endeared him to Zhang Jingyi, who regarded him as a magnanimous individual. Him? Magnanimous? Link scoffed dismissively. Next came the distribution of spoils. Based on the average transaction price from the campus website, the total value of your gains from the Goblin Tribe dungeon amounted to 32,750 Federation coins. According to the per capita distribution rule, each member would receive 4,678. 57 Federation coins or equivalent spoils. Your avatar chose a bronze-level skill book valued at 2,000 Federation coins. Bullying. A level 5 bronze weapon valued at 1,600 Federal coins ultimately yielded a transfer of 1,278. 57 Federal coins. Ding. Your avatar has acquired the bronze-level skill. Bullying. Bullying. A bronze-level skill requiring the warrior profession and a minimum level of 5. It inflicts an additional 1 damage per level difference to targets of lower rank. When receiving damage from a target of lower rank, it reduces the damage by 1 per level difference, with both damage increase and reduction capped at 30. This skill is passive and has no cooldown. Ding. Your avatar has obtained the bronze-level weapon, Chieftain's Great Axe. Chieftain's Great Axe. Bronze level, requiring 25 strength and a minimum level of 5. It grants 10 strength, 2 agility, and 2 constitution. The weapon deals an additional 20 points of critical damage. Note: unpromoted Black Iron level practitioners may carry a maximum of 3 Black Iron level skills and 1 Bronze level skill. Exceeding this limit necessitates replacing an already learned skill of the same quality. They are unable to learn Silver level skills or higher. Bronze level practitioners who have undergone 1 promotion may carry up to 4 Black Iron level skills, 2 Bronze level skills, and 1 Silver level skill, with similar limits applying to the replacement of existing skills. White silver level practitioners who have completed 2 promotions can carry up to 5 black iron level skills, 3 bronze level skills, 2 silver level skills, and 1 gold level skill. This progression continues, ensuring that one cannot indiscriminately amass skills to enhance their power. Chapter 12. Lin Qingyu and the Wilderness. The successful completion of a dungeon and the smooth distribution of spoils undoubtedly signify a significant stride forward for an entirely new team. Since the inception of adventurers, countless teams, filled with aspirations, have faltered before they could fully realize their ambitions, often succumbing to disputes over loot distribution. Fortunately, thanks to the concessions made by your avatar, the Crimson team has navigated this trial unscathed. At this juncture, Link refrained from voicing any opinions. Although he scoffed at the avatar's self-sacrificial approach for the greater good within the simulation, he chose not to interfere with decisions that had already been made. Setting aside the avatar's reasoning, should the Crimson team maintain a commitment to absolute fairness in distribution, the entity that stands to gain the most in the future would be the avatar itself. It is essential for the avatar to personally experience the consequences of such lessons, for without first-hand experience, the avatar may repeat similar choices in analogous situations. Indeed, Link held little faith in the absolute fairness distribution system proposed by Zhang Jingyi, the leader of the Crimson team. To Link, Zhang Jingyi was either a naive idealist or an individual entirely devoid of worldly wisdom. As an age-old adage aptly states, people do not fear scarcity but rather inequity. Those who contribute significantly yet receive rewards akin to those of the less industrious will inevitably harbor grievances. Once or twice may be tolerable, but if every instance yields rewards that do not correlate with one's efforts, what incentive remains for others to strive for the team's success? While such discontent may remain dormant under normal circumstances, it will surely erupt in times of adversity or internal conflict, potentially shattering the team to pieces under the weight of accumulated resentment. Of course, another adage reminds us that nothing is absolute. What if every member of the Crimson team were selfless saints, treating one another as brothers, disregarding minor gains and losses? Such scenarios, though improbable, remain within the realm of possibility. Thus, Link chose silence, wary of the potential for later rebuke. The simulation continued. With the successful extermination of the Goblin tribe, your avatar and the Crimson team distinguished themselves among their peers, emerging as one of the few bronze-level teams at Donghua University's first-year cohort to conquer a level 5 dungeon in their second attempt. Even the dean, who previously schemed to expel your avatar, refrained from such threats this time, instead encouraging the avatar to strive valiantly, aspiring to become a pillar of the nation in the future. Though your avatar harbors a profound disdain for the capricious demeanor of the director, akin to that of a dog's face, it adopts a facade of encouragement, much to the director's delight. Meanwhile, your goddess, Lin Qingyu, privately approaches your avatar, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she inquires why she has been blocked. Although she previously declared that should you fail to awaken a golden-level talent, she would sever ties, she never implied that you would become strangers, incapable of even maintaining a basic friendship. Lin Qingyu confides in your avatar that she is on the verge of accepting your existence, pleading for your assistance once more. Fortunately, in contrast to your desperate self who would eagerly transform into a sycophant for a mere morsel, your avatar, devoid of biological needs, harbors no emotional attachment towards Lin Qingyu. Faced with her gentle demeanor, your avatar merely retorts, "Mind your own business." Lin Qingyu gazes at your avatar in disbelief, unable to fathom that the one who dared not breathe in her presence, the epitome of a sycophant, would respond to her in such a manner. Let me clarify. The sycophant you refer to is Link from this world, not me, so could you perhaps alter the titles in the simulation? Link remarks, rubbing his nose, suggesting, I feel somewhat offended by this depiction. Your avatar, with an icy stare directed at Lin Qingyu, seems to urge her to articulate her thoughts swiftly. Ignoring Link entirely, Lin Qingyu recalls her purpose, suppressing her fury, and adopts an exceedingly delicate expression. She informs your avatar that the Iron Blood Society is conducting internal assessments, and squads that pass will be promoted to core teams, receiving focused training. What does that have to do with me? Your avatar glances sideways. It has everything to do with you. Lin Qingyu raises her voice slightly but, upon witnessing the stark indifference in your avatar's demeanor, she lowers her tone. almost humbly stating, "The assessment involves wilderness training, and I fear being alone. I seek your protection." Your avatar finds her request utterly laughable, bewildered by the audacity of such a shameless individual among humanity. Setting aside Lin Qingyu's attitude towards your true self, during the last simulation, your avatar had endured years of struggle in the wilderness and is acutely aware of its dangers. This woman not only swindled your true self of his wealth in reality but now seeks to exploit you for her own safety in the simulation? Absolutely not. Just as your avatar prepares to politely ask Lin Qingyu to leave, she suddenly raises 2 fingers. "I offer you 20,000 federal coins." The avatar's motion halts abruptly. "You must be in dire need of money, Link." Lin Qingyu wore an expression that suggested he had thoroughly gauged his clone's intentions. After all, given his origins, 20,000 was not a trifling sum for him. The clone, nearly on the verge of acquiescing, suddenly let out a cold laugh. As the saying goes, one must not sacrifice their dignity for mere bread. Lin Qingyu's demeanor incited intense disdain from the clone, who mockingly informed Lin Qingyu that he was not one to be swayed by monetary allure. 50,000. If you refuse, so be it. With that, Lin Qingyu turned to leave. Wait. The clone swiftly obstructed Lin Qingyu's path, stating earnestly, "Add another 10,000. Make it 60,000. No matter what monstrosity dares to approach, it must first tread over my lifeless body. Have you truly agreed? What about your dignity? 60,000 and you would trade your honor for it?" Lin Ku almost choked on his words. Although 60,000 was indeed a considerable amount, nearly equivalent to the earnings from 5 or 6 dungeon runs, what of a man's dignity? And did you not mention that the wilderness is fraught with danger? Dignity for a man? The clone retorted, asserting that for a man, lacking wealth equates to a lack of dignity. Moreover, he merely inherited the physical form of his original. He was not human, nor could he be classified as a living being. The concepts of male and female held no sway over him. Ultimately, it was the original who would bear the brunt of any repercussions, not him. As for the dangers of the wilderness, they were indeed perilous. However, in the last simulation, Lin Qingyu had survived until graduation, suggesting that his current venture would likely not encounter life-threatening peril. If Lin Qingyu faced no danger, what was there for him to fear? Forget 60,000. Had Lin Qingyu exhibited a modicum of goodwill, he would have nearly conceded to 20,000. Faced with this dramatic shift in the clone's attitude, Lin Qingyu, wearing an expression of bewilderment, acquiesced to the price proposed by the clone and informed him that he would notify him of their rendezvous in a month. He promptly transferred 60,000 federal coins to the clone and produced an electronic contract, stipulating that should the clone change his mind midway, he would owe her triple the penalty for breach of contract. The clone, elated, inscribed his name with enthusiasm, assuring that he would serve his esteemed patron with utmost diligence. In the ensuing month, the clone and the members of the Crimson Squad successfully completed 4 dungeon runs, including 3 encounters with goblin tribes and 1 new level 6 dungeon, the Beast's Nest. With the completion of these 4 runs, the levels of the Crimson Squad members ascended to level 7, while the clone remained stagnated at level 10 due to a significant experience penalty. As anticipated, the advantages he provided to the Crimson Squad gradually diminished. Now, facing the final boss of the level 6 dungeon, which boasted a level 12 status, even with the acquisition of new equipment and skills, the clone found himself unable to single-handedly withstand the boss as he had done against the Goblin Dungeon's adversary, allowing his teammates to unleash their attacks unimpeded. Fortunately, with Lin Qingyu's income of 60,000 federal coins, the dominance of your avatar, though waning, has not diminished excessively. He remains the unequivocal core force of the Crimson Squad. However, he can no longer venture into dungeons that exceed the average level of the team. In truth, this is the typical state of most bronze-level squads. Previously, those who dared to challenge higher-level dungeons at level 4 were merely the Na'vi and fearless, as bronze squads generally possess the capability to engage only in dungeons below their average level. Otherwise, they are prone to significant casualties. At this moment, your avatar has little inclination to contemplate tackling higher-level dungeons, for as the month-long agreement with Lin Qingyu drew to a close, she approached you as promised, accompanied by 9 members of the Iron Blood Society, each a paragon among the newcomers, at the very least possessing the awakened silver-level talent of a genius. Under the watchful eyes of these prodigies, Lin Qingyu introduced your avatar. In her depiction, you became the infatuated boy who had long harbored ambitions towards her, insisting on safeguarding her during the upcoming assessment in the wilderness despite her persistent refusals. Upon hearing Lin Qingyu's account, the members of the Iron Blood Society cast incredulous glances at your avatar, clearly taken aback that this somewhat renowned newcomer would willingly assume the role of Lin Qingyu's flower protector. Though your avatar did not comprehend why Lin Qingyu chose to fabricate such a tale, he refrained from exposing her deception out of respect for her benefactor. One of the leading members of the Iron Blood Society, unable to bear the sight of your avatar's quiet devotion, interjected. Indeed, our team lacks a front line, but you must understand that the wilderness is fraught with unknown dangers. Given our current levels, venturing into the wilderness is exceptionally perilous. As members of the Iron Blood Society, we can signal for help in the face of danger. The worst outcome is merely failing the assessment and not becoming a core member. However, you are different. As an auxiliary member, should you insist on participating in the assessment, you can only do so in the capacity of Lin Qingyu's servant. The Iron Blood Society bears no obligation to ensure your safety, and any spoils acquired in the wilderness will not belong to you. In fact, your share of experience will be 0. You still have time to reconsider. Your affection for Lin Qingyu need not be expressed in this manner. I have already conveyed this sentiment. Lin Qingyu interrupted his doppelganger before it could speak, casting a glance filled with veiled threat at the one who sought to voice an objection. With urgency, he remarked, regardless of the circumstances, he is deeply concerned for my safety and insists on personally guarding me for peace of mind. It's truly exasperating. I cannot rid myself of him. Although he is merely a lower-tier practitioner with an awakened bronze-level talent, the ability he possesses enhances vitality and provides damage resistance. This ensures his own safety while offering some assistance in our assessment. Thus, I reluctantly consented to his company during the evaluation, additionally allowing him to lend support to us all. Your doppelganger smiled, affirming that your words were indeed accurate. Thus, under Lin Qingyu's distorted narrative, your doppelganger successfully infiltrated this elite squad of peers, embarking on a perilous journey into the treacherous wilderness. Upon re-entering the wilderness, your doppelganger experienced an uncanny sense of déjà vu reminiscent of the simulated S1 scenario. The atmosphere was charged with tension. Even the wild grasses by the roadside seemed poised to transform into monstrous entities, shrieking and launching attacks at any moment. After a 7-year hiatus from simulation time, your doppelganger found himself once more in the thick of action. In stark contrast to your doppelganger's fluidity in navigating this environment, the elites of the Iron Blood Society wore grave expressions, as if facing an imminent threat. In this world, the perils of the wilderness are well known. Those who have long dwelled in its depths, be they lay practitioners, battle factions, or even state-sponsored military forces, have never been able to exit unscathed. The only variance lies in the duration before calamity strikes. The wilderness selected by the Iron Blood Society, though adjacent to the safety zones of human settlements and characterized by relatively manageable monster levels, has already been partially explored. Yet, this safety is merely a relative term. For the newcomers of the Iron Blood Society, recently awakened practitioners barely a month out of university, it remains a brutal hell where death lurks at every corner. Barely 2 hours into their venture, the assessment team of the Iron Blood Society faced over a dozen waves of monstrous attacks. Although these creatures were of modest levels, averaging around 3 or 4, their assaults were sudden and unpredictable, nearly inflicting harm upon the team multiple times. Reality diverges sharply from the confines of a dungeon. In a dungeon, everything is governed by rules that reduce the experience to mere statistics. As long as one's health points are not depleted, practitioners suffer no substantial damage. In contrast, the real world offers no such protections. Once injured, practitioners don't merely lose health points. They endure excruciating pain, diminish their combat effectiveness, and may even suffer permanent disabilities. Healing spells may restore health, but they cannot regenerate lost limbs. They merely expedite the closure of wounds and halt blood loss. Undoubtedly, within the realms of copies and the wilderness, there exists an abundance of wondrous artifacts and rare skills. The world is replete with an array of peculiar talents. The regeneration of severed limbs is not an insurmountable challenge for professionals. However, the common drawback of these methods is their exorbitant cost, which is far beyond the means of an ordinary practitioner. Furthermore, disabilities significantly impair immediate combat effectiveness, leading to the potential abandonment by one's team or the peril of succumbing to the wilderness. Chapter 13. Strategizing to conquer the monster nest. In the wilderness, no one wishes to sustain injuries. Thus, each individual exhibits an extreme level of caution. Lin Qingyu clings closely to the back of your avatar, seemingly perceiving it as a reliable shield. Fortunately, the assessment team comprises a cohort of exceptional professionals, and though their experience may be somewhat lacking, they are capable of swift counterattacks against the encroaching monsters. Your avatar, aside from assisting the team in fending off a few wild creatures that manage to approach too closely, feels little undue pressure. This changes as you approach the designated target of the assessment, a nest occupied by level 5 wild monsters, the goblins. Gazing at the goblin-infested lair before you, your avatar inquires of Lin Qingyu, questioning if this is indeed the objective of your assessment. Upon receiving a nod of affirmation from Lin Qingyu, your avatar's heart races with exhilaration. It is a testament to the formidable Iron Blood Society, which aspires to form a battle group. Even the recruitment assessment for core newcomers entails the complex task of conquering a wild monster nest. It also evokes thoughts of whether the individual responsible for assigning this assessment harbors some grudge against these newcomers, seemingly intent on placing them in peril. The term wild monster nest refers to a specific congregation point for wild creatures. Generally, wild monsters do not have fixed gathering locations. They roam freely, with stronger monsters retreating further from human settlements. However, when monsters coalesce, they form nests. If left unchecked for an extended period, the creatures within will grow increasingly powerful, attracting higher-level monsters, thereby expanding the scale of the nest. This not only encroaches upon human living spaces but may eventually lead to direct assaults on human cities once sufficiently swollen. The primary mission of battle groups and military forces in wilderness clearing is to eliminate these monster congregations, thereby mitigating the threat they pose to human cities. The goblin nest before you, although merely a nascent accumulation of monsters with a maximum level of 8, undoubtedly harbors a considerable number of wild creatures. Yet, the quantity here is not akin to the mere dozens of trivial monsters found in dungeons. It could very well number in the thousands. Tasking a group of novices with the cleansing of such a nest borders on madness. It is a clear indication of severe folly. Even if this novice team is composed entirely of silver-tier elites, their inexperience cannot be overlooked. Regrettably, having already entered the lair, your avatar realizes it is too late to retreat. Instead, it urgently prods Lin Qingyu's back, whispering that this task is far too perilous and demands higher compensation. Lin Qingyu, in exasperation, retorts that she is financially depleted. Your avatar boldly states that without an increase in pay, it cannot guarantee Lin Qingyu's safety or exert full effort. Lin Qingyu gazes incredulously at the familiar yet strange visage of your avatar, gritting her teeth as she promises to grant an additional 10,000 upon their return. At the very least 20,000. As the time to depart approached, a voice asked whether to proceed. At that moment, a horde of goblins erupted from their lair, their fierce and frenzied demeanor immediately shattering Lin Qingyu's psychological defenses. "I'll join." You hurry to the front. Lin Qingyu relented, and upon receiving the promised assistance, eagerly charged forward. "How can you still call me a sycophant? Your demeanor is far more servile." Lin Ko could not help but comment, yet the avatar in the simulation offered no reply. Thus commenced the brutal conquest battle. As the assessment team ventured into the den, countless goblins, alerted to the presence of humans, surged toward them like a frenzy. Your avatar and the assessment team were soon embroiled in a fierce struggle. Fortunately, your avatar was a level 10 first transformation warrior, having learned the bronze tier skill bullying, specifically designed for dealing with weaker foes. This bestowed upon your avatar an exceptional immunity to damage against the goblins, most of whom were only level 5. The goblin's claws merely scratched the surface of your avatar's flesh, inflicting no irreparable harm that could not be healed. While pain was inevitable, your avatar experienced neither physical sensation nor the emotions of fear and trepidation that could hinder combat effectiveness. The mere flesh wounds were insufficient to warrant even a frown, and unlike the ordinary human practitioners, your avatar did not falter under attack. Your avatar stood like an unyielding pillar amidst the chaos, impervious to the onslaught of monsters, while the more gifted members of the assessment team retreated in fear of pain. In an instant, you, an auxiliary member, transformed into the frontline shield for the entire team. Observing this scene, the team leader swiftly suppressed the shock within and commanded all members to stabilize the line behind your avatar. The formidable firepower of the silver and even golden tier gifted practitioners, after a brief moment of panic, quickly regrouped under the captain's guidance. With the support of your avatar, who had successfully withstood the monster's assault, they unleashed their might once more. In no time, an array of invaluable bronze tier skills rained down upon your avatar, decimating the level 5 goblins in droves, significantly alleviating the pressure on your avatar. Subsequently, your avatar, alongside the assessment team members, pressed forward and established a defensive position at a narrow passage. Reality differs vastly from a model-overlapping online game. The goblins lacked the ability to alter the terrain. Thus, by leveraging the geographical advantage, the overwhelming numbers of goblins could be effectively constrained. Despite their vast numbers, the goblins could only advance one by one, enabling your avatar to achieve the remarkable feat of holding the line against innumerable foes. Relying on the terrain, the once precarious situation swiftly transformed into one of ease. The assessment team, regaining their composure, showcased the combat techniques they had acquired during their time at school. They formed groups of 3, alternating between engaging in battle and recuperating. The ordinary monsters of mere level 5 posed no threat to this elite cadre, whose lowest rank was 7 and who were outfitted with nearly complete sets of bronze, silver, and even gold-tier equipment. Each member had invariably mastered bronze-level skills ahead of time. Even Lin Qingyu, perceived as a mere trifler in the eyes of the avatar, demonstrated the prowess befitting an individual endowed with golden-level talent. As a wielder of the arcane source aptitude, she possessed 5 times the mana of an ordinary practitioner and could replenish her mana at an equivalent rate. With the aid of certain enchanted gear that accelerated her mana recovery, she could even unleash low-level spells without limit. At this juncture, your avatar was substituted, for with the stabilization of the situation, the onslaught of monsters no longer posed a threat to the assessment team. Instead, it had morphed into a veritable feast for experience acquisition. Although they faced a level suppression of 2 or more, reducing their experience gains to a mere 25 of the initial value, the sheer number of goblins was overwhelming. Even if each goblin only afforded 2 experience points to each member, the hundreds amassed were sufficient for them to ascend a level, and they naturally would not allow the avatar to claim any share of this experience. Your avatar remained silent, for the world is inherently unjust. No matter how brilliantly he performed, a bronze-level aptitude would always render him merely a competent pawn, incapable of standing shoulder to shoulder as an equal comrade. However, as a mercenary, he had never expected to receive the privileges of a regular soldier. For him, the reward of wealth sufficed. This grand harvest of experience endured for a full 17 hours. Throughout this period, despite incessant attempts by goblins, and even higher-tier goblin elites, to breach the assessment team's defenses, their harmonious collaboration rendered all efforts futile. At last, the final goblin, whimpering, was dispatched by the team members. The monster lair before them had effectively lost its capacity for resistance. All that remained was to destroy the magical crystal at the heart of the lair, which would obliterate the gathering point entirely, ensuring that for at least several years, no significant horde of monsters would assemble in the vicinity. Aside from your avatar, every member of the assessment team reaped bounteous rewards. Not only were they on the brink of completing their assessment and thus securing their status as core members of the Iron Blood Society, but the levels of the team members also experienced remarkable breakthroughs amidst the fray. In addition, there exists a plethora of dropped items. Although the vast majority comprises worthless equipment lacking even a tier designation, there are occasional precious ores such as gold and mithril that emerge. The market value of the metals extracted from these ores generally ranges from 500 to 20,000 federal coins per gram. Even if we calculate that 1 ton of ore yields merely 10 grams of valuable metal, the worth of these dropped ores would exceed 500,000 federal coins. Everything appeared to be proceeding smoothly, and it seemed that this assessment task would conclude flawlessly. However, as the assessment team ventured into the core area of the monster's lair, your doppelganger sensed an underlying complexity in the unfolding events. It is crucial to recognize that this is a monster's den. If such a lair could be so effortlessly dismantled, would there be a need for a task force to eradicate it? Surely, any group of seasoned adventurers could wipe out the lair, and it would no longer pose a significant threat to humanity in such large numbers. Carrying this sense of unease, your doppelganger discreetly lagged a few paces behind the assessment team. While he indeed accepted Lin Qingyu's payment, the doppelganger lacked any sense of contractual obligation. Any threats to the team would need to be traversed over his fallen form. He would only speak if necessary, and in the face of real danger, he would flee faster than anyone else. Yet, immersed in the joy of their bounty, the assessment team remained oblivious to the doppelganger's unusual behavior. To them, the monsters in this lair seemed to have been thoroughly eradicated. Even a few stragglers posed no threat. Thus, no one paid heed to whether the doppelganger continued to pave the way for them. As the adage goes, joy leads to sorrow. Although not precisely the same, the ensuing events were remarkably similar. Just as the members of the assessment team, with unyielding momentum, entered the heart of the monster's lair and were on the verge of reaching the magic crystal, a creature named Dolinair, a level 10 draconic goblin warlock, suddenly emerged from the darkness of the mine. Designated as a boss, though not a lord, a named boss is a far cry from a mere ordinary boss. Moreover, wild boss encounters lack any strategy for reference. Everything remains shrouded in uncertainty. In a mere moment, the assessment team, despite their previous triumph over thousands of goblins, suffered severe casualties. 2 frontline members, positioned too closely, were caught directly in the draconic breath of the warlock boss. Although the actual damage inflicted by the breath was insufficient to threaten their lives, the agony of the burns was a torment few could withstand. The 2 frontliners immediately collapsed to the ground, howling in anguish, their pain compelling them to roll frantically, entirely oblivious to the dreadful repercussions their actions would unleash upon the entire team. Without any frontline defense, the draconic goblin warlock boss Dolinair charged towards the remaining members of the assessment team. The last 2 frontline fighters, a scout and a swordsman, fell as easily as a child, and in mere moments, Dolinair was upon the rear line members, closing in with alarming swiftness. At this moment, the rear-line practitioners had only just begun to launch an attack against Doralinial. Unlike the dungeon bosses, whose damage could be quantified during encounters, the strikes in reality seemed to merely tickle Doralinial, who, seemingly unaffected, surged into the ranks of the assessment team. Almost immediately, torrents of dragon breath erupted forth like a boundless inferno, filling the cavern with the anguished cries of the assessment members, rendering any notion of organized retaliation futile. Meanwhile, a clone that had lagged a few steps behind the assessment team managed to evade the chaos, but upon witnessing the scene, it instinctively turned and fled. Yet, after only a few strides, the clone abruptly halted its retreat and pivoted back, charging fiercely toward Doralinial, who was ruthlessly targeting the incapacitated members of the assessment team. This sudden change of heart was not born from a newfound sense of altruism, but rather from the recollection of a previous simulation, where, after being forcibly expelled, the clone had seen Lin Qingyu, already at level 15, nestled in the embrace of a man. If Lin Qingyu had survived to level 15 in the first simulation, there was no reason to believe she would perish in this assessment. Moreover, this was merely an internal evaluation within a student organization. Despite the Iron Blood Society being led by the illustrious Zhong Heng of Donghua University, the president remained, at his core, just a student. What audacity would he possess to gamble with the lives of so many alumni, especially those with silver or even golden tier talents? Such a logic suggested that all was merely an illusion. Regardless of Doralinial's terrifying display, the assessment members had no real cause for concern. If he were to flee, upon Lin Qingyu's return, the clone would be liable for triple the breach penalty. 80,000 multiplied by 3 equated to 240,000, a sum that could very well cost the clone its life. Grasping this reality, the clone boldly charged toward Doralinial, urging the members of the assessment team to conquer their fears and resist valiantly. Chapter 14. 4 Years of University. As your avatar valiantly grappled with the formidable Dolanial, its health points plummeted under the relentless onslaught of Dolanial's attacks, teetering on the brink of collapse. Suddenly, a barrage of powerful strikes erupted from the passage behind your avatar, striking Dolanial with tremendous force. Previously, Dolanial had seemed impervious to any assault, as if merely being tickled. However, Upon receiving these potent skills, it emitted a wretched wail, its massive form staggering backward until it collided with the cavern's stone wall, finally coming to a halt. Shortly thereafter, several figures emerged from the tunnel of the mine, including fully armed warriors, stealthy scouts lurking in the shadows, and a priest clad in sanctified garb. Yet, the most captivating among them was a sorcerer wielding a redwood staff, whose hair danced like flames in the air. Zongheng, your avatar instantly recognized this illustrious figure from Donghua University, the possessor of the stellar-level talent, Flame Lord, who, when casting any fire-based magic, could bypass the enemy's magical defenses and fire resistances, while designating 3 innate fire spells to amplify their power by 1,000 and reduce their cooldown by 50. Surrounding him were undoubtedly the formidable allies who had fought alongside Zongheng since his freshman days. Without exception, they were endowed with Earth-level or even Sky-level talents, with the least among them being seasoned Golden Tier professionals who had undergone 3 job advancements. In the initial simulation, they constituted the unwavering core of the Iron-Blooded Legion. Under their command, even the most formidable of wilderness lords succumbed to their relentless assault within 3 minutes. Although Dolanial was a level 10 named boss, 5 levels higher than the previous wilderness lord encountered by the Iron-Blooded Legion, Zongheng and his companions had yet to attain the prowess that would later define them as the leaders and core of the Legion. However, the disparity between a lord and a named boss was equally vast, rendering any comparison moot. Under the tenfold amplification of the Flame Lord's magic, Dolanial was rendered virtually defenseless. Within mere minutes, the once mighty Dolanial, who had single-handedly annihilated the entire assessment team, met its demise without resistance, leaving behind 2 items that gleamed with pure white light, familiar to your avatar. Fortune smiles upon us. We have obtained 2 pieces of stellar-level equipment, though regrettably, they are of insufficient level. We shall reserve them for future rewards for newcomers, remarked the warrior who had slain Dolanial, as he collected the 2 shimmering items. At this moment, Zongheng directed his gaze towards the battered form of his doppelganger. With a subtle signal, a priest clad in holy attire promptly cast a potent healing spell upon the doppelganger, instantly restoring all the damage it had previously sustained. In this very moment, the doppelganger was rewarded with a rare item, the reverse scale of Dolanial, a treasure of earth-grade quality, which could serve as a material for future advancement to a silver-tier warrior, valued at over 50,000 federal coins in the market. However, in the grand scheme of star-grade equipment, this reward was merely a trifling sum. The doppelganger did not negotiate, fully aware that the weak possess no bargaining power against the strong. Not only Zongheng, but even the members of the Iron Blood Society's assessment team, who lay groaning on the ground, were beyond his reach. Primarily, the doppelganger was already in possession of 80,000 coins from Lin Qingyu, rendering the scale an unexpected boon. With a keen sense of self-awareness, the doppelganger swiftly stowed the scale in his backpack and awaited Lin Qingyu's recovery, reminding her not to forget the agreed payment upon their return. To the doppelganger's surprise, Lin Qingyu, who was typically unreasonable, showed no intent to default on her debt. Although her tone and demeanor remained harsh, she did not deny her promise of 20,000 federal coins. Following this near-death experience, Lin Qingyu seemed to have undergone a transformation. What change could that insufferable woman possibly undergo? Lin Ku scoffed, dismissing the notion. A tea-girl who only accepts gifts without offering any tangible value in return. How much could she truly change? Perhaps she would merely shift from green tea to black tea. Nevertheless, the doppelganger was indifferent to Lin Qingyu's transformation. For him, as long as she adhered to their agreement regarding payment, her future character held no significance. Simulation is, after all, merely simulation. Whether to pursue Lin Qingyu for the harm inflicted upon the original body was a matter for the main entity to contemplate. The doppelganger's sole focus was to strive for strength within the simulation. Harboring such thoughts, the doppelganger returned to a semblance of normal life, concealing his encounter with the Iron Blood Society's assessment team. Under his indifferent treatment, the members of the assessment team who had added him as a friend gradually ceased to contact him, save for their captain, Shinqin, who occasionally sent greetings. In the second month following the commencement of the simulation, the average level of the Crimson Team, to which the doppelganger belonged, finally surpassed level 8, allowing them to challenge the level 7 campus dungeon, the Resting Graveyard. By the fourth month of the simulation, despite facing a daunting experience penalty, the Doppelgänger's level broke through to 11. Members of the Crimson team began to surpass level 9, and the level 7 dungeon could no longer satisfy the team's questing needs. You commenced preparations to challenge the level 8 dungeon, the Wandering Night Town. However, before embarking on this formidable endeavor, a momentous event unfolded for your avatar. With the passage of time, your avatar's first semester at Donghua University culminated. Unlike the previous life where the director expelled him, this time, although your avatar merely awakened a bronze-level talent, his performance was commendable among the ordinary students. The Crimson Squad, to which your avatar belonged, ranked among the top teams of the same year, and as a result, rather than facing expulsion, your avatar was awarded a scholarship of 10,000 federal coins. The news returned to your village, and the villagers brimmed with pride on your behalf. Upon reading this, Link felt a wave of nostalgia. It became evident that the villager satisfaction stemmed from something so simple. Fortuitously, he had unlocked the system panel, allowing him the possibility of altering his fate. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss on how to confront those villagers who had collectively supported his university education. Simultaneously, Link finally grasped the disparity between those who awakened bronze talents and those possessing golden talents. The Crimson Squad was already distinguished among bronze-level teams, yet even so, after an entire semester, their average level barely reached 9. In stark contrast, Lin Qingyu, a holder of a golden talent, boasted an impressive level of 15, a full 6-level gap. In reality, the effort to bridge this divide could easily span more than 2 semesters. As levels become increasingly difficult to ascend, the apparent 6-level difference belies a vast chasm in experience. Your avatar had only managed to elevate his level by 1 throughout the semester, serving as testament to this. In this regard, the extreme emphasis on talent within the professional community is somewhat justifiable. Not being expelled from Donghua University held profound significance for your avatar. This meant he would no longer need to venture into the wilderness for training. Instead, he could remain safely on campus for 4 years and 8 semesters, like any ordinary university student. By leveraging the low-risk dungeons available at the university, he could safely elevate his level to at least 20. The progression indeed unfolded as your avatar anticipated. In the 8th month following the simulation's commencement, the entire Crimson Squad broke through to level 10, and your avatar embarked on a month-long endeavor to facilitate the job transition tasks for his teammates. During this period, to address the heightened difficulty of the dungeon's post-transition, the Crimson Squad recruited 2 additional members, a swordsman and a hunter. 12 months later, your avatar and the Crimson Squad advanced to their 2nd year, with your avatar achieving level 13, while the other members of the squad also surpassed level 11. Some have begun to refer to your doppelganger as senior, and even freshmen seek guidance from your doppelganger regarding strategies within the campus dungeon. There are also charming junior girls who have sent love letters to your doppelganger, but those lacking such interest have summarily rejected them, leading to rumors circulating on campus regarding your doppelganger's sexual orientation. 2 years later, your doppelganger, now in the 3rd year, has reached level 16, while the average level of the members of the Crimson Squad has also surpassed level 15. With the elevation in levels, the role of your doppelganger within the team has diminished significantly, with the once keen intuition transforming into stark reality. Team members benefiting from parental support are economically more comfortable, enabling them to acquire more luxurious equipment and skills, even utilizing disposable items that temporarily enhance combat prowess. In contrast, your doppelganger relies almost entirely on the distribution of loot from the team, having yet to assemble a complete set of bronze-level equipment above level 10. The notion of using expensive potions and disposable items during critical moments remains a distant dream. Members of the team have begun to voice grievances regarding your doppelganger's reluctance to invest in themselves, struggling to comprehend why a distinguished student from Donghua University leads such a frugal existence. A frontline fighter who hesitates to utilize potions, enchantments, or items, even with top-tier bronze-level talent, seems to lack significance. Ultimately, their effectiveness may even be eclipsed by an ordinary holder of bronze-level talent. The crux of the matter is that your doppelganger can no longer shoulder the bulk of the boss's firepower alone as they did in the early days. If this continues, to ensure the team's efficiency and safety in strategy execution, they will be compelled to add another frontline member to maintain stability in the front line. However, increasing the number of members would mean further dividing the spoils. A profit originally shared among 9 would need to be split among 10, undoubtedly diminishing the rate of advancement for the members of the Crimson Squad. Accustomed to the near-guardian strength exhibited by your doppelganger in the early stages, the members of the Crimson Squad cannot accept the current diminished capability. Yet, within the confines of absolute fair distribution, they cannot deny your doppelganger their rightful share of the loot, leaving them with no choice but to exert continuous pressure on team leader Zhang Jingyi. This discontent is particularly pronounced among 2 new members who have not benefited from the early assistance of your doppelganger and are especially dissatisfied with the perceived stinginess. Fortunately, Zhang Jingyi has managed to quell the disarray within the team, ensuring that your doppelganger's primary tank position remains unshaken. However, how long can she maintain this order? Link scoffed, already doubting your doppelganger's standing within the Crimson Squad. The final semester at Donghua University also marks the last sprint. Upon completing this semester, students who surpass level 15 shall graduate with satisfactory results, thus granting them the opportunity to join prominent civil organizations in key positions. Those exceeding level 20 and who have undergone a second job transition may even be directly recruited by the federal government to serve as federal police, investigative agents, or military officers. Truly a path filled with boundless potential. The enduring value of a steadfast team, which can maintain its core members until graduation, is truly remarkable. Even the battle groups are inclined to welcome such squads with open arms. The ultimate aspiration of the Crimson Squad is precisely this. With their bronze-level talents, their theoretical ceiling is limited to the lower echelons of federal officials, rendering entry into the battle groups nearly impossible. However, should every member elevate their level beyond 20, the intrinsic value of their team could attract the attention of the battle groups, potentially allowing them to become an independent unit under the auspices of the battle groups, thus attaining a status and authority that transcends that of grassroots governance. This is not an unattainable goal, for as the 7th semester draws to a close, the average level of the Crimson Squad has reached an astonishing 19. Their rapid progression can be attributed to their shift in focus during the 7th semester. They have advanced beyond mere dungeon raids and have begun to venture into wilderness areas previously ravaged by battle groups for rigorous training. Chapter 15. Joining the police department. Though the spoils of battle in the wilderness sometimes pale in comparison to the losses sustained in medicine and supplies, the experience gained is undeniably tangible. This is the very reason why the Crimson Squad consistently stands out among ordinary teams. According to Captain Zhang Jingyi, she has begun receiving inquiries from leaders of battle groups. Should the entire Crimson Squad achieve their second-class transition by the end of the final semester, they would be recognized as an independent unit under the battle group's jurisdiction. Undoubtedly, this presents a tantalizing temptation. While becoming an independent team within the battle group may not afford the same prestige as being a core member, it still grants them the status of direct affiliates, significantly elevating their standing above local factions. The benefits reaped from venturing forth under the aegis of the battle group would far surpass those available to the average individual. To realize this ambition, the entire Crimson Squad is imbued with vigor during this final semester, including your avatar. Remarkably, thanks to the squad's efforts, what was initially projected to take 3 months to reach level 20 was accomplished in a mere 70 days. This early achievement afforded the squad members an abundance of time to prepare for their class transitions. Your avatar was particularly exhilarated, as possessing the reverse scale of Dolanial provided ample silver tier boss materials necessary for the transition. With the assistance of the team, your avatar could undertake the transition challenge and emerge as a silver tier professional, distinguished even within the human realm. As for the more distant path, your avatar has chosen not to ponder further. He understands that even by merely going with the flow and becoming a member of an independent team under the battle group, his future holds promise. There exists the potential to reach the realm of gold-tier warriors, even with a bronze-tier talent. Yet, alas, while aspirations are beautiful, reality can be harsh. Upon applying for the transition task at the Awakening Orb within the school, and submitting the necessary materials, your avatar was tasked with defeating a boss of any level exceeding 20. In response to his request for assistance from team members to complete this transition mission, Captain Zhang Jingyi, after a moment of silence, delivered news that struck like a bolt from the blue. This news was that, following the recommendations of the majority of Crimson Squad members, They had decided to expel the gradually mediocre Avatar and accept a new member, Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao, the steadfast possessor of Silver Tier talent, is a level 21 Silver Knight. Previously a mainstay in a Silver Tier squad, he began to operate independently in his third year due to internal discord within his team, subsequently drifting between various squads while maintaining his individual identity. Although the steadfast talent is rather unremarkable among Silver Tier abilities, Zhou Hao remains a sought-after candidate among many Silver Tier teams. Generally, he would not consider joining a team as humble as the Crimson Squad, which is regarded as Bronze Tier. However, circumstances have shifted. During Zhou Hao's departure from the previous Silver Tier team, he created quite a scene, offending his former teammates. Consequently, many Silver Tier teams hesitated to recruit Zhou Hao, mindful of the repercussions from that Silver Tier group, which hindered their ability to offer him a satisfactory arrangement. Furthermore, the Crimson team has now secured an entry pass for an independent squad under the Battle Group. Although still classified as a Bronze Tier team, the Crimson team status has ascended, rivaling that of ordinary Silver Tier teams. Additionally, the Crimson team may be willing to make certain concessions for Zhou Hao, who has long been without a team and has fallen behind his contemporaries among Silver Tier professionals in terms of rank. Thus, the prospect of accepting the Crimson team's invitation has become feasible for him. Upon learning all this, the Avatar felt a wave of absurdity wash over him. He could not comprehend how swiftly human sentiments could shift. Did they not realize that the Crimson team's ascent among Bronze Tier teams was significantly attributed to his assistance? Without his sacrifices as a level 10 Bronze Tier warrior in the early stages, and without his leadership that propelled the Crimson team to exceed the challenges of high-level dungeons, how could they justify their superiority over other Bronze Tier teams? Was it merely due to their so-called equitable distribution policy, or the mediocrity of their Bronze Tier talent? No, perhaps they were aware of this, but with the Avatar no longer capable of leading them to greater heights, they chose to discard him, deeming him a liability, and instead embraced a more formidable frontline professional. Their decision seemed reasonable, especially as the Crimson team approached graduation and began attracting attention from the Battle Group. It is only natural for them to seek to enhance their value and strengthen their roster. Yet, it is undeniable that the Avatar emerged as the sole casualty in this scenario. What further incensed the Avatar was Zhou Hao's demand to receive an additional share of the spoils, rejecting the notion of equitable distribution. Ironically, the Crimson team, which prided itself on its absolute fairness, did not uphold this principle in Zhou Hao's case but acquiesced to his demands instead. Such duplicity, catering to personal interests, underscored the absurdity of the Avatar's previous compromise. Especially disheartening was the fact that even Zhang Jingyi, the idealistic captain in the Avatar's eyes, silently condoned this alteration of rules, revealing the darker facets of human nature. The Avatar chose not to argue or create a scene. Expelled from the team and stripped of all advantages, he harbored no intention of retaliating against the Crimson team. In this seemingly harmonious yet fundamentally predatory world, no one would advocate for him. Engaging in futile disputes would likely only lead to further humiliation. The Avatar buried his feelings deep within, understanding that although he was powerless against the Crimson team in this simulation, it did not imply that he would be unable to repay the humiliation he endured 100-fold in the future, whether in subsequent simulations or reality. Ha ha ha. Now that is my Avatar. Upon reaching this point, Link burst into joyous laughter. He is indifferent to the heinous nature of the Crimson team. Long before the Doppelganger sacrificed its own interests to maintain the stability of the team, Link had already harbored doubts about the Doppelganger's fate within the Crimson team. What truly concerned him was the Doppelganger's attitude towards the Crimson team after all that had transpired. If the Doppelganger continued to empathize with them unconditionally, Link would indeed need to contemplate whether to curtail the Doppelganger's autonomy within the simulation. Fortunately, while the Doppelganger could comprehend the choices made by the Crimson team, it had not extended forgiveness. Empathy is one thing. Acceptance is quite another. The Doppelganger remained acutely aware of this distinction. As for Link's stance, it goes without saying. If the Crimson team chose to harm his Doppelganger to bolster their own bargaining power and secure their future interests, they should not be surprised when he, the original, seeks retribution for the Doppelganger. Even the Iron Blood Society could not escape Link's ledger. How could a mere bronze-level team dare to play such games within the simulation? They truly did not grasp the gravity of their folly. It is worth noting that the doppelganger had reached level 20 in this simulation. Level 20 signifies that the doppelganger will be able to unlock the second tier of silver level simulations in the next iteration, thereby gaining the right to simulate with silver level talents. There would be no need for Link to intervene. In the forthcoming simulation, the doppelganger, endowed with silver level talents, would reclaim all the injustices suffered in this round. Alas, that is a matter for the next simulation. At this crucial juncture, being expelled from the team just before graduation, the doppelganger would suffer immensely from this negative impact. It is no exaggeration to say that the doppelganger's prospects in this simulation have been irrevocably severed by the actions of the Crimson Team. As you predicted, the doppelganger, expelled from the team at the final node, had no time to seek out another suitable team willing to accept them. By the conclusion of the last semester's critical timeline, your doppelganger had failed to find a team to embrace them, and could only face campus recruitment as a level 20 solitary wanderer, without having completed their class transition. Despite having achieved level 20, they had not completed their transition. Though they had a designated team, they were cast out at the last moment. To the various departments and private organizations involved in campus recruitment, this undoubtedly posed significant concerns. They were unaware of the injustices your doppelganger endured within the Crimson Team and would naturally assume there were certain deficiencies in your doppelganger. Fortunately, your doppelganger still boasted a commendable level 20, and the life resistance talent was indeed a standout among bronze-level talents, preventing outright rejection. However, their treatment was considerably inferior compared to that of a typical level 20 professional. After much struggle, your doppelganger ultimately accepted an offer from the District 3 Police Department of Donghua City, taking on the role of a level 3 police sergeant, tasked with overseeing smuggling operations in the district. Although to the average person, securing a position within the police department is a remarkable achievement, particularly when one is bestowed with the title of sheriff right from the outset, earning the admiration of your fellow townsfolk for your academic accomplishments. Those within the professional circles understand a different truth. The truly exceptional practitioners are invariably found amidst the battalions and military ranks. At the very least, they reside within elite organization special operations or serve as esteemed federal agents. Being relegated to a local police station and becoming a civilian practitioner casts doubt on whether one is truly superior to the latter. From the perspective of Earthlings, this notion may seem illogical, yet it reflects the prevailing hierarchy of practitioners in this world. Practitioners are regarded as exalted and extraordinary beings. Even the most mediocre among them, as long as they can continue to conquer dungeons and cultivate uncharted territories, are deemed formidable warriors, heroes capable of bestowing resources and contributions upon humanity. However, entering the mundane realm and interacting with ordinary citizens diminishes their status, relegating them to the ranks of the commonplace. This situation mirrors the hierarchy found in cultivation novels, where even the most downtrodden cultivators retain their lofty status, thus possessing the audacity to look down upon those who dwell in the mundane world. Lin Ku clapped his hands in realization. Yet, this choice represents the best option for your avatar. While joining a civilian organization allows for continued exploration in the wilderness, such entities lack a structured system and often exploit practitioners, resulting in a high casualty rate. Rather than coveting the meager gains snatched from the hands of civilian practitioners, it is far more prudent to serve within the federal local government, where at least there are internal dungeons available for conquest. Thus, on the 3rd District Police Force in Donghua City, your avatar officially commenced their duties 11 years and 3 months post-Awakening Day, attaining the rank of 3rd-level sheriff. Upon assuming office, your avatar showed little inclination to engage in the management of the police department. Aside from tasks assigned by the chief and the captain, most of their time was devoted to exploring dungeon strategies, eagerly awaiting the refresh of protection values before embarking on new challenges. Due to the lack of sufficiently skilled teammates within the precinct, your avatar could only team up with a Black Iron level priest, an old officer with a commendable level of 15. This limitation hindered your avatar's ability to tackle higher level dungeons, significantly impacting both experience acquisition and dungeon rewards. After 3 years within the police department, your avatar's rank ascended to 2nd-level sheriff, and they finally amassed enough funds to hire civilian mercenaries. Utilizing financial prowess, your avatar, alongside the hired mercenaries, successfully completed a job change challenge within a civilian dungeon, transitioning into a silver-level warrior. This accomplishment granted an additional 100 attribute points and opened the door to advanced learning of golden level skills. Regrettably, this qualification proved to be of little utility. Golden level skills are priced at over $1 million, a sum far beyond the means of a mere patrol officer. Without advanced skills, your avatar is merely a mediocre presence among silver-tier warriors. Coupled with the agonizing realization of lacking formidable allies within the police department, you come to understand that persisting in this manner may prevent you from reaching level 25 even until the end of your days. Longing for an empowered avatar, you resolve to take an unconventional path. During a mission aimed at dismantling the smuggling of illicit secondary items, confronted by the desperate pleas of a smuggler, your avatar coldly proposed a reward of 100,000 federal coins. The smuggler, taken aback, was not astonished by the sum itself, but rather by the sheer incredulity of a silver-tier professional serving as a mere sheriff in a local precinct. The audacity to solicit a bribe from such a shady character was indeed a rarity among rarities. Without a moment's hesitation, the smuggler promptly provided an account and a location, eagerly expressing a desire to forge a friendship with your avatar. Chapter 16. Corrupt Law Enforcement. As a sheriff, your doppelganger toils tirelessly for an entire month, yet the cumulative bonuses and allowances barely amount to a monthly income exceeding 20,000 federal coins. However, capturing a single smuggler and showing him a modicum of mercy could effortlessly yield a ransom exceeding 100,000 federal coins, equivalent to nearly half a year's salary for the sheriff. It is a temptation that few can withstand. Ordinary officers refrain from succumbing to such a lure due to their fear of federal law's retribution and oversight, driven by beliefs and aspirations that transcend mere monetary gain. Yet, your doppelganger dares to tread this perilous path, even if he understands that once he reaches out, the day of exposure is inevitable. This is merely a simulation. Furthermore, the risks of pioneering ventures far outweigh those of embezzlement. What does he have to fear? Beliefs and aspirations? What faith or ambition could a mere doppelganger possess? Growing stronger is his belief. Accumulating wealth is his pursuit. In this merciless world, rife with injustice and ingratitude, it is unworthy of my guardianship. Having tasted the bitter and sweet of human experience in the first simulation, and now enduring the tragic betrayal by a team dedicated to selflessness in this latest simulation, your doppelganger has become thoroughly disillusioned with this morbid world. Wait, that's not entirely accurate. There are still many good people in the world, just like our fellow villagers. Link hastily attempts to salvage his doppelganger's extreme views. Your doppelganger concedes that there is some merit to your words, yet regrettably, he has already crossed the point of no return. After receiving his first ransom, your doppelganger established a connection with a smuggler known as Fat Tiger. Each month, Fat Tiger finds ways to bestow substantial sums of money upon your doppelganger, sometimes exceeding 100,000 federal coins, and at the very least, 5 to 60,000. All your doppelganger must do is to provide him with advance warnings during police raids. Under your doppelganger's protection, Fat Tiger's smuggling operations flourished, leading him to establish a gang named Nightingale, recruiting numerous seasoned, skilled individuals. Nearly half of the smuggling trade of secondary items in District 3 of Donghua City now falls under the dominion of Fat Tiger and Nightingale. The entanglement between your doppelganger and Fat Tiger deepens to an inseparable degree, yet your doppelganger remains unfazed. As their bond strengthens, Fat Tiger's offerings become increasingly generous, with monthly returns from Fat Tiger now astonishingly reaching 300,000 federal coins. Thanks to Fat Tiger's generous contributions, in just half a year, you have acquired a coveted silver-grade skill book, Silver Battle Chi. This tome allows warriors to convert their stamina into energy, enveloping themselves to mitigate damage or unleashing it as a wide-area attack. It is revered as the most formidable silver-grade skill among warriors. Possessing it, your avatar can truly be regarded as a genuine silver-class warrior. On the very day of acquiring the Silver Aura, your avatar ventured alone into the high-level precinct dungeon, Raging City, which boasted a staggering level of 15. Armed with the fierce Silver Aura, they effortlessly cleaved through adversaries as if slicing through vegetables, swiftly vanquishing the first dungeon boss, a task that previously required a grueling day or even two to barely overcome. Following a fierce battle, your avatar successfully felled the subsequent second dungeon boss, only to retreat in the face of the third boss, whose level had reached 20, overwhelmed by their ferocious onslaught. In this dungeon run, your avatar finally ascended to level 21. Moreover, they obtained a secondary item valued at 80,000 federal coins within the dungeon. Unfortunately, the spoils of the precinct dungeon ultimately belonged to the precinct itself, leaving you bereft of ownership over these treasures. At most, you could anticipate a slightly more generous bonus at the month's end. Fortunately, with the profits provided by Fat Tiger, your avatar no longer coveted such trifling amounts. Upon exiting the dungeon, your avatar reflected on the encounter with the third dungeon boss, contemplating that with a bit more caution, more refined maneuvers, and an assisting hand to aid in recovery, they might not have been without the possibility of defeating the third boss. Regrettably, the restoration of protective value requires a full week, preventing your avatar from immediately validating their thoughts, and thus they temporarily set aside the notion of conquering the dungeon. 2 days later, while idly passing time at the precinct, your avatar stumbled upon a peculiar breaking news segment. The report detailed a sudden global surge in monster aggregation sites and an unprecedented number of wilderness lords, with numerous peripheral cities facing an unparalleled tide of wild beasts, resulting in the obliteration of over 30 human cities. However, before your avatar could ponder the implications of this breaking news, it swiftly transformed into a deleted by publisher status, rendering the content invisible. Without further thought, your avatar dismissed the news, and as night fell, they made their way to the township area of District 3, where they found Fat Tiger, who had become a minor figure of influence in the district. Fat Tiger recounted the troubles faced by the Nightingale gang, explaining that a little rogue nicknamed Pot Lid was usurping their business, and that the 2 professionals he dispatched to deal with the matter had gone missing. Lacking the desire to directly involve themselves in gang disputes, your avatar did not provide Fat Tiger with the response he hoped for. Instead, they advised him to exercise caution and promised to seek an opportunity to utilize the precinct's resources to deal with this audacious upstart. After accepting a rather generous token of gratitude, your avatar departed from Fat Tiger's presence and was on their way back to the precinct when, suddenly, a flurry of footsteps surrounded them. To their astonishment, a group of masked thugs encircled them. Without hesitation, a short-haired boy, barely over 1.6 meters tall and seemingly no older than 16 or 17, stepped directly from the crowd to confront your doppelganger. He initiated the conversation with, "You are the corrupt officer behind Fat Tiger, aren't you?" Connecting this to Fat Tiger's earlier remarks, your doppelganger quickly responded, "So you are the one Fat Tiger referred to as Pot Lid? Excellent, it seems I have not mistaken my target." Pot Lid declared, "This is a gang dispute, and your presence as a police officer poses a significant threat. Thus, I regret to inform you that I must eliminate you here." Your doppelganger chuckled softly, gesturing towards the surrounding throng of ordinary individuals, who were not even professionals, with a hint of derision playing at the corners of his mouth. Pot Lid appeared oblivious to the disdain in your doppelganger's demeanor, nor did he seem to regard the latter's status as a professional. At Pot Lid's command, countless masked thugs brandished their pre-prepared knives and charged towards your doppelganger. Chapter 17. The conclusion of the second simulation. Your avatar has perished. Time of death. Year 19, Day 2, Awakening. Staring blankly at the abruptly halted simulation information, Link's mind struggled to comprehend the situation. It was only when the system's summary details illuminated the screen that he finally regained his senses, realizing that his avatar had met its demise within the simulation. The simulation has concluded. You may retain the following rewards for your avatar. 1. Life resistance, bronze level talent. 2. Level 21 attributes of the avatar. 3. Skills acquired by the avatar, including silver level skill, silver aura, bronze level skill, bullying. 4. Equipment possessed by the avatar, including a level 20 bronze weapon, a level 15 bronze weapon, a level 15 bronze armor, a level 15 bronze bracer, a level 10 silver earring, a level 10 silver boots, and a level 10 bronze ring. Note, you may only select one of these as the avatar simulation reward for free. Additional rewards require further payment of simulation energy. Dead? How could this happen so suddenly? Link found it utterly unacceptable. Just a moment ago, was his avatar not perfectly fine? How could it have perished? A distinguished silver-level professional, slain by a mere group of ordinary individuals? What kind of absurdity is this? Setting aside the matter of rewards for the moment system, I vehemently demand to view the death replay. Link protested. Ding, the death replay is commencing. With a prompt from the system, a scene distinct from the simulation began to unfold before Link's eyes. In the dimly lit, deserted city street stood his avatar, clad in civilian attire and bearing a striking resemblance to Link, expressionless at the center of the road. Surrounding him lay over 30 bodies, all masked, sprawled across the ground. Apart from the avatar, the only living being on the street was a diminutive man, situated less than 20 meters away. You are a silver-level professional? The small man's expression was one of disbelief. A prestigious silver-level professional, instead of venturing into the wilderness to contribute to humanity, you hide in a city, serving as a shield for evil. Is this how you repay the Federation, repay humanity? Is this your dying declaration? The avatar shook his head, preparing to act. For him, such moralistic rhetoric bore no psychological weight whatsoever. The avatar could hardly muster the inclination to argue, for the other party was on the verge of becoming a corpse. Engaging in conversation with the dead was a mere waste of breath. Yet, just as the avatar was about to strike, dying declaration? Ha ha ha, it is you who should be uttering such words. Accompanied by nearly frenzied utterances, a dark shadow suddenly erupted from the small man's figure, transforming in the blink of an eye into a massive creature adorned with wings and jagged fangs. Mappus. Level 19. Observing the information marked above the monster's head by the professional system, a profound sense of bewilderment arose within the mind of the avatar. It was incomprehensible why a named boss could manifest in a human city, and even more perplexing was the sight of this seemingly frail and powerless man, who possessed the ability to summon such a formidable named boss. It was no surprise that the two bronze-tier professionals dispatched by Fat Tiger to confront him had lost contact. Facing a named boss of level 19, even a silver-tier professional who had surpassed level 21 would stand no chance of resistance. The avatar was acutely aware of this reality, understanding that he could not hope to contend with a level 19 named boss, and even the prospect of escape seemed a distant luxury. The only avenue for survival lay in eliminating the diminutive summoner before him. Unfortunately, all efforts were ultimately in vain. Barred by the monster Marpa, the avatar fell just short of half a meter from the frail man, as the creature impaled his heart with a long, dark purple spear, nailing him to the ground. Playback concluded. Link could not help but acknowledge that the avatar's encounter was rather unexpected. Who could have imagined that an obscure and odious creature could possess the means to summon a named boss, and one of level 19 at that? The demise of the avatar, a mere silver-tier professional, was regrettably inevitable. Yet, Link found himself intrigued by the methods employed by this individual to summon and control the named boss. Furthermore, how had such a creature managed to appear unscathed in a human city? It was well known that human cities were protected by guardian domains, which not only prevented the spawning of monsters within their confines but also inflicted substantial and ongoing damage to any wild monsters that dared to invade. Generally, for wild monsters to breach a human city, they would require an army numbering in the millions to exhaust the domain's power through sheer numbers, thus rendering it possible to penetrate the city's defenses. However, the simulated Donghua city had evidently not faced such a monstrous horde, as the domain's strength remained intact. How then had the adversary summoned a named boss within the city? Why had the guardian domain not retaliated against this named boss? Unable to unravel these mysteries, Link decided not to expend further mental energy on the matter. After all, it was merely a level 19 named boss. The avatar in this simulation had proved no match, but the next incarnation might very well be different. Observing the pot lid's appearance, it was clear that at the 9th year of the simulation timeline, he was only around 16 or 17 years of age, suggesting that he might currently be merely 7 or 8. A mere child, incapable of posing a threat to Link's true self in reality. In light of these distant future concerns, having satiated his curiosity about how the avatar had met his demise, Link shifted his focus back to the present. In this simulation, perhaps due to the avatar's remarkable achievements, the system presented 4 options for reward retention. However, the only truly valuable options were the life resistance talent and the level attained by the avatar after 9 years of dedication. Although subsequent equipment and skills boasted exorbitant values, potentially exceeding 2 million federal coins, The reality is that the more valuable an item appears, the more it tends to be devalued. During the initial simulation, Link disregarded the 5 million coin Blood Knight set. How much less should he regard 2 rewards that barely total 2 million? Thus, the question arose, how much simulation energy must I expend to retain both the life resistance talent and the Avatar's level 21 achievement? Link pondered. Chapter 18. The Silver Warrior. Ding. The additional retention of simulated rewards consumes a variable amount of simulated energy, contingent upon the energy expended during the simulation. Furthermore, the cost of retaining each additional reward doubles. If the total simulated energy expended in this session is 100 points, retaining one additional reward would require the expenditure of just that total, which is 100 points of simulated energy. Should one choose to retain 2 additional rewards, the energy required for the second reward would double, amounting to 200 points of simulated energy. Continuing this pattern, the third reward would necessitate 400 points of simulated energy, while the fourth would demand 800 points. In essence, I would only need to expend a total of 1,500 points of energy to obtain all rewards from this simulation. Upon reaching this conclusion, Link's eyes sparkled with excitement. If it were merely 1,500 points of simulated energy, then acquiring all rewards seems to be the most beneficial choice. After all, according to the System S recycling ratio for secondary items, in reality, one would only require secondary items valued at 50 federal coins to exchange for 1 point of simulated energy within the system. Thus, 1,500 points of simulated energy equates to a mere 75,000 federal coins worth of secondary items. If this could be exchanged in the simulation for equipment and skills valued at 2 million federal coins, wouldn't I be able to sell it for 40,000 points of simulated energy and reap nearly 30-fold profits? Tip: equipment retained from the simulation will be bound to the avatar and cannot be sold or traded. The system's recycling value is 0. It seemed the system had sensed Link's intentions to exploit its offerings and promptly issued a warning. Even if the recycling price is 0, it remains entirely worthwhile. I cannot allow my avatar to remain a bare-bones warrior forever. Acquiring skill books and equipment is merely a matter of time. Paying no heed to the system's alert, Link perused the reward options and casually inquired, "System, may I select one reward now and exchange for the others later when I have sufficient simulated energy?" Response to the host: yes, the simulation rewards can be retained until the next simulation begins. As long as the avatar does not engage in the next simulation, the rewards from this session can be permanently retained. Haha, I knew you would be reasonable. Link's expression brightened. Then I shall first select the attributes for my avatar at level 21. Ding! Your avatar has accepted your gift, and its attributes have undergone a transformation. Bound entity. Link's avatar level: 21 experience. 020. 000 profession. Warrior, silver tier. Talent: none strength. 151 constitution. 146 agility. 46 mana. 16 equipment. None skills. None overall rating. Lowest tier silver warrior remaining simulated energy. 26. Simulated energy can be utilized to enhance the main body's talent level, replicate the avatar's talents, and exchange for additional avatar simulations or rewards. The simulated energy can be acquired through the recovery of equipment and items in the real world. Remaining simulation attempts. 0 simulation attempts automatically replenish once per year, and can also be exchanged for simulated energy. It will take another 364 days for the next simulation cooldown to restore. Dual attributes exceeding 100. One can only marvel at the attributes of a silver tier professional who has completed 2 job transitions. Even without any equipment or skills, the avatar's attributes, bolstered solely by level increases and the attribute points awarded from job transitions, far surpass those of the vast majority of bronze tier professionals. With the current attributes of the avatar, it is not merely a level 1 dungeon like the Robber's Den that poses a challenge. Even entering a level 5 dungeon such as the Goblin Tribe would be a simple endeavor. Should the avatar be equipped with skills and gear, its combat prowess would multiply several-fold. At that point, even a level 10 campus dungeon would be unable to withstand the onslaught of this fully realized silver warrior. It is no wonder that high-tier professionals can largely disregard the discrimination of talent. For as long as their level is sufficiently high and their number of job transitions ample, Even those awakened with the most inferior Black Iron Tier talent can compensate for most talent disparities with their formidable attributes and level pressure. Of course, this does not apply to those with celestial level talents. Such prodigious professionals possess the potential to challenge foes of higher tiers, and their rate of leveling up is astonishing. Take Zhong Hang, for instance, who completed his third job transition before even graduating from university. The 18 years of results accumulated by the Avatar through 2 simulations pale in comparison to a mere fraction of his achievements. However, Link's greatest strength lies in avoiding comparisons with those of different tiers. Regardless of Zhong Hang's brilliance, he is already a 4th-year student this year, while Link is merely a first-year freshman. Thus, his comparisons must be with contemporaries. It has come to his attention that among this year's freshmen, the most gifted are 3 individuals with awakened sky-level talents. Yet, even those with sky-level talents can only elevate their levels so far in a single dungeon run. How much experience can one truly gain from a single dungeon run, even if they possess the ability to solo dungeons of the same level? At most, they might reach level 6, which pales in comparison to Link's level 21 Silver Warrior. What does it signify for a newly awakened professional, having just completed their talent awakening less than 2 days ago, to possess an avatar that is a level 21 Silver Warrior? Link's response is one of indifference. He is unconcerned. There is no need to wait for the restoration of protection value. Link charges into the wilderness with his avatar. Previously, he hesitated to venture into the wilderness simply because his level 10 Bronze Warrior avatar did not provide him the sense of security needed to traverse those lands. However, the security that a level 10 Bronze Warrior could not afford is certainly offered by a Silver Warrior. As long as he avoids the perilous depths of the wilderness that have yet to be explored by the battle group, with the avatar's current attributes and strength, he can traverse the low-level wilderness zones with ease. Moreover, Link now has a clear objective: to reach the examination site known as the Kobold Nest, which his avatar encountered during its second simulation with the Iron Blood Society. Based on the information gleaned from the simulation, although the lair of the goblins is teeming with a vast multitude of these creatures, they predominantly consist of numerous low-level goblins. The majority are mere level 5 common monsters, while even the elite goblins barely reach level 8. With the current attributes of the avatar, it is entirely feasible to sweep through them with ease. As long as one refrains from venturing into the core area of the lair, where the named boss Dolonir resides, the avatar, as a Silver Warrior, becomes a veritable deity within the Goblin Den, rendering the possibility of failure non-existent. Chapter 19. Version Update Preview. Although the wilderness is no longer a foreign and enigmatic realm for the avatar within the simulation, it remains Link's inaugural venture into this untamed expanse in reality. Echoing the knowledge gleaned from the memories of his past life, the seemingly tranquil wilderness is, in truth, rife with perilous threats. Even the most inconspicuous insect lurking in the grass by the roadside may harbor the lethal strength of a monster ranked above level 2 or 3, capable of effortlessly dispatching an adult human. Remarkably, this perilous environment has already been traversed by the expedition teams and countless humans, situated within a relatively safe zone near human settlements. If such a supposedly secure area is fraught with danger, one can only imagine the horrific sights that await in the untamed territories yet untouched by human adventurers. It is no wonder that even colossal organizations like the expedition teams frequently report failures and even total annihilation. The wilderness resembles an unfathomable abyss, teeming with unimaginable risks. Thus, I resolved never to tread into uncharted wilderness until I ascend to the ranks of a sky-level powerhouse. With this disquieting thought in mind, Link cautiously trailed behind his avatar, only daring to proceed once the avatar had methodically vanquished the surrounding monsters, securing a safe passage. Although this approach may have slowed his progress, it proved effective, as Link managed to elevate his level to 6 by slaying the creatures of the wilderness on the roughly 10-mile journey from Donghua University to the Goblin Nest. In just 2 days, he transformed from a novice with merely an awakened class panel into a level 6 practitioner. Who would believe that Link was merely a waste with a Black Iron level talent? It would be more fitting to describe him as a prodigy awakened with a stellar level gift. Even more daunting is the knowledge Link possesses regarding the Goblin Nest. He understands that his current advancement in level is merely the beginning. According to the information displayed in the simulation, within the Goblin Nest lies not only a named boss, Doraline, who drops 2 pieces of stellar level equipment, but also thousands of goblin minions. These minions carry ores valued at a total of 500,000 federal coins and possess an abundance of experience capable of elevating an entire squad of 9, with an average level exceeding 7, by 1 level. Link could hardly fathom how his own level would soar if he were to monopolize this experience. Level 9? Perhaps even 10? He did not know, but soon he would have his answer. Following closely behind his avatar and carving a path through the wilderness, Link at last arrived at the entrance of the Goblin Nest's cavern just before nightfall. Casting a glance at the pitch-black cave ahead and hearing the occasional barks emanating from within, he immediately recognized that this cavern was indeed the Goblin Nest from the simulation. Link murmured a silent amen in confirmation, then cast a knowing glance at his doppelganger standing beside him. The doppelganger, understanding the unspoken cue, dashed into the lair without hesitation. In less than 2 minutes, Link, stationed at the entrance of the Gnoll's den, heard the tumultuous sounds of battle echoing from deep within the cavern, accompanied by the anguished cries of the Gnolls as they faced their demise. Soon after, Link's adventurer panel began to flood with frantic notifications. Ding! Your doppelganger has slain a level 5 Gnoll minion, distributing all experience to you. Due to your level being 1 above that of the Gnoll minion, this experience is subject to a 50 reduction penalty. You have gained 50 experience points. Ding! Your doppelganger has slain 11 level 5 Gnoll minions. You have gained 550 experience points. Ding! Your level has increased to level 7. Ding! Your doppelganger has slain 25 level 5 Gnoll minions. Due to your level being 2 above that of the Gnoll minions, this experience gain is subject to a 75 reduction penalty. You have gained 750 experience points. Your doppelganger has slain 2 level 8 Gnoll warriors. Since your level is 1 below that of the Gnoll warriors, this experience gain is increased by 50. You have gained 240 experience points. Your level has increased to level 9. Ding! Your doppelganger has slain. Ding! You have gained. Ding! 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 Your level has risen to level 10. You may now utilize the Awakening Orb once more to undergo a class change, thereby acquiring newfound powers. Beep! Detecting that the host is about to surpass biological limits. This system will undergo an update once the host completes the class transition. Please refer to the host for specific update details. Until a sudden, jarring red notification appeared, starkly contrasting the usual white text of the adventurer panel. Immersed in the exhilaration of his soaring levels, Link abruptly snapped back to reality, staring in bewilderment at the simulation system that had somehow encroached upon his adventurer panel. Enraged, he exclaimed, "What business do you have with my level increase? Why are you meddling? I am thoroughly satisfied with your system's functionality. I see no need for an update. Here, have a 5-star rating and stay put." Link forced a smile that was more akin to a grimace. Following the typical narrative tropes, whenever a system begins to update, it is often a clear indication that it intends to curtail the protagonist's advantages. Cloaked in the guise of an upgrade, it is essentially a means to tether the protagonist, preventing them from becoming excessively powerful. While those other protagonists who wield their cheats aggressively may deserve their fate, what of him? He was merely a tool, catering to the needs of his doppelganger, and even in this diminished role, he found himself ensnared in such a predicament. If the cuts are too severe, I shall simply refrain from changing my profession for the rest of my life. My original self may be somewhat lacking, but I can subsist on my doppelgangers for eternity. With a fierce determination brewing within, Link hastily glanced at the update information posted by the simulation system. In less than 10 seconds, the long face he wore, which was longer than that of a donkey, underwent a dramatic transformation. The version update announcement from the simulation system boldly proclaimed the following enhancements. 1. The privilege to upgrade the doppelganger talent to the bronze level has been unlocked. Upon the original self completing the job transition, the host need only expend 10,000 points of simulation energy to elevate the doppelganger talent to the bronze level. Once upgraded, the doppelganger will gain the following benefits. 1. The host can summon a second doppelganger, which will remain bound to the system and capable of simulation. 2. The bronze level simulation will become complementary, exempting any additional simulation fees. 2. The revival function for doppelgangers has been enabled. After the original self completes the job transition, should a doppelganger tragically perish in the real world, The host may pay a certain amount of simulation points to resurrect the doppelganger. 1. This function is not applicable within simulations. 2. Upon revival, the doppelganger will inherit all talents, attributes, levels, and skills from before its demise, but will not retain any external possessions such as equipment. 3. The simulation points required for revival will be determined by the comprehensive rating of the doppelganger. The higher the rating, the greater the points needed for resurrection. 4. This function has a cooldown period of 15 days which cannot be reduced by any means. Quick! Help me up! Don't waste time with these mutts. We're going to change our profession right now, immediately. Loot? That's something to collect. It's money. One must never forsake money, no matter the circumstances. I'll wait for you at the entrance. Hurry and bring out the spoils. Squatting at the entrance of the dog-headed creature's lair, fully aware of the formidable named boss lurking within, Link shouted towards the doppelgangers inside the lair, refusing to step a foot into the den. Chapter 20 Job Transition and Skill Acquisition. That evening, at Donghua University, in the office of the Qinglong Academy. A job transfer awakening? Lin Ke lifted his gaze to the young man with dark hair before him. Zhang Nanfeng, the student advisor, lazily moved the mouse to awaken the computer screen and casually inquired, "What is your student ID?"
0587. Lin keskiviikko. 0587. Lin keskiviikko.
Zhang Nanfeng repeated the information relayed by the young man. He swiftly entered the student ID into the system and clicked to search. Zhang Nanfeng had performed this task countless times, with over 8,000 students across 4 grades in Qinglong Academy, not to mention those preparing for postgraduate exams. He processed transfer requests daily, often dozens of times. Though it was somewhat bothersome to attend to transfer requests in the middle of the night, it was understandable that some eager practitioners, at such a pivotal moment that could significantly enhance their strength and social standing, were unable to contain their excitement. Moreover, the procedure was not complicated. Following the established protocol, once he input the student ID into the campus system and located the relevant student's information, he could grant access to the awakening room, allowing the student to enter and use the awakening sphere to undertake the transfer task. Beyond that, no additional work was required of him. How monotonous! As an advisor, he found himself repeating such tedious tasks day after day. Had he known it would be like this, he might as well have stayed home to farm. Struggling to muster any enthusiasm, Zhang Nanfeng lazily perused the information on his screen, reciting the nearly formulaic content. Student ID 0587, Qinglong Academy first-year freshman awakener Lin Ke. Identity confirmed. Huh? You're a first year? Suddenly jolted back to reality, Zhang Nanfeng stared in disbelief at the young man with dark hair before him, a wave of irritation rising within him. What business does a first year have coming here at this hour to collect a transfer task? The awakening ceremony for first-year students just took place a few days ago. Hasn't it been merely 2 days? Is this some kind of joke? Is there a rule that first-year students cannot accept transfer tasks? Lin Ke retorted. What did you say? Zhang Nanfeng was almost livid. Do you not realize that the requirement to accept transfer tasks is level 10? You've only just awakened as a practitioner less than 2 days ago. How could you possibly be at level 10? Apologies, but this pertains to personal privacy, and I am not at liberty to disclose that, Lin Ke replied, raising his chin. The information has been confirmed, so I shall proceed to collect the task now. With that, Lin Ke strode directly towards the awakening room without a backward glance. Were it not for the awakening stone being a strategic resource of the Federation, making it difficult to find alternative means of accessing the awakening sphere in the short term, Lin Ke would not have risked exposure to come here and argue over trivialities. Zhang Nanfeng, the instructor, gazed in bewilderment at Link's swaggering figure as he strode away, momentarily at a loss for words to deter him. Since assuming the role of overseer of the awakening spheres at Donghua University, it was the first time a student had dared to speak to him in such a manner. Meanwhile, within the awakening chamber, Link had already begun to commune with the enigmatic power contained within the awakening sphere. Beep, level assessment successful. You have met the criteria for class transition. Please select your desired class. 1. Warrior 2. Swordsman 3. Knight 4. Scout 5. Hunter 6. Mage 7. Archer 8. Priest 9. Warlock 10. Summoner, strictly speaking, Only after the initial class transition can one truly distinguish between occupations. Those who have not undergone this transition, claiming titles such as knight or mage, merely express their aspirations for future development and self-identification. They cannot genuinely be called knights or mages. Only upon completing the first class transition, acquiring additional attributes corresponding to the chosen class, and obtaining the eligibility to learn specialized skills can one rightfully be recognized as a true professional. The 10 classes represent 10 distinctly diverse paths of power. However, there exists no evident superiority or inferiority among them. As long as one's talent aligns and their level is sufficiently high, any class can unleash formidable might. Thus, Link chose without hesitation. Priest. Beep, your class transition is Priest. Class. Priest. Role. Support. Buff. Primary attributes. Constitution. Magic power. First transition traits. Constitution increased by 30 points. Magic power increased by 20 points. Thereafter, for each level gained, Constitution increases by an additional 3 points, and Magic power by 2 points. Transition task. 1. Please collect bronze-level auxiliary items. Indeed, in accordance with the knowledge imparted at school, the difficulty of class transition tasks prior to the golden level is relatively low. The first phase primarily involves gathering items of the corresponding transition quality, while the second phase necessitates defeating a boss of the appropriate level. Naturally, the seemingly simple tasks can often be deceptively complex. Take, for instance, the collection of auxiliary items. Although it appears that, aside from restrictions on item quality, there are no requirements regarding the level or quantity of items, meaning that even the submission of a single lowest-tier bronze auxiliary item would suffice to complete the collection task. This does not imply that casually submitting any auxiliary item would be the optimal choice. While the task does not explicitly state any additional rewards, it is well known through the validation of countless experienced professionals that upon completion of the transition task, the system will reward the practitioner with a substantial amount of skill proficiency corresponding to the value of the auxiliary items submitted. Some affluent practitioners can even, through monetary investment, attain enough proficiency to elevate a bronze-level skill from level 0 to its maximum level after completing the first phase of the transition task. It is precisely due to the existence of this group of affluent and relentless professionals that seemingly inconsequential loot from copycat monsters maintains its steadfast market value. Much like the insignia of bandit lackeys, which theoretically holds no intrinsic worth and merely serves as encumbrance, there exists a cadre of adept synthesizers who possess the skill to combine 3 gradeless insignias into 1 black iron insignia, and subsequently amalgamate 3 black iron insignias into 1 silver insignia. Provided their synthesis skills are sufficiently advanced and they have ample materials as consumables, they can even forge stellar-grade insignias of bandit lackeys. This phenomenon elucidates why, even with over 100 million professionals in the Federation frantically farming wild dungeons, the annual yield of trillions in refuse materials still commands a price in the market. The challenges presented by the second stage of boss tasks mirror this reality. A level 10 boss is merely a fundamental prerequisite. Upon its defeat, one naturally qualifies for a job transfer. However, should you possess the prowess to confront level 20 bosses, level 30 bosses, or even named bosses and wilderness lords, the professional panel will not neglect you. Instead, it will bestow substantial experience point rewards based on the disparity in strength between you and the boss. Presently, the world record in the Federation is held by a scion of a super conglomerate, who, during a first job transfer, expended 500 million Federation coins to hire an entire B-grade battle group to hunt a level 25 wilderness lord. Immediately upon completing the job transfer, he leveraged the supplementary rewards from the transfer task to elevate his level to 15 in one fell swoop. This also elucidates why the advantages of avatars in simulations diminish rapidly post-transfer. Due to the avatar's impoverished circumstances, they often manage only the bare minimum to complete transfer tasks, resulting in their skill proficiency lagging significantly behind others. While other team members might see their skill levels exceed 5, the avatar remains stagnant at levels 2 or 3, lingering until they are on the verge of a second transfer, yet their bronze-level skill proficiency pales in comparison to many who have merely completed their first transfer. Admittedly, a disparity of 1 or 2 skill levels has a negligible impact on strength, but should this gap extend to 4 or 5 levels or even beyond, it becomes dreadfully formidable, an inconceivable chasm, indeed. Fortunately, Link's avatar possesses the potential to inherit skill proficiency from the simulation, allowing for the possibility of compensating for current deficiencies in future simulations, thereby mitigating concern. As for Link himself, who relies on his avatar for sustenance, what need is there for such high skill proficiency? Surely no one believes that Link will linger at bronze level for long. In just 2 days, Link has transitioned from a novice professional to a completed job transfer. Who would dare assert that in the future, Link cannot ascend to silver level in a mere 2 days? At that juncture, directly farming silver, or even gold level skill proficiency would be far more enticing. Who would have the luxury to practice bronze skills? Well, the truth is that my current finances do not permit such extravagance. Before arriving, Link had already amassed a considerable fortune within the Goblin Den. However, his expenditures far outweighed his earnings. Simulations require funds, and preserving rewards for his avatars also demands financial investment. Additionally, Link aspired to enhance the talent levels of his avatars, with future intentions to replicate their abilities, acquire skill books, and procure equipment, all while reserving startup capital for his avatars in the simulations. With each passing task, the total worth of the 500,000 federal currency worth of or from the Goblin Den seemed to vanish in moments. Link found himself pondering how those seasoned traversers managed to squander wealth so liberally. At least from his current perspective, earning federal currency through legitimate means appeared exceedingly challenging. Although reaping riches from the Goblin Den seemed straightforward, locations like these, teeming with low-difficulty monsters, were rare treasures, only accessible to elite societies like the Iron Blood Society of Donghua University. The average person might never encounter such fortuitous opportunities in a lifetime. Did the common folk's path truly lead only to dubious avenues? Contemplating how his avatar in the simulation, due to his position, could effortlessly amass a staggering 300,000 federal currency in a single month, Link couldn't help but reflect on his own meager existence. Initially opposed to his avatars pursuing unethical paths, he now found his convictions wavering. Fortunately, this doubt was quickly extinguished by his acute sense of crisis. Given the relatively stable state of the Federation, the risks associated with acquiring money through illicit means were still too great. Reality was not a simulation. In the latter, avatars could afford to take risks, as failure merely amounted to a wasted opportunity. However, in reality, once one became entangled in trouble, it was akin to a festering wound, impossible to close. A temporary period of poverty was a small price to pay. Link resolutely believed that as his avatar's strength grew, financial troubles would not best him. Thus, after completing the first phase of a quest with a mere 160 federal currency worth of a level 0 bronze grade accessory, Link refrained from hastily embarking on the second phase of the boss challenge. Instead, he returned to his dormitory for a restful sleep. The following morning, he began to list the ores obtained from the den on the campus marketplace for conversion into currency. Due to his prices being significantly lower than the average market rate, the sales of his ores were remarkably brisk, with nearly all sold out within 2 hours. Once he withdrew his earnings, Link's bank balance soared to 520,000. This was undoubtedly a substantial sum. The purchasing power of the federal currency in this world was nearly equivalent to the renminbi of his previous life on Earth. For a freshman to amass such wealth was indeed an exhilarating achievement. With his newfound riches, Link's first purchases comprised 3 fundamental skills tailored to the priest profession: Healing, Blessing, and Light Sphere. Healing LV1. After a 0.5-second chant, restores health to a single target. The amount restored is determined by the caster's constitution and magic power, costing 15 mana points with a cooldown of 8 seconds. Blessing Technique LV1. After chanting for 10 seconds, it enhances the attack and defense of a single target. The magnitude of the enhancement and its duration depend on one's constitution and magical power. It consumes 50 mana points and has a cooldown of 1 minute. Light Sphere Technique LV1 releases an energy sphere of light attribute to inflict damage upon the target, dealing double damage to dark, evil, and undead entities. It consumes 15 mana points and has a cooldown of 8 seconds. Additionally, 50,000 Federation coins were spent to acquire 2 bronze skill books for the priest class and 1 bronze skill book for the warrior class. The priest skill books consist of the passive skill Devout Faith and the active skill Holy Shield, while the warrior skill is named Rampage. Devout Faith, passive. Once your skill proficiency reaches maximum, your skill casting time is reduced by 2.5 seconds. Skills with a casting time below 2.5 seconds no longer require chanting. Holy Shield LV1, after a chant of 1.5 seconds, it bestows a protective holy shield upon the target, capable of absorbing damage based on one's constitution and magical power. It consumes 50 mana points and has a cooldown of 30 seconds. Rampage LV1, wielding a weapon, it inflicts physical damage upon all targets within proximity and restores health based on the damage dealt. It has a cooldown of 25 seconds. It must be said that the Doppelganger endured a rather dismal existence in the simulation. The Silver Warrior boasts 5 black iron skill slots, 3 bronze skill slots, 2 silver skill slots, and 1 gold skill slot. However, due to a lack of funds, not only could it not learn gold-level skills or fill the silver skill slots, but by the end of the simulation, it possessed only the 1 bronze skill of Bully, with 2 bronze skill slots remaining vacant. Even with the addition of Rampage, the Doppelganger still lacked 1 bronze skill. The reason for not filling this slot was that Link intended to leave it open for the Doppelganger to choose according to the circumstances in the simulation. As for the silver-level skills, they were simply unaffordable. Even the cheapest Silver Warrior skill was priced at a staggering 200,000 Federation coins, and its practicality was exceedingly poor, incomparable to the Silver Fighting Spirit the Doppelganger had purchased in the simulation. Regarding the price of the Silver Fighting Spirit, Link glanced at it and promptly closed the website. The lowest price online, 150,000 Federation coins. Chapter 21. Silver-level talent. Undoubtedly, the higher the value of Silver Aura, the greater the significance it holds in terms of preserving its worth through the utilization of simulation points. After expending 50,000 federal coins on several skill books, Link found himself with a remaining balance of 470,000 federal coins. Setting aside 20,000 coins for unforeseen circumstances, he converted the remaining 450,000 coins into replica materials, which were of negligible worth, akin to the tokens of a bandit henchman. Utilizing the recycling feature of the simulation system, he transformed these materials into simulated energy. Ultimately, the 450,000 coins worth of replica materials yielded a total of 855 points of simulated energy. The lower-than-expected return was due to Link's extensive shopping spree, which had cleared the market of cheaper replica materials, forcing him to purchase slightly more expensive options instead. Nevertheless, 855 points of simulated energy was a substantial amount for Link at this juncture, ample enough to allow him to showcase his prowess. System. I wish to retain all reward options for my avatar in the simulation, Link declared with an air of affluence. Ding. Do you wish to spend an additional 200, 400, or 800 points of energy to retain your avatar's talents, skills, and equipment from the last simulation? Yes. Huh? Why is it so expensive? Wasn't the fee for the last simulation only 100 points? Just as he was about to nod in agreement, Link abruptly hit the brakes. Due to your selection of a bronze-level simulation, you have incurred an additional cost of 100 points of simulated energy. When combined with the fee for purchasing simulation attempts, the total expenditure for your last simulation was 200 points of simulated energy. Link's mind momentarily blanked. However, upon reflecting on the value of the Silver Aura, worth 1,000,000 federal coins, he dismissed the concern over the additional expenditure of a mere 1,000 points of simulated energy. It was but a trifling sum. Without further hesitation regarding the few hundred points of extra simulated energy, he made his choice. Ding! Your avatar has received your generous endowment. With the chime of the simulation system, the avatar panel in Link's mind underwent a dramatic transformation. Binding object, Link's avatar level, 21 experience, 020, 000 profession, warrior, silver level, innate talent, life resistance strength, 236, base 151, equipment 85, constitution, 259. 2, base 146, equipment 70, talent life bonus 43. 2, agility, 71, base 46, equipment 25, magic, 21, base 16, equipment 5, equipment, Decapitating Greatsword, Bronze 20. Warrior's Flying Axe, Bronze 15. Ranger's Half Armor, Bronze 15. Town Guard's Boots, Silver 10. Lilith's Blessing, Silver 10 Skills. Bullying, Bronze LV 7. Silver Aura, Silver LV 2. Rampage, Bronze LV 1. Charge, Iron Full Level. Strike, Iron Full Level. Roar, Iron Full Level. Overall rating, lower Silver Warrior. Is this the difference between being equipped and being unadorned? Merely a mere attribute panel. Yet a staggering disparity of 200 attribute points exists. Nonetheless, even with this, the overall rating among silver-tier professionals surprisingly categorizes him merely as a lower-tier warrior. Glancing at the newly acquired attribute panel of his doppelganger, a sense of powerless exasperation welled up within Link upon seeing the phrase lower-tier silver warrior listed in the overall rating section. With the equipment, skills, and talents bestowed upon his doppelganger, the attributes had surged by nearly 200 points, exceeding the attributes acquired from a single job change. Not to mention the plethora of additional skills, rendering its overall combat prowess several times greater than when unadorned. Yet, within the confines of the system's rating, it merely transitioned from a basic silver warrior to a lower-tier silver warrior, ultimately remaining within the lower ranks of silver warriors. Although the doppelganger's performance in simulations was indeed somewhat lacking, being only level 21 and exhibiting little prestige, it hardly warranted such a diminished evaluation. After all, it possessed a skill worth 1 million in silver fighting spirit. Setting aside talents, the entirety of the doppelganger's equipment and skills bore a tangible value exceeding 2 million in reality. It was unfathomable to contemplate the strength of those classified by the system as intermediate or advanced silver warriors. Poverty has undoubtedly constrained Link's imagination. Simultaneously, this realization subdued Link's fleeting sense of pride, reminding him of his insignificance within this world. The journey of self-improvement must continue. Of course, even the weakest silver warrior is still a silver warrior. While he could not claim dominance over the bronze tier, he could undoubtedly outmatch 99 of bronze professionals, making the completion of his job change task a trivial affair. Adhering to the principle of prioritizing safety above all else and frugality as a secondary concern, Link felt no inclination to challenge higher-tier bosses. For other professionals, the ambition to conquer more formidable foes for the sake of additional experience post-job change might be enticing. However, for Link, who possessed a doppelganger, experience was a foreign concept. He understood the value of ascending 10 levels within just 2 days. Thus, he resolved not to expend any extra resources in pursuit of slaying powerful bosses, seeking only to safely complete the second phase of his job change task with minimal risk. When it comes to safety, the most prudent method would be to utilize the weaker bosses within dungeons to accomplish his job change task. However, his sanctuary value required 5 more days to replenish, rendering him unable to fulfill the job change task at present. Casting a glance at his sanctuary value, which had just recovered to 33, Link suppressed the impulse to complete the task immediately, deciding it prudent to wait until his sanctuary value was restored. Although he could send his doppelganger into the wilderness to seek suitable bosses to assist in completing his job change task, he chose to bide his time. However, this course of action poses an immense risk to the Avatar. A single misstep could result in its irrevocable demise. The safety of the Goblin Lair stems from the Avatar's role in reconnaissance during the simulation, coupled with the likelihood that the lair has been intentionally designed as a trial ground by the Iron Blood Association. The regions traversed are predominantly in proximity to human settlements, rendering them relatively safe zones where high-level wilderness monsters are nearly non-existent. It is precisely this assurance that emboldens Link to venture into the Goblin Lair with his avatar. Conversely, wilderness boss encounters are an entirely different matter. Generally speaking, any area that has been explored by guilds and armies is unlikely to harbor boss creatures, which are considered high-value targets. This implies that to seek out wilderness bosses of level 10 or higher, one must delve into uncharted wilds untouched by organized groups, or at least into regions that, despite prior exploration, remain unclaimed by humanity. Such territories are fundamentally distinct from the safe zones Link traversed en route to the Goblin Lair. While the latter still qualifies as wilderness, it is frequently visited by human adventurers, preventing monsters from reaching maturity and typically resulting in creatures of merely level 2 or 3. For Link, protected by his silver-tier warrior avatar, such foes pose little threat. In stark contrast, Wilderness capable of spawning bosses exceeding level 10 is characterized by long periods devoid of human presence, making them perilous domains. In these areas, encountering monsters of levels 20 or 30 is commonplace, and venturing alone into such locales can easily lead to calamity. If the Avatar's resurrection ability were activated, Link might adopt a bolder approach, confident in his ability to revive it using simulation points even after an unfortunate event. Yet, as he has yet to complete his class transition, the resurrection feature remains dormant. Should the Avatar face misfortune, it would strike Link with the force of a thunderclap. Link can afford to wait a mere few days, as there is no necessity to invite additional peril. As for challenging Dolinar, the named boss, it would be prudent to reconsider. This creature withstood multiple assaults from a level 30 combatant without succumbing, possessing a health pool of no less than several 100,000. Currently, sending his avatar against it would be tantamount to a futile sacrifice. Dispelling the incessant thoughts swirling in his mind, Link redirected his attention to the simulation panel within his consciousness. Upon observing that, after exchanging for simulation rewards, he still retained over 7,400 simulation energy points, he pondered for a brief moment before promptly issuing a command to the system. System, I wish to purchase additional simulation attempts. Indeed, with time to spare, Link resolved to allow his avatar to continue the simulation. While his avatar currently lacks the prowess to contend with Dolinar, what about after the simulation? What if my doppelganger could significantly enhance its strength within the simulation? Would I no longer need to wait for my shelter value to recover? And could I directly offer the renowned boss Dolanial as a sacrifice for my class advancement quest? I distinctly recall that Dolanial in the simulation yielded 2 pieces of stellar-grade equipment. Even if the worth of these 2 stellar-grade items does not reach the caliber of the ring acquired during my doppelganger's first simulation, which boasted a percentage-based health recovery skill, the quality of stellar-grade equipment remains indisputable. No matter how subpar, a level 10 stellar-grade item would not be valued at less than 1.5 million. If there exists an opportunity to acquire these 2 stellar-grade pieces for myself, would I not be free from financial worries for an extended period? Ding! Would you like to redeem simulation attempts now? Please note that after you complete your class advancement and elevate your doppelganger's talent level, you can enjoy a free bronze level simulation without additional payment of simulation energy. Who still regards a free bronze level simulation with any esteem? This time I shall opt for the silver level. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Link reiterated, redeem simulation attempts. Ding! Would you like to spend 200 simulation energy to redeem 1 simulation attempt? Has the price increased? Link, who was always acutely aware of costs, pondered. As the number of simulation attempts increases, the cost to purchase simulations will likewise rise. The system responded. Fine, a mere increase of 100 points is still somewhat acceptable. With 7,400 simulation energy at his disposal, Link scoffed. Penny-pinching system, your attempts to profit are evident. A trivial 100 points of simulation energy is inconsequential. Change it for me. Then he initiated the simulation without hesitation. Ding! Consumed 200 simulation energy. You have successfully obtained 1 simulation attempt. Ding! Please select the simulation level. 1. Free simulation. No additional energy expenditure required. In this simulation, your doppelganger will receive a random black iron-grade talent. 2. Bronze level simulation. An additional expenditure of 100 energy for this simulation. Your doppelganger will receive a bronze-grade talent. 3. Silver level simulation. An additional expenditure of 1,000 energy for this simulation. Your doppelganger will receive a silver-grade talent. 4. Gold level simulation. Silver level simulation. He interrupted the system's subsequent irrelevant information. Although the price for the silver level simulation had escalated from the bronze level's 100 points to a staggering 1,000 points, causing Link some discomfort, he could not bring himself to question the system's outrageous price increase after just having derided its avarice. Thus, he resolutely closed his eyes and pressed on. Besides, questioning would yield no results. Since the inception of this system, it had provided explanations to Link's inquiries, but had never made any alterations. Both options were futile. Why waste breath on trivial matters? Moreover, it was merely 1,000 simulation energy. After all, it was not beyond his means. Link pondered within himself, contemplating the significance of wealth or arrogance, yet his gaze remained earnest as it fixated upon the simulation panel. This was 1,000 points of simulated energy. Should he bestow upon his avatar a subpar talent, he would undoubtedly express his displeasure towards the system. As Link's eyes lingered, the simulation system within his mind began to unveil information before him. Beep. Initiating silver-level simulation. Consumption. 1 simulation attempt. 1,000 points of simulated energy. Remaining simulation attempts. 0. Simulation commences. On October 1st, year 11 of the Awakening Era, your avatar calmly opened its eyes, surveying the environment, aware that it had once again entered the simulation. Your avatar has received a gift from you. Silver-level talent, Ashes of the Phoenix. Ashes of the Phoenix. Silver-level talent, life recovery speed of 300. All life recovery effects received at 100. Resistance to abnormal status effects at 35. Upon death, it will transform into an egg of the Phoenix, devoid of any offensive capability. If the Phoenix egg remains undestroyed for 7 days, the avatar shall be resurrected. Chapter 22. The addiction to unconventional paths once again, AT0 level talent. Upon witnessing the talent drawn by his doppelganger in this simulation, Link straightened in disbelief, unable to fathom the system's remarkable favor towards him, bestowing 2 consecutive T0 level talents. Although the effect of the Phoenix Ember primarily manifests in its life-preserving capabilities, the resurrection mechanism is indeed quite stringent. Nevertheless, the unique effect of the Phoenix Ember grants its possessor the opportunity to restart after an unforeseen mishap. Provided there are dependable allies to safeguard the egg formed upon death, the likelihood of resurrection significantly increases. While the chances of encountering reliable teammates in the simulation are exceedingly slim, given that this world is rife with treachery, reality paints a different picture. Link and his doppelganger are the most trustworthy of companions. Of course, it would be unrealistic to expect Link to shield his doppelganger during the resurrection. Furthermore, once he completes his first transformation and the system upgrades, the simulation itself will possess the ability to resurrect his doppelganger, rendering the Phoenix Ember's resurrection effect somewhat redundant for the doppelganger. However, Link has need of it. He has not forgotten that he possesses the ability to utilize the talent of duplicating his doppelganger, although it requires a considerable amount of simulation energy. Should he manage to replicate the Phoenix Ember talent for himself, Link can vividly imagine the immense sense of security it would bestow upon him. Even if the doppelganger were momentarily caught off guard and fell victim to a surprise attack, it could effortlessly protect its transformed egg, ensuring its own resurrection. Excellent. I shall reserve this talent. Silently placing an order in his mind, Link eagerly turned his attention to the doppelganger's subsequent simulation. Due to your doppelganger already possessing the bronze-level talent life resistance, and under the constraints of this world where each practitioner can only possess 1 talent, the doppelganger must choose between the bronze-level talent life resistance and the silver-level talent Phoenix Ember. Hint. After the system upgrade, more powerful functions can be obtained, allowing for a certain degree of resistance against the rules of this world, thus increasing the number of talents available to the doppelganger, enabling it to possess multiple talents simultaneously. During this period, any talent replaced by the doppelganger can be retained in the talent reserve pool, and with the expenditure of simulation energy, the desired talent can be directly exchanged from the reserve pool without the need for further draws. Link restrained his urge to curse. Your doppelganger has chosen the silver-level talent Phoenix Ember, and the bronze-level talent life resistance has been replaced, entering the talent reserve pool. In this incarnation, your doppelganger has become an elite student awakening the silver-level talent. As the bearer of the Phoenix Ember talent, your doppelganger has already received invitations from various student societies. Among them is the Iron Blood Society. A question mark appeared above Link's head. Although the Iron Blood Society was established as a student organization based on the combat team founded by the top student of Donghua University, Zonghang, the criteria for recruiting members are exceedingly stringent. However, those who awaken high-level talents are ultimately a minority. To ensure the numbers in the battle group, Zonghang had no choice but to lower the standards for recruiting members. The Avatar, having awakened the Phoenix's embers, subsequently attracted the attention of the Iron Blood Society. However, compared to the fervent recruitment efforts directed at Lin Qingyu, a holder of golden-level talent, the Iron Blood Society's interest in you was rather lackluster. They offered no resources for support, nor any guarantees of future membership in the battle group. Nonetheless, this still signifies that the value of your avatar, possessing silver-level talent, has surpassed that of the avatar in the previous simulation. Even your goddess, Lin Qingyu, refrained from mocking him after the awakening of the silver-level talent. She continues to bait the avatar with inexpensive words, and has even expressed a desire to join forces with him in the Iron Blood Society, hoping to fight side by side. Your avatar was not deceived. Having learned from the experiences of the previous two simulations, he understood that mere silver-level talent could hardly sway the heart of someone like Lin Qingyu. Her apparent enthusiasm was simply a reflection of the avatar's value as a potential expendable asset. Consequently, your avatar declined both Lin Qingyu's advances and the recruitment from the Iron Blood Society. Although past simulations have proven the future achievements of Iron Blood, the reality is that a silver-level talent struggles to establish a foothold within such a burgeoning battle group. The avatar wished to avoid the humiliation of being eliminated for not keeping pace with the team. Furthermore, the avatar realized he was no longer suited for any novice teams. On the surface, he appeared to be a mere novice, yet he had achieved an impressive level 21 and completed a second job transfer. While the system evaluated him as a low-tier silver warrior, a low-tier silver warrior is still a genuine silver warrior. Teaming up with novices would likely result in him receiving no experience points due to the high experience sharing and penalty system. Continuing to team with novices could lead him to repeat the previous simulation's fate, becoming a free caretaker within the novice group. Teaming up with more experienced players was equally impossible. Your avatar could not reveal his astonishing level to others, nor could he explain how he completed a second job transfer within a mere 2 days after awakening. After much contemplation, your avatar was astonished to realize that Donghua University, which he had desperately wished to remain a part of, had become a burden to him. Although he had not reached the point of considering dropping out, the dungeons within the university still held considerable value for him. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that if he wished to continue growing stronger without squandering these years at university, he must seek opportunities beyond its confines, whether by joining a clandestine group of practitioners or engaging in other less than reputable endeavors. In summary, one cannot solely rely on soloing the dungeons within the university to gain strength. Such a method is far too slow. Your avatar recalled the smuggler known as Fat Tiger, whom it had apprehended in the previous simulation. Although, according to Fat Tiger's confession from that simulation, at this point in time he was merely a novice in the criminal underworld, incapable of rapidly expanding into a gang leader as he had in the later stages of the last simulation, supported by the avatar. Your avatar did not harbor any expectations of substantial profits from Fat Tiger this time. Rather, it sought to personally engage in the endeavor. Fat Tiger merely needed to introduce it to the trade. Come now, have you become addicted to illicit dealings? Link could not help but scoff. While such underhanded pursuits are shrouded in secrecy and fraught with uncontrollable risks, they are often viewed with disdain and contempt by any ambitious professional. However, having tasted the sweet fruits of such ventures in a past life, the avatar was acutely aware of the immense profits hidden within this seemingly disreputable trade. As for the risks, it remains true that the dangers of venturing into the wilderness are at least as high, if not higher, yet the returns pale in comparison to those of illicit dealings. Of course, while such dealings may yield vast sums of money, they do not provide the invaluable experience essential for professionals. Nonetheless, the avatar's primary objective at this juncture was simply to avoid squandering these years in university. Once graduated, it could leverage the ample wealth acquired from these ventures to fortify itself, significantly enhancing its combat prowess before entering the wilderness, thereby improving its survival rate and combat efficiency. This can be likened to sharpening one's tools before engaging in labor. Do not squander the fruits of great civilization's wisdom on such trivial pursuits, you fool. On the evening of October 2nd, after a day of preparation, the avatar located Fat Tiger, who was still residing in a rented room, resembling a mere henchman. Under the intimidation of your avatar, now a formidable silver-tier warrior, Fat Tiger promptly knelt and recognized your avatar as his superior. Upon hearing that your avatar intended to delve into the smuggling of secondary items, an uncontrollable look of astonishment crossed Fat Tiger's face. A distinguished silver-tier professional, who should be fighting for humanity in the wilderness as a beacon of civilization, Why would he engage in such a sordid business? Is it not akin to a prestigious graduate from Tsinghua or Peking University resorting to solicitation? Of course, despite his shock, once he confirmed that the avatar was serious, Fat Tiger willingly divulged the entire process of smuggling secondary items. The smuggling of secondary items was merely a grandiose term concocted by the federal police. In Fat Tiger's words, their essence was little different from that of petty traffickers. They simply acquired secondary items from civilian professionals and sold them to illegal practitioners or common citizens lacking the qualifications to purchase such items. It is essential to note that not all practitioners are legitimate, nor can everyone become a practitioner. According to federal law, only those citizens who have graduated from university and subsequently awakened through the internal registration of the awakening sphere are recognized as legitimate practitioners by the Federation. Any practitioner who awakens through unauthorized means, utilizing spheres not regulated by the Federation, is deemed illegal. Illegal practitioners, along with ordinary individuals who have failed to qualify for university and thus have not undergone the awakening process, are prohibited from entering the wilderness or dungeons, and are also barred from engaging in trade of secondary items. In the words of the Federation, this is to safeguard its citizens from danger. The wilderness and dungeons are perilous realms, and without systematic training from the university, illegal practitioners and ordinary individuals lack the ability to navigate the associated risks. However, the public does not acquiesce to this stance. Despite the Federation's repeated prohibitions, a significant number of illegal practitioners continue to emerge through illicit means, while many ordinary individuals who have not awakened their potential yearn to acquire strength or offensive capabilities through secondary items. Due to their exclusion from dungeons and the wilderness, as well as the prohibition on engaging in practitioner system transactions, these individuals face tremendous difficulty in obtaining secondary items and resources, often resorting to illegal avenues to procure weapons and equipment, thereby giving rise to a thriving black market for smuggled secondary items. The methods of smuggling are quite straightforward. One simply needs to find a legitimate practitioner who can download the desired items or equipment from the authorized market and then resell them at a marked-up price to illicit practitioners. The intermediary smugglers can reap substantial profits from these transactions, often selling equipment valued at 1,000 Federation coins in the legitimate market for as much as 2,000 Federation coins in the illegal market, effectively doubling their profit. More sophisticated smugglers or smuggling syndicates engage in transnational smuggling operations. It is said that powerful smuggling groups are capable of trafficking items classified as strategic assets by nations worldwide, such as stellar-grade equipment and rare materials. However, such syndicates are invariably backed by formidable forces, possibly even an A-grade battle group. At that level, smuggling transcends mere contraband, potentially involving geopolitical maneuvering between nations, thus requiring no further elaboration. For ordinary smugglers, the challenges they face in their illicit activities are primarily twofold. The first is the repercussions of federal law. Depending on the value of the smuggling operation, offenders caught may face a minimum of 15 years imprisonment, with a death sentence for profits exceeding 500,000 Federation coins, meaning that nearly every smuggler apprehended triggers the threshold for capital punishment. The second challenge is finding clientele. It is not difficult to locate legitimate practitioners willing to take risks. Even university graduates, those once deemed the pride of the heavens, often awaken with only black iron-level talents, leaving them disheartened and unable to progress further along the path of practitioners. These individuals are easily swayed, often turning a blind eye to the risks as long as the monetary incentive is sufficient. However, the situation is quite different for clients. Under the stringent pressure of federal law, individuals adeptly conceal their identities as illegal practitioners, rendering it nearly impossible for the average person to perceive the existence of this vast group. The doppelganger, unencumbered by the repercussions of federal regulations and himself a legitimate professional, can even bypass the step of sourcing suppliers. Consequently, the sole challenge faced by the doppelganger is how to acquire clients, a task in which Fat Tiger can offer little assistance, as he himself is a novice in the field, with an exceedingly sparse clientele that fails to meet the doppelganger's needs. Nevertheless, Fat Tiger illuminated a promising path for the doppelganger. Presently, the most prominent smuggler in District 3 of Donghua City is known as One-Eyed, who controls over a third of the smuggling operations in that area. Should we eliminate him, we could usurp his channels and take his place. Fat Tiger urged enticingly. Chapter 23. Ruthless and reticent, your avatar acknowledged the proposal put forth by Fat Tiger. In the absence of an alternative means to break the deadlock, eliminating the existing beneficiaries to seize their interests undoubtedly emerged as the most expedient method. The avatar did not regard the leader of a mere local gang as a worthy adversary for one of its silver-tier profession. The only concern lay in the potential risks posed by the federal authorities. Risks from the federal authorities? Your avatar meticulously recalled the capabilities of the police station in District 3 of Donghua City from the last simulation. The strongest among them seemed to be merely an aged officer at level 15. There was, therefore, little to fear. The power of the populace was limited. As long as no significant interests were threatened, the lofty war factions and professional teams were unlikely to expend their valuable energy on trivial local skirmishes. Having made a decision, the avatar inquired of Fat Tiger regarding the physical characteristics and dwelling of the One-Eyed Man. That very night, the avatar infiltrated the residence of the One-Eyed Man. After dispatching a low-level professional guard stationed outside the man's door, your avatar successfully located the one-eyed individual, who was engrossed in a film within his chamber. Confronted by the sudden appearance of your avatar, the One-Eyed Man expressed astonishment, questioning the avatar's uninvited purpose. Without responding to the inquiry, the avatar summoned the beheading sword from the equipment tab, conveying its intentions through action. Upon witnessing the weapon, the One-Eyed Man quickly comprehended the avatar's intent and promptly retrieved a secondary item to mount a defense. However, as a mere mortal, he possessed little more than a semblance of professional prowess derived from smuggled artifacts. He stood no chance against the silver-tier warrior. In a single strike, the secondary item was shattered, and before the One-Eyed Man could utter a cry for help, his head was severed by the avatar's sword. The approaching guards, two bronze-tier professionals of approximately level 10, were gripped by terror upon seeing the avatar enveloped in shimmering silver aura. Realizing they had encountered a formidable silver-tier professional, they fled without a moment's hesitation. Yet, the avatar denied them the opportunity to escape. With a charge so swift that even scouts could not evade, your avatar appeared almost instantaneously behind the two guards. Before they could react, a single swing of the blade claimed the life of the nearest melee guard. The remaining guard, witnessing this, immediately fell to his knees, desperately pleading for his life. Regrettably, the avatar, having resolved to eradicate all threats, felt no stirrings of compassion. Amidst the guard's horror-stricken expression, the avatar slowly raised the beheading sword and then, with a fierce swing, brought it down. With a splatter of warm blood, a headless corpse lay lifeless upon the ground. Your doppelganger meticulously wiped the blood from the great sword and thoroughly searched the abode of the Cyclops, ensuring that nothing was overlooked before calling Fat Tiger to prepare for taking over the channels left behind by the Cyclops. At this moment, Link, who was merely a spectator in reality, finally grasped the meaning of the system's assertion during the simulation. The doppelganger lacked the human emotions that could render itself vulnerable. Indeed, those who are resolute in their decisions spare no mercy. From this perspective, the adage that villains perish due to excessive verbosity seems unlikely to apply to the doppelganger. The simulation continued. In the ensuing days, with Fat Tiger's assistance, your doppelganger engaged in brutal and bloody slaughter, successfully eliminating several of the Cyclops' most loyal followers, ultimately assimilating the channels under the Cyclops' control. Although some losses were inevitably incurred during this takeover, statistical analysis by the doppelganger and Fat Tiger revealed that even after accounting for these losses, the smuggling channels seized from the Cyclops would still yield approximately 450,000 federal coins in monthly sales. This substantial monthly revenue of 450,000 federal coins suggests that even with a modest profit margin of 50, your doppelganger could still amass an impressive income exceeding 225,000 federal coins from this smuggling operation. However, while an income of 225,000 federal coins per month may be deemed a fortune for an ordinary individual, it pales in comparison to the appetites of a silver warrior whose doppelganger, during the previous simulation, merely collecting protection fees, had garnered 300,000 federal coins monthly. What significance does a mere 450,000 federal coins in market share hold? Having embarked on this irrevocable path, your doppelganger's cravings would not be easily satiated. Though the Cyclops was the largest smuggler in District 3, He only commanded 1/3 of the district's smuggling market share, with the remaining 2/3 predominantly dispersed among individual smugglers like Fat Tiger. The next objective for your doppelganger is to encompass this remaining 2/3, thereby achieving total monopoly over the smuggling industry in District 3. Upon revealing this ambition to Fat Tiger, it was unsurprising that the novice smuggler was utterly astonished by the scale of your doppelganger's aspirations. In the previous simulation, Fat Tiger had once established the Nightingale Gang, which had temporarily monopolized the smuggling industry in District 3 due to collaborative efforts. With your doppelganger acting as a formidable ally in the role of a smuggling enforcement officer, all smugglers in District 3, aside from those under Fat Tiger's command, would face severe repercussions for their illicit activities. Conversely, Fat Tiger and his associates would remain unscathed, free to engage in smuggling activities without fear of reprisal. In the realm of gangs, Fat Tiger has rallied a significant number of smugglers to establish the Nightingale Gang. Through these subordinates, who are inherently involved in smuggling, Fat Tiger has managed to dominate the smuggling industry in District 3. However, it is important to note that he must also allocate substantial profits to his gang members. Rather than monopolizing the smuggling industry in District 3, it would be more accurate to say that he has integrated it. Without the protective umbrella of the Federation or the prestige that comes from uniting smugglers, how could one possibly monopolize the smuggling operations in District 3? Is brute force truly sufficient? Fat Tiger finds such notions to be utterly far-fetched. Although the District 3 Federal Police Department possesses limited manpower and may struggle to contend with a frenzied silver-tier professional, the essence of the Federation lies in its name. As a national institution, even when facing ordinary citizens, the police have the authority to summon the military or even elite task forces to cleanse the area in the face of insurmountable crises. While a silver-tier professional may appear untouchable in the realm of mortals, such stature is relative. Should one overestimate their capabilities and dare to oppose a federal entity, it would undoubtedly be akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. Chapter 24. Triumphant again in the monthly examination, Fat Tiger believed that his doppelganger should not be so utterly foolish, for after all, he was a silver-tier professional. An imbecile would find it exceedingly difficult to reach such a level. To this, your doppelganger refrained from arguing, instead urging Fat Tiger to gather as many willing smugglers as possible to establish an underground syndicate primarily focused on smuggling. What shall we name the syndicate? Fat Tiger inquired. Let us call it Nightingale, the doppelganger replied, lazily adopting the name from the gang Fat Tiger had founded in the previous simulation. Upon hearing the name, Fat Tiger felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if his destiny was intertwined with the words Nightingale. In the subsequent period, aside from engaging in a solitary challenge of the Level 10 Dungeon Knights town during the weekly restoration of protection points, your doppelganger devoted the majority of his efforts to nurturing and expanding Nightingale. Under the direct support of this silver-tier professional, the scale of smuggling operations grew by over 50% in less than a month. However, this growth caught the attention of the police, and while traversing between Donghua University and Nightingale's hideout, your doppelganger astutely sensed the signs of being followed. Though your doppelganger easily eluded the pursuer with his extraordinary physique as a professional, he understood that the real troubles were just beginning. In November, much like in the previous simulation, Lin Qingyu approached your doppelganger, seeking his protection during the core member evaluation of the Iron Blood Society. However, unlike the last simulation, your doppelganger now possessed the ability to decline Lin Qingyu's demands. She could no longer assert her will over him as she had before. The reason for this shift was simple. In this simulation, your doppelganger was the bearer of the silver-tier talent, Phoenix's Ember. As a T0 tier talent among silver professionals, the potential exhibited by your doppelganger was already comparable to that of ordinary gold-tier talent users. Moreover, in the end-of-month academy assessment, he had secured the top position among first-year students at Qinglong Academy with absolute prowess. Even the academy's prodigy, Shangguan Lingwei, who possessed a sky-tier talent, was bested by your doppelganger. At this moment, he had gained considerable fame within Qinglong Academy, attracting teams and clubs that included elite squads of Earth and even Sky tier. While Lin Qingyu boasted a gold-tier talent, the gap of a mere one tier was no longer sufficient to distance her from your doppelganger's extraordinary capabilities. As long as your doppelganger remained unwilling, no one within Qinglong Academy could compel him to act against his will. Although Lin Qingyu was a woman of extreme realism, she was far from foolish. Thus, her demeanor was notably gentle, exuding a heart-stirring aura akin to that of a pure and radiant moonlight. Fortunately, your doppelganger possesses a formidable will, devoid of the mundane desires that plague ordinary beings. Had it been your original self, the man governed by primal instincts, he would scarcely endure a single round before being effortlessly subdued by the woman. Hey, do you think I am oblivious to your thoughts? I reiterate, it is not I who is ruled by base instincts, but another individual in this world. Link strives to correct the misconceptions harbored by his doppelganger. Regrettably, the simulation's version of himself appears indifferent to Link's clarifications. Your doppelganger's mind is crystal clear. With unhesitating resolve, it perceives Lin Qingyu's ploys and dismisses her entreaties, unflinchingly asserting that it is no longer the same sycophant of yore. It demands that Lin Qingyu, a brazen individual, maintain her distance. Otherwise, she shall experience the force of its formidable fists. Though Lin Qingyu remains unaware of the true meaning of the term brazen, she discerns the doppelganger's hostility and stance through its menacing threats. Once cherished by her original self, Lin Qingyu finds herself unable to process this sudden shift in attitude. In a fit of indignation, she abandons any semblance of rationality and hurls insults at your doppelganger. Your doppelganger, equally unwilling to yield, retaliates with equal fervor. The escalating verbal altercation between them soon attracts a multitude of onlookers from the student body. Amidst their exchange, the tale of your tumultuous affairs with Lin Qingyu swiftly circulates throughout Donghua University, capturing the attention of even upperclassmen who relish this juicy gossip. As a result, the reputations of both your doppelganger and Lin Qingyu within Donghua University experience a modicum of tarnish. Yet your doppelganger remains unfazed, unconcerned by the potential repercussions Lin Qingyu may harbor in the future. After all, she is merely a female entity with a marginally superior talent. Could she truly remain perched atop him indefinitely? No, you are truly deluded. Upon reaching this juncture, Link is utterly exasperated. Do you truly believe that your advantage as a level 21 silver warrior can be sustained indefinitely? Given her remarkable pace at advancing to level 15 within a single semester, she could easily surpass you within a year. Should you dare to offend her, you shall find yourself lamenting your folly once her strength eclipses yours. However, the doppelganger within the simulation offers no response. As a new piece of simulated information materializes, the conflict between it and Lin Qingyu is effortlessly brushed aside. On December 14th, your doppelganger triumphantly completed the level 10 dungeon, Night S-Town, expending great effort to vanquish the level 15 dungeon boss, the Night Lord, and securing spoils exceeding 150,000 Federation coins. On the 15th, you instruct Fat Tiger to transfer the funds amassed by the Nightingale Gang over the past 2 months into your account. Coupled with the earnings from previous dungeons and the 200,000 scholarship awarded for achieving first place in consecutive monthly exams, your doppelganger's total assets ascend to 1.5 million Federation coins. Your doppelganger has acquired a silver grade skill, All or Nothing, and a bronze grade skill, Life Restoration. All or Nothing, a silver grade skill for warriors that consumes 20 of the user's maximum health to deliver a devastating critical strike to the target. The damage inflicted is contingent upon the amount of health sacrificed, as well as the user's constitution and strength attributes. This skill cannot be activated if health is below 30. Cooldown time, 60 seconds. Life Restoration, a bronze grade skill for warriors and knights that restores the user's health, with the recovery amount influenced by the user's constitution. Cooldown time, 30 seconds. Your doppelganger's strength has notably increased. On December 30th, leveraging the overwhelming damage of All or Nothing, your doppelganger once again triumphed over Shangguan Lingwei in the end-of-month assessment, successfully retaining the title of first place in the first-year monthly examination at Qinglong Academy. However, your doppelganger does not feel elated. In comparison to the previous 2 victories over Shangguan Lingwei, which were achieved with ease, this time her strength was formidable, rivaling that of your doppelganger. Had it not been for the explosive damage of All or Nothing, your doppelganger harbored no doubt that a reversal could have occurred. The advantage conferred by talent is indeed immense. The disparity between celestial level and silver level talents is profoundly significant. If this trend continues in the next monthly assessment, your doppelganger will have little chance against Shangguan Lingwei. Seizing the moment while the prestige of being first in the monthly exam lingers, your doppelganger ultimately resolves to form a team of their own. Indeed, it is the formation of a team, rather than joining an existing one. The strength of the bosses in this world is exceedingly outrageous. Even the most feeble dungeon bosses are beyond the capability of practitioners of the same level. As for the more terrifying wilderness bosses, named bosses, and even lords, they are entities that ordinary practitioners cannot hope to contend with alone. Without the support of a team, defeating bosses becomes impossible, hindering growth to a snail's pace and making progress arduous. In this world, even practitioners as formidable as those of stellar caliber require the strength of allies to aid in their development. Your doppelganger is no exception. However, joining another's team necessitates adherence to their rules, which is difficult for your doppelganger, who harbors numerous secrets. Thus, your doppelganger must seek an alternative path, deciding to center the team around themselves and establish one that is truly their own. Unlike joining someone else's team as the initiator, your doppelganger can select members willing to abide by their rules and unconditionally obey, thereby safeguarding their secrets and preserving their enigma. Your doppelganger posted a recruitment announcement for team members on the Academy Forum's team formation panel. Thanks to their astonishing performance of 3 consecutive first-place finishes in the monthly assessments, the post quickly garnered immense attention. Upon hearing of your doppelganger's intention to form their own team, even the mentors at Qinglong Academy proactively recommended suitable candidates.
Kung les aspiring professionals
who have yet to find a suitable team or are eager to join a new one, have flocked to your private email, inundating it with a plethora of resumes, including those of illustrious golden tier practitioners. However, the resume that truly astounds your avatar is that of Shangguan Lingwei. This individual, who has fallen to your avatar's prowess 3 times in the monthly examinations, securing only 2nd place at the esteemed Qinglong Academy, astonishingly wishes to leave her elite team composed entirely of sky-level and earth-level talents to become a member of yours. Fortunately, your avatar is acutely aware of his own limitations. He realizes that Shangguan Lingwei's desire to join him stems from a misguided perception formed after her consecutive defeats. He understands that his accumulated advantages from previous simulations have reached their zenith, while Shangguan Lingwei's career as a sky-level talent has only just begun. The advantages that your avatar holds over her can only be sustained until the next monthly examination. Should he foolishly consider accepting her into his team, the inevitable outcome would be the exposure of his true capabilities, leading to a humiliating defeat at the hands of an enraged Shangguan Lingwei. To avert such a dire fate, your avatar resolutely declined Shangguan Lingwei's request to join his team. Instead, he sifted through the myriad of resumes and selected 5 unremarkable yet crucially underprivileged novice practitioners. Their impoverished backgrounds imply that when lucrative opportunities arise, they are more likely to transcend their limits. Their ordinariness signifies that they lack the standing to negotiate with your avatar, rendering them more susceptible to his commands. Nevertheless, despite their unremarkable nature, those bold enough to submit their resumes possess at least silver-level talents, and among the 5 fortunate individuals chosen by your avatar is a swordsman who has awakened a golden-level talent, a figure that would be regarded as a prodigy within the eyes of the outside world and even among bronze-level teams. Your avatar has named this new squad Xuanhe, as a counter to the previously abandoned team Qihong from the last simulation. He began to lay down the rules for Xuanhe, stipulating that the distribution of spoils would be determined solely by him, the captain, who would enjoy priority over all loot and possess absolute authority within the team. Although such an autocratic decree initially sparked discomfort among the members, the prestige earned from his consecutive victories in the monthly examinations proved pivotal, quelling any dissent. With a sigh of relief, your avatar recognized that this marked the nascent formation of Xuanhe, a team bound to his unwavering command. In pursuit of swiftly enhancing the strength and level of Xuanhe, he set forth his plans. Your doppelganger directly leads the Xuanhe team in challenging dungeons above level 15. To avoid incurring significant experience penalties, your doppelganger instructs the team members to eliminate the minor foes within the dungeon, refraining from engaging in combat themselves. It is only when confronted with a dungeon boss that proves insurmountable for the team that your doppelganger intervenes, striving to minimize their own damage output to alleviate the experience penalties imposed on the team. Moreover, your doppelganger also guides the Xuanhe members into the wilderness to scour for monsters. The importance of having teammates, particularly those with the scout profession, becomes evident at this juncture. Through the scouts' heightened agility and extensive field of vision, the team can assess the level and threat of monsters in a given area, thereby allowing them to evade formidable wilderness creatures and practice safely. Although this strategy does not completely eliminate the dangers of the wilderness, the team, comprised entirely of individuals with silver-tier talents, has established a considerable advantage over ordinary practitioners. What poses a grave threat to common adventurers is not nearly as daunting for Xuanhe, provided they exercise caution and avoid recklessly venturing deep into the wild. Over the course of a month, through challenges in dungeons and wilderness training, your doppelganger successfully elevated their level to 22, while the members of the Xuanhe team also surpassed level 12. Although there remains a vast disparity compared to the core members of the Iron Blood Society, who began wilderness training in the first month post-awakening and boast an average level of 15, your doppelganger remains confident that as the synergy within the Xuanhe team improves, the gap between them and similarly leveled teams from the Iron Blood Society will gradually diminish. As your doppelganger's anticipation swells with confidence, the first semester at Donghua University draws to a close. In the final monthly examination of the semester, your doppelganger narrowly lost to Shangguan Lingwei without revealing their silver aura, thus ending a semester-long reign of dominance in the monthly assessments. Although they forfeited a scholarship worth a staggering 100,000 federal coins, utilizing 2 silver-tier skills simultaneously would have undoubtedly revealed to all that they had transitioned into a silver-tier practitioner. For a doppelganger with merely silver-tier talent, transitioning into a silver-tier profession within a single semester seemed somewhat exaggerated. Nevertheless, having achieved the goal of forming a team, there is no longer a need to cling to the honor of being the top scorer in the monthly exams. Furthermore, while the second-place prize may lack the substantial scholarship of 100,000, it still offers a rewarding incentive of 50,000 federal coins, a far more generous sum compared to the mere hundreds earned in previous simulations. Chapter 25. Eradicating Darkness and Evil. As the semester draws to a close, Donghua University is poised to embrace a lengthy 3-week, 21-day hiatus. During this interlude, students are afforded the opportunity to liberate themselves from the rigors of their academic pursuits, reveling in this rare chance for relaxation. Alternatively, they may choose to remain on campus, diligently striving for excellence, or perhaps even band together to venture into perilous wilderness. Your avatar, alongside the enigmatic Black Squad, has opted for a distinctly unique holiday experience. On February 5, 2012, the first week of vacation commenced, and your avatar, having led the Black Squad through a challenging level 15 dungeon, succeeded in elevating each member's rank to level 13. The squad, now comprised entirely of bronze-tier professionals, found themselves within the confines of an underground tavern controlled by the Nightingale. Within this clandestine establishment, your avatar instructed the Hefty Tiger to distribute 1 million federal coins before each of the 5 squad members, with each individual receiving 200,000 coins, an amount comparable to the collective earnings of the squad over 2 months spent in the dungeon. Under the anxious gazes of the black members, your avatar unveiled the truth. He revealed to the squad that he currently presides over an underground syndicate profiting from the smuggling of secondary dungeon items. To date, this syndicate has commandeered over 60% of the smuggling share in District 3 of Donghua City, yielding a staggering monthly profit of 1 million federal coins solely from smuggling activities. Moreover, he intends to further expand the scale of smuggling secondary items, and once he fully dominates the smuggling market for these items in District 3, the anticipated monthly profit is expected to exceed 2 million federal coins. He pledged to allocate 50% of this sum, 1 million federal coins, among the members of the Black Squad. If all proceeds smoothly, each member could anticipate receiving a monthly dividend equivalent to the amount before them, 200,000 federal coins. 200,000 each month translates to an annual sum of 2,400,000. For an ordinary silver-tier talent, or even a gold-tier talent, such a figure is hardly one to be dismissed lightly. This implies that they could annually afford to purchase 2 top-tier silver skills, comparable to the quality of silver fighting energy, or acquire 2 powerful silver equipment sets, or save for 2 years to obtain a gold-tier skill book typically reserved for the affluent. The necessity of money for professionals is unquestionable. Relying solely on dungeon gains to maintain a competitive edge among practitioners is akin to chasing fantasies. Particularly for the members of the Black Squad, meticulously chosen from underprivileged backgrounds, their families are unable to provide assistance in their professional endeavors. In the past, they have endured the hardships of financial inadequacy. Unlike many well-off practitioners who receive familial support for silver skills upon completing their first transition, even those with gold-tier talents among them have yet to secure their silver skills. Your doppelganger astutely grasped this point. Over the past 2 months, it has been instilling in them the notion that we are but the progeny of the impoverished. Only through unscrupulous means can we hope to contend with the affluent and powerful, those born with golden keys. Under the subtle influence of this doppelganger, when the illicit activities that contravene federal law were presented before them, their initial reaction was not one of opposition, but rather a contemplative consideration of the feasibility of risking everything for this potential gain. At this realization, the doppelganger understood that its scheme had borne fruit. On February 6th, the members of the Schwanhei Squad unanimously consented to the decision to operate the smuggling gang Nightingale. That very day, the promised 1 million federal coins were directly distributed among all present members, and with this substantial sum of 200,000 federal coins, the members of the Schwanhei Squad underwent a comprehensive upgrade in equipment. The following day, under the direction of the doppelganger, the Schwanhei Squad commenced a campaign against all merchants within the 3rd District who defied Nightingale and dared to engage in the clandestine sale of secondary items outside of its control. Within a single day, the 6 most vehemently resistant smugglers were eradicated by the Schwanhei Squad. This ruthless action instilled profound fear among the merchants in the 3rd District, even causing the usually pessimistic Fat Tiger, who had long held a negative view of violent market consolidation, to witness a startling revelation. It became evident that the issue was not the ineffectiveness of violent consolidation, but rather the insufficient level of violence. When an entire team of professionals intervenes in the market, ordinary smugglers find themselves utterly powerless in their grasp. Noncompliance leads to death, and the severity of their actions far surpasses that of the police's anti-smuggling operations. Who would dare to defy? However, the repercussions were equally severe. This complete subversion of unwritten rules, which left no avenue for survival, rendered the remaining smugglers restless. Consequently, the 3rd District Police received a plethora of, thrusting the newly emergent smuggling gang Nightingale into the upper echelons of the 3rd District Police's attention. Yet, the doppelganger remained unfazed by this development. When Fat Tiger inquired whether there should be a halt to expansion, the doppelganger decisively rejected the notion, insisting that Fat Tiger must secure the remaining 40% of the market within 3 months. Any smuggler daring to bypass Nightingale for private trade was to be reported directly to the Schwanhei Squad. If one appeared, they were to be eliminated. Even if it meant exterminating the entire populace of the 3rd District, no merchant was permitted to engage in the smuggling of secondary items outside of Nightingale's dominion. For the first time, Fat Tiger began to perceive the doppelganger as mad. However, upon encountering its cold gaze, he understood that any dissent would lead him to share the fate of those smugglers executed by the Schwanhei Squad. Thus, he resolutely swallowed his bitter counsel, though internally, he began to seek an escape route. In March, the inaugural month of the new academic term, fortified by wealth, the Schwanhei Squad's power surged. With only 6 members, they conquered an 18-level dungeon. The doppelganger's level ascended to 23. While every member of the Schwanhei Squad reached level 15. At the end of March, your avatar fell to 12th place in the monthly assessment, prompting Shangguan Lingwei to privately express her disappointment regarding this poor performance. In April, your avatar led the Schwanhei team to vanquish a level 5 named Boss in the Wilderness, acquiring a piece of level 5 starlet equipment, albeit with rather lackluster additional skills, valued at a mere 1.6 million federal coins. In the same month, an undercover agent dispatched by the 3rd District Police infiltrated the Nightingale gang but was promptly recognized by your avatar, as he had previously been a fellow anti-smuggling captain of equal rank during a simulation. Your avatar commanded the henchmen of the Nightingale gang to bind and brutally assault him before discarding him at the entrance of the 3rd District Police Station under the cover of night. The 3rd District Police were furious over your avatar's provocative actions. Yet the Nightingale's reputation soared within the Third World. For the rats of the underground, nothing could signify dominance more than defecating on the head of the police station. This audacious act not only solidified Nightingale's supremacy in the smuggling industry but also echoed throughout the underground world beyond, establishing Nightingale as a formidable gang. In May, the police initiated a rigorous crackdown on the Nightingale gang, resulting in the capture of numerous members and a devastating blow to their clientele. Although the police had yet to ascertain the identity of your avatar, they had narrowed down the age range based on certain traces left behind. Due to the police's aggressive measures, Nightingale's smuggling income plummeted this month, with each member of the Xuanhe team receiving a meager dividend of merely 50,000 federal coins, inciting considerable unrest among them. Transitioning from abundance to scarcity is easy, but the reverse is arduous. The members of the Xuanhe team had grown accustomed to the lavish support of substantial wealth, and losing this vital income felt akin to a death sentence. Moreover, having already delved deep into the smuggling operations and burdened with countless lives, there was no turning back. Finding themselves in such dire straits without the corresponding financial reward was truly unacceptable for the members of Xuanhe. Yet, this was precisely the outcome your avatar intended to achieve. Your avatar conveyed to the Xuanhe members that historically, the prevailing notion has been that when bandits encounter law enforcement, their first instinct is to flee without resistance. However, this belief is fundamentally flawed. The strong do not flee before the weak. Although the 3rd District Police may appear formidable, they are merely a civilian institution aimed at regulating ordinary citizens, lacking the substantial strength when compared to professionals. Their total manpower barely exceeds 200, rendering them incapable of monopolizing the entire smuggling trade in the 3rd District, particularly against the Nightingale, which boasts a team of professional operatives. We must retaliate, your avatar proclaimed. Tonight, we shall capture any officer daring enough to search our Nightingale members and customers, along with their families, compelling the 3rd District Police to release our captured personnel. You have truly lost your mind. Fat Tiger expressed his desire to live a few more years. You are merely a local criminal at present, but should you dare to lay a hand on public officials, especially their relatives, you will be classified as a federal criminal, attracting the relentless pursuit of the military. You are mistaken. The military will not pursue me. The police will only capitulate. The doppelganger, however, remained unfazed. This world has never been a bastion of fairness or justice. Ever since the first professional emerged from the Federation 12 years ago, the once proud firearms of mortals have become mere scraps of paper under the might of these professionals. The Constitution of the Federation bestows upon professionals unparalleled privileges, far surpassing those of ordinary mortals. What is a universally acknowledged truth, one that mere mortals must adhere to and even fear, does not necessarily apply to me as a professional. Ultimately, this world is governed by professionals, and one must recognize the essence of existence within it. Essence or not, I am not a professional. I am merely a mortal. Fat Tiger was on the verge of tears, pleading, I cannot bear the consequences of opposing the Federation. Brother, please let me go. I truly do not wish to continue this. Despite the gravity of his current offenses, even if he were to voluntarily surrender, he would still face a lifetime of imprisonment. Nevertheless, at least he might retain his life. However, should this madman lay a hand on the officer, even if he sold off the entire Nightingale, he would likely meet a grim fate. At merely 26 years old, Fat Tiger had his whole life ahead of him and did not wish to meet his end so soon alongside a madman. Regrettably, the doppelganger did not afford him the luxury of choice. Withdraw or I shall eliminate your entire family, the doppelganger declared. Under the threat of the doppelganger, Fat Tiger, aware that the doppelganger would certainly act on his words, succumbed to despair. In the face of the Xuanhe team, the doppelganger offered little explanation, for they, as professionals, had long since traversed the path of lawlessness, having stained their hands with blood, and there was no turning back. To assuage their anxious hearts, the doppelganger casually mentioned that he had already prepared an escape route. In June, under your doppelganger's orders, Nightingale began retaliating against the 3rd District Police Station. In the same month, the average level of the Xuanhe team reached level 17, placing them among the top 3 in the silver tier rankings of the entire Qinglong Academy. The director of Qinglong Academy awarded you and the Xuanhe team the Outstanding Professional Team Award, and during the school's anniversary celebration at the end of the term, he was seen conversing and shaking hands with the governor of Donghua City, receiving accolades from the governor. In July, The Donghua City news station reported that Nightingale was the most rampant criminal organization since the establishment of the Federation. The director of the Donghua City Police Department delivered a speech announcing the deployment of the Donghua City Tiger Squad to eradicate Nightingale. Through inquiries among his acquaintances, your doppelganger learned that the Tiger Squad was a special police force composed entirely of professionals formed by the Donghua City Police Department, including many silver and even gold-tier professionals, far beyond the capabilities of your doppelganger and the Xuanhe team to contend with. This caught your doppelganger off guard, as he had not anticipated that an institution like the Donghua City Police Department could sustain a team of such formidable professionals. It is noteworthy that the annual income of a silver-tier professional in the wilderness exceeds 1 million federal coins. To entice them to forsake the wilds and dedicate themselves to the police department, the salary offered would need to be 2 to 3 times their actual earnings, amounting to between 2 and 3 million federal coins. Calculating for an entire team of professionals, even if composed solely of 15 silver-tier individuals, the annual expenditure would approach 50 million federal coins. Does the Donghua Local Police Department possess such financial resources? Chapter 26. The Doppelganger is beyond redemption. Indeed, the East Hua City Police Department's annual stability funding amounts to a staggering 550 million federal coins. To say that merely 50 million is a trivial sum would be an understatement. Even allocating 100 million federal coins to establish a professional team would be a mere drop in the bucket. One can only attribute this to East Hua City's advantageous position, backed by 2 military factions and 2 federal universities, which provide a vast pool of professionals and a thriving market for professional services. Each year, the transaction taxes derived from the professional trading system yield significant revenue, enabling the city to allocate substantial funds towards maintaining public order. Faced with such circumstances, your doppelganger is compelled to alter its strategy, opting for a tactical retreat. Without the support of your doppelganger and the Xuanhe team, the Nightingale Squad, merely a disorganized group, was swiftly dismantled under the assaults of the Tiger Special Operations Team. However, until the Tiger team managed to capture several core members of the Nightingale, including the Hefty Tiger, they found no information regarding the existence of any professional teams within the Nightingale, nor did they even have a description of the doppelganger. According to the Hefty Tiger's testimony, the gang leader and his team of professionals never revealed their identities and had never been witnessed in action. He only knew that the leader and his team were a group of remarkably youthful individuals, and beyond that, there were no further leads. Thus, the police's investigation could only narrow its focus to the 2 institutions in the city known for harboring a significant number of young professionals: East Hua University and Chengnan University. By August, the East Hua City Police Department tentatively set its sights on East Hua University. It seems they have miscalculated, truly underestimating the federal authorities. Link smiled upon reading this. The downfall of the Nightingale has not significantly impacted your doppelganger, for in its grand design, the Nightingale was always intended as a potential sacrificial pawn. In the realm of bravado you truly excel. Link applauded. Yet the police have now pinpointed East Hua University. It is merely a matter of time before they discover your whereabouts. How will you respond to this impending challenge? Respond? Your doppelganger appears to have overheard something utterly ludicrous. This world is governed by professionals. As long as your doppelganger and the Xuanhe team remain intact, they can effortlessly establish countless mortal factions akin to the Nightingale. Even if the police have discerned that he is a student at East Hua University, what of it? There are over 8,000 first-year students alone, and the total population of faculty and students exceeds 35,000. Coupled with the university's influence, the police's task of locating him within East Hua University is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. If only the doppelganger is granted some time. Once he and his Xuanhe team ascend to silver rank, he can leverage the team as a bargaining chip to engage in preliminary discussions with the military factions. Then, akin to the previous simulation with the Crimson team, he can directly apply to join the faction, thus becoming an independent unit under its auspices. Once they join the faction, even without entering the core echelon, the doppelganger and the Xuanhe team will enjoy unparalleled privileges as members of the faction. Do not assume that this is merely a local institution of the Donghua city government. Even the federal government must first negotiate with the battle group before taking action. This emboldens the incarnation to develop the Nightingale without restraint, even daring to instruct it to attack law enforcement officers. In the previous simulation, the Crimson Squad barely achieved their second job transfer just before graduation, thus qualifying them for membership in the battle group. In this simulation, the Xuanhe Squad is likely to accomplish a full second job transfer for all members by the third academic year, showcasing potential and value far surpassing that of the Crimson Squad. Consequently, joining the battle group and even becoming a direct squad under its command is a foregone conclusion for the Incarnation and the Xuanhe Squad. Once they attain membership, the heinous acts of developing smuggling rings, indiscriminately eliminating dozens of smugglers, attacking police officers, and coercing their families, crimes that would spell disaster for mere mortals and civilian professionals, will be rendered inconsequential under the privileges afforded by the battle group. The sole oversight lies in the Incarnation's failure to anticipate that the 3rd Police Precinct would so swiftly seek assistance from the Donghua City headquarters. Moreover, it was unforeseen that within the precinct, which is ostensibly dedicated to governing mortals, there exists a special squad comprised entirely of silver and gold tier professionals. The unexpected confluence of these two factions has led to the premature necessity for the Incarnation to relinquish the Nightingale, its financial tool. However, now that the unexpected has transpired, it is imperative to devise a strategy to mitigate the impact of losing the Nightingale as a source of revenue. Without this financial machine, both the Incarnation and the Xuanhe Squad will lose a significant income stream, which will adversely affect the growth pace of the Xuanhe Squad. Consequently, the anticipated plan for the Incarnation to achieve a full second job transfer for all members in the first semester of the 3rd academic year may become unachievable. Should this plan not be realized within the designated timeframe, the Incarnation will face a third unforeseen complication: being investigated by the police before joining the battle group. This could indeed lead to an abrupt conclusion of the simulation, as foreshadowed by the Incarnation itself. To avert such an eventuality, aside from aggressively enhancing the strength of the Xuanhe Squad and itself, the most crucial aspect is to forge new sources of income. At this juncture, Link felt a jolt of apprehension. New sources of income? What could this unremarkable Incarnation possibly generate? Could it be? Upon this thought, Link hastily glanced at the newly surfaced information, and as the details emerged, his previously anxious heart sank anew. Your Incarnation is contemplating new methods of generating revenue. Your Incarnation is contemplating new methods of generating revenue. Your Incarnation has decided to rob the rich to aid the poor. You are beyond salvation, Link. In the wilderness, a realm fraught with peril, untouched by human civilization and order. In this realm, anything is possible, and all traces shall be concealed by the wilderness. Thus, no matter the malevolent deeds committed within, there exists no risk of exposure. It is quite simply a paradise for brigands. Indeed, within the wilds, there exists a faction known as Red-Named Practitioners, a unique breed largely comprised of those who have ventured into illegal professions. Pursued by the Federation and legitimate practitioners in the cities, they find themselves unable to strengthen their abilities or procure supplementary items through conventional means. Consequently, they have taken root in the wilderness, dedicating themselves to the slaughter and plunder of human practitioners who dare to enter, seizing all possessions from their victims. Chapter 27. Incitement. In the perilous wilderness, where danger abounds and few dare to tread, even the armies and factions of the federal government find themselves at a loss against these notorious red-named practitioners. Fortunately, the wilderness itself serves as a formidable cleansing mechanism. The red-named practitioners, forced to conceal themselves within this desolate expanse, find no means to resupply in the safety of human territories. Confronted by insurmountable monsters, they have no avenue for retreat, resulting in a dismally low survival rate that prevents them from forming any significant numbers or producing formidable individuals. Nonetheless, these red-named practitioners undeniably exist. Although encounters with them are rare, this does not hinder the Avatar from usurping their identities. The Avatar, increasingly convinced of the viability of this avenue, swiftly shared its ingenious idea with the members of Xuanhe. As anticipated, the proposition was met with unanimous opposition from the Xuanhe members. However, the Avatar remained undeterred, for it astutely discerned that the members' dissent was not as resolute as it appeared. In a time when the federal regime stands relatively stable, the sudden suggestion of turning to banditry would naturally brand the Avatar as irrational. Yet, Once they quieted and began to meticulously consider the feasibility of such an audacious course, the dynamics shifted entirely. Ultimately, they were already transgressors of federal law, having succumbed to the allure of a monthly dividend of 200,000 federal coins, committing crimes that could not be absolved by the federal authorities. Even if they wished to amend their ways now, it was too late. As the saying goes, one becomes impervious to itching when plagued by numerous lice. Upon reflection, they had already embarked on an irreversible path. Thus, bearing the infamy of red-named practitioners seemed increasingly palatable. Understanding this, the Avatar resolved to further persuade them. It informed the members of the Xuanhe team that the Nightingale had been dismantled by the East China City Police Department, claiming that from this moment forth, they could no longer derive benefits from the Nightingale. Furthermore, the Corps administrator, Fat Tiger, had been apprehended, and based on his testimony, the police had discerned their age range. Through a process of elimination, they had essentially identified them as students of East China University. It would not be long before the officers confirmed their identities, and given the gravity of their offenses, death would be the inevitable consequence. To survive, their only recourse was to secure a contract with a faction before the police could locate them, thereby enjoying the protection of the faction. The minimum requirement for joining a faction, however, was to attain a level above 20 and to have completed a second job transfer. In order to achieve their goals before being discovered by the officers of the Donghua City Police Department, they require substantial financial resources to procure equipment, skill books, and various enchantments and items. This would enable them to challenge more formidable dungeons and venture deeper into the wilderness to garner greater experience. Merely becoming members of the war faction would not only grant them access to copious resources and privileges, but it would also absolve them of their past transgressions. They would attain a revered status, rising to the apex of the professional hierarchy. All of this hinges upon taking that final step. They are not the lowly traditional red-named professionals, who plunder wealth solely for their own selfish desires, only to perish meaninglessly in fleeting madness. Rather, they are idealists, striving for fairness with their own hands, unwilling to submit to a mundane fate as resolute fighters. Why should the offspring of the affluent be born with a silver spoon in their mouths? Why should they receive, without effort, that which ordinary individuals toil a lifetime to attain, equipment and skills beyond their reach? Why are they permitted to wield expensive enchantments and potions to conquer dungeons that should be beyond their capabilities, thereby gaining an insurmountable advantage over us? They then audaciously belittle us, trampling upon our existence and that of our descendants, while we can only wallow in the depths of inferiority. To hell with federal laws. Abiding by such regulations will only condemn us to generations of mediocrity, ultimately rendering us societal failures stripped of our right to procreate. It has never been heard of that anyone could transcend the rules set by others through mere effort. Throughout history, only resistance and rebellion have been the definitive pathways for the common folk to alter their destinies. We may lack the audacity of the ancient rebels who dared to change the heavens and the earth, but do we not even possess the courage to escape the confines of imposed rules and strive for a glimmer of hope? Under the compelling persuasion of their doppelganger, the members of the impoverished Xuanhe team were aflame with anger, resolutely choosing to reverse their fates. Perhaps this is why the audience of stand-up comedy will never predominantly consist of men. Witnessing how the doppelganger effortlessly swayed the entire Xuanhe team with mere words, Link felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Of course, it may not solely be the doppelganger's eloquence at play. It can be said that an exceedingly unjust social environment indeed exists in this world, where people harbor deep dissatisfaction with their circumstances, making them susceptible to the manipulations of the doppelganger. Nothing is coincidental. It is essential to recognize that one of the core criteria for the doppelganger selection of members is their humble beginnings. Only those born into poverty can embrace this ideology and dare to take risks. In contrast, a group of affluent beneficiaries would undoubtedly distance themselves from the doppelganger and promptly report it to the police. At the end of August, the Silver Team, which had lost its funding from the Nightingale, found itself relegated from the top ranks of silver teams within the same year during the comprehensive strength assessment at the month's conclusion. Such is the harsh reality of this world. Any slight deficiency in resources is immediately reflected in the overall performance of the team. The sensation of being surpassed is undeniably unpleasant. This time, without needing to be prompted, the members of the Xuanhe team collectively implored their doppelganger to lead them in reversing their fate. The doppelganger, having achieved its objective, did not respond immediately but merely informed the members of the Xuanhe team that it had identified a target and instructed them to await further developments with patience. Chapter 28. The Renowned Professionals. On September 12th, the moment for the Avatar to seize the opportunity had finally arrived. The Avatar, who had previously joined the professional Team Crimson, began preparations for wilderness training in the face of escalating competitive pressures within the academy. Compared to the previous simulation, where the Crimson team embarked on their first wilderness venture much earlier, this time their foray into the wild was delayed by over 3 months. The absence of the Avatar, who had been a formidable frontline presence, had significantly hindered their progress through the initial dungeons, resulting in a slower developmental pace. Only now had all members completed their first job change, gaining the confidence to enter wilderness training. As the adage goes, revenge should not be postponed. After altering strategies and resolving to embark on a grand endeavor of robbing the rich to aid the poor, the first target that came to the Avatar's mind was the former employer, Crimson. Thus, a month prior, the Avatar had already begun monitoring the movements of the Crimson team. Upon learning of their plans to enter wilderness training, the Avatar promptly gathered the members of the now fully leveled Xuanhe team, all at level 18, though outnumbered by 2. And even with the Avatar included, the Xuanhe team comprised only 6 members. However, with the Crimson team's average level barely surpassing 10, the Xuanhe team enjoyed a considerable advantage, not only due to their higher overall talent but also because even at the same level, their abilities could easily outclass those of the Crimson team. Moreover, the Xuanhe team boasted the Avatar, who had completed a second job change, reaching level 23 and mastering the devastating skill of bullying, which was particularly effective against weaker foes. The operation unfolded without a hitch. In the face of the unexpected assault from the level 18 Xuanhe team, the Crimson team, with an average level of merely 10, found themselves utterly overwhelmed. Their feeble resistance against the overwhelming power of the Xuanhe team was laughably futile, akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. After swiftly dispatching 2 members to instill fear, the inexperienced recruits of the Crimson team quickly lost their will to fight, succumbing to the Xuanhe team's demands. Under the Avatar's command, the Xuanhe team not only stripped the Crimson members of their equipment and Federation currency, but also coerced affluent members like Captain Zhang Jingyi and Vice Captain Lang Lan into demanding a ransom of 500,000 Federation currency from their families. This ransom was to be paid in equivalent dungeon materials, directly transacted via their professional panels into the real world, ensuring their identities remained concealed from pursuit. This single operation netted the Xuanhe team an astonishing profit of 8.5 million Federation currency, rivaling nearly 5 months' worth of profits from smuggling operations by the Nightingale Gang. Upon witnessing this figure, Link could not help but draw in a sharp breath. In reality, earning 8.5 million federal coins through conventional means is no trivial endeavor. Even a bronze-level practitioner who has completed their first transition may find it nearly impossible to amass such wealth over a lifetime. Consequently, the avatars within the simulation are unlikely to relent. Indeed, the information within the simulation aligns precisely with Link's anticipations. 8.5 million federal coins, your avatar monopolizes 3.5 million, while the remaining members each receive 1 million federal coins. This is tantamount to the profit distribution from 5 months of smuggling operations. It equates to purchasing a level 20 silver-grade equipment or acquiring a premier silver-grade skill book. Regardless of the choice made, it signifies a substantial enhancement in the strength of the Xuanhe team. No one can resist the allure of such an effortless acquisition of immense benefits. The members of the Xuanhe team, who will soon squander their million federal coins, promptly urged the avatars to devise the next course of action. However, this time, your avatar did not acquiesce to the requests of the Xuanhe team. This was due to the alarming news of the Crimson Team's robbery reaching Donghua University. The emergence of rogue practitioners in the vicinity of Donghua City, who audaciously plundered a student faction and even slaughtered 2 practitioners from Donghua University, has sent shockwaves throughout the practitioner community, not just within the university but across the entire city. In less than a day, Donghua University, the Donghua Police Department, and 2 combat factions in the city began to unite in their scrutiny of these rogue practitioners, who had suddenly appeared on the outskirts of Donghua City. To dare commit crimes in such a brazen manner is not merely to invite capture, but to court disaster. Of course, the advantages are glaringly apparent. Firstly, the police department has successfully diverted its attention to the rogue practitioners, who pose a more pressing threat than the smuggling of secondary items, which is an affliction impacting the common populace. A band of marauders willing to prey upon and even annihilate student practitioners, the future luminaries of the Federation, undoubtedly constitutes an urgent and formidable concern. The police force is already stretched thin and lacks the capacity to simultaneously investigate two sets of criminal activities by practitioners. Furthermore, the spoils from the robbery of the Crimson Team are sufficient to support the Xuanhe team in completing their second transition within the planned timeframe, eliminating the necessity to undertake further risks. Thus, your avatar not only declined the Xuanhe team's request to proceed with further actions, but also sternly commanded them to focus on achieving their second transition, forbidding any distractions during this period. Under the absolute authority established by the avatar, the members of the Xuanhe team reluctantly chose to comply. By the end of October, the Xuanhe team once again surged into the top 3 among the second-year silver teams at Donghua University, earning the university's admiration. In November, the avatar's level surpassed 24, and all members of the Xuanhe team successfully elevated their levels beyond 19. The goal of transitioning to level 20 is now within reach. Your avatar has already initiated contact with one of the 2 major factions in Donghua City, the Platinum Star Brigade. The vice commander responsible for recruitment, a formidable Earth-class practitioner named Kibidu, who boasts an impressive level of 42, has expressed considerable interest in your avatar and the Xuanhe team under its command. He has assured that, should they achieve their second-class transition before the conclusion of the 3rd year, they would be granted early admission as direct members of the Platinum Star. With this promise, your avatar felt a wave of reassurance wash over them. It is merely the first semester of the 3rd year, and the entire Xuanhe team has already reached level 19, just 1 level shy of the requisite 20 for the second-class transition. Completing this transition for the entire team before the end of the 3rd year is, without a doubt, a trivial matter. Their integration into the brigade and subsequent status as direct members seems all but assured. However, as the saying goes, no joy lasts forever, and misfortune often strikes unexpectedly. Just as your avatar was brimming with confidence and had reached an agreement with the Platinum Star Brigade, preparing to lead the Xuanhe team in this final sprint, an unforeseen piece of devastating news abruptly shattered all plans. Chapter 29. The Legendary Professional Raffle. Adire Omen. A disquieting sensation surged within Link's heart. Despite the explicit directives issued by your avatar, forbidding any actions by the members of the Black Abyss team until their transition to the 2nd tier, the members, having tasted the immense rewards brought by the plundering profession, could hardly restrain the greed swelling within them. Having squandered the 1,000,000 federal coins obtained from their last raid on the Crimson Team, they found their newfound strength sufficient to complete their 2nd-tier transition before the end of their 3rd year. Yet, who among them did not yearn for loftier achievements? Faced with an endless array of top-tier equipment, rare skills so uncommon that their next encounter with them remained uncertain, and precious items capable of enhancing one's potential and providing additional attribute points, no amount of wealth could ever satiate human avarice. The military and police forces, keenly aware of this psychological weakness, discreetly yet overtly disseminated news of a first-year team, clad in opulent gear, venturing into the wilderness for training. They confidently proclaimed that the value of this luxurious freshman team's equipment exceeded 20 million federal coins, showing no fear of the threat posed by notorious players. Upon learning this news, the members of the Black Abyss team could not resist the temptation of plundering such a pompous first-year team that promised such bountiful rewards, ultimately falling into the trap set by the military and police. Worse still, despite the Avatar's clear opposition to the proposed action, the Black Abyss team failed to inform it of their clandestine endeavors. By the time the Avatar realized something was amiss, the military, police, and even a joint enforcement team from Donghua University had commenced their operation to capture the Avatar. In a moment of despair, the Avatar, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards these treacherous teammates, made a swift decision to flee into the wilderness. An aerial professional, descending from the skies, detected the Avatar's presence and launched an attack. The Avatar sustained severe injuries, but fortunately managed to escape deep into the wilderness. The pursuer, seemingly wary of the depths of the wilderness, refrained from delivering the final blow, merely watching as the Avatar vanished into the wild. The following day, the entire city of Donghai and the Federation reported on this egregious act of professional criminality. To the public's astonishment, the perpetrators turned out to be a student team from a prestigious institution with a promising future. Before the cameras, the members of the Black Abyss team recounted their criminal exploits and psychological motivations. As they revealed their operations in smuggling organizations, their merciless killings of non-compliant smugglers, assaults on officers investigating smuggling crimes, and even the abduction of officers' families, culminating in the brutal murders of 2 classmates to instill fear, a wave of outrage swept across the Federation, igniting fervent condemnation from all corners. The Supreme Court has ruled that all members of the Obsidian Squad shall face immediate execution, and a highest-level wanted notice has been issued for the mastermind, Link. A reward of 1.2 million federal coins will be granted for any trace of Link, and those who assist in his capture or elimination shall be entitled to a bounty of up to 10 million federal coins. Simultaneously, the Federation will organize a task force to continue the search for the primary offender, Link, with the intent of delivering him to the judgment of justice, dead or alive. Faced with countless teams of freelance professionals and task forces, your avatar can only seek refuge in the wilderness. Fortunately, the residual power of the Phoenix grants your avatar remarkable regenerative abilities, allowing it to recover from injuries at an accelerated pace even without supplies, thus greatly enhancing its endurance in the wild. However, no matter how resilient, this endurance ultimately lacks a secure base, especially in the wilderness, where the threat of encountering monsters of unknown levels looms at every moment. Your avatar understands that it cannot endure this environment for long. Indeed, within less than a week, your avatar encounters several monsters of level 30 and above. Even the Phoenix's extraordinary recovery cannot keep pace with the rate of life loss. Just as your avatar is on the brink of collapse, a mysterious figure appears before it. The stranger claims to be named Raffle. Raffle? Upon seeing this name in the simulation, Link's mind is suddenly filled with a buzzing sound. This name is renowned in this world, so much so that Link, inheriting the memories of his former self, instantly recalls the remarkable feats associated with this illustrious figure. He is one of the original 10 primal professionals who awakened as the first in the world. By the 5th year of the Awakening era, he completed his 5th job change, becoming one of the earliest Sky-tier professionals in existence. The only other individual who underwent the same job change at that time was none other than Raffle Camion, the current president of the Blue Star Professional Guild, universally recognized as the strongest professional among 300 million professionals worldwide. His followers are numerous, and he is celebrated as the mightiest swordsman. He, together with Raffle Camion and other primal professionals, once vanquished the Abyss Lord, a formidable threat to the entire Blue Star world, saving it from destruction. However, in the 9th year of the Awakening era, 2 years prior to Link's arrival in this world, Raffle began proclaiming that there was no hope left for the Blue Star world. An unstoppable catastrophe was imminent, and the only way for humanity to survive was to consolidate all resources of the Blue Star to create 10 star-tier professionals who would lead the remnants of civilization into the cosmos, thus escaping the tragic fate of perishing alongside their world. This audacious plan, dubbed the God-Making Project, faced vehement opposition from society at the time. Not only does this deification plan require 300 million professionals from all over the Blue Star to serve as cannon fodder, assisting the Chosen 10 in completing their class transition challenges, but it also aims to gather the requisite stellar-level materials for the transition, which will deplete nearly all of Blue Star's financial resources. Furthermore, even if all the forces of Blue Star were united, the likelihood of successfully completing the stellar-level transition task for these 10 individuals would be a mere 5%. Most critically, Raphael cannot substantiate that this world is indeed heading towards its demise. Moreover, even if the deification plan were to succeed, the meager strength of 10 stellar-level professionals could at best protect no more than 1 million individuals. In stark contrast, the human population stands at a staggering 10 billion. Chapter 30. The absolute savior from among 10 billion humans, a mere 1 million have been selected as the seeds for the continuation of humanity, while the remaining 99,999,000,000 will be cast aside as mere sacrifices. Those who can selflessly ignite their lives for the future of mankind. Gazing upon the Azure Planet, are perhaps only the federates, who have long upheld the tradition of self-sacrifice for the greater good. Yet, even among the federates, a significant faction has succumbed to the pervasive Western ideology of selfishness in recent years, scoffing at the notion of sacrificing the self for the collective. It is even more pronounced among those who have lived their lives steeped in the freedom of thought. If we must perish, let us perish together. Why should we sacrifice ourselves for 1,000,000 privileged souls? Are you mad? Or am I? It has been proven that it is indeed Raphael who is mad. In the face of unanimous rejection from ambassadors of various nations, as well as representatives from major professional organizations and battle groups, Raphael resolutely led his followers to push forward with the deification plan. An innumerable coalition of initial battle groups and the federal army launched an offensive against Raphael and his followers, culminating in a cataclysmic battle at the sacred ground of professionals atop the world's roof, the Awakening Temple. After an unprecedented and shocking conflict, the Awakening Temple, once a bastion of strength, was reduced to ruins. Over 40 sky-level professionals and countless gold and silver-level practitioners perished there, alongside the obliteration of 37 early battle groups, leading to Raphael and his followers' defeat. Now, 2 years have passed since Raphael's downfall. During this time, the apocalyptic prophecy he foretold has shown no signs of materializing. The Azure Planet remains as tranquil as ever, and the battle groups have not ceased their venture into the wilderness. Each year, a multitude of professionals awaken through the awakening orbs in various esteemed academies, increasingly joining the front lines of wilderness exploration, expanding the realm of human safety. Everything appears to be progressing towards a brighter future. Gradually, Raphael's doomsday prophecy has become regarded as an impossibility, a mere jest, and even the current professional textbooks label him as a deranged lunatic. Yet, therein lies the gravest concern. Raphael should have been slain. Your avatar, of course, does not believe that Raphael could be the so-called prophet Raphael. However, his power is indeed terrifyingly profound. At the very first glance, your avatar comprehends that he could never match his opponent. Well versed in the ancient adage that those who understand the times are the true heroes, your avatar decides to feign belief in his words, curious to hear what he has to say. The mysterious entity claiming to be Raphael informs the avatar that the end of the Azure Planet draws ever closer. Although that old man Rofa has surreptitiously accomplished the sixth transition through unorthodox means, elevating himself to the stellar level, he remains merely a second-rate character with planetary-level talent, incapable of thwarting the impending calamity that is soon to unfold. Only he, Raphael, could be the singular savior destined to rescue the world of Blue Star, for he is the sole possessor of a stellar-level talent among all of humanity. What? Raphael possesses a stellar-level talent? Link's eyes widened in astonishment. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, pondering whether the individual claiming to be Raphael in the simulation truly was him. After all, who couldn't boast stellar-level talent? I might as well claim to possess a galactic-level talent myself. Thus far, humanity has only recognized the highest tier of occupational talent as stellar level. Wait, could it be that the existence of Raphael, the unique holder of stellar-level talent, is the reason humanity categorizes talent levels up to stellar? Link found himself shivering at the thought. Your doppelganger's mind is in disarray. However, compared to your tendency to indulge in wild speculation, your doppelganger's rationality remains intact, especially without the presumption of believing the other's claim to Raphael's identity. The most crucial point of logic is why Raphael would appear before him. Although the doppelganger has elevated his level to 25 during the week spent in the wilderness, accumulating wealth through a series of clandestine endeavors, he possesses relatively luxurious silver-level equipment and skills. Even among the millions of silver-level professionals globally, he stands as a respectable member of the upper echelon. Yet, before Raphael, who had already been a top-tier sky-level professional 5 years prior in the simulation and had vanquished 37 early-stage warbands with his followers, a mere silver-level professional seems as insignificant as an ant. If the other truly is Raphael, how could this little ant possibly attract his attention? Why would he appear before him and exchange words? There are countless individuals in this world who are stronger and more gifted than the doppelganger. Surely, it is not his place to engage with such a figure. This is akin to receiving a call from Emperor Qin Shi Huang himself. Nevertheless, a wise man does not suffer losses in the moment. Despite harboring skepticism towards the other's words, the doppelganger still displayed a respectful demeanor. Raphael, however, seemed to perceive the doppelganger's insincerity. Yet, he exhibited little reaction, simply informing the doppelganger that his eternal level talent is called the Eye of Uncertainty, which allows him to glimpse the future of an individual or even the world. With this sight, he has witnessed and altered countless destinies, including surviving the nearly fatal Temple War. Moreover, he had fragmented his will into millions of pieces through a certain planet-level artifact, scattering them across the wilds of the world, waiting for the opportunity to rise again. Now, upon seeing the doppelganger, he realized that his chance had arrived. Your being is imbued with infinite and unknown destinies. You shall prove to be the most unpredictable variable in this world, and indeed within this universe. You were destined to perish, yet you remain alive. You were meant to meet your end within 7 days, yet you shall soon embrace a new beginning. You are extraordinary, unparalleled, a seemingly mediocre individual endowed with merely silver-level talent, yet you possess such an unpredictable fate. Everything I prepared and awaited before the onset of the Temple War appears to hinge upon you. Within the gradually widening eyes of my doppelganger, Raphael uttered words that instilled profound unease. Not only are you unsettled, but I too am perturbed. The link of reality expressed a sense of explosive revelation. Could it be that he truly is Raphael? To perceive the fate of the doppelganger suggests that this individual, whether or not he is Raphael, undoubtedly possesses stellar-level talent. Fortunately, the power of the system is not something mere mortals can grasp. Raphael merely glimpsed the infinite possibilities surrounding the doppelganger but could not discern the fundamental principles enabling such feats. His arrogance leads him to regard the doppelganger as a mere pawn in his divine creation scheme, living in a world of absolute self, firmly believing that he alone is the singular, ultimate savior. Chapter 31. The conclusion of the third simulation, your avatar has perished. End time. Awakening Year 13, Month 5, Day 5, Death Replay. A mysterious individual claiming to be Raphael has seized the body of your avatar. The simulation has concluded, and you may retain the following rewards for your avatar. 1. Embers of the Phoenix, Silver Level Talent. 2. Level 25 Attributes of the Avatar. 3. Skills acquired by the Avatar, Silver Level Skill. Annihilation, Bronze Level Skill. Life Rebirth. 4. Equipment possessed by the Avatar, Bloodthirsty Greatsword, Level 20 Silver Weapon. Radiant Holy Set, Level 15 Silver Set, including bracers, armor, helmet, boots, medallion, and gloves. Note: you may only select one of the above as a free reward for your avatar. Additional rewards require extra payment of simulation energy. Dead? Just like that? Link fell into silence, momentarily at a loss for words. Just moments prior, he had fervently proclaimed the unique nature of his avatar, only to have it dispatched in an instant. The audacity of Raphael in seizing his avatar's body was infuriating. It was no wonder that he was defeated by Rofa and others in the Battle of the Awakening Sanctuary. He deserved to lose. I will retain all talents except for the Embers of the Phoenix. After a brief moment of discomfort, Link made his choice. The reason for excluding the potent talent of Embers of the Phoenix was that his current avatar could only bear one talent. Should Link engage in another silver simulation, he would acquire another silver talent. Therefore, even if he expended a considerable amount of energy to preserve the Embers of the Phoenix, it would likely be replaced in the next simulation. Would you like to spend your free attempt, along with 1200 and 2400 simulation energy, to retain the level 25 attributes of your avatar, the skills learned during the simulation, and the equipment possessed by your avatar? Wait, how much did you say? Link stumbled in disbelief. Would you like to spend your free attempt, 1200 and 2400 simulation energy, to retain the level 25 attributes of your avatar? Upon hearing Link's inquiry, the system bluntly reiterated its statement. Confirming that he had not misheard, Link became agitated, questioning the system on how it could demand such an exorbitant amount of energy. The system explained that Link had chosen to engage in a silver simulation and had thus paid an additional 1,000 points of simulation energy as a ticket, making his actual simulation cost 1,200 points. According to the system's rule, for each additional reward retained, Link must pay double the total simulation cost. Aside from one free retention, Should he wish to keep the skills and equipment as well, he would need to pay an additional 1,200 and 2,400 points of simulation energy respectively, which seemed quite reasonable. Are you kidding me? Link struggled to suppress the impulse to berate this foolish system. Are you trying to take my life? Link currently had just over 5,000 points of simulation energy remaining. This foolish system is determined to exhaust its resources in one fell swoop. Yet, is there no retention? Link truly finds himself unable to retain anything. After all, the conversion of 3,600 points of simulated energy into federal coins amounts to a mere 180,000 federal coins. However, the skills and equipment acquired by the avatar during this simulation are worth effortlessly over 10 million. Not to mention, the esteemed level 15 Radiant Holy Set alone cost the avatar 9 million federal coins in the simulation, 400,000 more than the Blood Knight set from the first simulation. Well, trading 180,000 federal coins worth of simulated energy for equipment and skills valued at over 10 million does not seem like a loss. Gritting his teeth, Link, witnessing the system's indifference to his protests, ultimately succumbed in humiliation. There was no choice. After all, this was a 100-fold price difference. Ding. A total of 1 free attempt and 3,600 simulated energy have been consumed. Your avatar retains the following rewards. Almost at the very moment Link painfully confirmed his choice, the simulated energy on his panel precipitously dropped below 2,000, while simultaneously, his avatar donned a suit of silver-white armor, its attributes experiencing explosive growth. To bound object, Link's avatar level, 25 experience, 60,000 class, warrior, silver tier, innate talent, life resistance, bronze tier strength, 296, base 161, equipment 135, constitution, 390, base 156, equipment 169, talent 65, agility, 106, base 51, equipment 55, mana, 35, base 20, equipment 15, equipment. Bloodthirsty Greatsword, silver level 20, Radiant Holy Set, silver tier set, 6-piece effect, 15 damage reduction, restores 0.1 of constitution as health per second during battle. Skills, Gemstone Conflagration, LV3, Bully, Bronze LV9, Silver Aura, Silver LV6, Rampage, Bronze LV5, Life Restoration, LV3, Charge, Black Iron Max, Strike, Black Iron Max, Roar, Black Iron Max, Comprehensive Rating, Upper Middle Silver Warrior. The total attributes of the panel have surpassed 800 points, reaching an impressive 827. Although the silver tier talent, Phoenix Embers, was not retained, the previously retained bronze tier talent, Life Resistance, remains effective. This signifies that the avatar still benefits from the enhancements of life resistance. The LV9 skill, Bully, allows the avatar to gain an additional 1.9 damage reduction and damage enhancement for each level above the opposing target. Coupled with the maximum 35 damage reduction from life resistance, along with the 15 damage reduction from the set effect of the Radiant Holy Set, it implies that if the opponent is a level 10 monster, the avatar could achieve a staggering 78.5 damage reduction. But that is not all. The effect of the level 20 silver equipment, Bloodthirsty Greatsword, is to siphon life with each attack, while life restoration can also recover the avatar's health. Furthermore, the Radiant Holy Set can restore 1,000th of health every second. I can hardly fathom just how resilient the avatar has become. Indeed, the disparity between a silver warrior of intermediate rank and one of lower rank is akin to a chasm of dimensions. The current avatar could likely vanquish 3 of its predecessors. Is this the formidable power of wealth? Truly, it is terrifying. Remarkably, this avatar has only simulated a little over 2 years, less than half the duration of the previous simulations. Yet, its strength index has surged to levels comparable to those earlier iterations. Regrettably, the Xuanhe team acted independently, disregarding the avatar's commands during the simulation. Had the avatar been allowed to execute the plan flawlessly, Link shudders to think of the heights to which it could have ascended in this simulation. While aspiring to become an Earth-tier practitioner may be beyond reach, the prospect of breaking through level 30 to attain the status of a Gold-tier practitioner remains significantly plausible. The thought of this fills Link with ire, his teeth grinding in frustration. Damn you, Raphael. Just wait. Chapter 32. Completing the job transition. The good news is that the Avatar, having reached the commendable rank of a mid-tier silver warrior, now possesses the potential to challenge the level 10 named boss, Dolanial. However, the unfortunate news is that the cost of purchasing simulations has escalated to 400 simulation energy. Initially, one could acquire a simulation for merely 100 simulation energy, which later rose to 200, and now demands a staggering 400. This indicates a multiplicative increase in the cost of purchasing simulation attempts, contrary to Link's hopeful expectation of an additive growth. It is well known that a multiplicative increase can profoundly numb human perception. Regardless of how trivial the initial values may seem, the relentless doubling can propel these figures to staggering, unbearable heights. Currently set at 400, the next increment will be 800, followed by 1600, 3200, and 6400. Within a mere 20 iterations, this number could escalate to astronomical proportions. Consequently, this signifies the demise of Link's plan to mindlessly enhance the Avatar's strength through an abundance of simulations. From this point onward, he must exercise prudence with each opportunity to simulate. For instance, he should strive to bolster the Avatar's capabilities in the real world until it encounters a bottleneck before resorting to the precious simulation attempts. Fortunately, the simulation system does not entirely strip away all hope, as it includes an annual mechanism for the natural replenishment of simulation attempts. Even if the costs soar to insurmountable levels, the Avatar will still be able to partake in at least one simulation each year. First, he must complete the job transition task. Shaking his head to cast aside the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, Link glanced at the remaining 4 days required for the sanctuary value to restore. He realized that he has only spent 3 days in the real world thus far and felt a twinge of regret for hastily engaging in the dungeon. Had he delayed and pursued the dungeon now, with the Avatar's current prowess as a silver warrior, it should surely have been capable of breaching even the most rudimentary level 1 bandit lair. Challenging level 10 or even level 15 dungeons would likely be well within reach. However, upon further reflection, he recognized that without the income from the bandit lair dungeon, he would lack the funds to exchange for simulation energy to purchase attempts, thus hindering the Avatar's ascent to its present strength. No, the fault does not lie with me but with this world. Resolute in his conviction that he bore no blame, Link hastened to lead his Avatar toward the location of the Kobold Den. According to the information gleaned from the simulations, the Kobold Den is a wilderness gathering place reserved by the Iron Blood Society for member assessments. Should a member of the Iron Blood Society discover that he has harvested the rewards from the Kobold Den, they would likely realize that it has been uncovered by others and would swiftly eliminate Dolanial. Thus, swift action is imperative. He must not afford the Iron Blood Society any time to react. Under Link's urging, the Avatar, a silver warrior, began to gallop through the wilderness, carrying Link upon its back. Beneath the shroud of silver fighting spirit, the feeble wilderness monsters that emerged within the safe zone were utterly incapable of breaching the defenses afforded by the silver energy, thereby failing to inflict any harm upon Link, who lay upon the back of his doppelganger. The creatures encountered along the way required no deliberate attacks from the doppelganger. Mere collisions from their high-speed charges sufficed to obliterate them or trample them underfoot. In less than half an hour, Link successfully arrived at the cavern that housed the Goblin Den, simultaneously receiving over 20 notifications of experience gained, albeit heavily penalized due to his elevated level. This indicated that during his swift journey, 20 wilderness monsters had met their untimely demise at the hands of his doppelganger's onslaught. Of course, this was not the moment to dwell on such trivial matters. Dismounting from the doppelganger, Link cast a glance at the foreboding goblin lair before him and let out a sigh of relief. Excellent. It appeared that the Iron Blood Guild had yet to notice the anomaly of the Goblin Den. Thus, there was no reason to hesitate. This prize would be graciously accepted. Consider it the interest owed for forcing my doppelganger to serve as cannon fodder during the initial simulation. Ah, my doppelganger! In a theatrical manner, Link applied a blessing spell that could only marginally enhance the attributes of his doppelganger. Confident that he had fulfilled his role as a supporter, he pointed towards the Goblin Den, and the doppelganger, now shimmering with the light of the applied blessing, plunged headlong into the lair. Before long, Link could hear the sounds of fierce combat resonating from within the Goblin Den. the tremors from the ensuing battle palpable even to him as he stood guard at the cave's entrance. Though he yearned to enter the cavern and lend his doppelganger a hand, a glance at his own pitiful attributes, which could scarcely withstand even a casual strike from the goblin boss, led reason to triumph over this terrifying notion. The role of a comrade does not always necessitate fighting side by side. Come on, my doppelganger. My will is with you. Thus it was. As Link anxiously awaited, nearly 2 hours passed, and suddenly, a cacophony of system notifications echoed within his mind. There were alerts from both his class panel and the awakening system. Ding! Congratulations on successfully defeating the boss. Dollanir, you have earned 10,000 experience points, a celestial grade item, Ring of Greed, and a celestial grade item, Dragonflame Staff. Due to your incomplete job transition quest, you are unable to level up. Overflowing experience will be stored for 24 hours. Please complete the job transition quest promptly. You have acquired the silver item, Dollanir's reverse scale, the golden item, Blood of the Dragonborn, and a golden grade skill book, Blessing of the Dragon. Ding! Job transition quest conditions met. You have successfully sacrificed Dollanir's soul and excellently completed the transition trial. You have received an additional blessing, level 2. Your level has increased to level 12. Ding! You have consumed 7,000 experience points, and your level has ascended to 14. Ring of Avarice, Celestial level 10, Constitution 15, Magic Power 20. Additional skill, Avarice. For each enemy slain, a soul is harvested. Each soul grants an additional 1 point of magical enhancement, with a maximum increase of 50 points in magic power. Dragonfire Staff, Celestial level 10, Magic Power 30, Spell Penetration 10, Equipment Requirement, Magic Power over 100 points. Additional effect, Dragonfire. When a skill is unleashed and strikes a target, there is a certain probability of inflicting an additional 100 points of burning damage. Doraline's Scalebane, Silver, the most resilient scale of Doraline, which can be utilized for crafting equipment or alchemy, to concoct potions. Blood of the Dragonborn, Gold, the essence extracted from the veins of dragonborn creatures, imbued with immense vitality, suitable for alchemy and potion crafting. Blessing of the Dragon, Gold, a skill exclusive to knights and priests, bestowing upon the target a blessing from the dragon god, shielding them from magical damage while significantly enhancing their strength and vitality attributes. Ding! You have acquired 1 black iron skill slot, 1 bronze skill slot, and 1 silver skill slot. You have successfully completed your class transition, earning 50 free attribute points. Based on the characteristics of the priest class you have chosen henceforth, for each level you ascend, you shall receive an additional 3 points in Constitution and 2 points in Magic Power. Chapter 33. Enhancement, a remarkable ascent of 4 levels in 1 breath. There was no alternative. This was the renowned boss of the wilderness. Even as a 25-level silver warrior avatar, it would take a full 2 hours to vanquish such a formidable foe. The immense challenge naturally bestowed upon Dolaniel substantial rewards, especially for Link, who, leveraging the power of his avatar, could not only claim all the rewards for himself, but also evade any experience penalties. However, for Link, the enhancement of his professional abilities was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that, with the completion of his first transition, his greatest asset, the simulation system, had finally undergone an upgrade. Ding! System update complete. Welcome to the Avatar Simulation System version 2.0. Following this update, the following permissions have been unlocked. 1. The host can summon a second avatar, which remains bound to this system and can be simulated. 2. Bronze-level simulations will now be free, with no additional simulation fees. 3. The Avatar Resurrection function has been activated. Upon the accidental demise of an avatar, you may choose to expend simulation energy from the deceased avatar's attribute panel to resurrect it. At last, the second avatar has arrived. An indescribable surge of emotion welled up within. For Link, who possessed the avatar simulation system, the significance of having an additional avatar was self-evident. Was that an avatar? It was evidently a brilliant new limb. Yet, the prerequisite for summoning the second avatar was to elevate the avatar skill to bronze level, necessitating an upgrade cost of 10,000 simulation energy, far exceeding Link's current reserve of simulation points. Fortunately, the rewards from defeating Dolanial offered Link more than mere experience. The value of 2 stellar-grade pieces of equipment and a golden-grade skill book surpassed 10 million federal coins. Although the effects of these stellar-grade items and the golden-grade skill book were tantalizing, they regrettably did not suit the warrior-class avatar. As for utilizing them for himself, Link deemed such extravagance unwarranted, as he had firmly resolved to live a life of ease. He felt unworthy of such costly equipment and skills. There was nothing left to say, sell. However, selling on the campus network was out of the question. The golden grade skill book was somewhat acceptable, as even dungeon boss encounters had a minuscule chance of dropping it. Though exceedingly rare, a few golden grade skills occasionally appeared on the campus network. But the stellar grade equipment was an entirely different matter. Such items could only be found in the wilderness, and only elite monsters had an exceedingly low probability of dropping them. Regardless of how low the tier of stellar grade equipment, its extraordinary value ensured it rarely entered the market, typically being absorbed internally by guilds or auctioned off as prized items. Listing these 2 stellar-grade pieces of equipment on the campus network would be akin to displaying antiques worthy of auction at a street stall. Whether they could even fetch a price was debatable, but the attention it would attract was indisputable. Link acquired these celestial-grade equipments by plucking the fruits of the Iron Blood Society. Once the Iron Blood Society discovers that the Goblin Nest has been cleared and that an exceptionally rare golden-grade skill book, along with celestial-grade equipment, has fortuitously appeared on the campus network, it would be tantamount to pointing a finger at their noses and declaring that he had indeed taken their spoils. The esteemed Zongheng of the Iron Blood Society is a golden-grade professional with a celestial-grade talent, commanding a core team of members who have undergone second and even third job advancements, predominantly silver and golden-grade professionals. Each of them possesses awakened talents of at least the earth or sky level, granting them the capability to easily overpower mere avatars, making them formidable adversaries that Link cannot afford to offend. Thus, under no circumstances can Link auction these spoils on the campus network. Nor is the auction house suitable for him due to its cumbersome procedures and intricate transaction processes. While utilizing the auction house would ensure his privacy, the time consumed is far too lengthy for Link, who is in urgent need of funds. After some contemplation, Link ultimately resolved to list the 2 celestial grade pieces directly on the local secondhand seafood market. The title proclaimed a tearful sale of 2 celestial grade items, urgently seeking funds, with a promise of same-day transaction. Accompanying the post were the attribute details of the celestial grade equipment, instantly attracting a plethora of inquiries and attention. This was indeed unprecedented. The second-hand market has long been synonymous with low-end, inexpensive goods. Rarely does one encounter even earth or sky-grade items in such a market, as buyers typically expect sellers to virtually pay them for the privilege of purchasing their goods. Consequently, only those lacking alternative selling avenues resort to this marketplace. The appearance of celestial-grade equipment, a highly sought-after commodity, in the second-hand market is truly remarkable. Particularly enticing was Link's pricing, too. 8 million federal coins for the celestial grade staff and 4 million federal coins for the Ring of Avarice, both approximately 15 lower than the auction house's final prices. Yet, even with such attractive pricing, the creatures frequenting the seafood market remained dissatisfied. In Link's back-end information, 9 out of 10 messages were attempts to haggle, often proposing reductions of half, which left Link astounded. After filtering out all the haggling messages and a significant number of inquiries that were merely casual, Link identified a few relatively reliable buyers. After responding to several messages, only one individual emerged who possessed both the means and intent to purchase the celestial grade equipment from Link. "Where in Donghua City are you? I will deliver it to your doorstep," Link, maintaining a steady demeanor, replied. Due to the high grade of the celestial equipment, it cannot be transmitted across spatial boundaries via the professional panel's mail function and must be exchanged in person. Link, of course, could not reveal his identity as a student of Donghua University. Although such exposure seemed unlikely to pose any threat, Link was inherently cautious. He preferred to avoid even the slightest risk whenever possible. "Really? You are too kind. I am at District 1, Tianfu Manor, Building 2. Can you deliver it today?" replied a buyer with the online name 2m18, the big guy picking his feet. "Certainly, I will arrive in half an hour. Please have the money ready," Link responded before summoning his avatar. "Go to District 1, Tianfu Manor, Building 2, and sell these 2 pieces of equipment to 2 meters 18. The big guy picking his feet. The price is 8 million federal coins, not a penny less. Understood? I shall not engage in any risky ventures myself. However, the avatar was different. With the resurrection feature of the simulation system now activated, even the most perilous tasks could be entrusted to it without hesitation. The avatar received the equipment and nodded silently in acknowledgement. Chapter 34. The second Avatar District 1 of Donghua City is undoubtedly the earliest and most prosperous area of the city. Towering skyscrapers dominate the skyline, and the population density is remarkable, with property prices that could only be described as exorbitant. Those fortunate enough to reside in District 1 are invariably affluent, embodying wealth and nobility. In the presence of these illustrious individuals, even silver-tier professionals often experience a sense of unease and constraint. However, the avatar was evidently an exception. Obeying the commands of the original, Link, the avatar followed the directions provided by the mobile navigation and arrived at Tianfu Manor in less than 5 minutes. While deftly handling the gatekeeper, it successfully completed an equipment transaction with an online acquaintance named 2 meters and 18 inches, the foot-obsessed man. Subsequently, within a mere 10 minutes, the avatar returned to Link's side, presenting him with a bank card containing a staggering 8 million federal coins, while recounting the details of the transaction. Are you saying that 2 meters and 18 inches, the foot-obsessed man, is actually a cute girl under 6 meters tall in reality? A freshman from the Southern University of Friendship? Link gazed at the avatar in astonishment. The avatar nodded, continuing to chatter excitedly. What? She is also the daughter of the Shen-Tian Group, and she expressed a willingness to purchase any star-tier equipment I acquire in the future at the average auction price? Link was nearly propelled from his seat in exhilaration. Could it be that fortune was smiling upon him, allowing him to stumble upon the daughter of the Shen-Tian Group so effortlessly? From the memories inherited from his predecessor, Link was well aware that the Shen-Tian Group was no ordinary conglomerate. It is a colossal entity that spans the 5 northern provinces of the Federation, with a market value exceeding 300 billion federal coins. Although its primary business revolves around logistics and courier services, it does not directly engage in the realm of professionals. Nevertheless, for numerous professionals and even entire guilds, the Shen-Tian Group often assumes the role of an esteemed benefactor. This is primarily due to the fact that the outskirts of this world are rife with vast wilderness and roaming monsters. As a logistics company, the Shen-Tian Group frequently requires the services of numerous professionals to escort goods and ensure their safety. This necessity has fostered business relationships between many civilian professional teams and the Shen-Tian Group. What truly elevated the Shen-Tian Group's reputation within the professional community was an audacious endeavor 2 years prior, when the group invested a staggering 80 billion federal coins to facilitate the transport corridor between the Huadong and Jiangbei provinces. They enlisted 2 top-tier B-rank guilds, the Golden Sanctuary and the Dark Sanctuary, to carve out a 1,000-mile trade route through the endless wilderness. Under the Shen-Tian Group's generous funding, thousands of professionals from the Golden Sanctuary and the Dark Sanctuary ventured deep into the wild, methodically eliminating over 120 major monster nests and countless wilderness lords, thereby establishing a relatively safe zone for merchant caravans amidst the desolation. From that moment onward, the Shen-Tian Group emerged as the most formidable and substantial logistics company in the Northern Federation and across the entire Federation. The ability to engage with top-tier B-class battle groups has captivated countless professional factions, to the extent that even notorious red-named professionals have refrained from plundering the cargo convoys of the Su-NTIN Group. The Su-NTIN Group boasts formidable strength, and as the heiress of such a powerful conglomerate, even a less-than-exceptional individual would still possess significant advantages, particularly with the channels and resources at her disposal. For someone like Link, a humble rural lad of modest origins, the opportunity to ally with the Su-NTIN Group's heiress would alleviate his concerns regarding market access. With this thought in mind, Link promptly opened his phone and hastily sent a message filled with flattery to the wealthy heiress, whom he had initially intended to dismiss. Esteemed benefactor, collaborating with you has been an absolute pleasure. I eagerly anticipate our next partnership. To ensure you can easily reach me in the future, please add my Fei Xian ID, K0926. My Fei Xian name is Jian. After sending the message and noticing it remained unread, Link paid little mind to whether she would respond. Instead, he began to lavishly procure items on the campus trading platform with the recently acquired 6.8 million federal coins. His primary focus was on all whiteboard dungeon materials for levels below 10, along with various seemingly useless dungeon refuse. Through his recent research into the recycling system of the simulation system, Link discovered that while these items had limited utility for professionals, they were remarkably inexpensive and could be exchanged for simulation energy at a value comparable to that of far more costly items. Thus, utilizing this dungeon refuse to obtain simulation energy proved to be the most cost-effective method. Regrettably, Donghua University was still somewhat limited in scale, and although the dungeon refuse was not entirely worthless, professionals could submit large quantities of dungeon materials to exceed the requirements of their initial class transition tasks and gain additional skill experience. It led many well-off individuals to purchase these materials in large quantities during their transitions. Consequently, when Link began to purchase these seemingly trivial dungeon refuse, he was astonished to find that he had spent only 4 million federal coins to nearly deplete the entire stock of level 10 and below dungeon materials available on the Donghua University trading platform, leaving him with a remaining balance of 2.8 million federal coins. Naturally, Link could opt to purchase higher-level dungeon materials. However, the cost-effectiveness of these superior items paled in comparison to the lower-level materials. He preferred to wait a while before making another round of purchases rather than invest in less advantageous higher-level items. Alas, this was the lamentable reality of lacking connections. Had he access to the SU-NTI-N Group's channels, securing a mere 6 to 7 million in dungeon materials would be a trivial matter. With a tinge of envy for the life of privilege enjoyed by the SU-NTI-N Group's heiress, Link glanced once more at the back-end information of the second-hand market on his phone, noting that the message he had sent remained unread. He no longer cared whether she would reply, for being able to align himself with the SU-NTI-N Group's heiress would undoubtedly bring immense convenience to his endeavors. However, it matters not if I cannot embrace it. As long as the simulation system exists, the sesame will come, and the watermelon shall inevitably follow. Moreover, the 4 million federal coins have granted Link a substantial 75,000 points of simulation energy, which, given the current consumption of such energy, is ample for Link to manage for a considerable duration. The most pressing matter at hand remains the enhancement of my avatar's talent, to summon my second avatar while simultaneously fortifying its prowess. System. Ding. I am here. Elevate my avatar's talent. Ding. Consuming 10,000 points of simulation energy. Your black iron level talent, avatar, has successfully ascended to bronze level. Notice, by adhering to the power of the ancient pact, you are now able to summon your second avatar. Shall you proceed with the summoning immediately? Chapter 35. The Collective Simulation Model. Indeed, with Link's affirming voice,
No extraordinary spectacle unfolded.
He merely observed the shadow beneath his feet writhing, and then a figure, entirely cloaked in darkness, gradually emerged from his shadow. As this shadowy form struggled free, a multitude of colors swiftly began to manifest upon its inky silhouette. Within mere moments, this dark figure transformed into an image of Link. Name: Link's Doppelganger, 2, level, 1 experience, 0-100 class, none innate talent, none strength, 5 constitution, 5 agility, 5 magic, 5 free attribute points, 0 class, none talent, none equipment, none overall rating, none remaining simulation energy. 65012. This energy can be utilized to enhance the innate talent level of the main body. Replicate the doppelganger's talents, exchange for additional simulation attempts, or retain simulation rewards. Simulation energy can be acquired through the recycling of equipment and items in the real world. Remaining simulation attempts. 1 naturally regenerates once per year, and can also be exchanged for additional attempts using simulation energy. Notice, you may now modify the name of your doppelganger, so it can better comprehend your commands. As Link observed the newly birthed doppelganger, he instinctively exclaimed, "Let us name the previous doppelganger number 1, and since this is my second doppelganger, it shall be number 2. When I summon the third doppelganger in the future, we shall continue this simple and memorable naming convention." The simulation system paused momentarily before displaying the message. Name modification completed. Link's doppelganger, 1, is now number 1, and Link's doppelganger, too, is now number 2. Disregarding the system's brief silence, Link scrutinized the attributes of number 2, which were nearly identical to those of number 1 at its inception. When his gaze lingered on the attribute panel of number 2, particularly the section indicating the remaining simulation attempts, he promptly inquired, "Remaining simulation attempts. 1. Are the simulation attempts for both doppelgangers shared or independent? Will the increased cost for purchasing additional simulation attempts carry over to number 2? Ding. Responding to the host, the 2 doppelgangers are entirely independent entities. Apart from the simulation energy possessed by the main body, neither attributes, levels, equipment, skills, nor simulation attempts or the costs associated with purchasing additional attempts will be influenced by the other doppelganger. This implies that even though the cost for number 1 to purchase simulation attempts has escalated to 800 simulation energy per attempt, number 2 retains the initial cost of 100 points? Link's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, thus theoretically, the later a doppelganger is created, the greater its potential. The system answered candidly. At this revelation, Link could hardly contain his exhilaration, bursting forth with a fervent expression of admiration. If the costs associated with purchasing simulation attempts for the new avatar continue to rise, then for Link, the addition of another avatar would merely serve as a burden rather than a boon. It is essential to recognize a fundamental truth. True strength does not reside in avatars. The avatars themselves are inherently weak. Due to a lack of financial support, their growth trajectory lags significantly behind that of other practitioners with similar innate talents. After 3 consecutive simulations, spanning nearly 18 years of relentless struggle and 3 untimely demises, Link's avatar has barely managed to attain level 25, qualifying as a mid-tier silver warrior. In contrast, the history of Awakeners in the real world spans a mere 11 years, during which a multitude of sky-level powerhouses have emerged. Compared to these extraordinary prodigies, the performance of the avatars is decidedly unimpressive. At best, they exhibit a fearless disposition in battle, which may lend them an appearance of strength. The true catalyst for the avatar's rapid enhancement lies not within the avatars themselves, but rather in the simulation system that enables them to acquire strength through simulated experiences. Without this system, the avatar would be nothing more than an ordinary talent, offering little beyond the capacity to earn extra income on construction sites. Link struggles to envision how such an avatar could contribute meaningfully along the path of a practitioner. If he cannot afford simulation attempts, the avatar would be rendered incapable of engaging in simulations. Given the avatar's exceptional attribute panel, even a century of time may fail to elevate it to the status of a silver-tier practitioner, let alone transform it into a reliable ally for Link. The independence of simulation costs is a commendable feature. Regardless of how much first avatar's simulation costs escalate, the second avatar's simulation expenses will always be recalculated from the beginning, thereby preventing the awkward scenario where later avatars are unable to engage in simulations. Furthermore, if you simultaneously opt for 2 or more avatars for simulation, you can activate a joint simulation mode, wherein both avatars will be immersed in the same simulated world, allowing them to fight side by side. What did you say? They can simulate together? Link is truly taken aback this time. He even begins to suspect whether the simulation system has been compromised, as it seems unusually benevolent today. Does it not realize that one of the primary reasons for the first avatar's repeated failures in previous simulations was its lack of dependable allies? If the second avatar is also dispatched into the simulation, allowing both avatars to battle alongside one another, does the system comprehend the implications? This means that the 2 avatars would inherently be comrades in arms. They would harbor no suspicions towards each other, nor would they need to keep secrets as contingency plans. Instead, they could wholeheartedly support one another, growing stronger together while fostering an intimate bond that enables them to execute the most formidable collaborative strategies. Link himself can scarcely believe the immense power these 2 avatars might wield in the simulation. And the system, typically meticulous about details, has unexpectedly unlocked such a formidable capability. Yet the information manifesting from the system is undeniably authentic. Gazing at the luminous display on the system panel, featuring the striking phrase cooperative simulation mode, Link swallowed hard and attempted to select it with his mind. Ding! Choose to simulate Clone 1 or Clone 2. Clone 1 lacks simulation attempts. Would you like to purchase an additional simulation attempt? Note that this purchase will require 800 simulation energy. Is it truly feasible? Link widened his eyes, then swiftly glanced at his impressive balance of 65,000 simulation energy, and promptly nodded vigorously. Purchase. Ding. Successfully purchased 1 simulation attempt for Clone 1. Cooperative simulation mode activated. Please select the level of cooperative simulation. 1. Free simulation. No additional energy expenditure required. During this simulation, your clone will receive a randomly assigned bronze level talent. 2. Silver level simulation. 2,000 points of simulation energy. During the simulation, your clone will receive a randomly assigned silver level talent. 3. Gold level simulation. Not yet available. Unlocks after clone level surpasses 30. 4. Earth level simulation. 5. Sky level simulation. 6. Star level simulation. 7. Planet level simulation. 8. Stellar level simulation. Not yet available. Unlocks after clone level surpasses 80. 9. Black hole level simulation. Not yet available. Unlocks after clone level surpasses 90. Note: cooperative simulation requires double the simulation energy. Link observed the vanished black iron level free simulation and the newly introduced 9th level black hole simulation. A large question mark materializing above his forehead. What on earth is black hole level surpassing even star level? Or does that imply that star level is not, in fact, the ultimate destination for practitioners? Chapter 36. Avatar 1 and 2. Regrettably, in response to Link's inquiries, the system remained silent this time. With a slight touch of disappointment, Link chose to abandon the distant contemplation of stellar black holes and instead opted for the most advanced simulation available to him at that moment. I have chosen to engage in a silver-grade joint simulation. Ding! Will you expend 2000 simulation energy to initiate the silver-grade joint simulation? Yes. Ding! 2000 simulation energy deducted. Silver-grade joint simulation mode activated. As the 2000 points of simulation energy vanished in an instant, familiar simulation information began to materialize on the simulation panel. On the date of October 2nd, year 11 of the awakening, your avatars 1 and 2 awaken from slumber, glancing at their surroundings, realizing they have entered the simulation. Ding! Avatars 1 and 2 have received gifts from you. Your Avatar 1 has acquired the silver grade talent. Victory of the Break Army. Victory of the Break Army. Silver grade talent. Attacks ignore 45 of the target's physical defense. If the target's level is not lower than that of the user, this effect doubles for a short duration, with the length determined by the user's strength attribute. Your Avatar 2 has acquired the silver grade talent. Spell Mastery. Spell Mastery. Silver grade talent. The proficiency of all your spell skills increases by 1 level. When proficiency reaches or exceeds level 10, the cooldown time and mana cost of that spell are reduced by 30. To receive Victory of the Break Army and Spell Mastery, Link was initially taken aback by the simulation information, only to quickly become disenchanted. While Victory of the Break Army is undoubtedly a T0 level talent, it is not suited for warriors but rather for classes such as swordsmen, scouts, and archers, who specialize in physical output and burst damage. The warrior class occupies a position between swordsmen and knights, possessing greater vitality than the former and superior output and agility compared to the latter. However, fundamentally, they remain a frontline class, for which talents that enhance life or survival capabilities are far more suitable than talents like Victory of the Break Army that significantly boost output. Just as the attribute distribution for the warrior avatar is a balanced 55 between strength and constitution, Victory of the Break Army does not align well with the warrior avatar's capabilities. Furthermore, given the warrior class's limited output, it is challenging to secure kills in chaotic battles to trigger the secondary effect of Victory of the Break Army. Thus, for the avatar, this talent can at best be regarded as a T1, 5-level talent. As for Spell Mastery, it can be considered passable. While an increase of 1 level in spell proficiency may sound impressive, the actual effect translates to merely a 10 increase in skill power, which is less useful than a straightforward 10 damage enhancement. The most advantageous reduction of cooldown time and mana consumption by 30 necessitates a skill proficiency level of at least 10. In the later stages, it can indeed be regarded as a divine skill, almost rivaling certain golden tier talents. However, prior to reaching the 10th level of proficiency, It is utterly superfluous and serves little purpose. In summary, the talent acquired this time is rather unremarkable, lacking any noteworthy merits. With such thoughts in mind, Link continued to observe the simulation. Due to the significant difference in levels between Avatar 1 and Avatar 2, Avatar 1 has decided to lead Avatar 2 to level up first. There is nothing more to say. Although the system has stated that Avatars 1 and 2 are independent entities, within the framework of a profession, both are summoned beings of Link. As Link's essence serves as a bond, they remain fundamentally united in the recognition of their professional panels within the simulation. This implies that Avatar 2 can similarly enjoy privileges akin to Link, able to gain experience from monsters slain by Avatar 1 without incurring level penalties. Under this almost cheating mechanism, Avatar 2 need not worry about the disparity in levels with Avatar 1. Avatar 1 led Avatar 2 into the wilderness. Avatar 1 rampaged through the wilderness. Avatar 2 reaped substantial experience, and by the end of the day, Avatar 1's level had risen to 5. Observe how swiftly the leveling process occurs without the pressure of an experience penalty. To expedite Avatar 2's accumulation of skill proficiency and trigger the additional effects of spell specialization earlier, Avatar 1 purchased a complete set of Black Iron level Mage skill books and a Bronze level skill book, Thunder Summoning. Ding! Avatar 2 has learned the Black Iron level skills, Fireball, Water Arrow, and Meditation, as well as the Bronze level skill Thunder Summoning. Fireball LV1 releases a slowly moving fireball to attack the target, dealing magic power 1/2 damage. Consumes 15 mana. Cooldown time 10s. Water Arrow LV1 releases a swiftly moving water arrow to attack the target, dealing magic power 0/8 damage. Consumes 15 mana. Cooldown time 10s. Meditation LV1 restores 0/1 times one's own mana. No cost. Cooldown time 150s. Thunder Summoning LV1 Bronze level skill. Casting time 1/5s. Summons a lightning strike to hit the target, dealing magic power 1/5 damage with a certain probability of inflicting paralysis on the target, interrupting its spellcasting and attack actions, rendering it immobile. The probability of triggering and the duration of paralysis depend on the difference in magic power between oneself and the target. Consumes 100 mana. Cooldown time 30s. It appears that Avatar 2 is poised to advance towards the mage profession. Observing the simulation details, Link nodded in quiet approval. Indeed, a mage is an indispensable soul within a team of professionals. A powerful mage often accounts for over 20 of the damage output in a 10-person party. And in later stages, their wide-ranging AoE skills will render them the absolute mainstay during collective combat and when tackling monster hordes. As the first avatar progresses towards a warrior path while the second avatar develops in a supportive direction, the decision for the second avatar to embrace the role of a mage emerges as an extraordinary choice. Indeed, my supportive role is somewhat superfluous. With new simulation data poised to manifest, Link promptly acknowledges the reality of his inadequate contribution. The simulation system momentarily hesitates before resuming the revelation of information. In the ensuing days, both the first and second avatars meander through the wilderness. As the second avatar's level gradually ascends, they delve deeper into the wild, hunting higher-level creatures, thus ensuring that the second avatar's rate of experience accumulation remains unimpeded, continuing to surge at a remarkable pace. Moreover, under the protection of the first avatar, the second avatar freely unleashes skills to vanquish monsters, rapidly enhancing skill proficiency without concern for aggro management. In less than 3 days, the second avatar successfully reaches level 10, with proficiency in Fireball and Water Arrow elevated to level 5, and Meditation and Summon Thunder attaining levels 2 and 3 respectively. Due to the astonishingly swift progression in levels, even as the second avatar exerts every effort to release skills and gain proficiency, it remains a challenge to keep pace with the escalation in levels. On October 5th, the sheltered value you had previously squandered was replenished. The second avatar proceeded to the Awakening Room at QNGL Ing College of Donghua University, where they requested the use of an awakening orb from the instructor Zhang Nanfeng. Instructor Zhang Nanfeng consented, and the second avatar successfully accepted the advancement task. The first avatar, having squandered your remaining assets, purchased 2 million worth of materials for the second avatar's first-class advancement. The second avatar completed the initial phase of the advancement task with exceptional performance, earning an additional reward of 500 skill proficiency points. The second avatar elevated the level of Summon Thunder to level 9. With the enhancement of talent spell specialization, the effective level of Summon Thunder reached level 10, successfully activating the advanced effect of talent spell specialization, reducing cooldown time and mana consumption by 30. The first avatar continued to expend your remaining wealth to acquire a set of level 10 bronze equipment for the second avatar, significantly augmenting their strength. Once fully equipped, the first avatar led the second avatar into the level 15 campus dungeon of Donghua University, Night Town. The first avatar, wielding the formidable effects of the Broken Army's high armor penetration, found that the level 15 minion knights were no match for him. In a mere 30 minutes, over 100 knights fell before the blades of the first and second avatars. Subsequently, your avatars number 1 and number 2 surged forward with relentless momentum and swiftly encountered the first obstructive boss of the Night Town dungeon, the Knight Secretary, who stood at level 18. Outsider, this is. Before the Knight Secretary could finish his opening lines, a thunderous roar erupted from the void. The lightning spell cast by avatar number 2 sliced through the air and struck the unsuspecting Knight Secretary squarely on the head, fortuitously triggering the paralysis effect of the spell. Seizing the moment, avatar number 1 swiftly charged in, executing a series of attacks with precision that obliterated the health of this formidable level 18 boss in an instant. Ding! Your avatar number 2 has successfully completed the job change quest and has now transitioned into the first-tier profession of Bronze Mage. Your avatar number 2 has gained 50 attribute points, and according to the profession's level for each subsequent level gained, avatar number 2 will receive an additional 5 points in magical attributes. Avatar number 2 has ascended to level 11. Avatar number 2 has ascended to level 12. Avatar number 2's strength has significantly increased. As avatars 1 and 2 pressed on, the second obstructive boss, the level 20 Knight Captain, could not escape the fate of demise. In a seamless collaboration, they vanquished him in less than 2 minutes, with avatar number 1 delivering the final blow. Avatar number 2 has ascended to level 13. Link remarked on the incredulity of their rapid progression. The speed of their leveling was akin to riding a rocket. One could only imagine the astonishment it would elicit from others. Even more astonishing was the fact that a final boss still awaited conquest within the dungeon. After defeating the Knight Captain, avatars 1 and 2 finally arrived before the ultimate boss of the Night Town dungeon, the Night Lord, who towered at level 25. In contrast to the previous simulation where he had barely triumphed with the aid of the Xuanhe team, avatar number 1 faced the daunting Night Lord without any confidence of victory. His sole intention was to hold the Night Lord at bay, allowing avatar number 2 to unleash skills and hone their proficiency, without contemplating the possibility of defeating the Night Lord. You two certainly have your own ideas, Link mused, his lips twitching at the scene. In this world, acquiring skill proficiency was not as simple as casting spells into thin air. Typically, only through actual combat. When skills struck adversarial targets and inflicted damage or achieved effects, would a practitioner earn skill proficiency. Moreover, depending on the level disparity between the attacker and the target, and the quality of the target, the rewards for proficiency varied. Just like experience, the greater the level difference between oneself and the target, the more abundant the proficiency gained. Conversely, one could suffer penalties and either receive minimal proficiency or none at all. The mere level 13 second avatar astonishingly utilized a level 25 dungeon boss to enhance its skill proficiency. With a staggering 12 level disparity, coupled with the boss's grade bonus, the proficiency gained by the second avatar from a single skill cast against the Night Lord surely surpasses what others might accumulate after casting their skills tenfold. It appears that the professional panel has indeed become a veritable cash machine. Under the harmonious collaboration between the first and second avatars, the skill level of the second avatar surged rapidly. The skill Fireball has ascended to level 9, activating the talent spell specialization. The skill Water Arrow has also reached level 9, with the talent spell specialization in effect. Beep! Your avatars 1 and 2 have opted to terminate the dungeon. There are truly no words to express this. Has one no sense of shame? They have the audacity to fully max out their skill proficiency, shamelessly taking advantage of the Night Lord's sluggish movement speed and diminished attack power before entering the second phase. However, one might ponder if, and I emphasize if, once my shield value is restored, could I also partake in such a method? Glancing at his dismal attribute panel, Link suddenly felt as though a door to success had swung open before him. Chapter 37. Oh no, I have become a pawn. In the realm of reality, Link's thoughts raced wildly. Meanwhile, the information on the simulation panel continued unabated, unaffected in the slightest. Under the leadership of Number 1, the level of Number 2's avatar soared at an astonishing pace. On October 5th, the level of Number 2's avatar broke through to level 14. On the 6th, the level of Number 2's avatar ascended to level 15. On the 7th, while browsing the campus forum, Number 1's avatar stumbled upon a trending post. The poster, named Qing Qi, bore the verified identity of the class leader of the fourth-year students at Donghua University's Zhuke College, a sky-level talent, a gold-level professional, and the external representative of the Iron Blood Society. Upon seeing the certification of the external representative of the Iron Blood Society, your avatar immediately surmised the ulterior motives of the poster. The content of the post, true to your avatar's expectations, revealed Qing Qi's righteous indignation as he accused the Iron Blood Society of suffering significant losses due to the theft of a monster nest, preserved at great expense for the trials of newcomers, located on the outskirts of Donghua City. Not only were the regular monsters prepared for the trials eradicated, but even the highly valuable named boss, Dolanial, was not spared. Such a malevolent event not only rendered the meticulously prepared trial grounds of the Iron Blood Society into nothingness but also resulted in the loss of the strategy rewards for a named boss under their control. Based on past evaluations of the drop value from named boss, the Iron Blood Society faced direct losses exceeding 50 million federal coins. What a load of nonsense! Upon reading this simulated information, Link nearly choked. The items dropped by Dolanial could at most amount to a mere 12 million federal coins. 50 million federal coins? Not even your father could afford such a sum. Wait a moment. Damn it. I've been made a mere pawn by the Iron Blood Society. Quickly regaining his composure, Link felt a tumultuous storm within. The Iron Blood Society, which had meticulously arranged the Kobold Nest as a trial ground, could not be oblivious to the actual worth of this low-level monster gathering site. While Dolanial, the Nest's boss, was indeed a ferocious named boss, he was merely a named boss and not a lord standing atop all wilderness monsters. Given the drop rates of named boss, even if Dolanial's entire family were to drop loot, it could never yield spoils worth 50 million federal coins. Yet, the Iron Blood Society, risking damage to its reputation, boldly claimed a loss of 50 million federal coins, which suggests two possibilities. One is that the Iron Blood Society intends to exaggerate their losses to garner the attention of Donghua University and related parties. However, the probability of this scenario holds little water, for the Iron Blood Society is the strongest student organization at Donghua University. If they could not resolve this predicament, then other individuals or societies would stand even less chance. In light of this, we are left with but the second possibility, the balancing of accounts. In any realm, the establishment of student organizations is not a trivial matter. According to the regulations of Donghua University, all student organizations formed within its campus not only receive financial, spatial, personnel, and policy support from the university but also possess the privilege to challenge the campus's 100-person scenarios, thus maximizing their benefits. However, these organizations are also required to fulfill certain obligations that ordinary teams do not have to meet. For instance, they must assist Donghua University in executing tasks and, astonishingly, pay taxes to the university. Indeed, taxes. Any organization founded within Donghua University is mandated to remit a portion of its earnings during the student tenure as campus taxes to the university. Even more outrageous is the tax rate, which can reach up to 30% of the organization's profits, depending on its revenue. To evade such exorbitant campus taxes, student organizations resort to various means, including falsifying expenditure accounts to obscure the scale of their profits, thereby minimizing their tax liabilities. Yet, with such fabricated accounts comes the inevitable risk of exposure. Absurd entries, such as the purchase of a bronze-level equipment for 5 million federal coins, are simply indefensible. Consequently, they must concoct plausible explanations to balance their accounts periodically. It was during such a time that their meticulously prepared monster lairs were unexpectedly breached by unknown assailants. The monsters within had been completely eradicated, and even the quasi-cooked goblin boss had fallen to these mysterious forces. The sacrifices made by the Iron Blood Society in the Goblin Lair were now irretrievable. Faced with such a grave loss, what was the Iron Blood Society's initial reaction? Not anger, but delight. What a stroke of luck. This allowed them to attribute all their unbalanced accounts to the losses incurred in the monster lair. They then claimed a loss of 50 million federal coins from the Goblin Lair, thus cleverly deducting a difference of 38 million federal coins. Lin Ke gritted his teeth in fury. These scoundrels play dirty. Even more infuriating was Lin Ke's inability to expose their deceit. He could not foolishly confess to having plucked the Iron Blood Society's fruit and inform others that the total revenue from clearing the lair was not 50 million but merely 12 million. His intellect had not yet suffered such a blow. Adding to the account from the second simulation, where they coerced his doppelganger to act as cannon fodder, he would record all of this in his little ledger. One day he would surely settle the score with them.
Lin keskiviikko vauet silently.
Turning his attention back to the simulation information. The discontent of the Avatar regarding the Iron Blood Society's decision to appoint him as a mere ambassador is palpable. However, this dissatisfaction does not stem from an unjust burden placed upon him. Rather, it is rooted in the belief that the Iron Blood Society still owes him 38 million. The Avatar has resolved to seize an opportunity to reclaim this sum. Upon encountering this simulated message, Link instinctively felt a surge of foreboding. Nevertheless, the subsequent simulated messages did not delve further into the events concerning the Iron Blood Society. On October 12th, the protective values of Avatar 1 and Avatar 2 were fully restored. After nearly a week of wilderness training, Avatar 2 had ascended to level 18, surpassing the second highest-ranking freshman, Shangguan Lingwei, by a remarkable 10 levels. However, due to the fact that neither Avatar 1 nor Avatar 2 had teamed up with outsiders or participated in any assessments, their true capabilities remained a secret known only to each other. In the modest confines of Qinglong Academy's freshman class, it was inconceivable that two individuals, both possessing merely silver-tier talent as ordinary freshman practitioners, could actually be one a silver-tier practitioner who had undergone a second job change and reached level 25, and the other a bronze-tier practitioner who had completed a first job change and achieved level 18. It is not an exaggeration to assert that, at this moment, Avatars 1 and 2 possessed the overwhelming strength to dominate all freshmen at Donghua University. Chapter 38. The maleficent new avatar in the bustling replica square, where the weekly simulation value restoration point resided. A cacophony of voices filled the air. Numerous freshmen, still in search of their ideal teams, scurried about, shouting and seeking companions. Yet your avatars, number 1 and number 2, remained impervious to the clamor, coldly rejecting all attempts to recruit them, and once again activated the dual instance mode. This time, the avatars opted for the relatively obscure instance, the Tomb of the Fallen, set at level 19. Its unpopularity stemmed from the meager rewards dropped by the instance's monsters, particularly the boss, which could be regarded as one of the most impoverished in terms of loot. Coupled with the tomb's eerie and foreboding atmosphere, very few teams were willing to undertake the seemingly unprofitable venture. However, for avatars number 1 and number 2, the Tomb of the Fallen presented unparalleled advantages. It was teeming with monsters, an overwhelming number, exceeding 3 times that of a typical instance's minions. As a duo, they were unable to conquer the final boss of a high-level instance, rendering the boss's drops inconsequential. Conversely, the vast array of minion monsters provided substantial experience points for Avatar number 2, facilitating a rapid elevation in level. Upon concluding the instance, Avatar number 2 successfully ascended to level 20. This astonishing rate of advancement was remarkable. In previous simulations, whether with the Crimson Team or the Shadow Team formed by the Avatars, the transition from level 19 to 20 typically required 2 to 3 months of diligent effort, encompassing at least 8 instances and numerous days of wilderness training to achieve. Yet, Avatar number 2 accomplished this feat in a single instance, elevating from level 18 to 20, an efficiency that far surpassed that of ordinary practitioners. The rationale behind this was clear. Avatar number 2 monopolized all the experience points, negating the need to share with teammates, and as an 18-level avatar in a 19-level instance, faced no penalties on experience gain. In contrast, typical teams, striving to maintain profitability and ensure victory against the final boss, often had to settle for lower-level instances, significantly below their capability. For instance, the Crimson Team, comprised entirely of level 15 members, would typically challenge level 10 instances. The 5-level experience penalty inflicted upon them reduced the experience gained from minion monsters to a mere tenth of the normal yield, which, when divided among 8 members, resulted in each member receiving merely 1/8 of what Avatar number 2, unencumbered by penalties, garnered. Although subsequent boss levels would eventually match or even exceed the team's levels, yielding respectable rewards, the experience derived from a mere 1 or 2 bosses was insufficient to compensate for the losses sustained from the minions in the instances. Thus, this is the key to the rapid advancement of my level alongside the second avatar. In reality, I rely on the first avatar, completing a transition from level 0 in just 3 days. Naturally, the second avatar in the simulation can also utilize the first avatar's training to elevate its level to 20 within a fortnight. To be frank, it does seem somewhat unscrupulous. Although affluent youths in the real world may hire high-level professionals as mercenaries to ease the difficulty of leveling up, the intricate rules governing experience sharing within the professional system render this process exceedingly cumbersome. Firstly, the damage output of the high-level professionals must not exceed a certain threshold. Otherwise, the professional system recalibrates experience based on the level of the high-level professional, resulting in a substantial experience penalty. Secondly, the combat process is fraught with unforeseen events. While the mechanics of dungeon bosses can be deciphered, the wild creatures in the wilderness remain unpredictable, harboring bizarre skills that could harm or even slay their employers. Due to the experience penalty mechanism, they must personally engage in battle to ensure their output exceeds that of the hired high-level professionals. This necessitates that they confront monsters and bosses directly, precluding them from the luxury enjoyed by Link and the second avatar, who can effortlessly level up by hiding behind the first avatar. To gain experience, direct confrontation with foes is essential, and any participation in battle inevitably invites mishaps. Even with the protection of elite knights and priests, unforeseen circumstances cannot be entirely obviated. While this method remains significantly faster than conventional leveling strategies, it pales in comparison to the efficiency achieved through the exploits of Link and his avatars. More importantly, professionals nurtured through this method often prove to be mere ornamental figures, lacking both combat experience and awareness, as well as proficiency in skills, resulting in a tangible decline in combat effectiveness relative to their peers. The contrast underscores the vital importance of leveraging the avatar system to bypass level penalties. As long as this mechanism persists, Link's newly created avatars can swiftly catch up to their predecessors within a minimal number of simulations, subsequently utilizing the remaining simulation opportunities to surpass greater limits and assist those older avatars that can no longer afford simulation attempts. The avatar at level 20 has already met the requirements for a second job transition. Within less than half a month, the first and second avatars once again approached their mentor, Zhang Nanfeng, expressing a desire to borrow the Awakening Sphere to undertake their job transition tasks. The doorman of the Awakening Chamber, Zhang Nanfeng, expressed his bewilderment, questioning why the avatars had just visited a fortnight prior. The first avatar indicated that it had previously undertaken the transfer task itself, but now the second avatar was responsible for this endeavor. It urged Zhang Nanfeng to refrain from dilly-dallying, advising him to verify the information promptly and facilitate its entry. Zhang Nanfeng, the gatekeeper, acquiesced, and thus the second avatar successfully accepted the second transfer job. The initial phase of the task, as customary, involved collecting materials from dungeons. To enhance the proficiency of the new skills acquired by the avatar, it was imperative to reach a level capable of triggering the advanced effects of spell mastery talents. Consequently, the first and second avatars resolved to exceed the limits in completing the transfer task. Coincidentally, having just completed a dungeon run, the protective value of both avatars required a week to recover. They could utilize this time to exhaustively gather additional materials, thereby maximizing their completion of the first phase of the transfer task before delving into the dungeon to confront the dungeon boss and fulfilling the second phase of the task. Collecting materials manually was proving to be a sluggish endeavor. On October 14th, the second avatar, having already spent 2 days in the wilderness gathering resources alongside the first avatar, gazed at the scant collection of wilderness monster materials in its backpack and voiced a dissent. At this rate, within a week, they would scarcely manage to accumulate a mere several 100,000 Federation coins in materials, which would be utterly insufficient for the demands of exceeding the transfer task's requirements. You are right. I too find this pace intolerably slow, acknowledged the first avatar, wearied by their arduous days. It then continued, I actually have a lucrative channel, but I refrained from disclosing it to you, fearing that you, as the new avatar, might be blamed by the main body for leading you astray once the simulation concludes. We are brothers in this avatar venture, the second avatar proclaimed boldly, slapping its chest. Speak freely. Should the main body lay blame, I shall share in your tribulations. Is that truly so, brother? The first avatar's eyes sparkled with hope. Indeed, brother, the second avatar replied with unwavering resolve. Excellent, then follow me, declared the first avatar, halting its resource gathering and guiding the second avatar back to the city. Meanwhile, a certain individual began to sense something amiss, furrowing their brow in concern. However, before they could react, a new simulation message unexpectedly manifested on the simulation panel, akin to the completion of a foregone conclusion. The smuggler, Fat Hu, looked on with an expression of despair as he faced two formidable professionals shrouded in shadow, who mercilessly divulged their supplier's secrets as if pouring beans from a bamboo tube. Damn it! I knew you couldn't resist the lure of the illicit. Lin grimaced, unable to fathom how the first avatar had developed such a penchant for dubious dealings, dragging the second avatar into such mischief as well. Not at all. Together with his counterpart, the second avatar raided the secret treasury of the infamous smuggling leader known as One-Eyed in the 3rd District, acquiring a staggering sum of over 10 million federal coins in illicit earnings. The second avatar staunchly defended his elder brother, expressing deep gratitude for the generous bounty left for him by the first avatar. The first avatar, however, remarked that this was merely the beginning. Once they had the opportunity, they would monopolize the smuggling market in the 3rd District, ensuring that both brothers would reap over 200,000 federal coins each month thereafter. The second avatar eagerly agreed, recognizing that such a sum was far more lucrative than his previous endeavors. Yet, Link remained silent. While the money indeed came swiftly, those who acquired it often met their demise just as quickly. Otherwise, how could one explain the early demise of the first avatar in the previous 2 simulations? Nevertheless, the avatars paid no heed to Link's internal musings. The first avatar explained that his previous misfortunes were merely the result of unfortunate encounters with incompetent allies, asserting that this time would be different. With the most reliable brother by his side, the situation appeared exceedingly favorable. It felt as if they were soaring triumphantly. Dismissing the warnings of his original self, he declared that this was merely a simulation, and they were in control. Bold action was the order of the day. The second avatar expressed agreement with the first avatar's defense. Armed with the over 10 million federal coins acquired from One-Eyed, the first and second avatars commenced an extensive procurement of dungeon materials available on the market. They cleared out not just the trading networks of Donghua University but also the resources from Nankai University, with the first avatar even making a special visit to the daughter of a certain conglomerate. Through her connections, he secured a substantial quantity of highly cost-effective dungeon materials. During their dealings, the conglomerate's daughter expressed her desire to carve out a new venture and prove her capabilities to her father and family. She admired the first avatar, a freshman, for demonstrating such financial acumen without relying on familial ties, and she hoped to establish a profound collaborative relationship with him in the future. Upon hearing her proposal, the first avatar momentarily set aside thoughts of extorting a significant sum from the conglomerate, kindly stating that he was in dire need of exceptional partners like her. He assured her that soon he would have a plethora of high-quality equipment and items requiring her assistance in resale. Link remained expressionless, his demeanor as calm as a still pond. On October 16th, your second avatar successfully completed the first phase of the second job transfer, earning an additional 6,000 points in silver-level skill proficiency. Your avatar purchased a silver-level skill book for the spell group Thunder Summoning and a bronze-level skill book for Arcane Shield. Your second avatar learned the silver-level skill, Group Thunder Summoning, mastered the bronze-level skill, Arcane Shield, and advanced Group Thunder Summoning to level 9. Group Thunder Strike LV9, a silver-tier mage's skill, summons 10 bolts of lightning to strike enemies within a designated area. Magical power 0.01 square meters, inflicting magical damage of 2.85 times the caster's magical power. Additionally, A probability-based paralysis effect is appended according to the disparity in magical power between allies and foes. Each target may endure a maximum of 3 lightning strikes, where the first strike inflicts 100 damage, while the subsequent 2 deal only 50 and 25 damage respectively. Mana cost, 210 points, after spell specialization reduction. Cooldown, 60 seconds, after mage specialization reduction. Arcane Shield LV1, a bronze tier mage's skill, constructs a protective barrier using mana to shield oneself, absorbing damage equal to the caster's magical power. Upon the shield's destruction, it repels surrounding hostile targets. Mana cost, 200 points. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Chapter 39. Lessons in the ensuing days, your doppelganger primarily prepared for the ascension of number 2 to the rank of silver tier practitioner. Currently, the number 2 doppelganger had mastered 3 iron tier skills: Fireball, Water Arrow, and Meditation, 2 bronze tier skills, Thunder Summoning and Arcane Shield, and 1 silver tier skill, Group Thunder Summoning. In terms of skills, although number 2 had yet to undergo a second job change, it had nearly achieved a complete set, lacking only 1 iron tier spell to fill its skill slots, thus necessitating no further configuration. However, in matters of equipment, the number 2 doppelganger was utterly destitute, akin to being completely bare. It is widely acknowledged that a practitioner's strength is determined by 3 parts level, 3 parts skills, and a significant 4 parts equipment. With a long history as a bare warrior, number 1 understood better than anyone the paramount importance of equipment to a practitioner. The hardships endured during its nascent days, coupled with the impoverished state of its original body that had failed to provide it with any gear, were well known. Yet, as the first doppelganger and the elder sibling among its kind, it could not allow the trials it once faced to befall its younger doppelganger. I truly apologize for being impoverished. Link expressed his regret. He indeed owed much to number 1, having provided almost no assistance whatsoever. Thus, he could accept number 1's grievances. However, this was no justification for embarking on a path of crime, you fool. After a moment of contemplation, number 1 resolved to embark on a venture of redistributing wealth. Number 2 inquired about the meaning of this endeavor. Number 1 explained that redistributing wealth is a profound social philosophy, essentially advocating for the equitable distribution of societal wealth to prevent the concentration of resources in the hands of a privileged few, thereby averting the emergence of class divisions and wealth disparities. In essence, it is an act that could significantly contribute to the betterment of human society. Number 1 asserted that although they were not human, it was their duty, out of respect for their original body, to contribute to society when the opportunity arose. If you continue to instill your nonsensical ideologies in number 2, I shall sever your internet connection. Link retorted angrily. Alright, it's merely robbery, number 1 conceded, removing the embellishments out of fear of losing its internet connection. Number 2 suddenly grasped the concept and quickly protested that such actions would bring trouble to their original body. In response, number 1 delivered a light punch to number 2's head, reminding it that they were merely simulating, and that even if the heavens were torn asunder, it would not implicate their original body. Thus, it was overly concerned. Having received a gentle reprimand, number 2 acknowledged the validity of number 1's reasoning, realizing that simulation and reality were entirely different matters. Whatever actions they undertook in the simulation would not impact their original body in the real world. However, he found himself unable to fully endorse the perspective of the first avatar, as the act of robbing others of their possessions is inherently immoral. They could easily forge a legitimate wealth through their own efforts. "Have you lost your mind?" exclaimed the first avatar, taken aback by the earnest remarks of the second avatar. "When did our clan give birth to a sage? And as for creating wealth with one's own hands, after so many days of hunting, what wealth have you actually generated? Do you possess even a shred of wealth? Ultimately, was it not through robbing smugglers that you amassed sufficient funds to acquire the materials needed for your quest and complete your class transition? Everything you wear, adorn, consume, and the skills you have acquired, tell me which of these have you created through your own labor?" Under the barrage of questions from the first avatar, the second avatar glanced at his own outfit, laden with sinful embellishments, momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal. Seizing the opportunity, the first avatar hastily resurrected the rhetoric he had employed during the previous simulation to indoctrinate the members of the Xuanhe team, asserting that robbery, in essence, is also a means of creating wealth through one's own hands. In the midst of the impassioned discourse delivered by the first avatar, the fervent second avatar, in a blink of an eye, discarded his previously held moral convictions, promptly declaring, "Brother, whatever you suggest, I shall follow." Witnessing the second avatar being led astray by the first Link side. Let it be, he thought. One must learn to reconcile with oneself. Besides, the first avatar's arguments are not devoid of merit. After all, a simulation is merely a simulation. The actions taken within do not bear consequence in reality. Even if they were to provoke considerable trouble, it would amount to nothing more than a squandered opportunity for simulation. How significant could it possibly be? As a magnanimous elder, I ought to respect the choices of my avatars. Faced with the unrepentant first avatar, who had completely strayed from the right path, and the second avatar, who was on the brink of doing the same, Link could only comfort himself in this manner. After all, could he truly sever their connection? While he had the ability to erase the avatar's personality through the simulation panel, that would be akin to extinguishing the avatar's existence. Despite the first avatar's malevolent conduct within the simulation, he remained obedient and diligent in reality. Link could not justify erasing him simply because of some misdeeds in a realm that bore no impact on the real world. Just as a court would not condemn an individual for slaying NPCs in a video game, one must learn to reconcile with oneself and not be overly calculative. With this comforting thought in mind, Link continued to observe the simulation data. The first avatar, having successfully persuaded the second, was determined to resume his previous endeavors. Unlike the newly created second avatar, the first avatar, possessing 3 prior simulation experiences, was already well acquainted with East China University. He was acutely aware that, among the first-year students of their level within the university, there was no one capable of rivaling them. This implies that they can nearly strike against any first-year team daring enough to venture into the wilderness, with little chance of failure. However, even with a confidence bordering on certainty, adequate preparation remains essential. After all, the first clone has failed to survive even a decade in 3 consecutive simulations, learning quite a number of lessons from its defeats. Yet, contrary to the belief held by the original Link, who thinks that the first clone's short lifespan in simulations is purely due to its inclination towards dubious paths, the first clone firmly believes that its frequent failures stem not only from a group of inept teammates dragging it down but also from its own lack of ruthlessness. The first simulation, which is best left unmentioned, was its most humiliating experience. After struggling for 9 years at the bottom, it barely managed to achieve the rank of a first-tier professional. The failure of this simulation was solely due to its inadequate strength and unfortunate luck, unrelated to other factors. The real issues arose in the second and third simulations. In the second simulation, as the chief of the District 3 police station in Donghua City, it was supposed to be a straightforward task to collaborate with Fat Tiger to monopolize the smuggling market under its jurisdiction. However, after Fat Tiger established the Nightingale Gang and monopolized a significant portion of the smuggling business in District 3, it relaxed its supervision over him, allowing the Nightingale Gang's expansion to slow down and providing space for a gang leader named Pot Cover, who could summon named bosses within the city through unknown means, to grow stronger. Had it been more resolute in commanding Fat Tiger to monopolize the smuggling market within a set time frame, regardless of the pressure on him, and taken a harsher stance against those smugglers who refused to comply, it could have feasibly unified the smuggling market in District 3 within a year. If the smuggling market had been consolidated, that anomaly might not have had a reason to manifest in District 3. Even if it did appear, it would not have been able to ambush the unsuspecting first clone on its way back to the police station without the latter's knowledge. The third simulation was even more problematic, as it repeated the mistakes made in the second simulation, exhibiting excessive patience towards independent smugglers, which afforded them the opportunity to report to the police. When the police intervened and focused their investigation on Fat Tiger, it once again showed mercy, neglecting the excellent option of silencing Fat Tiger to eliminate future threats, thereby allowing the police to gain intelligence from him about its association with the Xuanhe team, a group of young individuals. Ultimately, the first clone was overly lenient with the members of the Xuanhe team. In previous interactions, it had been too cordial, resulting in the team members holding respect for it but lacking sufficient fear. The absence of fear is a truly terrifying phenomenon. It is precisely due to this lack of fear that they disregard the warnings of Entity 1, daring even to conceal their actions and defy its orders, acting independently. For Entity 1, these are stark lessons learned through bloodshed. Consequently, in this simulation, it will transform into an inexorable machine of slaughter, resolutely determined to prevent the recurrence of such mistakes within itself. Chapter 40. Elimination. On the 19th, the protective values of Avatar 1 and Avatar 2 were restored once more. However, this time they chose not to challenge a higher-level dungeon, but instead opted for the familiar level 15 dungeon, Knight's Town. After vanquishing the first dungeon boss of Knight's Town, the level 20 roadblock boss, the Knight's Clerk, Avatar 2 successfully completed the second phase of the job change quest with minimal effort, officially transitioning into a silver tier mage. Avatar 2 received 100 free attribute points, and according to their professional attributes, for every level gained thereafter, an additional 10 points in magic power would be awarded. From level 0 to 20, culminating in the job change, Avatar 2 achieved this remarkable feat in an astonishing 18 days. While this time frame may seem extraordinary in the realm of humanity, it was merely par for the course for Avatars 1 and 2. Instead of being preoccupied with the potential record for the fastest completion of a second job change, they were far more concerned with the success rate of their forthcoming endeavors. On October 21st, 11 years after awakening, the day following Avatar 2's transition to Silver, Avatar 1 finally identified a target after much deliberation. A perfectly organized team of 11 equipped adventurers was assembled. That woman, lurking on the rooftop of a nearby building, followed closely behind Avatar 1, peering through binoculars at the second Avatar's team. Her expression turned to one of astonishment as she pointed to a striking figure among the adventurers. "Isn't that the goddess Lin Qingyu? Are you really going to take action against the goddess? You must be mad. The original will obliterate you." "What goddess? I told you not to inherit the chaotic memories from the original." Avatar 1 shot a bemused glance at Avatar 2. They had long since parted ways, and it was the woman who had instigated the separation. "Really? That happened?" Avatar 2 paused. Then a glimmer of excitement crossed their face. "Let us discuss this in detail enough. I told you it has nothing to do with me." In reality, Link could no longer endure the situation. It seemed he sensed that Link was genuinely angry. After a few ellipses from the simulation system, it directly skipped the gossip between Avatars 1 and 2 and moved straight to the point. Indeed, the team led by Lin Qingyu was precisely the target chosen by Avatars 1 and 2. As for why this particular team was selected, Avatar 1 had an abundance of reasons. First, Lin Qingyu had previously toyed with and humiliated the feelings of the original, embodying the adage that a master's disgrace brings death to the servant. Avatar 1 felt a duty to avenge the original. Secondly, the Avatar had once served as a mercenary alongside Lin Qingyu's Iron Blood team, and was acutely aware of the team's current lackluster capabilities at this stage. According to the standards exhibited during their second simulation within the Knoll Den, even if they were granted an additional fortnight, they would still lack the prowess to pose any threat to the formidable boss Dolanair. Confronted by the level 20 silver-ranked practitioner numbered 2, and the level 25 practitioner numbered 1, who could even vanquish Dolanair in a one-on-one duel, their chances of resistance were exceedingly slim. Moreover, it is crucial to note that within the entirety of Donghua University, only the Iron Blood Society, deemed the strongest student organization, would be audacious enough to orchestrate excursions for first-year students into the wilderness for training. In contrast, first-year students from other societies rarely ventured beyond the school gates, let alone into the wild, effectively denying the practitioner numbered 1 any opportunity or space to act. Taking all these factors into account, the practitioner numbered 1 felt there was no plausible reason to spare this plump target. Thus, on the afternoon of October 21st, under the guidance of a second-year member of the Iron Blood Society, a trembling group of first-year students ventured into the wilderness, which was, in reality, merely a safeguarded wilderness previously ravaged by battle groups. They were about to encounter the most terrifying spectacle of their lives, or rather, this simulation. A warrior clad from head to toe in formidable armor, wielding an exaggerated greatsword, descended from the heavens, radiating a dazzling silver aura. The leading senior of the Iron Blood Society, having only recently attained level 16 and still far from a class advancement, was the first to sense the hostility emanating from this warrior. An instinctive urge to flee surged within him, driven by the primal instincts of an animal. Yet his rationality as a member of the Iron Blood Society restrained this seemingly irrational impulse. Although they were in a location referred to as the wilderness, it was, in truth, merely a safe wilderness frequently traversed by practitioners, having been opened up by battle groups. Situated less than a dozen miles from Donghua City, it was common for practitioner teams or freelance practitioners from Donghua City to pass through. Furthermore, he was a student of Donghua University and a member of the university's most formidable student organization, the Iron Blood Society. Unless the opponent was utterly deranged, it was inconceivable for them to dare to act against him. Before the thought of action could fully form in his mind, a thunderous roar resonated across the clear sky. A blue-white lightning serpent descended without warning, striking the Bronze Knight with tremendous force. With a resounding crash, the earth trembled. Amidst the crackling lightning, the knight, renowned for his high health and resilience, was almost effortlessly hurled to the ground. The excruciating pain and paralysis swiftly dismantled the knight's will to resist, reducing this once mighty figure to a pitiful state, helplessly writhing on the ground in agony. At that very moment, the silver warrior before him sprang into action. He paid no heed to the knight's lamentations beneath his feet. Akin to a tiger infiltrating a flock of sheep, he lunged into the midst of the 10-member team composed of first-year Iron Blood Society recruits. In the next instant, the clash of blades and the cries of the wounded filled the air. In the mere span of a fleeting encounter, 10 newly inducted members of the Iron Blood Society, including Lin Qingyu, fell lifelessly into a pool of crimson. Most among them had yet to recover from the shock of the Silver Warrior's appearance, offering almost no resistance before their lives were abruptly extinguished. The term most is used deliberately for the Silver Warrior, also referred to as Avatar No. One was astonished to discover that amidst this assembly of fledgling recruits, none yet having reached level 8, there stood one individual who managed to withstand his assault. This individual, possessing a mere level of 7 and yet to undergo a first-class transition, was not even a bronze-tier practitioner. Remarkably, she had managed to block a full-force strike from a being of level 25, who had already completed a second-class transition and was adorned with an array of formidable equipment. Though it had not been an effortless feat, unlike the injuries sustained within the confines of a dungeon, where one could endure without suffering tangible harm as long as their life points remained intact, the pain of reality was an entirely different matter. Injuries in the real world would directly manifest upon the body of the afflicted. Should limbs such as arms or fingers be severed, it could lead to grave disabilities. This fortunate soul, while she successfully deflected Avatar No. 1's strike and avoided being instantly obliterated, found her life points plummeting to a perilous low. Her body bore the marks of devastation, with no unscathed flesh left, and the ground was drenched in the blood gushing from her abdomen. She appeared to be on the brink of death, her vitality fading rapidly. Curious Avatar No. 1 approached this singular survivor, using his broadsword to part the heavy bangs that obscured half of her face. Upon unveiling her countenance, he instantly comprehended the reason behind her extraordinary resilience. She was no ordinary individual. Her name was Shen Qin, a first-year student from Donghua University, Class 1 of the Bronze Academy, and a possessor of Golden Tier talent. She also served as the captain of the Iron Blood Society's practitioner team, which included Lin Qingyu. During the second simulation, Shen Qin had already demonstrated her exceptional abilities, surpassing her peers in both combat command and personal prowess. In her final year at university, she completed her third-class transition just before graduation, becoming one of the mere 24 Golden Tier practitioners among the graduating class of Donghua University. Subsequently, she took on the role of captain of an elite squad within the Iron Blood Legion, showcasing skills and capabilities that far exceeded those of her contemporaries, including Lin Qingyu, who also possessed Golden Tier talent. However, Avatar No. 1 remembered Shen Qin not solely for her prowess, but because she had remained the only team member to maintain contact with him following the successful assault on the Goblin King's lair during the second simulation. It was precisely this connection that allowed him to be so well informed of her achievements post-graduation. Honestly, Shen Qin could be regarded as the only human in this 10-person team who harbored any affection for No. 1. Regrettably, in this simulation, Shen Qin was not familiar with him. A glance at Shen Qin's eyes, filled with despair, struck a chord. Number 1 raised the heavy sword in his hand and placed it against Shun Qin's slender neck, pausing briefly to gather strength before delivering a decisive strike. With a ghastly thud, Shun Qin's head rolled away, propelled by the force of inertia. "Are you a beast?" Link's lips quivered at the sight. Though he understood that the doppelganger dared to execute such a deed with the intent of silencing witnesses, it was still Shun Qin, a stunning beauty who had shown such kindness to the doppelganger in the second simulation. How could one commit such an act? Yet, this indeed confirmed that despite the doppelganger's outward semblance of humanity, it possessed no genuine human emotions. Everything was merely a matter of logic, akin to the artificial intelligence created by humans. It appeared to experience joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, while in truth, these were merely preordained programming. This was merely a simulation. Just a simulation. Everything was fabricated. Nothing was real. After silently repeating this mantra several times in his mind, Link finally redirected his gaze to the simulation panel. At that moment, the concealed doppelganger number 2 emerged, casting a water arrow that ended the life of the leading knight. Subsequently, the two proceeded to deliver finishing blows to the corpses strewn across the ground, particularly to Lin Qingyu's lifeless body. Observing Lin Qingyu's wide-open eyes, refusing to close even in death, it was evident that he had recognized Number 1's face before his demise. In the simulation, Number 1 had assumed the identity of the original. Thus in Lin Qingyu's eyes, Number 1 was Link, the little sycophant he had manipulated with ease. When Number 1 cleaved Lin Qingyu's body in half, shattering his organs beyond recognition, Lin Qingyu must have been overwhelmed with shock and confusion. Otherwise, he would not have died with his eyes wide open. Chapter 41. Acquisition of Golden Level Skills. The avatars Number 1 and No. 2 commenced the meticulous task of clearing the battlefield. Upon accounting, your avatars Number 1 and No. 2 amassed spoils valued at a staggering 16 million federal coins from the 11-member Iron Blood Society's novice team. Avatar No. 1 expressed a hint of regret regarding this figure, acutely aware that the current spoils were far from the full potential of the Iron Blood Society team. This was primarily due to their low levels, which had hindered them from investing significantly in their own capabilities. Had they completed their job transitions to become bronze or even silver-level professionals, the value of the equipment and items they carried would undoubtedly increase exponentially. Much like in the previous simulation with the Crimson Team, whose caliber was markedly inferior to that of the Iron Blood Society, the spoils per capita they yielded were nonetheless comparable to those of the current Iron Blood Society team. The root of this disparity lay in the fact that during the last simulation, when the avatars engaged the Crimson Team, that team had already transitioned to bronze-level professionals, equipped with high-grade gear suitable for their status. Naturally, this rendered their possessions far more valuable than those of the Iron Blood Society team, whose average level was still below 8. However, this was of little concern. Donghua University lacked nothing but affluent professional teams. When necessary, he and Avatar No. 2 could indeed seek out another team of professionals for their endeavors. If there were any lingering dissatisfaction, it would be that the 16 million federal coins were insufficient to offset the debts incurred by the Iron Blood Society. Even when factoring in the prior 12 million federal coins from clearing the Goblin Nest, the total revenue siphoned from the Iron Blood Society barely reached 28 million federal coins, still leaving a substantial gap of 22 million federal coins from the announced loss of 50 million federal coins on the forum. Avatar No. 1 remarked that the revolution had yet to succeed, while Avatar No. 2 expressed a commitment to continue striving towards achieving the anticipated loss of 50 million federal coins for the Iron Blood Society. Link could not help but express his bemusement at Avatar Number 2's apparent lack of discernment, exclaiming in frustration, "Is he incapable of distinguishing between wise and foolish remarks? Why does he echo everything Avatar Number 1 says?" The system responded, clarifying that the thought processes of different avatars indeed exhibit variability. Yet this does not imply that any avatar possesses flawed reasoning. On the contrary, all avatars are endowed with remarkably astute intellects. "Is that so? I failed to perceive it." Link replied non-committally. "Your avatar encountered Chuya, the heiress of the Shentian group, and entrusted her with all the equipment and items seized from the Iron Blood Society team, cautioning her that these items were of dubious origin and should not be sold within the province." Upon hearing the words of the doppelganger, the countenance of Chuya, the heiress of the Shentian group, visibly darkened. especially upon noticing the fresh bloodstains on the equipment. This young lady, who merely wished to engage in a modest venture to prove herself as a capable member of her illustrious family, could not suppress her curiosity and inquired, "Surely, you are not colluding with those infamous red-named practitioners, are you?" The doppelganger chuckled in response, reassuring Chuya not to overthink the matter, for how could they possibly conspire with such reviled outcasts, the proverbial rats of the underworld? The equipment in question was acquired solely through their own diligent efforts. Chuya found the doppelganger's reassurances utterly unconvincing. Truth be told, she yearned to terminate her dealings with these evidently eccentric twin brothers. However, glancing at the raised eyebrow of Doppelganger 1 and the suddenly piercing gaze of Doppelganger 2, she resolutely swallowed her true thoughts. Though endowed with a superior Earth-level talent, she felt an inexplicable dread towards the duo before her. Despite her reluctance to engage in the transaction, she possessed the audacity to negotiate fiercely over the evidently dubious origins of the equipment and items. The doppelganger, lacking in bargaining experience, was left speechless by Chuya's arguments. Ultimately, they sold their spoils for a mere 13.5 million federal coins. Wait, you just let yourselves be haggled down by 2.5 million federal coins? Link exclaimed in disbelief, feeling as though he himself had suffered the loss. Although they had indeed conceded 2.5 million federal coins, the expediency of converting their ill-gotten gains into clean currency led Doppelganger 1 and Doppelganger 2 to deem the transaction a worthwhile endeavor. After all, they were engaging in a venture devoid of any initial investment, rendering them oblivious to the concept of cost. Once they secured the funds, the very first act of your doppelganger was to convert this capital into tangible combat prowess. They requested an entry ticket to the Shentian Group's online auction and, through the competitive bidding process, expended 7.6 million federal coins to acquire an exceedingly rare golden grade skill book, Imperial Extreme Sword. Imperial Extreme Sword LV1, a golden grade warrior skill, unleashes a formidable slash after charging, dispelling all beneficial effects within a range of 20 meters in front and inflicting physical damage calculated as strength multiplied by 1 and constitution multiplied by 0.5. The effective range is determined by the charge time, with a maximum charge duration of 5 seconds. It consumes 1,000 stamina points and has a cooldown of 30 minutes. Since no powerful golden grade mage skills were available, Doppelganger 2 was compelled to settle for a lesser option, spending 3 million federal coins on a level 20 Earth quality staff. The Wand of Flash by Picasso, Earth level, level 20, equipment requirement 200 magic power, 80 magic, 80 constitution, additional skill, Flash, enabling instantaneous appearance within a range of 200 meters, usable only 3 times a day with a 10-second cooldown. Your doppelganger has once again fallen into a state of destitution. However, this time your doppelganger refrains from further action. This is due to the troubling disappearance of the Iron Blood Society's team. In fact, less than 2 hours after the Iron Blood Society team's disappearance, the cadre responsible for the evaluation of new recruits had already sensed something amiss. After more than 8 hours of continuous disconnection and the inability to establish contact with any team members, the evaluation cadre promptly reported the situation to President Zongheng. Subsequently, Zongheng organized a large-scale search of the training location by the Iron Blood Society members. Ultimately, they discovered the bodies of all missing team members in a grove 12 kilometers from the outskirts of Donghua City. The scene was horrific. 11 members of the Iron Blood Society had either been disemboweled or had their bodies dismembered. What incited further outrage in Zongheng and the other members was the complete stripping of all equipment from the corpses, leaving not a single piece of black iron-grade gear behind. Chapter 42. The heiress of the Shentian Group. Undoubtedly, this is a quintessential modus operandi of notorious red-named professionals. The federal response to such individuals is unequivocal. During the last simulation, the Crimson Team, upon encountering suspected red-named practitioners, prompted the Donghua City Police Department to forsake the pursuit of the smuggling ringleader who had attacked the families of police officers, redirecting their efforts entirely towards locating the potential red-named practitioners lurking outside the city. This time, the actions of the doppelganger have escalated significantly in severity. In the previous simulation, the doppelganger number 1 and the Shenkai team merely perpetrated an act of intimidation against the Crimson Team by eliminating 2 chickens without taking further lives. However, This time, the doppelganger has ruthlessly annihilated an entire rookie practitioner squad, leaving no survivors. The terms murder, no survivors, and rookie practitioner squad are all powerful enough to incite a tremendous uproar within human society. When combined, they signify a catastrophic blow to the future hopes of the Federation. This anguish is compounded by the knowledge that every member of this squad was a prodigy awakened with silver-level talents or higher, their tragic demise evoking profound sorrow. These individuals were the future pillars of the Federation, destined to become members of battle groups, poised to expand the frontiers of humanity. Yet now, before they could fully realize their potential, they have met an untimely and senseless end. Not only were they stripped of all their equipment, but many were left without even their full remains. The federal government of Donghua City is incensed, as is Donghua University. Even the two major battle groups stationed in Donghua City and countless civilian practitioners share in this outrage. The Iron Blood Society will be mandated to cease all similar perilous activities, while the promising Stellar Talent Sect will face disciplinary action for their inadequate oversight, losing the privilege to establish a battle group for the next decade. A vast assembly of civilian practitioners, police officers, battle group teams, and elite senior squads from Donghua University have commenced extensive searches in the wilderness, determined to uncover this malevolent band of red-named practitioners concealed within the desolate expanses. Even ordinary citizens are inundated with reports of this heinous incident through various media outlets. The world at large is engulfed in a tempest of turmoil. Your doppelganger, despite any financial desperation, dares not act recklessly, opting instead to assiduously engage in routine activities. Fortunately, although the forces of Donghua City have mobilized an unprecedentedly large search team and identified numerous suspects, they could scarcely fathom that the true culprits were merely two first-year students who had only awakened silver-level talents. Moreover, these students bore no grievances or connections to the Iron Blood Society. The inertia of thought can be remarkably daunting. No matter how seasoned a detective or private investigator may be, their preferred method of solving cases typically involves the process of elimination, discarding all impossibilities until only one remaining possibility, no matter how improbable, becomes the sole answer. Yet, all of this hinges on the premise of possibility. The actions of Clones 1 and 2 towards the Iron-Willed Squad are, in fact, utterly inconceivable. After all, as first-year students, how could they possibly slay 10 peers possessing greater innate talents solely through their combined efforts? Not to mention the presence of a second-year team leader who has already undergone a job transfer. Such an occurrence is nothing short of impossible. This leads to the peculiar circumstance where, regardless of the external clamor surrounding the events, Clones 1 and 2 have never been implicated in any suspicion, allowing them to lead remarkably comfortable lives. However, while the clones enjoy their ease, the heiress of the Shantian group finds herself in a state of acute anxiety. As news of the tragic demise of a 10-member rookie professional team from Donghua University escalates to trending status, even if Chuya were naive, she would inevitably connect the timeline of the team's unfortunate fate with the batch of high-quality yet low-level equipment and items she had received from the clones. Should an investigation reveal that this batch of equipment had passed through her hands, Chuya can vividly envision the terrifying repercussions she would face. Even though she has never participated in any illicit activities, under the pressure of public opinion and societal scrutiny, the eager federal officials, intent on redirecting the narrative, would undoubtedly accuse her of colluding with notorious professionals and smuggling secondary items. Not even the Shantian group could shield her from such allegations. Thus, she harbors a greater fear of the clones being apprehended than of her own potential exposure. She finds herself compelled to send countless messages each day, desperate to confirm their safety. As for the notion of reporting the clones or surrendering, Chuya has contemplated this as well, but such actions would irrevocably shatter her life. Even if she could absolve herself of any wrongdoing, it would be of little consequence. Being entangled in such a malevolent incident would obliterate her family's trust in her. All her dreams and the efforts of over a decade would be rendered void, a consequence she could never bear to accept. Amidst Chuya's overwhelming trepidation and unease, the situation escalates with increasing intensity. The Donghua municipal government remains unable to locate the perpetrator, and public discontent grows ever more palpable. Even the usually indifferent federal headquarters can no longer remain passive, issuing a stern ultimatum to the Donghua municipal government to resolve the case within a stipulated timeframe. On November 15th, the mayor of Donghua City, in conjunction with the chief of the Donghua City Police Department, urgently convened a press conference during the final 2 days of a deadline for solving a case. Before countless cameras, they proclaimed that through their relentless efforts, they had located the notorious criminal gang of infamous red-named practitioners hidden within the wilderness. With the cooperation of various forces, all members of this gang had been eliminated, and within their lair, they discovered the belongings of the victims from the tragic incident of October 19th, identifying the culprits responsible for the calamity as this group of red-named practitioners. The venue erupted in thunderous applause, and major federal news outlets celebrated the breakthrough in the October 19th case, propelling the story to the top of trending topics. The mayor and police chief were hailed as capable leaders, receiving countless blessings and accolades from the citizens of the Federation. On this day, Chuya, who had endured a month of insomnia, finally enjoyed a restful slumber. Meanwhile, Clones 1 and 2 successfully cleared the 15th level dungeon, Night Town, with Clone 1 astonishingly leveling up twice to reach level 27, while Clone 2 surged to level 23. As for their reactions, both clones had long dismissed the trivialities surrounding them. They were not fond of the internet, and had it not been for the sight of numerous police officers and search teams each time they stepped outside, they might have been oblivious to the ongoing fuss over this minor issue. However, the lack of profitable opportunities over the past month had indeed been quite stifling for both clones. Having experienced the thrill of effortlessly earning millions of federal coins, the pace of receiving only hundreds of thousands from a single dungeon run felt rather uninspiring. The thought of grinding in the wild was even less appealing, far more exhausting and perilous. Compared to the troublesome dungeon bosses and wilderness monsters, human practitioners were much easier to handle with a significantly higher drop rate. As the fervor began to wane and the police presence on the streets gradually diminished, even the search missions were rescinded, prompting Clone 2 to entertain a new scheme. This was primarily sparked by the sight of an exceedingly rare golden-level skill book online, priced exorbitantly at 9 million federal coins, far exceeding its market value, with the seller unwilling to negotiate even a single coin, preferring to let it languish rather than sell it for less. Clone 2 felt a mix of frustration at the seller's avarice and anxiety over the possibility of this rare skill book being snatched up by someone else, leading to a persistent state of unease. As the elder brother of Clone 2, Clone 1 naturally wished to secure this skill book for his younger sibling. However, the rate at which they earned money from dungeon runs and wilderness grinding was painfully slow. Even with their efficient duo runs, the total value of the spoils collected over 4 dungeon attempts and countless wilderness explorations barely exceeded 2 million coins. At this rate, it would take them at least 3 more months of hard work to accumulate enough funds to purchase that coveted golden-level skill book. Such an extensive duration harbors innumerable uncertainties. Although the seller's exorbitant price far exceeds the average transaction rate, the allure of that skill book, both potent and rare, is undeniable. Furthermore, the mage class constitutes one of the largest factions among practitioners, making it plausible for a wealthy fool to snatch away this precious tome, which is valuable yet elusive. In light of this, they contemplated executing another scheme to acquire this golden-rated skill book. Do not proceed. Upon reading this, Link urgently interjected before any new simulation data could materialize. Setting aside the fact that you would be openly defying the Federation by acting so soon after the recent turmoil, which could attract even more formidable adversaries, do you not find the abrupt withdrawal from Donghua City rather suspicious? There are still 2 days left to resolve the case. Based on my understanding of Federation officials, they would not take the risk of fabricating evidence unless absolutely compelled. Exercise caution. It may well be a trap. Your doppelgangers found merit in your words and temporarily halted their plans, opting instead to investigate whether the officers, civilian practitioners, and battle teams involved in the manhunt had vacated Donghua City or disbanded. The results of their inquiries, however, led to a vehement condemnation of humanity's treachery. Indeed, it was a trap. Irate, Doppelganger 1 and Doppelganger 2 resolved to lay low for half a year. Should they acquire the skill book, they would, but if not, they would simply wait for another simulation to purchase it. They could not afford to sacrifice a rare simulation opportunity for merely one skill book. On November 18th, the mayor of Donghua City, renowned as a capable statesman, along with the police chief, announced their resignations. Public speculation ran rampant, Yet the official explanation cited health reasons preventing them from fulfilling their duties. Upon hearing this news, Doppelganger 1 and Doppelganger 2 merely scoffed. Whether their resignation was genuine or feigned mattered little. Having narrowly escaped a trap, they were resolute in their decision to bide their time. By the end of November, under the pressure from the head of education, Doppelganger 1 and Doppelganger 2, who had missed the monthly examinations for 2 consecutive months, were compelled to participate. For them, the first-year practitioners, averaging levels of merely 7 or 8, failed to ignite any spark of motivation. Even the most formidable among them, Shangguan Lingwei, had just completed her first job transition, rendering their prowess incomparable. Unlike the previous simulation, where they were impoverished and desperate for rewards, this time, equipped with a partner, they amassed over 2 million Federation coins monthly from dungeons and wilderness expeditions, rendering the mere 10,000 coins awarded for the monthly exam insignificant. Furthermore, amidst a season of turmoil, attracting undue attention was ill-advised. Consequently, your doppelgangers intentionally underperformed during the exam, barely scraping by with a moderately satisfactory result. Nevertheless, even with such a performance, the first-year newcomers regarded your 2 doppelgangers with newfound respect, astonished that the pair, previously lacking presence, possessed such formidable strength. A group of silver-ranked teams, lacking reliable allies, once again extended an invitation to your 2 avatars, only to be met with polite refusals. In December, your avatars continued to adhere to the monotonous rhythm of dungeon runs and jungle expeditions. It was during this time that your avatar encountered Chui, the daughter of the Shention group. This meeting marked their first reunion after a 2-month interval spent in the aftermath of their previous dealings. Chui's demeanor revealed a noticeable decline in her spirits, and your avatar hesitated to inquire about the cause of her apparent distress, uncertain if it was due to the repercussions of their past entanglements. Yet Chui bore no grievances. She was a pragmatic woman who understood the futility of lamenting what had transpired. To revisit old grievances would only deepen the rift between them, potentially igniting animosity, a most foolish endeavor. Both parties tacitly avoided mentioning the incident of October 19th, yet an unspoken understanding lingered in the air. This shared awareness was precisely why your avatars were willing to meet with Chui. They required her assistance in their future dealings, and she held leverage over them. Gazing at the 2 men before her, Chui paused momentarily before candidly articulating the purpose of her visit. "I need you to eliminate someone," she declared, producing a check. The figure inscribed upon it read 5, trailed by 6 zeros. Your avatar took the check, meticulously counting it to confirm its worth of 5 million. A bearer check. "This is merely a deposit. Upon completion of the task, I shall provide you with an additional 20 million, Chui added, her gaze as frigid as her tone. Chapter 43. A comforting Doppelgangers 1 and 2 exchanged a glance, simultaneously perceiving a profound respect for their benefactor within each other's eyes. Doppelganger 1 promptly expressed his willingness to assist, provided there was remuneration involved. However, he was perplexed as to why Chuya sought their aid. After all, 25 million federal coins was no trifling sum. Even hiring a high-tier professional for a single task could be comfortably accommodated within that budget. And he certainly did not believe that he and his counterpart were worth such a hefty price. In response to Doppelganger 1's bewilderment, Chuya maintained an impassive demeanor, explaining that it was the legitimate price for engaging in perilous undertakings. For a crime of such magnitude, one that could lead to execution upon discovery, a mere 25 million was insufficient to entice even a golden-tier professional, unless one had descended into utter desperation. Yet, they were different. The audacity to masquerade as notorious professionals for a paltry 13 million federal coins, slaughtering an entire team of professionals under the very noses of the Donghua City federal government and Donghua University, and committing the utmost humiliation by stripping their victims, transcended mere bravado. It was sheer audacity. Although she was acquainted with numerous exceptionally gifted professionals who had promising futures, each was exceedingly cautious, fearing entanglements with trouble. They would flee at the slightest hint of anything that could jeopardize their prospects. Individuals like Doppelgangers 1 and 2, willing to engage in such reckless endeavors, were a rarity she had never encountered before. Doppelganger 1 filtered Chuyu's sarcasm, interpreting it instead as admiration for their courage, and remarked on her keen insight in recognizing the brilliance of the duo. unlike a certain original who constantly found fault with him. Link, you too truly possess an inability to discern praise from criticism. In the presence of their affluent benefactor, the more reserved doppelganger too shyly insisted that there was no need for such flattery. They were merely honest individuals without the cunning to amass wealth through trickery, thus resorting to labor that lacked finesse. However, their professional ethics were beyond reproach. As long as they were compensated, they would not hesitate to take on even the most daunting tasks, be it a single life or the annihilation of an entire city. Doppelganger 2's words renewed Chuya's perception of the duo. She scrutinized the impassive face of Doppelganger 1 and the earnest expression of Doppelganger 2, oddly finding a sense of security emanating from them. Forgive Chuya. In the current societal climate, there are far too many unreliable assassins. These individuals boast grandly in online chats. Yet when the time comes to act, they become evasive, either scamming clients and vanishing or falling victim to counterattacks, dragging their employers into legal troubles. Consequently, the profession of assassin has devolved into a mere figment of legend. However, the individuals designated as number 1 and number 2 before her are distinctly different. They are true outlaws, possessing a KDA that stands at an astonishing 11. In their presence, even the most seasoned assassins appear as mere lambs, entirely untroubled by questions of reliability. Consequently, Chuya promptly remitted a deposit of 500,000 to number 1 and number 2, sharing with them the intricate details of her target. The individual in question is named Chu Lien, a 19-year-old female endowed with the celestial talent known as the sun's favor, and she occupies the role of a priestess. Her professional level has reached 20, and she has even completed the first phase of her second job advancement, poised to transition into a bona fide silver-tier professional. Presently, she is a second-year student at Nankai University, where she has established a student organization named Chu Men. Within this society, apart from the core team she directly leads, comprising a mix of golden and earth-tier professionals, there exist 7 auxiliary teams. Among these, there are 2 silver-tier teams and 5 bronze-tier teams, the majority of which consist of freshmen whose levels hover around 10, posing little threat. Moreover, according to the critical intelligence at Chuya's disposal, Chu Lien is currently preparing to tackle the second phase of her job advancement quest. It is well known that the transition tasks for the bronze, silver, and gold tiers are identical. The first phase involves gathering materials, while the second entails slaying a boss. Unlike ordinary individuals lacking capability, who can only prey upon weaker dungeon bosses to scrape through their transitions, prodigies like Chu Lien, blessed with both lineage and talent, seldom settle for merely meeting the bare minimum of their quests. In a bid to maximize her performance in the second phase of the transition task and secure greater experience rewards to surpass her peers, Chu Lien has spared no expense to procure a wilderness coordinate harboring a level 20 named boss from a battle group. Once adequately prepared, she intends to lead the core team of Chu Men into the wilderness to confront this named boss. The mission assigned to number 1 and number 2 is to eliminate her amidst the ensuing chaos of her boss battle. As she articulates this, Chuya keenly observes the subtle shifts in the expressions of the twin brothers. Although Chu Lien has yet to complete her second job advancement and is not yet a true silver-tier professional, her level is undeniably at 20. Coupled with her formidable sky-tier talent and a cadre of capable allies, even when they are preoccupied with the boss, she will be far from an easy target. Her strength is not to be underestimated. Number 1 and number 2, having inherited Link's appearance, appear as nothing more than 2 ordinary young men, leaving Chuya uncertain of their capability to fulfill this task. However, she found herself in a dire predicament. Chu Ling was the illegitimate child of that wretched woman, and ironically, this unacknowledged offspring possessed talents and gifts that surpassed her own. Coupled with the discord between her parents, her father was increasingly inclined to favor the illegitimate over the legitimate. The only reason she still held the title of a daughter of the Shantian group was due to the feeble support of the conservative faction within the company. Yet, if Chu Lien were to successfully vanquish the named boss and use its remains to fulfill her secondary job transfer quest, everything would change. At that moment, not only would Chu Lien be the first sophomore at Nankai University to achieve a secondary job transfer, but she would also amass a substantial experience reward by exceeding the requirements of the second stage of her transfer task, catapulting her level beyond 22 and solidifying her status as the foremost student in her year. Once Chu Lian established herself as the top sophomore at Nankai University, her prestige within the Shention group would soar to unprecedented heights. Her father, who had long harbored intentions of favoring the illegitimate, would undoubtedly seize this opportunity to push for a change in the air of the group. Under the overwhelming disparity of strength, even the conservative elders who had supported her would find it impossible to maintain her status as the successor. The likelihood of her being ousted and losing everything she currently possessed loomed large. She could not fathom such a terrifying outcome, so even if it meant exhausting her family's resources, she was determined to thwart Chu Lian's secondary job transfer, even if it meant resorting to desperate measures. Chapter 44. Golden Level Skill. Super Magecraft. Without hesitation, the first avatar offered a reassuring response to the contemplative Chuya, treating her, a level 20 professional with sky-level talent, no differently than the novice professionals they had previously dispatched. Once you have determined the timing of their movements, simply relay the location to us and prepare the final payment. The rest shall be managed by us. Do you possess such confidence? Chuya inquired, aware of her own sky-level talent and accompanied by a squad composed entirely of gold and earth-level professionals. Even a true silver-level professional would find it difficult to pose a threat to her. I understand, but isn't she merely a priest? The first avatar smiled. Were she a combat professional with sky-level talent, I might harbor some reservations, but as a priest, well, it is what it is. The overwhelming confidence of the avatar inspired Chuya. Thus, an agreement was reached. The avatar departed from Chuya's residence, joyfully clutching her 5 million check. Ultimately, she was merely a youth under 20, lacking in worldly experience, and thus somewhat susceptible to trust. Had she been a seasoned woman with rich life experience, a verbal confrontation would have been inevitable. Fortunately, they were indeed reliable assassins with a strong sense of professional ethics. Both the first and second avatars had resolved to assist Chuya flawlessly in completing this task. Primarily, Chuya had revealed to them a new business opportunity, hoping to leverage this chance to establish a reputation in the assassination field, thereby creating an additional lucrative channel. Though temporarily assuming the role of a notorious criminal could yield swift financial returns, the societal repercussions were exceedingly detrimental. Frequent offenses could easily provoke the federal government, and should they become incensed enough to pursue the culprits at any cost, with the peculiar tools and resources at their disposal, it would almost be guaranteed that they could uncover the identities of the two brothers. In contrast, the enmity attracted by assassins was significantly narrower. Faced with these petty personal vendettas, neither the federal authorities nor the factions would exhibit much interest in pursuing investigations. This offered a relatively higher degree of safety, and the rewards would not be substantially less than those garnered from raiding professional squads. The first avatar even felt a tinge of regret for not having discovered this lucrative avenue sooner, yet he was grateful that it was not too late to change paths. As for their chances of success, the avatar conveyed that, without the 5 million, they would indeed find the situation rather challenging. The disparity between sky-level talent and silver-level talent was not something easily articulated. Even with a single class change and a full 7-level suppression, the first avatar felt far from assured. However, with the 5 million, the situation transformed entirely. In the past 2 months, the avatar has amassed over 4 million Federation coins through dungeon runs and monster farming. Coupled with an additional 5 million, they will finally have sufficient funds to procure the coveted Golden Level Mage skill book, significantly enhancing the combat prowess of the second avatar in this simulation. Should the 2 silver-tier practitioners, who command golden-level skills, find themselves unable to prevail against a team of bronze-level practitioners, beleaguered by a boss, they would have no choice but to retreat in disgrace and offer their apologies through self-termination. 2 days later, the second avatar finally retrieved the long-sought golden-level skill book, Super Sorcery, from the post office. Super Sorcery LV1. A golden level skill for mages that instantly resets the cooldown of all spells below golden level, excluding golden level. Cost 1000 mana points. Cooldown time, 600 seconds. Each level increase reduces cooldown time and mana consumption by 5. At level 10, this translates to a 50 reduction in both cooldown time and mana expenditure. The second avatar possesses a spell specialization talent, allowing the skill level to extend to level 11. Which means a remarkable 55 reduction in cooldown and mana costs. Furthermore, The secondary effect of the spell specialization talent further diminishes the cooldown time and mana consumption of skills above level 10 by an additional 30. Cumulatively, this results in an astounding 85 reduction in cooldown and mana costs. A skill that originally requires 1000 mana points and has a cooldown of 600 seconds can now be unleashed after merely 90 seconds and at the cost of 150 mana points. The second avatar mused that this skill is tailor-made for those with the spell specialization talent. It is no wonder the seller remains steadfast in their pricing. As for practitioners endowed with spell specialization, this skill transcends the boundaries of golden level mastery. Even earth level skills pale in comparison. Fortunately, the spell specialization talent is merely a silver tier talent. Practitioners possessing this talent, while undoubtedly regarded as elite members of society, find it challenging to amass the 9 million required, especially given the exorbitant markup, which seems to treat prospective buyers as unwitting victims. This is likely why the avatar has managed to retain their funds until now. Although realizing the synergistic effects of super sorcery and spell specialization necessitates elevating the skill proficiency of super sorcery to above level 10, which is unattainable prior to executing the assassination task, even so, the opportunity for a complete cooldown refresh of all skills is sufficient to significantly elevate the firepower of the second avatar, boosting overall strength by at least 30 or more. This is more than adequate to contend with a group of sheltered flowers who have yet to complete their second-tier transformation. Chapter 45. Scouts and the Expedition. 3 days after the avatars mastered the art of super magic, the first and second avatars, having grown weary from aimlessly wandering the outskirts of the wilderness while tormenting wild creatures, finally received word from Chuya to commence their mission. The destination lay deep within the wilderness, a full 150 kilometers from Donghua City. At least 50 kilometers of this journey traversed perilous territories that had never been explored by any battle group. Within such depths, the lowest level of monsters boasted a minimum rank of level 15. Unexplored, these regions were teeming with elite monsters, wilderness bosses, and even formidable lords. Even with the current capabilities of the avatars, venturing into such treacherous wilderness posed a formidable challenge. However, there was no alternative. Just as the depths of the wilderness served as a forbidden zone for humanity, the safety zones of humans were equally off-limits to the wilderness creatures. To find a suitably named boss, one must delve deep into the wilderness. The silver lining was that the avatars need not worry about clearing the path as their target. Chu Lien had hired a team composed entirely of silver-tier professionals to serve as their protectors. This team would escort Chu Lien to the designated location while eliminating any lurking threats along the way. The first and second avatars merely needed to follow in their wake, effortlessly accompanying them into the wilderness. Before embarking, both avatars meticulously checked their backpacks, ensuring that the pollution potions prepared for Chu Lien were not forgotten, and promptly set off to the essential route leading Chu Lien to her destination. Soon, hidden among the reeds of the wilderness, the first and second avatars spotted a team of over 30 individuals advancing with great determination. Leading the charge were 2 scouts, their movements swift and agile. Scouts are generally categorized into 2 types: pure scouts skilled in reconnaissance and assassin-type scouts adept in combat. The former, due to their negligible combat abilities, are typically only found in large organizations like battle groups that possess sufficient resources for their deployment. Most scout roles within professional teams lean towards the latter category. Nevertheless, Chu Lien, endowed with a celestial level talent, the second daughter of the Shen group, the founder of the student organization Chumen, and the top talent of her sophomore year at Nankai University, had assembled a team of professionals that defied conventional expectations. Remarkably, both scouts dispatched by her were rare reconnaissance specialists. This certainty stemmed from their extraordinary speed. Only scouts devoid of combat prowess would allocate such high agility points, as most would distribute a portion of their attributes to strength to maintain their offensive capabilities. To avoid detection by the scouts, the first and second avatars swiftly submerged themselves in the water, relying on their remarkable physical attributes to hold their breath for over 20 minutes before daring to resurface. Gazing at the now vanished expedition team, numbers 1 and 2 were wary of the scouts' presence and dared not pursue recklessly. Should they be detected by the scouts, a fierce battle would inevitably ensue. The cadre of rookies under Chu Lien's command were manageable. Even in direct confrontation, numbers 1 and 2 felt little trepidation. However, The silver-tier mercenaries employed by Chu Lien were no trifling adversaries. Having previously participated in a mercenary squad during the initial simulation, they were acutely aware of how formidable these seemingly inconsequential groups could be. Their equipment might not rival that of the elite warriors or soldiers, and their awakened talents might lack practicality, often resembling lowly gutter skills among their peers. Yet, one undeniable strength they possessed was their extensive survival experience in the wilderness. They adeptly harnessed the natural environment to outmaneuver stronger foes, proving far more troublesome than the rule-abiding student practitioners. Not to mention, numbers 1 and 2 lacked the capability to confront an entire squad of silver-tier mercenaries. Even if they did possess such strength, number 1 was reluctant to engage directly with the mercenaries, as the risks were exorbitant, exceeding the service limit of 25 million federal coins. Thus, they could only estimate the speed of Chu Lien's team to deduce their location, maintaining a distance of approximately 1 kilometer to follow them. Number 2 complained about the inconvenience, strongly urging that their main body be assigned a scout in the future. Meanwhile, Link, witnessing this scene, lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. As he exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, his mind momentarily emptied. Assign you a scout? You genuinely wish to elevate the profession of an assassin? Indeed. Whether warrior or mage, both excelled in direct combat, starkly contrasting with the assassin's role, which thrived in shadows, necessitating exceptional tracking and stealth abilities. Why then, he pondered, would they choose to become assassins? Why not content themselves with their strengths, robbing the wealthy, no, joining the battle groups to become revered heroes instead? Thus, they meandered for 3 hours. Ignored, perhaps, Link felt a surge of anger. Suddenly, his avatars, numbers 1 and 2, heard the fierce sounds of spell bombardments and the roars of some terrifying creatures emanating from the direction of their target. Even from a distance of over 1,000 meters, the cacophony was strikingly clear. In an instant, they understood that Chu Lien's expedition team had engaged with the named boss. Without hesitation, they accelerated towards the source of the commotion. However, their journey was fraught with challenges, as numerous wilderness monsters, drawn by the sounds of battle, began to converge on the site. Upon spotting the avatars, these wild creatures wasted no time in launching an assault, forcing the avatars to expend considerable effort to fend them off. Fortunately, your doppelganger encountered a stroke of luck, avoiding the perilous high-level monsters and formidable wilderness bosses. After a few minutes of frantic sprinting, they finally arrived, unscathed, at the periphery of the battlefield where the expedition team engaged in combat with the named boss. Before them lay a lakeshore, encircled by a verdant forest. The target, the second daughter of the Shen-Tian group, Chu Lien, who possessed the celestial grade talent known as the Blessing of the Sun, radiated a divine, resplendent golden light. With an impassive expression, she directed a dozen professional fighters under her command as they launched an assault against a massive tortoise. Surrounding them, a defensive line akin to a dam was established by the civilian professional team she had employed, effectively keeping at bay the wilderness monsters drawn by the cacophony of battle. Chapter 46. Ambush, Sudden Assault. To successfully complete the second phase of the class transition quest, it is imperative for the transitioning individual to actively participate in the battle against the boss rather than merely basking in the achievements of their team. If the transitioning individual fails to play a pivotal role in the defeat of the boss, even if their team ultimately triumphs, the system will not acknowledge any connection between the individual and the boss. Consequently, the transitioning individual may not receive credit for the quest completion, and in some instances, even experience points may not be allocated to them. Thus, to ensure the success of the class transition quest, the individual must be directly involved in the battle and demonstrate their indispensable contribution. This explains why Chu Lien leads her team against the named boss, while a more formidable team of civilian silver-tier professionals is tasked with intercepting the wild monsters drawn to the conflict. It is a testament to her audacity, being a prodigy awakened with a sky-level talent and one of the heiresses of the Shen-Tian group, that she dares to challenge a level 20 named boss with a group of novices who have yet to complete their secondary class transition. However, both clones 1 and 2 can empathize with Chu Lien's predicament. After all, as described by Chuya, Chu Lien is merely the illegitimate daughter of Chu Tianxiong, the chairman of the Shen-Tian group. Although she is favored and valued due to her sky-level talent, The stigma of being an illegitimate child in the eyes of the Federation means she is deemed unworthy of enjoying any privileges. Chu Tianxiong's decision to bring her into the Shen Tian group and acknowledge her as his daughter sparked considerable controversy within the organization. Even as the chairman, he could provide limited assistance to Chu Lian before she decisively overcomes Chuya. Managing to secure the coordinates for a named boss and hiring a formidable team of silver-tier professionals to aid her in her class transition quest is already a considerable effort. For a child from an ordinary family, even selling everything or making extreme sacrifices would not suffice to enlist so many silver-tier professionals to fight on their behalf. Fortunately, Chu Lian ultimately does not disappoint Chu Tianxiong's earnest expectations. The effect of her sky-level talent, Blessing of the Sun, enables her healing and enhancement skills to harness the power of sunlight, transforming them into area effects as long as she is bathed in sunlight. In contrast, a regular priest's healing spell suffers from prolonged cooldowns and single-target restoration, often neglecting the needs of others. In contrast, a priest endowed with the Blessing of the Sun can radiate healing like the sun, revitalizing all around her. As long as she stands on the battlefield, she effectively becomes a mobile super-healing spring, capable of sustaining an entire battalion effortlessly. Presently, the 30 or so professionals are divided into two groups, simultaneously confronting the named boss and the wild monsters, a situation that would typically be precarious and exceedingly perilous. With the extraordinary effects bestowed by the sun, a mere priest managed to stabilize the battle lines, healing over 30 practitioners simultaneously with a single healing spell, as if they were luxuriating in a rejuvenating spring of divine essence. No matter how ferocious the onslaught from the wilderness monsters and the named boss might be, as long as they could not eliminate the practitioners in an instant, their efforts were rendered futile. It is no wonder that a turtle boss was chosen as the target for challenge. It is well known that turtle-like creatures boast high defenses and ample health but lack sufficient offensive capabilities. Under Chu Lian's prodigious healing capacity, the turtle boss, devoid of means to swiftly dispatch the frontline practitioners, could only rage impotently. If this continues, Chu Lian's success in vanquishing the named boss will not merely be a simple accomplishment. It could even lead to a scenario of zero casualties. One cannot help but envy such an extraordinary priest, whose prowess starkly contrasts with the mediocrity of her peers. Alas, such an exceptional healer is destined to meet an untimely demise. The clones, designated as Clone 1 and Clone 2, cautiously assessed their supplies of contaminated potions, refraining from any rash actions, instead opting to wait for the named boss to enter its final phase, hoping to deplete Chu Lian's mana and strategic resources further. As a fellow priest, Link, having only cast a few blessings thus far, found himself unable to argue against this course of action and urged the clones to continue their simulations. 2 hours later, both sides remained fiercely engaged in combat, with no signs of defeat apparent. For hours passed, and the intense battle continued unabated. 6 hours, 8 hours, 9 hours. The conflict raged from the zenith of day into the serenity of night, with even a miniature sun appearing above Chu Lian's head to augment her innate abilities. The stalemate persisted, showing no indication of resolution. The turtle boss, with its formidable defenses and substantial health, suffered under the practitioner's attacks, akin to mere tickling, inflicting minimal damage. Similarly, the turtle boss, lacking offensive options, could not shift the tide of battle. Even upon entering its second phase, it was incapable of swiftly dispatching the relatively resilient frontline practitioners. Under Chu Lian's constant healing ministrations, even those on the brink of collapse could spring back to life. The duel could be likened to a match between skilled chess players, each meeting an equal adversary. A full day of mutual contention yielded no victor. However, the scales of victory began to tip ever so slightly in favor of Chu Lian and her practitioners. Though gradual, the turtle boss's health was undeniably dwindling, while Chu Lian's mana seemed boundless, showing no signs of exhaustion. With the prospect of the battle extending into the next day without conclusion, the clone brothers resolved to bring this farce to an end. On December 27th, at 3:45 a.m., after engaging in a fierce battle with the named boss, the River Turtle Minister, for an exhausting 15 hours, Chu Lian found herself on the brink of exhaustion, when an overwhelming sense of peril suddenly surged within her. Before she could discern the source of this trepidation, a colossal golden sword, stretching over 100 meters, manifested without warning, crashing down from behind the players confronting the boss. The frontline players, who had just endured an attack from the River Turtle Minister, with their health plummeting to below 1/3, were caught completely off guard and perished instantaneously. Subsequently, the night sky, illuminated by a full moon, was rent asunder by a dozen bolts of thunder, transforming the darkness into a blinding daylight. Amidst the resounding clamor of thunder, these formidable lightning strikes, resembling dragons and serpents, descended violently upon the members of Chu's team who were besieging Minister Jiang. Chapter 47. Alea and the Divine, The Origin of the Awaken's Power. Revised edition. In an instant, everything transpired in a flash of lightning, leaving Chu Lien no opportunity to respond. Whether it was the colossal sword silhouette that emerged from the void or the torrential thunder that descended from the heavens, both the auditory spectacle and the terrifying might were utterly beyond belief. The frontline combatants, valiantly battling, were swept aside by the giant sword as effortlessly as if they were mere tofu, while the thunderbolts that rained down from above possessed such overwhelming power that even the fully healthy rear-line warriors met their demise in an instant, their vitality rendered meaningless. What had once been a promising situation mere moments before was obliterated in the blink of an eye by the onslaught of the sword and thunder. The team of elite professionals, painstakingly assembled by Chu Lien over the course of a year and 5 months at Nankai University, envisioned as the backbone of her future, was annihilated in an instant. Indeed, it was a complete rout. The disparity in levels and attributes was insurmountable, compounded by the fact that her team members, focused on battling the River Turtle Chancellor, were caught completely unawares. Everything concluded in an instant, leaving no room for even the most exceptional talents of the Golden and Earth tiers to manifest their potential. The architects of this catastrophe were none other than your avatars. Avatar 1 and Avatar 2. There was no need to emphasize your avatars. It was Chuya who hired them. While 1 and 2 executed the actions, what relevance did I have in this matter? I am but an innocent citizen. Link hastily distanced himself from the avatars. Merely observing the simulation data, he could vividly imagine the utter devastation Chu Lien must have felt in that moment. It was not simply the loss of over a year's worth of effort. It was the brutal slaughter of comrades with whom she had shared her days, executed before her very eyes. For anyone with a fragile psyche, one might believe she could transform into a vengeful spirit seeking retribution against Link. The information that unfolded in the simulation further tightened Link's chest. In the very moment she was poised to reach the pinnacle of her life, everything vanished in an instant. A torment far more harrowing than death for a being of flesh and blood. All of Chu Lien's rationality, composure, elegance, and grace evaporated entirely in that instant. She understood with stark clarity that she had failed, her life irrevocably shattered. Regardless of the reasons or justifications, from this moment forth, hope had abandoned her. In her quest to fulfill her job transition, her entire core team, dozens of prodigies who had awakened Golden and Earth tier talents, were senselessly obliterated before they had even begun to flourish, all at her own hands. Even if she could survive and escape back to Nankai University, the institution and the families of those favored by destiny would undoubtedly not let her off the hook. Her subsequent life would be shrouded in despair, as the conservative factions within the Shentian group would devise every conceivable means to assail her. Her father would also be implicated, resulting in the already tenuous influence he wielded within the Shentian group being completely usurped by that woman. Her gaze fixated wildly upon the 2 young men who had materialized before her, their appearances nearly identical. One clad in a warrior's armor, wielding a massive sword, while the other donned a mage's robe, brandishing a magical staff. Recognizing that these 2 individuals had obliterated everything she held dear, Chu Lien suddenly erupted into a fit of hysterical rage, unleashing her pent-up anger and resentment. The sacred guise of the priestess that adorned her was stripped of all sanctity, transforming her instead into a malevolent spirit fallen into the depths of hell. Indeed, she could not bear the cruel blow. Her mind had shattered. Meanwhile, the members of the civilian adventurer squad, deprived of Chu Lien's restorative support, began to suffer casualties. As they anxiously turned to inquire why she was not healing their wounds, they were met with the shocking spectacle of Chu Lien, seemingly possessed by madness. The avatars, Avatar 1 and Avatar 2, remained unfazed. They deftly evaded the indiscriminate attacks of the river turtle prime minister while dousing the irrational Chu Lien, who was consumed by venomous vitriol and devoid of any inclination to evade, with the prepared contamination potions from their backpacks, before making their escape. With no target to attack, the river turtle prime minister naturally shifted its focus to Chu Lien. As a wilderness boss inherently opposed to all humanity, it paid no heed to her words, only knowing to eliminate every human being it encountered. Under the gaze of the river turtle prime minister, Chu Lien finally regained a flicker of sanity amidst her terror, desperately attempting to cast a healing spell to stabilize the situation. However, it was tragically too late. The priestess profession was synonymous with fragility, especially when stripped of her companion's protection. Furthermore, the contamination potion splashed upon her would render her most potent healing abilities ineffective until the potion dissipated completely. Her demise was inevitable. Avatar 1 and Avatar 2 reached such a conclusion, yet as a precaution, they did not distance themselves. Instead, they observed Chu Lien and the remaining civilian adventurers being engulfed by the tide of monstrous wilderness creatures. The sounds of battle, the roars of the wilderness monsters, and the agonizing screams of the adventurers in their final moments intermingled in a cacophony. As the diminutive figures of the adventurers were utterly engulfed by the colossal wilderness monstrosities, the once vibrant lake, which had buzzed with activity for nearly an entire day, began to reclaim its serene tranquility. At that moment, your avatar commenced its retreat. With the annihilation of Chu Lien and the entire expedition team, the wilderness creatures had begun to direct their ire towards the two remaining individuals. Should they fail to flee, they would inevitably share the same grim fate as the fallen adventurers. Your avatar initiated its breakout. Fortunately, after several simulations, the prowess of Avatar 1 and the well-equipped Avatar 2 proved formidable. Even the most common of creatures, despite their higher levels, succumbed swiftly under their might. Thus, their escape was progressing commendably, and it seemed they were on the verge of executing this operation flawlessly. Indeed, barring any unforeseen circumstances, just as Avatars 1 and 2 were poised to break free from the perilous wilderness, a familiar figure cloaked in crimson attire obstructed their path. Brandishing a great sword, with a mere flourish, he unleashed a cascade of golden sword light, effortlessly annihilating the pursuing wilderness creatures. The once triumphant and bloodthirsty boss, the river turtle prime minister Jiang Shilang, upon glimpsing this figure, immediately defied the inherent animosity of monsters towards humans and hastily retreated towards the lake. Other wilderness creatures exhibited a similar reaction. In the blink of an eye, the once relentless pursuers had vanished without a trace. Yet, Avatar 1 felt no elation at this turn of events, for he had recognized the identity of the figure before him. Greetings. The red-clad swordsman sheathed his sword and smiled. You may call me Raphael. Run, you fool. 2. Hurry. Avatar 1 shouted frantically. Avatar 2, perplexed, did not comprehend the urgency, but Avatar 1 prioritized his own escape over explanations. He concluded that it was better for one to survive than for both to perish, and immediately turned to flee, leaving Avatar 2 behind. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Avatar 2 cursed Avatar 1 for his lack of loyalty. Although confused as to why they should flee, he sensed the seriousness of the moment. Having never witnessed Avatar 1 in such a state of alarm, an instinctual sense of danger compelled him to follow suit. Avatar 1, exasperated, shouted, "You blockhead! Why are you following me?" Split up. As the two avatars began to scatter, Raphael, the red-clad swordsman, displayed a keen interest. Awakened from his slumber by the clamor of battle, he was intrigued by the two entities whose destinies eluded his insight. Despite having never encountered them before, they seemed to regard him with a mixture of familiarity and trepidation, further affirming Raphael's conviction that these avatars were indeed extraordinary. Raphael believed that Avatars 1 and 2 were divine heralds sent to him, guiding him towards the salvation of this world. Raphael commenced his pursuit. As number 1 was caught up, realizing his escape was futile, he let out a furious roar and turned to launch a counteroffensive against Raphael, striving to buy time for number 2's escape. However, all efforts proved to be in vain. The disparity in strength between the two was insurmountable. With a mere flick of his wrist, Raphael severed number 1's legs, instantly rendering him incapable of further combat. Catching a glimpse of this scene, number 2 hastened his flight. Unfortunately, The inherent shortcomings of a mage's short stature became glaringly apparent at that moment. Raphael effortlessly vaulted over 100 meters, landing directly in front of number 2, and with a single punch, shattered the protective shield enveloping him. In a desperate attempt, number 2 activated his teleportation staff, but to no avail. Raphael seemed to possess an uncanny ability to track, swiftly discerning number 2's escape route with just a brief pause before lunging once more. Number 2 launched a fierce counterattack. Yet it ended in failure and he was swiftly captured. Raphael unceremoniously tossed both number 1 and number 2 together, then, reminiscent of his previous simulation, began narrating the enmity between himself and the guild leader, Rofa, alongside the impending apocalypse threatening their world. Number 1 had already heard this tale during the prior simulation, yet for number 2, it was a revelation, igniting a profound curiosity within him. As Raphael delved deeper into his story, number 1, aware that once the tale concluded, Raphael would proclaim himself as the savior of this world, resolved to inquire about the nature of this so-called apocalypse. Raphael divulged that it involved deities, beings that once originated from Blue Star but departed millions of years ago for unknown reasons, now poised to return from the cosmos. The powers awakened within the practitioners were manifestations of the will birthed in Blue Star after the gods' departure, a force known as Aleia, granted to humanity to combat the gods. Regrettably, it was already too late. The return of the gods was imminent, expected within a decade at most. Prior to this return, however, their influence had already begun to affect Blue Star significantly. One of the most evident impacts was that sky-level practitioners had lost their path to ascend to star level. Despite individuals reaching the sky-level threshold by the 5th year of their awakening journey, it was now 11 years into that journey, and only Rofa had managed to break through to the star level, and even that was through unorthodox means. Additionally, the punitive measures for levels, the regulations governing hunts, and the chaotic turbulence within dungeon spaces were all manifestations of the gods' power, a result of the struggle against Aleia. The gods had shackled the practitioners with heavy chains, preventing them from rapidly growing stronger under Aleia's rules. Rofa's desire to steadfastly defend Blue Star, leveraging Aleia's home field advantage against the gods, is an unrealistic endeavor. His keen perception has foreseen the outcome of a battle that would pit all of Blue Star's strength against divine beings. It would culminate in a one-sided massacre, a theatrical display by the gods proclaiming their supreme power to humanity. Even under the codified regulations of Aleia, human practitioners possess not the slightest chance of victory. The sole avenue for human survival lies in the creation of deities, manufacturing sufficient stellar-grade practitioners who can traverse the void of space at superluminal speeds, thereby escaping Blue Star. Only through such means can humanity hope to reach the next habitable planet before their lifespans extinguish. There exists no alternative path for survival. Number 2 timidly inquired, "Do you wish to abandon Blue Star? Would Aleia consent? Without Aleia, from where would the practitioners draw their power?" Alpha paused in silence for a moment before responding, "Aleia is the selfless mother. From the instant the first primitive human emerged in her likeness 30 million years ago, she has been prepared to give everything for humanity. The power she bestows upon practitioners is everlasting, a fragment of her own flesh and blood, akin to a mother birthing her child. Even if she were to fall into the hands of the gods, suffering harm at their hands, the children born from her would remain unaffected by her demise, continuing to thrive. How grotesque! Humanity does not deserve such sacrifice." Number 1, on the brink of death from excessive blood loss, uttered his final words. "Ah, maternal love is incomprehensible," Rofa sneered. "But indeed you are not human, are you? No human could escape the gaze of my eyes. Therefore, who are you truly? Why have you earned Aleia's recognition and wield the power of the awakened?" Yet, number 1 could no longer respond. His life had ebbed away completely due to his injuries. In contrast, number 2 remained vibrant and alert. "What are you barking about?" Number 2 glared at Rofa defiantly. "Just you wait, one day, I too shall bind you here and taunt you." With that, number 2 closed his eyes and chose to terminate the simulation. The joint simulation has now concluded. Chapter 48. Superior Silver Warrior. Simulation ended. End time. Awakening Year 11, December 28th. Reason for conclusion. Avatar 1 succumbed to blood loss. Avatar 2 voluntarily terminated the simulation. At the conclusion of this simulation, You may retain the following rewards for Avatar 1. 1. Breaking Armies Might, Silver Level Talent. 2. Attributes of Avatar Level 27. 3. Skills acquired by Avatar, Imperial Sword of Astonishment. You may retain the following rewards for Avatar 2. 1. Spell Specialization, Silver Level Talent. 2. Attributes of Avatar Level 23. 3. Skills acquired by Avatar, Fireball, Water Arrow, Meditation, Arcane Shield, Summon Lightning, Area Summon Lightning, Super Magic Conduction. 4. Equipment possessed by Avatar, Pixels Flash Wand, Earth Level, Junior Mage Set, 15 Level Bronze Set, including robe, ring, necklace, boots, and belt. Upon assembling all 5 pieces, an additional 5 spell damage bonus is granted. As for Avatar 2, it is what it is. He looked at the end time displayed on the panel, his face a tapestry of frustration. Link shifted his gaze to the seemingly lifeless Avatar 1 standing nearby, his expression filled with disdain. How is it that with each simulation you manage to fail more spectacularly? The first simulation lasted a commendable 8 years, followed by 6, then 1, and now you can't even survive half a year. Although the outcomes were not entirely dismal, especially considering that in less than half a year, he had elevated Avatar 2 from a level 0 novice to level 23, which was not a trivial achievement in the context of the simulation's worth. However, reprimanding was essential. Otherwise, with Avatar 1's reckless nature, he would only continue to indulge himself, neglecting the critical importance of simulating for a longer duration in pursuit of immediate gratification. Of course, Link understood that the abrupt conclusion of the simulation could not solely be attributed to Avatar 1. While Avatar 1 remained true to his unruly nature and stirred considerable trouble during the simulation, these complications, at least in the short term, could not be directly placed upon the shoulders of the current avatars. Ultimately, the crux of the issue lay with that old rascal, Lafar. Why couldn't he simply retire in peace like the last version? Instead, he clung obstinately to the wilderness, playing the role of the nuisance. As if that weren't enough, he had to make life difficult for his own avatars. Interrupting the simulation of the avatars once was excusable, as at that point, they were already cornered. Even without Lafar's interference, they would not have survived much longer. However, this time was excessive. The futures of Avatar 1 and 2 in this simulation were ripe with potential. They possessed both wealth and strength, and had even allied with the affluent Chuya. Had Lafar not meddled, it was likely that within 2 years, both avatars could have ascended to the ranks of golden-level practitioners. With a stroke of good fortune, and if their secrets remained undiscovered, even brushing against the threshold of Earth-level practitioners would not have been an impossibility. Yet, such a promising simulation was tragically thwarted by the meddlesome hand of that scoundrel, Lafar. Even more astonishingly, based on the performance during the 2 simulations, it seems that whenever a clone ventures deep into the wilderness, there exists a considerable likelihood of being detected by Lafar. Lafar's resolve regarding the clones is unwavering. His intent is to seize them and usurp their essence, disregarding any protests they may voice. Initially, 1 or 2 encounters could be overlooked, particularly given Lafar's formidable prowess. As a pragmatic man, Link was willing to endure for the sake of survival. However, Lafar's determination to confront Link to the bitter end left no room for tolerance. Link resolved to eliminate him, though this may sound fanciful, considering that Lafar is one of the earliest individuals on the entire Blue Star to ascend to the sky-level class and is globally recognized as the mightiest swordsman. It is indeed a daunting prospect. His record of defeating 37 sky-level practitioners in the Awakening Temple remains unmatched even to this day. His strength is so extraordinary that even 2 years after his demise, he still firmly holds the title of the world's strongest swordsman. Presently, Link possesses merely 2 silver-level clones, and the disparity between them is beyond mere comparison. It is akin to a grain of rice against the full moon. Nonetheless, Lafar has revealed in the simulations that he is currently merely utilizing a certain artifact, having fragmented his consciousness into hundreds of thousands of pieces following his defeat in the Awakening Temple battle. This involuntary state of fragmentation must not bode well for Lafar, and he cannot possibly retain his peak combat prowess. Otherwise, with Lafar's haughty disposition, he would have long since taken on the federal government and the Practitioners Guild. Though my clones may not be able to contend with Lafar now, it does not imply they won't in the future. Worst case, I can simply remain hidden in Donghua City during the upcoming simulations. I am also curious to see if the apocalyptic scenario Lafar speaks of will truly unfold. Harboring such discontent, Link chose not to display any further dissatisfaction. Instead, he directed his gaze towards the simulation panel, commencing the selection of rewards to retain for his clone. First, for clone number 1. During this simulation, clone number 1 primarily devoted most of its time to assisting lower-level characters, resulting in a negligible improvement in its own capabilities, with only a 2-level increase. The only valuable enhancement was the acquisition of a singular golden-level skill. Even the talent-breaking army, Victory was deemed unsuitable for a warrior practitioner, thereby lacking the merit to justify the expenditure of simulation energy for retention. Thus, after careful consideration, Link ultimately decided to preserve only the attributes and skills of Clone No. 1 at level 27 as simulation rewards, expending an equivalent of 1,800 simulation energy points, translating to 90,000 federal dollars, merely 1/8 the cost of acquiring the golden-level skill Emperor's Shocking Sword. This exchange was undoubtedly a remarkable bargain. With Link's decision to retain the rewards, the attributes panel of clone number 1 began to transform accordingly. Bound object, number 1 level, 27 experience, 080,000 profession, warrior, silver tier, innate talent, life resistance, bronze tier strength, 306, base 171 equipment 135, constitution, 402, base 166 equipment 169 talent 67, agility, 108, base 53 equipment 55, magic, 37, base 22 equipment 15, equipment, bloodthirsty greatsword, silver level 20, radiant holy set, silver tier set, 6-piece effect, 15 damage reduction, recovers 0. 1 of constitution as health per second in combat. Skills: Emperor's Sky-Splitting Sword, LV2. Jade and Stone Conflagration, LV5. Silver Fighting Chi, Silver LV9. Bullying, Max Bronze. Rampant Slaughter, Bronze LV7. Life Reversion, LV5. Charge, Max Black Iron. Heavy Strike, Max Black Iron. Roar, Max Black Iron. Overall rating, Upper Silver Warrior, Chapter 49. The gains of clone number 2, the rating has ascended to that of a superior Silver Warrior, although, in comparison to the previous simulation's conclusion at level 25, clone number 1 has only achieved a modest increase of 2 levels this time, and there has been no discernible upgrade or alteration in equipment. This does not imply that the clone's prowess has not significantly improved. The most crucial factor lies in the clone's advanced mastery of the gold tier skill, the Imperial Earth-Shattering Sword. In the realm of reality, very few practitioners can preemptively acquire high-tier skills. Those who do are seldom of ordinary merit. Moreover, clone number 1's equipment and skill configuration are far from inadequate, with a cumulative value exceeding 30 million federal coins. Such a lavish setup places it among the affluent elite of the Federation's silver-tier practitioners, as receiving a rating of Superior Silver Warrior is not an unreasonable expectation for over 90 of Silver Warriors. Furthermore, in this simulation, clone number 1 has generally seen an elevation of 2 to 3 levels in skill proficiency, resulting in an abundance of fully mastered Black Iron and Bronze level skills, with its proficiency in Silver level skills reaching an exceptionally high standard. In terms of skill proficiency, it can be asserted that clone number 1 has surpassed the typical Silver tier practitioners. It is no wonder that clone number 1 exhibited such arrogance during the simulation, disregarding even Chu Lien, a level 20 bronze practitioner with celestial level talent. It was aware of its status as a leading figure among silver tier practitioners. The simulation system is infallible. As a bona fide superior silver warrior, what reason would it have to fear a group of neophytes yet to undergo their second job transition? Glancing at clone number 1's cold demeanor, Link's lips twitched slightly, before shifting his gaze to clone number 2. Upon sensing Link's attention, clone number 2 immediately directed an innocent and harmless gaze towards him. Let it all remain, Link decisively declared. Each of clone 2's 4 rewards is undeniably worth the investment. Even the talent specialization for spells merits a substantial expenditure due to its synergy with the super arcane. Clone number 2 remained silent, its eyes filled with admiration as they met Link's. Ding, would you like to expend 1,000,2,000 and for 000 simulation energy to retain talents, equipment, and skills for your clone 2? Unlike clone number 1, which has already purchased simulation attempts thrice, incurring a cost of 800 simulation energy for the purchase of additional attempts on top of the 1,000 required for talent acquisition. Clone number 2 is undertaking simulation for the first time, having not yet utilized any free attempts. Thus, it need only pay the basic cost of 1,000 simulation energy for the silver tier simulation. Yes. With Link's affirmative response, 7,000 points of simulation energy were promptly deducted from his balance, and soon after, the newly acquired attributes of clone number 2 manifested before Link's eyes. Bound object. No. 2 level, 23 mana, 55,450. Base 4450 equipment 1000. Experience 40,000 profession. Mage, silver tier, primary talent, spell specialization, silver tier, strength, 23. Base 23 equipment 0, constitution, 78. Base 2355, agility, 53. Base 23 equipment 30, magic power, 445. Base 340 equipment 105. Equipment. Picasso's Flash Wand, Earth Tier. Junior Mage Set, Level 15 Bronze Set, comprising robe, ring, necklace, boots, and belt, 5 pieces in total. Upon collecting all 5 pieces, an additional 5 spell damage bonus is granted. Skills: Fireball, LV91, Water Arrow, LV91, Meditation, LV91, Arcane Shield, LV71, Thunder Summon, LV91, Group Thunder Summon, LV91, Super Magic Conduction, LV1. Overall rating: above average silver mage. To his astonishment, Link could hardly believe that a single simulation had earned him an above average silver mage rating, equaling the accomplishments of a certain avatar who had undergone 3 simulations. However, upon further reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. The primary reason lay in the remarkably high skill levels of the number 2 avatar. In this simulation, to swiftly enhance the combat prowess of number 2, No. 1 had expended a considerable amount of wealth to assist number 2 in exceeding the first phase of the job transition task, thus granting No. 2 a substantial increase in skill proficiency. Coupled with the unique effects of the silver tier talent, spell specialization, despite being merely at level 23, No. 2 possessed an impressive array of skills, nearly equivalent to having 5 fully mastered abilities. Furthermore, with advanced knowledge of gold tier skills, even if the equipment was somewhat lacking, it could not obscure the undeniable truth that he was a formidable silver tier mage. This brings us back to the relentless efforts of number 1, who diligently aided No. 2 in enhancing his strength, likely harboring aspirations of honing number 2 into a superlative weapon for his own use. Little did he anticipate that this simulation would conclude so swiftly, rendering him almost entirely a free trainer for number 2. Thanks to number 1's contributions, No. 2's strength had surged remarkably within a mere 6 months. Let us extend our gratitude to number 1 for his selfless dedication. Chapter 50. The information on Raphael. After concluding a simulated link, he refrained from immediately proceeding to the next simulation. Instead, he gathered his thoughts and made his way to an internet CAF in Donghua City, where he logged onto the web to seek information regarding Raphael. As one of the initial awakeners, Raphael had made headlines 2 years prior during a tumultuous incident at the Awakening Sanctuary, where he single-handedly forged the legendary Awakening Temple battle. The online discourse surrounding Raphael is nothing short of extensive. From his background and childhood experiences to the familial and societal influences that shaped him, a plethora of philosophers and scholars have meticulously compiled vast amounts of information about this legendary figure. Some media outlets have even transformed these insights into documentaries, offering a comprehensive narrative of Raphael's life. The consensus among the public is that Raphael's extreme obsession stems from the tragic events of his childhood. Born in the once infamous criminal nation of Panama, prior to the emergence of Awakeners in the Blue Star, Panama, although recognized as a legitimate state by the Blue Star United Organization, was plagued by a corrupt and inept government. This corruption fostered an environment rife with countless criminal gangs, drug trafficking organizations, and various local factions, each entangled in perpetual conflict, resulting in Panama's persistent rank at the top of global crime rates. In such an environment, Raphael's family members gradually departed from his life, leaving the 9-year-old boy to become a homeless wanderer, enduring the harsh realities of existence. Had history followed its usual course, Raphael would have likely succumbed to the fate of most street children, either joining a criminal syndicate or quietly perishing in an unremarkable corner, beset by hunger and cold. Yet, fate is indeed remarkable. Just when Raphael found himself at his lowest, he encountered one of the greatest revolutionaries of the past century. Ziso, the founder of the Panama Salvation Party, championed the idea that the people of Panama could redeem their nation through their own efforts, positing that each individual had the potential to be a savior of Panama. His vision garnered immense support from those yearning for peace and prosperity, with Raphael holding Ziso in the highest regard, treating every one of his utterances as a sacred truth. Through Ziso's tireless advocacy and the backing of countless Panamanians, he swiftly ascended to become the 17th president of Panama in the nation's presidential election held every 6 years. True to his principles, he wasted no time in implementing sweeping reforms, enacting stringent laws to punish criminals without mercy. In less than 3 years, he transformed Panama from a den of crime into a reformed nation, almost unrecognizable from its former self. It can be said that Ziso was on the brink of completing the reform and salvation of Panama. However, that final step remained elusive. During a pivotal meeting aimed at eradicating gang organizations and classifying them as illegal entities, at the age of 48, Ziso was assassinated by a gunman hired by gangsters during a speech, alongside 11 members of the Salvation Party. Only Raphael, Ziso's secretary, managed to escape due to his absence from the conference room to retrieve documents. In his final moments, Ziso designated Raphael, the sole survivor in the meeting room, as the new leader of the Salvation Party, proclaiming him the chosen savior of Panama. Henceforth, Raphael succeeded Ziso as the new leader of the Salvation Party and, fueled by the belief that he was the divinely ordained savior of Panama, embarked on a protracted struggle against the criminal syndicates and the corrupt government. Although countless comrades who had fought alongside Raphael perished during this tumultuous journey, including his wife and unborn child, victims of the gangsters' mercenaries, Raphael's resolve remained unwavering. However, the overwhelming adversities began to take their toll. Raphael's obsession with rescuing Panama intensified, leading him to increasingly extreme actions. Over time, even the very citizens he sought to rescue began to fear his fanaticism. Subsequently, under the defamation of the corrupt government and criminal organizations, they ostracized him, perceiving both him and the Salvation Party as a rebel faction, even accusing them of betraying their whereabouts to the corrupt authorities. The nature of Raphael's steadfast belief remained a mystery to all. It was only known that 11 years prior, when the awakening stone descended from the heavens, Raphael gained immense power and transformed into the world's most formidable swordsman. Ultimately, he rescued Panama, becoming the universally acknowledged savior and sole leader of the nation. Yet, by that time, Panama's population had plummeted from 12 million to a mere 460,000. The events that transpired on this land remained shrouded in secrecy, with no one daring to probe into Raphael's past. After completing his mission to save Panama, Raphael soon departed the country, joining forces with the likes of Rofa and other distinguished initial practitioners to establish the World Practitioners Guild. For the subsequent years, he served as an elder within the guild, roaming the Blue Star, until one day he began to utter nonsensical proclamations about an impending apocalypse, claiming that only he could save humanity and guide them through this calamity, using this as a pretext to vie for the position of guild president. The outcome was, predictably, a dismal failure. Given the aftermath of Raphael's intervention in Panama, no one was willing to entrust their salvation to someone whose mental state appeared questionable. Following this, he presented the well-known deification plan, demanding that the Practitioners Guild and the major governments of the Blue Star implement it. The outcome was a resounding rejection from the upper echelons of the professional guilds, including Raphael, and the various governments of Blue Star. In a fit of rage and humiliation, Raphael repeatedly attempted to execute his deification plan, but ultimately resorted to leading his followers in a manner reminiscent of the notorious Nama crime syndicate, which had once assassinated Hisoka during the Nama conference. This audacious move ignited the War of the Awakened in the Supreme Assembly of the Awakened Temple. In this conflict, Raphael displayed an astonishing and terrifying power. coupled with the unpreparedness of the leaders of the participating battle groups and representatives from various nations, the battle commenced with Raphael and his followers inflicting significant casualties upon the attending professionals and human elites. The scale of the confrontation swiftly escalated, drawing in over 100 battle groups. Ultimately, after the near-total annihilation of 37 battle groups, Raphael was finally defeated. Remarkably, even as he faced his demise, Raphael continued to proclaim himself the savior sent by the heavens to rescue the world, as if the sheer repetition of his lies had led him to genuinely believe in them. As Link pondered this, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. From the documentation, it was evident that Raphael's conviction regarding his identity as the savior had bordered on delusion. The notion of persuading Raphael to spare his avatar through mere words within a simulation, or to alter Raphael's beliefs, was evidently unrealistic. Would it truly come down to the necessity of annihilating this individual through force? He sighed softly. Fortunately, the materials contained some glimmers of good news. Notably, Raphael's equipment had been thoroughly dismantled during the War of the Awakened, with half of the gear he once wore now residing in the Professional Guild's warehouse as prized artifacts, while the other half was dispersed among several elite swordsmen. In any case, it was impossible for him to reclaim it. It is well known that a professional's prowess is, at the very least, 40% dependent on their equipment. Without it, even a sky-level professional would struggle against a fully equipped gold-level counterpart. Chapter 51. Acting on impulse, having acquired the desired information, Link rose from his seat and stretched languidly. He instinctively reached for a cigarette, only to discover, upon rummaging through his pocket, that the last vestige of his cherished indulgence had been consumed during his earlier perusal of Raphael's information. Fortunately, fate had not abandoned him. Glancing to his side, he noticed a plump individual engrossed in an obscure video game. Ignoring the astonished gaze of the gamer, Link promptly seized the pack of cigarettes resting on the table and, in a calm manner, extracted one and placed it between his lips. "Do you have a lighter?" Link inquired. "Oh yes," the gamer replied reflexively, handing over a lighter. Link nodded in acknowledgement, igniting the cigarette and inhaling deeply. As the acrid smoke filled his lungs, he finally spoke. "Are you from Donghua University?" "No, I'm from the Financial Academy," the gamer answered honestly. "Oh, the Financial Academy," Link mused, "which means you are not an awakened professional." He smiled, somewhat unsurprised. Although this world revered those who had awakened, not everyone could ascend to the status of a professional. According to the rules of this realm, only the top 100 institutions across Blue Star had the authority to nurture awakened professionals, and in the entirety of Donghua City, only 2 universities were qualified to train them: Donghua University, where Link studied, and Nankai University, attended by Chuya. All other institutions, without exception, were mere second-rate schools catering to the unawakened populace. "Are you from Donghua University?" the gamer asked timidly. "I've heard that it's filled with professionals. Are you one of them?" "Of course," Link replied with a grin, shamelessly pocketing the lighter and the remainder of the cigarettes. He added, "You might want to switch to a different brand next time. This one is rather hard to draw." With a playful pat on the gamer's shoulder, he ambled toward the exit of the Internet CAF. Just as he was about to step outside, he seemingly collided with a man in a baseball cap standing at the door. Under the man's subtly threatening gaze, Link met the hidden eyes beneath the brim with a knowing smile before turning to leave. That afternoon, instead of returning to school, Link checked into a guest house, where he awaited the arrival of his first clone, who bore an unsettling scent of blood. "Have you resolved the matter?" Link inquired. The clone nodded, making a slashing motion across its throat. "Don't resort to murder at every turn," Link admonished, frowning in exasperation. "This is the real world. Mistakes cannot be undone as they can in simulations. My orders were to protect that gamer, not to kill. Do you understand what it means to protect?" He sighed, feeling as though he was speaking to a wall. Casting a glance at clone number 1, who bore the expression of "I am merely protecting that person," Link resolutely abandoned his attempts to persuade the clone. He felt weary and decided to let things be. After all, he was merely dealing with an illegal practitioner, someone unrecognized by the Federation, even pursued by it. The consequences of eliminating such a person would hardly weigh heavier than the act of killing a stray cat or dog. Although he harbored a modicum of curiosity regarding why this outlaw had set his sights on the portly individual beside him, Link's greatest virtue lay in his disinclination to pry into matters. His decision to assist the corpulent fellow stemmed not only from having received a packet of cigarettes from him and finding him somewhat amiable, but also from the fact that the cigarettes he smoked were extraordinary, exclusive supplies provided by the tobacco conglomerate to the combat faction. It was rather remarkable that a mere slothful gamer, not even a practitioner, would indulge in such premium cigarettes. The individual's background was undoubtedly intriguing. Cultivating a favorable relationship might prove advantageous in the future. Of course, if it bore no fruit, it was of little consequence. Link relished the freedom to act at his discretion, and he stood to gain nothing detrimental. Regarding the information on Raphael, you must have gleaned a considerable amount through the shared memories of my online browsing. Link decisively shifted to the crux of the matter. Although he had once been a powerful sky-level practitioner, he was now merely a paper tiger, outwardly formidable but lacking substance. His strength was far from the invincible prowess he had exhibited in simulations. If his deductions were accurate, even a mere clone of Raphael would possess at most the strength of a gold-level practitioner. Therefore, your primary objective in the simulation is to elevate your levels to 30 and transition into gold-level practitioners, thus acquiring the means to confront Raphael. Until you successfully complete this transition, engaging in any illegal activities is strictly prohibited. Do not entertain thoughts of quick profits. Stability should be your foremost concern. Even if it takes time, you must grind until you reach the gold level before indulging in any reckless endeavors. Understood? His gaze swept across the two clones before him, lingering particularly on clone number 1. Only when both clones nodded in unison did Link exhale a heavy sigh of relief. Let us commence, then, with our second collaborative simulation. Chapter 52. Faster than robbing money. Once again, it is a silver-level simulation. Although the additional 1,000 points of foundational simulation costs will increase the expenses for redeeming rewards for the avatars after the simulation concludes, what more can an increase of 1,000 points possibly achieve? Even if all 4 options are selected, it only amounts to a mere few thousand points in additional simulation expenses, translating to a trifling sum of several tens of thousands of federal coins. Well, witnessing the avatars effortlessly rake in millions during the simulation, Link has begun to regard a few tens of thousands as insignificant. However, the extra cost of several tens of thousands, exchanged for enhanced combat prowess of the avatars in the simulation, is undoubtedly a bargain beyond compare. Ding! Avatar 1 and Avatar 2 have received your generous gifts. Your Avatar 1 has acquired the silver-level talent gift, Iron Balloon. Iron Balloon. A silver-level talent. Its skin is as impenetrable as steel, reducing physical damage taken by 35 and magical damage by 50. Your Avatar 2 has obtained the silver-level talent gift, Exorcist. Exorcist. A silver-level talent. Your attacks inflict an additional 50 damage on evil and dark targets. Ding! Your Avatar 1 has chosen Iron Balloon to replace its life resistance talent, while Avatar 2 has relinquished the Exorcist talent, retaining only the spell specialization talent. Simulation time. Awakening Year 11, Day 10, Month 3. Your avatars commenced the simulation. Due to your admonitions before the simulation began, Avatars 1 and 2 no longer ponder how to amass wealth, and out of fear of the ticking time bomb known as Alpha lurking in the depths of the wilderness, they dare not venture further into the wilds. Your Avatars 1 and 2 have begun to idle. On October 5th, the protective value of your avatars has finally refreshed, and they opt to challenge Knight's Town. Challenge successful. Your avatars have acquired spoils worth 100,000 federal coins. Your avatars continue to idle. On October 12th, your avatar's protective value refreshes once more, and they decide to prioritize experience, directly challenging the level 25 dungeon, Fallen Forest. Your avatars 1 and 2, in perfect coordination, manage to barely defeat the first roadblock boss, the man-eating flower, in the Fallen Forest. Your Avatar 1 earns 3,000 experience points, while Avatar 2 gains 12,000 experience points. Realizing they cannot contend with the second dungeon boss, the avatars decisively choose to withdraw from the dungeon. Your avatars continue to idle. Link's expression darkened. Although he understood the awkward predicament of his avatars within the simulation, knowing that venturing deeper into the wilderness could lead to an early encounter with the simulation's formidable boss, Raphael, resulting in a premature conclusion to the simulation. He also recognized that if he wished to prolong the duration of the simulation as much as possible, the most prudent choice at present was to remain within the campus, patiently awaiting the restoration of their protective value. However, perhaps due to the accustomed liveliness of the avatars in the simulation, the sudden influx of disheartening information left Link feeling somewhat unsettled, as if the time spent in the simulation had been squandered. Naturally, Link would never admit that his heart was darker than that of a capitalist in a socialist regime. Instead, he attributed all this misfortune to Raphael. If it weren't for that wretch, how could his diligent avatars possibly falter? Alas, the world offers no what-ifs. The ensuing simulations were largely monotonous. The avatars, with little to occupy their time, gradually and steadily increased their strength by engaging in dungeons every 7 days. The silver lining was that they encountered no further dangers. As first-year students, as long as they did not engage in reckless behavior, they were essentially carefree under the school's protection. The money earned from their dungeon forays had little to be spent on, so apart from retaining necessary living expenses, they sent the entirety of their earnings back to their hometown. The villagers quickly responded with letters of gratitude, informing the avatars that the funds would support another promising student, Zhang Zhitian, who was currently in her final year of high school, consistently ranking among the top 3 in her class, and preparing for the upcoming college entrance examination. The rest of the correspondence was filled with mundane daily updates. The avatars did not pay much heed to the villagers' letters, casually placing them at the bottom of the box. By the end of October, during the monthly examination conference, Avatar 1 and Avatar 2 secured the first and second positions, respectively, causing quite a stir at Donghua University. The fact that mere mediocre individuals, who had awakened silver-level talents, could triumph over a multitude of golden, earth, and even sky-level gifted individuals was astonishing enough. It had been years since such a prodigy had emerged, and now not only had one appeared, but 2 had come forth simultaneously. Even more absurdly, they were twin brothers. Countless teams and societies extended olive branches to Avatars 1 and 2, and even Link's goddess, Lin Qingyu, displayed remarkable enthusiasm towards them, hinting that she would be open to the idea of accepting both. The avatars, however, retorted, dismissing her with the conviction that her fantasies were rather grandiose, and they resolutely declined all offers, including hers. Their manner of refusal varied. The rejection of Lin Qingyu was firm and decisive, as if uttering another word would taint them with misfortune. In contrast, when turning down the captains and leaders who sought to recruit them, they left ample room for future possibilities, not completely closing off their options. This was because the current avatars could not take shortcuts to strengthen themselves through dubious means. Thus, joining a team and harnessing collective power would inevitably become a necessary path for their growth. The speed at which 2 individuals could develop would inherently pale in comparison to the growth of a cohesive team. A complete team can conquer dungeons of a comparable level, thereby alleviating the burdens imposed by the experience penalty mechanism. Such a team can also confront the final boss of the dungeon, thus reaping substantial rewards. Although loot and experience will be evenly distributed due to the increased number of participants, the overall efficiency will still far exceed that of solitary players or pairs. Moreover, there exists the looming threat of Raffle. According to the assessment, Raffle's avatar possesses only golden-level strength at most. While this level of power can easily dispatch 2 avatars, what if the avatar were to join a professional team or even a larger coalition? One cannot help but question whether Raffle could withstand the might of such a coalition. At that point, as they venture into the wilderness alongside the coalition, should Raffle dare to show himself, a multitude of golden earth-level professionals within the coalition would ensure that Raffle learns a lesson in humility. The reason for not joining now is simply the excessively high level of the avatar. Unless they were to directly integrate into a 4th-grade silver team, even a 1st-grade sky team would merely treat them as caretakers. Having previously served as caretakers for the Crimson team in the 2nd simulation, Avatar 1 is determined not to repeat that experience. Until they encounter a suitable team, they would rather remain idle than engage in fruitless endeavors. Thus, a semester has swiftly passed. Throughout this term, your avatars, Avatar 1 and Avatar 2, have consistently dominated the top 2 positions of the first-year cohort. Meanwhile, Shangguan Lingwei, recognized as the most gifted individual in the first year, has begun to question her own abilities, bewildered as to why, despite possessing superior talent and having exerted all possible effort, she remains unable to compete with your avatars. It is no longer merely a question of rivalry. The two parties operate on entirely different dimensions. Shangguan Lingwei cannot even perceive the aftereffects of the avatar's prowess. This semester, your avatars have garnered over 600,000 in various monthly scholarship awards. In the final examinations, the avatars once again secured the first and second positions, attracting considerable media attention as they inquired about the secret behind their ability to overshadow even the Earth and Sky-level prodigies with their Silver-level talents. In response to media inquiries, Avatar 1, with a clever glint in his eye, claimed the success stemmed from a unique strategy for improvement. He asserted that, by following this guide, even those awakening humble black iron-level talents could achieve feats comparable to those of golden-level professionals. The media, intrigued, clamored for details regarding this miraculous strategy. Avatar 1, maintaining an enigmatic smile, teased them with the prospect of an online paid course, revealing that the first session could be unlocked for a mere 98,800. He invited everyone to follow his social media account, where he would unveil the paid course. Do you wish to become a revered genius? Do you desire your child to get ahead of the curve? Then hasten to search for his account and purchase the course. Upon witnessing this, Link could not contain himself and spat out the beverage he had just sipped. Are you serious? It's as if Dao Gu cannot refrain from his foolishness. What unique strategies for becoming stronger are these? Don't you two possess any self-awareness? This is nothing short of a scam. Of course, Clone No. One was fully aware that he was engaging in deception. Interestingly, the definition of fraud is rather nebulous within the Federation. For individuals like him who have invested intellectual property, despite the blatant deceit, it is elegantly termed knowledge payment. Knowledge payment does not equate to fraud, even if the essence of knowledge payment bears striking similarities to deception. In any case, they have imparted their accumulated wisdom, and whether you can attain wealth or strength is entirely contingent upon your personal insight and capability, unrelated to them. Thus, even if everyone recognizes that they are engaging in monetary deceit, they remain unscathed. This is the power of knowledge payment. You can substantiate everything, except for the authenticity of the knowledge itself. In reality, knowledge payment is not a novel concept in this world. Both the media and its audience are well aware of such unscrupulous tactics. Under ordinary circumstances, they would never fall prey to typical knowledge payment schemes. However, the predicament lies in the extraordinary nature of the clones. Firstly, they are distinguished students from Donghua University, boasting a prestigious academic background as a testament to their credibility. Secondly, they have undeniably dominated their first semester at Donghua University with their silver-tier talents. If only one clone had achieved such heights, it might be dismissed as an exceptional case. Yet, astonishingly, both clones have ascended to the pinnacle of their grade, eclipsing even the most gifted. Moreover, they are twin brothers. Who could possibly doubt their possession of exclusive insights? Even the most seasoned media professionals hesitate to draw conclusions, and one can only imagine the frenzy among parents desperate for their children's success. Upon concluding the interview, Clone No. 1 decisively recorded a segment filled with unoriginal content that sounded beneficial but was essentially mere rhetoric, subsequently posting it on their social media account, setting a staggering fee of 98,800. Initially, they believed such a high price would only ensnare a handful of unsuspecting individuals. However, Clone No. 1 underestimated humanity's insatiable thirst for knowledge. In a mere week, amidst Clone No. 1's astonishment and even a hint of trepidation, over 10,000 subscriptions to the exorbitantly priced course were sold. At a staggering price of 98,000 each, this translates to 1 billion. Gazing at the terrifying figures on their social media back-end, not only was Clone No. 2 bewildered, but even Clone No. 1 was left in awe, as if they had unlocked the door to a new realm. Indeed, it is knowledge payment, and indeed, it is the harvesting of the Na'vi. What mere robbery or smuggling could compare to this? Reflecting on the assets they had painstakingly accumulated in previous simulations, which barely approached a billion, it was a revelation. However, now, lying in the school dormitory, one can effortlessly sell courses and have a billion at their disposal. One wonders what the toil and labor were for in the past. Although, due to the inadequacy of one's own abilities, the courses sold were quickly discerned as utterly worthless, leading to widespread condemnation and accusations of fraud online. My social media account faced frequent reports, resulting in prompt removal of related content. Many who felt cheated flocked to the school, causing the administration to engage in repeated discussions, applying pressure to refund the victims. Yet my alter ego insists, are you dreaming or merely indulging in wishful thinking? This is $1 billion. There is no possibility of a refund, not even in death. The notion of returning money is utterly out of the question, with not even a sliver of hope in sight. While one side of my alter ego engages in empty dialogues with the school, the other side is recklessly dispersing the $1 billion at various auctions. It does not matter the cost. If there are useful items, skills, or equipment, they are acquired without hesitation. My alter ego obtained a level 25 celestial grade equipment, the Holy Sword of the Lake Spirit. It also acquired level 25 celestial equipment, the Will of Heroes, the Battle Armor of the Black Tortoise, and the Guide of the Sage among 6 celestial grade items. Furthermore, my alter ego secured level 25 sky grade attire, the Yangming robe, the Heart of the Red Dragon, and the Cloud-Shattering boots. The alter ego also procured celestial grade items such as the Dragon's Blood Elixir, the Fruit of Cassiopeia, and the Blessing of the Divine Wind. Additionally, it acquired Earth-grade skill books like the Azura's Demonic Slaughter and the Storm's Onslaught. Countless items, equipment, and skill acquisition information surged forth in a frenzy of simulated reality. Link fell into silence for a moment, gazing at the sky. Well, so be it. After all, this is $1 billion worth $1 billion federal coins in equipment, items, and skills. Even the presidential campaigns of the Free Federation across the ocean do not sometimes reach such heights. The wealthiest in the Federation cannot readily produce $5 billion for their offspring's entrepreneurship, needing to distribute millions in numerous installments. Yet here they are, spending $1 billion on a pile of low-grade equipment. To acquire such a plethora of strategic-grade equipment, skills, and items, even if this simulation were to cease in the next moment, it would be an undeniable profit. It is a pity that the rewards obtained from the simulation cannot be traded. Otherwise, Link would have eagerly instructed his alter ego to exploit every advantage in this simulated world. Chapter 53. The Avatar at level 30. The controversy surrounding the sale of courses has profoundly affected your avatar. Those who have fallen victim to the deceit, though unable to confront your avatar through the legal framework of the Federation, can exert pressure on the institution by swaying public opinion, compelling your avatar to relinquish the ill-gotten gains. The administration of Donghua University has indeed felt the weight of societal scrutiny. From the Director of Education to the Dean, and ultimately reaching the President of Donghua University, there has been an unceasing chorus urging your avatar to disassociate from these unjust profits, even threatening expulsion from the institution. Faced with such formidable opposition, any other student might have crumbled under the pressure. However, your avatar remains undeterred, resolute in its pursuit of its chosen path, willing to risk everything rather than relent. In a previous simulation, your avatar bravely ventured into the wilderness to assault an entire professional team for a mere 25 million federal coins. What, then, is $1 billion? Not only would expulsion from the university not deter your avatar, but even the loss of its very identity would not compel it to return a single coin. Thus, your avatar resolutely rejected the university's demands for a refund, dismissing any further attempts at persuasion. This defiance incited the ire of Donghua University's administration. Despite your avatar's continued dominance in both first and second place in its grade, the management still ruthlessly imposed severe sanctions against it. Under this penalty, your avatar is stripped of all privileges afforded to students, barred from participating in any university-organized assessments, denied any scholarships, and even prohibited from joining student organizations. Aside from avoiding outright expulsion, the current situation for your avatar is scarcely different from being expelled. Subsequently, the Director of Education at Qinglong Academy sought a private audience with your avatar, promising that if it could acknowledge its errors and amend its ways, he would advocate for the revocation of the sanctions, allowing it to remain a proud student of Donghua. A proud Donghua student? What value does a Donghua student hold? Can it be worth $1 billion? Your avatar scoffed, mocking the Mediterranean director, who had expelled it in the first simulation due to unsatisfactory academic performance. You want me to refund money? Go eat dirt.
Fine. Fine.
You two little rascals think you can drag this out indefinitely? Let us see how you manage to join the battle after graduation. The director stormed out, exasperated. Your avatar, observing the director's furious departure, wore an expression of nothing but disdain. A mere half-hearted golden tier professional dares to issue commands? Were it not for the agreement made with its original self to approach this simulation with caution, your avatar would have ensured that this face-changing expert understood why the flowers bloom so beautifully. January 1st, 2012. The first day of the new semester. The news of your avatar receiving a significant disciplinary action for selling fraudulent courses online and defrauding substantial amounts of money from society had somehow spread throughout the entire campus. In the past, the enthusiastic academic societies and professional teams were eager to engage with your avatars. However, they now shun them as if they bore some unsightly blemish. Nevertheless, your avatars no longer require such mundane companions. With the acquisition of a plethora of celestial items through online auctions, the evaluations of Avatar 1 and Avatar 2 have astonishingly soared to the elite ranks of Silver Warriors mages. This prestigious rating signifies that both avatars stand as paragons among all silver practitioners in the Blue Star, boasting an array of opulent equipment. Even those silver-class practitioners endowed with earth or sky-level talents find themselves at a distinct disadvantage before your avatars. Avatar 1 and Avatar 2 possess the formidable strength to rival an entire team of practitioners. Even without allies, they can adeptly conquer high-level dungeons. Indeed, your avatars have proven this capability. Confronting the previously unimaginable final boss of the 25-level dungeon, the Fallen Forest, known as the Corrupted Ancient Tree, Avatar 1 and Avatar 2, adorned in their splendid gear, unleashed an astonishingly terrifying barrage of damage. Notably, Avatar 1, fortified by the Iron Balloon talent, exhibited an extraordinary level of defense. Even in the absence of healing support, it could withstand the Corrupted Ancient Tree's assaults, engaging it in direct combat without faltering. Ultimately, within a mere hour, Avatars 1 and 2 felled 3 dungeon bosses, achieving what typically necessitates a team of over 10 silver-class practitioners to conquer the 25-level dungeon. All while being at the modest levels of 27 and 24, Avatar 1's level ascended to 28, while Avatar 2 reached level 25. In the ensuing months, your avatars disregarded the tumult beyond, adhering to a rhythm of tackling dungeons every 7 days. Finally, following the last dungeon run of the first-year second semester, Avatar 1 successfully reached level 30, while Avatar 2 attained level 29. Avatar 1 commenced preparations for a job change, seeking out mentor Zhang Nanfeng to request the Awakening Orb for the transition task. However, unlike Zhang Nanfeng's previous impotent fury, this time he informed Avatar 1 that, due to significant infractions, the Academy had unilaterally suspended all privileges associated with Avatar 1's status as a student at Donghua University, including the right to use the Awakening Orb. Your avatar narrowed its eyes, refraining from further discourse and momentarily relinquishing the notion of undertaking the job change. The administration of Donghua University seemed resolute in their intent to compel the avatar within the simulation to submit. Stroking his chin, Link sensed that the situation with Donghua University had become rather precarious. As time has elapsed, it is likely that the users of paid knowledge services who were previously deceived by impersonators have largely ceased their insistence on pursuing them. The staggering sum of 1 billion may sound substantial, yet when divided among individuals, it equates to a mere 98,000 each. Those willing to squander such an amount on courses are unlikely to cling tenaciously to the impersonators over this trifling sum. Donghua University continues to exert pressure on the impersonators, presumably no longer swayed by external public opinion, but rather focused on addressing the issue of the simulated impersonators. Chapter 54. Remain still. No pain after the institution's insistence on reimbursing the avatar, the latter displayed a remarkable disregard for their authority. Particularly, the director of Qinglong Academy found himself subjected to a series of humiliations, pointedly indicated by the avatar's gestures. Those who wielded the power of life and death over students, once revered by them, could hardly tolerate such treatment. In a fit of indignation, it was inevitable that thoughts of punishing the insubordinate would arise. This was nothing short of a personal vendetta, and resolving it through submission or coercion seemed unlikely. Nevertheless, if reconciliation proved unattainable, so be it. After all, Merely from this simulation, a staggering sum of 10 billion in equipment and items had already been amassed, marking a significant profit. Furthermore, the avatar had successfully elevated its level to 30. Henceforth, any incremental gain in strength would be sheer profit, devoid of any pressure. With this mindset, Link steadied his thoughts and continued to observe the simulation. The very first piece of information that appeared made him wince. The main body is not in a hurry. Thus, the avatar is even less so. Upon returning to the dormitory from the awakening chamber, the avatar continued to lounge about until the final protection value was restored. It then led the second avatar to conquer the Fallen Forest dungeon once more, raising the second avatar's level to 30 as well. Only then did the first avatar begin to seek alternative methods to access the awakening orbs. Though awakening orbs are strictly controlled by various nations of Blue Star and are prohibited for possession by individuals or organizations outside of officially sanctioned entities, they remain akin to firearms which were similarly regulated before the awakening era. While they may be invisible in the marketplace, there are, nonetheless, numerous individuals who possess them illegally within certain circles. Otherwise, the world would not be rife with so many illicit professionals. Especially now, when governmental control has severely diminished compared to the pre-awakening era, it is nearly possible to find pathways to utilize civilian illegal awakening orbs, provided one is willing to spend money and has a slight inclination towards the gray market. The first avatar, who had previously dominated the smuggling industry in District 3 of Donghua City during 2 simulations, had connections that extended beyond mere gray market dealings. Taking advantage of the holiday, the first avatar and the second avatar made their way directly to the residence of Fat Tiger. Indeed, after more than a year in the smuggling trade, Fat Tiger had ascended from an inconspicuous lackey to a small-time boss, capable of independently managing a segment of the contraband item business. Upon returning home, he was greeted by the sight of 2 figures clad in armor and flowing robes, seated on his sofa. Realizing something was amiss, Fat Tiger instinctively turned to flee. Unfortunately, he was unable to escape. The second avatar merely raised a hand and unleashed a water arrow spell. The sharp projectile, capable of piercing through the skin of a 30-level dungeon boss as if it were mere paper, struck the heavily fortified door before him with a thunderous crash, creating a gaping hole 8 centimeters thick, leaving the rising star of the smuggling world paralyzed in terror on the ground. Knowing that these 2 formidable figures could effortlessly take his life with just a flick of their fingers, the portly tiger turned with a sorrowful expression. His legs weakened, and he fell to his knees before the first and second avatars, wailing about his elderly parents and young children, pleading for mercy and imploring them not to take his life. The first avatar, however, expressed disinterest in the fate of his life. He had come to seek a favor from the portly tiger. Eager to please, the portly tiger immediately declared his willingness to comply with any request, promising that he would face even the fiercest challenges if it were within his capabilities. Thus, the first avatar entrusted him with the task of locating an awakening orb. What? An awakening orb? At the mention of the task, the portly tiger's face turned pale, and he hastily explained that he was not worthy of such expectations. Although he knew who possessed an awakening orb, it was a highly regulated strategic asset by the Federation, endowed with the unique ability to unlock the Awakener panel for ordinary individuals. In essence, whoever controlled an awakening orb held the key to an infinite production line of professionals. Consequently, anyone in possession of an awakening orb regarded it as the cornerstone of their existence, a priceless treasure. The thought of persuading them to relinquish it was utterly inconceivable. He was merely a lowly head of a smuggling group. Even if he were to be threatened, he had no means to acquire an awakening orb. In response, the avatar clarified that the portly tiger had misunderstood his intentions. He only needed to locate the awakening orb and provide a name and a location. The rest would not require the portly tiger's further consideration. Overjoyed, the portly tiger promptly named several individuals and locations, among which was a name that both the first and second avatars recognized well. Chu Lian? Upon hearing this name, the second avatar furrowed his brow. How could she possess an awakening orb? She was merely the illegitimate daughter of the Shentian group, was she not? Can she truly have an awakening orb? Brother, this is ancient history, the portly tiger quickly explained. About half a year ago, Shentian Group's chairman, Chu Tianxiong, citing the group's future development, revoked the status of Chuya as the first heir and instead announced Chu Lian as the new heir to the Shentian group. Following this, Chu Lian began to engage in the trade of professional items with the support of Chu Tianxiong, thus establishing a certain level of business interaction with us smugglers. It is precisely for this reason that we learned she possesses an awakening orb, a gift from Chu Tianxiong to form a protective team of professionals for her endeavors in the perilous wilderness. Is that so? The first avatar nodded thoughtfully and then posed a question that also piqued Link's curiosity. What of the former heiress, Chuya? What became of her after being stripped of her title? I do not know about that, came the reply from the portly tiger. Fat Tiger wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Noticing the displeasure on the face of Clone One, he hastily added, I merely heard that she seems to have gone abroad. Abroad? The unexpected revelation momentarily stunned Clone One. He then nodded. Very well, I understand. So, can you spare me? Fat Tiger revealed an expression of excitement. Spare you? Clone One pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Upon reflection, I believe that ensuring your demise is the safest course. What? Fat Tiger's pupils contracted. You just said you had no interest in my life. Indeed, I harbor no desire to take your life, Clone One replied. However, I am preparing to seize the awakening sphere, and you will be the sole witness apart from us. Keeping you alive poses the risk of you becoming an unforeseen factor that could expose our identities. After all, you have betrayed me more than once. Clone One shook his head, drawing the holy sword of the lake spirit from his professional backpack, aiming it at the pale fat tiger. Do not move. I shall endeavor to ensure your death is devoid of suffering. Chapter 55. The portly Yushi with a decisive swing of the Kuchu sword. The first avatar finally severed the head of the corpulent who, marking the fourth simulation since its acquaintance with him. Casting a glance at whose lifeless gaze, the first and second avatars exhibited no intention of pausing. Instead, they swiftly made their way to a luxurious apartment near Nankai University, the residence of Chu Lian. As the daughter of the Shentian group, Chu Lian could hardly reside in a dilapidated student dormitory. Even though prestigious institutions like Donghua University and Nankai University offer single-room accommodations, the living conditions and comfort levels pale in comparison to those of opulent apartments. Consequently, many affluent students opt for renting nearby rather than enduring the confines of campus housing. Why, then, did Hu present numerous targets possessing awakening orbs, yet the avatars chose to engage with Chu Lian? The answer lies in twofold reasoning. Firstly, having clashed with her in a prior simulation, the first and second avatars possessed an intimate understanding of Chu Lian's capabilities and tactics. Despite the elapsed 6 months since their last encounter, the information relayed by Hu indicated that Chu Lian had ascended to the silver rank and successfully displaced their former patron, Chuya. Her strength had undoubtedly increased significantly since their last simulation. However, despite her enhanced abilities, she remained merely a silver-ranked practitioner, and as a priest, her combat prowess was nearly non-existent. Thus, when compared to other unknown adversaries, the first and second avatars showed a pronounced preference for confronting Chu Lian. The second reason was the timing. It was now night. Chu Lian's celestial-level talent, sun's favor, could only manifest under direct sunlight. Once night fell, her abilities would effectively be nullified, rendering her akin to an unendowed individual. Although she had previously harnessed a miniature sun to bolster her powers against the named boss, the River Turtle Chancellor, during the night, such reliance on an external artifact bore significant drawbacks. The artifact was inherently fragile and susceptible to destruction through attacks. The River Turtle Chancellor, being of limited intellect, failed to comprehend the nature of the artifact's vulnerability, compounded by the obstruction posed by Chu Lian's team of practitioners, which prevented any real threat to her. However, the avatars were well aware of the potential to attack artifacts, and with no allies to shield Chu Lian this time, even her invocation of the sun would be rendered futile. Taking all these factors into account, and adhering to the adage of targeting the vulnerable, the first and second avatars soon found themselves at the base of the upscale apartment where Chuya resided. Observing the vigilant security personnel stationed at the entrance, the first avatar restrained the second's impulsive urge to charge in blindly, reminding him that all residents of this apartment were, without exception, affluent, with some possibly being golden or even earth-level practitioners. A mindless assault would undoubtedly be an act of folly. What should we do? We are not the owners here, lacking identification cards, and cannot access this apartment without resorting to force. Before the words had fully escaped their lips, the first and second individuals suddenly beheld a familiar figure. Is that the chubby student from the Finance Academy? As your doppelganger passed by, preparing to swipe his identification card to unlock the door, both exclaimed in unison, causing the youth to furrow his brow. When the displeased chubby student turned his head toward the voice and laid eyes on your doppelganger, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him. Perhaps it was Sue as he was known. After a prolonged moment, Sue snapped back to reality, excitement propelling him into a brisk run toward your two doppelgangers, and he embraced them tightly, exclaiming, "Benefactors! I finally meet you, my benefactors." Indeed, the chubby figure before them, known as Sue, was the very youth whom the original had aided prior to the simulation's commencement. Under the original's direction, the first and second doppelgangers had discreetly protected Sue, intervening just as he was about to fall victim to an illegal professioner subduction, thus saving his life. Consequently, Sue recognized the doppelgangers, and despite a year having passed, he still identified the distinctive twin benefactors. It was evident that those capable of procuring special cigarettes reserved for the elite were not ordinary individuals. To reside in the same apartment as the esteemed Chu Lien of the Shentian group, one could surmise that this person must either be extraordinarily wealthy or of high status. Observing this, Link could not help but smirk, secretly praising his own cleverness. What had begun as a spontaneous act of kindness was now bearing fruition. Your doppelganger, too, felt a surge of joy and, at that moment, resonated deeply with the notion that good deeds beget good fortune. Subsequently, your doppelganger cheerfully led Sue into a nearby dark alley, revealing that they had something significant to share with him. In the presence of the saviors who had once rescued him from the clutches of illegal professioners, Sue felt no trepidation and, with a beaming countenance, readily agreed. As Sue stepped into the dim alley, the first doppelganger exchanged a telling glance with the second. The second doppelganger offered Sue a sympathetic look, and then, under Sue's bewildered gaze, unleashed a water arrow that pierced his heart with brutal precision. "I am sorry," the first doppelganger remarked with a calm demeanor. "We require your identification card for certain matters, to prevent any trace leading back to you, and to ensure you do not betray us." The remainder of his words faded into silence, as the life of the ordinary youth, frail and fleeting, extinguished swiftly. In reality, Link found himself somewhat taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events. Chapter 56. The Severance. The so-called path of no return is akin to racing down a road after committing an irrevocable act. After vanquishing the formidable fat tiger and his doppelganger, felt as though a switch had been flipped. Armed with Sue's identification card, the doppelganger swaggered into the apartment where Chu Lien resided, seamlessly following the directions provided by Fat Tiger to arrive at her door. Without any elaborate maneuvers, the primary doppelganger merely knocked on Chu Lien's door, claiming that the property management company was there to check the water meter, effortlessly deceiving her into opening the door. Why suddenly check the water meter? Chu Lien, caught off guard, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. However, she could not have anticipated that before she could lift her gaze, a rapidly enlarging azure longsword and a swirling water arrow would greet her. With a sickening thud, Chu Lien collapsed to the ground. Although these two assaults would only account for half of her health in numerical terms, this was the real world. A grievous wound, nearly severing her shoulder, marked her body with horror. Accompanying this massive gash was a gaping wound in her abdomen, as large as a fist, oozing crimson. Such an injury would have claimed the life of any ordinary individual, yet Chu Lien was no ordinary person. As a silver-tier practitioner and the heiress of the Shentian group, she possessed extraordinary vitality, bolstered by an arsenal of life-preserving items and equipment, granting her an almost unyielding tenacity. Thus, she endured a far more brutal torment. Unable to succumb to death, Chu Lien lay on the ground, racked with excruciating pain and terror at her dismembered body. In a frenzy, she attempted to cast a healing spell, but alas, it was too late. The primary doppelganger, having felled Chu Lien, lunged at her the moment she hit the ground, raising his long sword to mercilessly hack at the struggling figure before him. With unrelenting ferocity, he struck her over 100 times, turning the room into a gruesome tableau of blood and flesh, until Chu Lien was reduced to a mere pulp, devoid of any sound. Only then did the doppelganger wipe the blood splattered across his face and glance at the second doppelganger, who had already begun searching the apartment after witnessing the obliteration of Chu Lien. Upon seeing the awakening orb in the second doppelganger's possession, a smile finally graced the face of the first doppelganger. Half an hour later, the first and second doppelgangers, cleansed of the bloodstains, swaggered out of the apartment. Before departing, the first doppelganger advised the second to learn a spell of lesser commotion for future encounters, lest they find themselves unable to assist in similar situations. The second doppelganger retorted that spells of lesser noise generally lacked the potency of their louder counterparts, expressing his reluctance to learn. Are you devils? After committing such atrocities, you still have the audacity to discuss the magnitude and potency of spells? Link's eyes widened in disbelief. Yet, the avatars within the simulation remain markedly indifferent to such trivialities. The information presented in the simulation merely flickers, seamlessly bypassing the gruesome act of slaughter, and what subsequently emerges within the information box is a simulacrum from several days hence. The news of the tragic demise of Chu Lien, the scion of the Shention Group, a prodigy from Nankai University and the founder of Chumen, brutally murdered in her residence and dismembered with unimaginable cruelty, was not discovered until the third day, when it came to light through the apartment management. The news of the heiress's murder rapidly ascended the trending topics across the Federation's major news outlets, eliciting profound lamentations from countless admirers for the fall of such a gifted and beautiful individual. The Donghua City Police Department, as the site of the incident, swiftly declared their unwavering commitment to exhaust all efforts in their pursuit of the perpetrator, vowing to bring the assailant to justice post-haste. However, your avatars exhibited no discernible reaction. For ordinary individuals, being embroiled in a case that garners such sensational media attention would undoubtedly provoke excitement or trepidation. Yet, the first and second avatars, having committed numerous extraordinary feats in prior simulations, remained unperturbed by the news cycle or public reaction, which held no significance for them. To induce any semblance of disturbance in the avatars, only the arrival of the Federation's police with irrefutable evidence might suffice. As it stands, the avatars maintained that regardless of the tumult outside, as long as the suspicion did not fall upon them, it was of no concern. Such a steadfast mindset considerably heightened the challenges faced by the federal investigative team, primarily due to the avatars' meticulous execution of the act. Aside from the surveillance footage capturing two masked assailants, every other clue had been meticulously obliterated. From the initial source, Fat Tiger, to Su Yi, who obtained the access card to the apartment, and the victim Chu Lien herself, all parties connected to the case had been silenced. Moreover, it is worth noting that, according to typical logic, a usual perpetrator would often exhibit some form of reaction or anomaly post-crime. Some might closely monitor the case's progress, while others might seek to revisit the crime scene to admire their handiwork, or live in constant anxiety, becoming conspicuous to those around them. Yet, the avatars displayed none of these human frailties, leaving the investigation devoid of any leads, even rendering them unsure of how to proceed. In light of this, the team of skilled detectives was compelled to delve into the victim Chu Lien's interpersonal relationships. Following conventional reasoning, murder typically stems from motives of greed, lust, or vengeance. Chu Lien had not been subjected to any prior harm, and no valuables within her residence had been pilfered. Furthermore, the assailant had deliberately stolen an access card to the apartment, all indicators suggesting a premeditated murder. Particularly, the dismemberment of the victim's body, perceived as an act of rage, further compounded the likelihood of it being a crime of passion. Thus, the investigative direction veered wildly off course, as they could not fathom that the avatars were solely motivated by the desire to seize Chu Lien's awakening orb. Such contraband, strictly regulated by the Federation, would deter any knowledgeable parties from voluntarily divulging information to the authorities. However, it is the distant Chuya, residing abroad, who finds herself embroiled in an unwarranted calamity. Under the premise of vendetta, having failed in her bid to claim the position of heir against Chu Lien, she has been compelled to seek refuge in a foreign land. Undoubtedly, she harbors a motive for hiring an assassin, and no amount of her protestations can dispel the cloud of suspicion that hangs over her. Regardless of how the situation unfolds, your avatar remains rather indifferent to these developments. This is particularly true after your avatar has acquired the awakening orb and has finally, to its delight, undertaken the coveted task of job transition. Chapter 57. The Third Job Change. The Third Job Change. Upon successfully completing this job change, your avatar shall ascend to the pinnacle of the metal practitioners, becoming a prestigious golden level practitioner. From this moment forth, you shall surpass 99 of practitioners worldwide, establishing yourself as the elite among the elite. Is it finally time to transition into a golden level practitioner? Upon witnessing this announcement, Link could hardly contain his excitement. In this realm, the lowest tier of practitioners are undoubtedly those who have yet to complete even a single job change, classified as Black Iron level practitioners. They represent the largest demographic, with over 99 having undergone their transitions through illicit means or federal institutions. These practitioners either serve various civil organizations or enlist in the military. Although they are still practitioners, their social standing and potential for advancement pale in comparison to those like Link, who awaken their abilities through university channels. Indeed, while Link, possessing Black Iron talents, may be perceived as a mere underperformer at Donghua University, the adage holds true. Even the tail of a phoenix is still a phoenix. A withered camel is larger than a horse. In the outside world, he remains a distinguished graduate of Donghua, a far cry from the rank-and-file soldiers and temporary workers. Of course, all of this hinges on Link successfully obtaining his diploma. The rare occurrence of an avatar being expelled mid-simulation by the school is an anomaly that must be avoided. Being expelled means forfeiting the diploma. Without it, one cannot be regarded as a distinguished graduate of Donghua. Consequently, the outcome would mirror that of his avatar in the initial simulation, resulting in a lack of job placement, relegating him to scavenging in the wilderness like common civil practitioners. Above the Black Iron tier, the situation improves significantly for those who have completed their first job change, classified as bronze-level practitioners. With the acquisition of a substantial 50 attribute points post-change, bronze-level practitioners boast physical capabilities that far exceed those of ordinary individuals. Thus, they are able to genuinely relish the privileges afforded to practitioners, whether enlisting in the military, joining civil organizations, or entering federal institutions, all while enjoying exceptionally favorable treatment. This group constitutes approximately 30 of the total practitioner population, yet they still occupy the lower echelons of the social hierarchy within the practitioner community, lacking the qualifications to join battle factions. It is not until silver level that a practitioner status begins to shift. Practitioners of this caliber have the potential to join battle factions. Although they may not become star members of elite squads, depending on individual prowess, even the least formidable silver-level practitioners can serve as subordinate team members within a battle faction. Those of exceptional ability, akin to Link's previous avatar, who is rated as an above-average silver-level practitioner by the system panel, may even find opportunities to join directly affiliated battle teams. Joining a battle faction signifies a complete severance from the mundane world. The federal laws and constraints imposed upon mortals are rendered entirely ineffective in the context of battle groups. Only the leaders and senior officials within the battle group possess the authority to address the members of their own ranks. Some elite battle groups dismiss even the highest echelons of national leadership, as long as their leader demonstrates sufficient fortitude. In such cases, even the professional guilds hold merely advisory power. Consequently, the ability to join a battle group serves as the most significant benchmark for determining a professional social standing. Silver-tier professionals, who possess a considerable likelihood of joining a battle group provided they so desire, naturally enjoy a revered status. They constitute the foundational layer of the battle group, representing the most populous segment. If one chooses not to affiliate with a battle group, even without wealth, background, or connections, they may still secure a position as a lowly level 9 official within the federal government. For instance, the avatar in the previous simulation began its journey as a sheriff. Subsequently, it would evolve into a gold-tier professional. If silver-tier professionals are regarded as the grassroots of the battle group and the intermediate leadership of human society, then gold-tier professionals represent the elite within the battle group and the upper echelons of human society. According to the latest statistics from the Federal Bureau, as of January 1st, 11 years post-awakening, the total number of registered legal professionals in the Federation stands at 32.8 million, with only 220,000 classified as gold tier or above, accounting for less than 1% of the total professional population. Thus, Achieving gold tier status signifies surpassing 99% of all professionals. The avatar's ascent beyond this threshold signifies its own transcendence over the vast majority of its peers. Having only traversed this new world for a mere 4 days, standing atop its hierarchy is somewhat astonishing for Link, who feels a mix of disbelief and exhilaration, prompting him to hasten the simulation of his avatar. The first phase of the gold tier job transition task requires materials from dungeons of gold tier quality or higher. The drop rate for such high-tier materials is relatively low, making the acquisition of a substantial quantity quite challenging. Fortunately, this world features a unique profession known as synthesizers, who possess the special skill to combine lower-quality materials into higher-grade ones. Your avatar utilized the remaining several million federal coins from the auction house to sweep various online platforms for dungeon materials and hired 5 synthesizers to tirelessly combine the purchased materials into gold-tier quality. Motivated by your avatar's financial incentives, the 5 synthesizers worked day and night, ultimately succeeding on the 6th day, just before your avatar's protection value was restored, in synthesizing 1,000 pieces of gold-tier materials. Your avatars, designated as Avatar 1 and Avatar 2, each utilized 500 pieces of gold-tier materials to complete the first phase of the transition task, consequently earning an additional reward of 5,000 points in gold-tier skill proficiency. Upon successfully completing the first phase of the golden level job transition quest, your avatar awaited for a day. The moment the sanctuary value was restored, it dove into the level 25 dungeon, the Fallen Forest. Avatar 1 and Avatar 2 effortlessly cut through foes, overcoming obstacles with remarkable ease, and in less than an hour and 20 minutes, they conquered the Fallen Forest dungeon. After vanquishing the formidable final boss of level 32, they triumphantly completed the second phase of the golden level job transition quest. Ding! Avatar 1 has successfully completed the golden level job transition quest, transforming into a golden level warrior and gaining an additional 100 points in strength and 100 points in constitution. Furthermore, from this moment on, each time your Avatar 1 levels up, the additional attributes acquired will increase from 5 in strength and 5 in constitution to 10 in strength and 10 in constitution. Ding! Avatar 2 has successfully completed the golden level job transition quest, evolving into a golden level mage and acquiring an additional 200 free attribute points. Moreover, from now on, each time your Avatar 2 levels up, the additional attributes obtained will rise from 10 in magic power to 20 in magic power. Ding! Avatar 1 and Avatar 2 have unlocked the golden level simulation option. Starting from the next simulation, you may spend additional simulation points to choose golden level simulation for your avatars and bestow them with golden level talents. Chapter 58. Golden Ranked Professionals. Earth-class skills, there were no unexpected turns or heart-stopping twists. For clones 1 and 2, transitioning into golden-ranked professionals was merely a natural progression. Their strength and experience had long since met the criteria for such an advancement. Had it not been for the hasty conclusion of the previous simulation, perhaps clones 1 and 2 would have already completed their transformation into golden-ranked professionals during that session. However, it is not too late now. Observing the simulation, with clones 1 and 2 still merely first-year students, Link found himself genuinely curious. How would Donghua University respond to students who had already attained golden status at such an early stage? Moreover, what kind of tempest could clones 1 and 2 unleash within the simulation as newly minted golden-ranked professionals? Of course, this hinges on Donghua University's awareness that clones 1 and 2 had indeed become golden-ranked professionals. Golden-ranked professionals? The completed transformations of clones 1 and 2 indicate that their journey was not merely about achieving golden status. The true enhancement has only just begun. Ding! Clone 1, in the simulation, utilized golden-ranked skill proficiency to elevate the skill Imperial Sky Sword from level 5 to level 10. Ding! Your clone 1 has acquired the Earth-class warrior and swordsman skill Demon Slaughter. Demon Slaughter LV1, an Earth-class skill for warriors and swordsmen that summons the power of the demon to amplify oneself. The next 3 attacks will inflict additional true damage equal to 10 of the target's lost health, maximum not exceeding twice the sum of one's strength and constitution attributes, and a shield equivalent to the damage dealt will be gained. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Cost, 600 stamina. Ding! Clone 2, during the simulation, utilized golden-ranked skill proficiency to elevate the skill Super Magic Guide from level 4 to level 9. Ding! Your clone 2 has acquired the Earth-class mage skill, Storm's Arrival. Storm's Arrival LV1, an Earth-class skill for mages that involves chanting to summon a storm that sweeps over a designated area. The longer the chant, the higher the wind level and the larger the storm's coverage, reaching a maximum diameter of one's magic power in meters. Additionally, the damage caused by the storm will increase, potentially dealing magic damage equal to one's magic power per second. Upon reaching maximum wind level, a storm bear apparition will join the battle. If the chant is interrupted, the skill will fail. Cooldown time, 720 minutes. Cost, 100 mana points per second. One golden-ranked skill has reached maximum level. Additionally, 2 Earth-class skills have been directly learned, coupled with full-level 25 stellar sky-grade equipment. Your clone glanced at its attribute panel and discovered that despite having only just completed the transition, its rating had already reached the level of an above-average golden professional. This signifies that the true strength of clones 1 and 2 has surpassed that of 70 of golden-ranked professionals. Impressive. Upon reaching this point, one can only wonder what Link might say. Indeed, he has been astounded by the prowess exhibited by the 2 avatars. With a staggering sum of 1 billion federal coins amassed through dubious means, nay, through the sale of courses, their accumulation can only be described as formidable. Apart from the slight hindrance posed by a lack of innate talent, the configuration of these avatars stands as a paragon among even the most elite of gold-tier professionals. Time truly alters perceptions. Mere days apart can feel like an eternity. Is this truly the same avatar that once roamed bare and was deemed the lowest tier of silver warriors by the system after a promotion? Sensing the praise from the main body, the avatar felt a renewed sense of capability. However, merely lingering in the school and engaging in monotonous dungeons every 7 days could no longer satiate the burgeoning egos of the avatars. After considerable contemplation, they resolved to undertake endeavors befitting their current stature. Alas, one might think they are impervious to flattery. Upon viewing the latest simulation data, Link was filled with regret. The avatars in the simulation are indeed formidable, decisive in their actions, and ruthlessly efficient. They would undertake any morally reprehensible act if it promised substantial gain, enabling them to grow at an astonishing pace. Yet, their flaws are equally grievous. Their audacity knows no bounds, verging on lawlessness. Once the desire to instigate chaos arises within the simulation, the outcomes often spiral out of control. While it is true that achieving this level of simulation is already a significant gain, who would not wish for a longer simulation period to reap even greater rewards? Link is genuinely disheartened at the prospect of these 2 squandering their current advantageous position. Regrettably, it seems that intervention may now be too late. Before Link could offer a word of caution, new simulation data appeared as if it were a fait accompli. On January 13th, your avatars faced isolation from their peers and team members. While en route to the student cafeteria, a self-righteous and rather misguided upperclassman cast a disdainful glance at your avatar, uttering disparaging remarks about them being nothing but a scam artist. Such occurrences have become frequent since the avatars received a reprimand from the East China University administration. Adopting a cautious approach in simulations, your avatars used to dismiss these trivial matters, but the situation is now quite different. What are you shouting about? Seizing the upperclassman by the collar, Avatar 1 lifted the seemingly third-year senior with a frigid gaze. I dare you to say that again. I was utterly unprepared for such an intense reaction from an avatar that typically refrains from retorts. The upperclassman, momentarily stunned and unable to respond, was just about to speak when, in the next instant, a resounding bang echoed through the air. The first doppelganger struck a powerful blow to the senior's mouth, the terrifying force effortlessly penetrating the protective barrier of his lips, akin to smashing a block of tofu from afar. This devastating impact obliterated the senior's pristine white teeth, leaving only a few wisdom teeth intact. If you cannot scream, then you shall remain forever silent. With a gaze as frigid as ice, the doppelganger regarded the pile of shattered teeth that spilled from the senior's mouth. The expression in his eyes was one of disdain, as though he were gazing upon a piece of refuse. What audacity you wretched fools possess to bark at me. Do you even comprehend who I am? Do you understand who we are? Listen closely. I am Lin Ku, a first-year student of Class 2 at the Qinglong Academy. A prodigy who has dominated the monthly examinations for an entire semester, securing the top rank. He is my twin brother, Lin Erk, equally a first-year student of Class 2 at the Qinglong Academy, who has consistently claimed the second rank in the monthly examinations for the same duration. You lowly underachievers, mere machines of excrement, dare to offend us? Today, I shall shatter your teeth and sever your tongue, teaching you a lesson on how to properly communicate in the Federation when you venture into the world. Chapter 59. The warrior with 5 minor goals. The commotion from the altercation swiftly captured the attention of the cafeteria staff. Witnessing a grave incident of student injury within their jurisdiction, the workers, after a brief moment of shock, rushed forward without hesitation. They shouted at the doppelganger, demanding, "What are you doing? Release him at once," while futilely attempting to pry away the seemingly immovable arm of the first doppelganger. The first doppelganger paid no heed to the staff, for they were mere bronze and silver-tier professionals. As long as he chose not to relent, even if his own arms were to be torn apart, he could not be shaken. Conversely, the second doppelganger, grinning wickedly at the gathering crowd and staff, unleashed a fireball spell without a second thought. With a resounding explosion, the colossal fireball, fueled by an impressive 900 points of magical power acquired from his recent ascension to a gold-tier profession and adorned with high-grade equipment, erupted magnificently. Although it deliberately avoided direct contact with any individual, the resulting shockwave wreaked havoc across the cafeteria, sending students and staff alike soaring amidst cries of anguish, plunging the establishment into chaos. Fortunately, the objectives of both doppelgangers had already been met. Almost instantaneously with the explosion, a robust voice rang out from a corner of the cafeteria. "Cease this at once." The speaker was a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 50s, adorned with reading glasses. The first doppelganger did not need to turn around to recognize the owner of that voice. It was none other than Xin Jinxing, the esteemed dean of the Qinglong College at Donghua University, a veteran gold-tier warrior. Long before, the doppelganger had ascertained that the dean would invariably dine at the student cafeteria every noon, and today that intelligence proved invaluable. Everything the first doppelganger had orchestrated thus far was to draw out this elder, who relished serving the people. "Cease." With a forceful throw, the first doppelganger sent the third-year senior flying, allowing him to skid across the floor, colliding with numerous tables and chairs until he thudded against the cafeteria wall, bloodied and slumped to the ground. With a defiant gaze, he turned to Xin Jinxing and taunted, "Will you stand up for this morally corrupt student? Dean, Link, and Lin Erk, I am aware of your grievances towards the school's penalties, but that does not justify your attacks on other students," Xin Jinxing admonished sternly. "As the dean of Qinglong College, I am compelled to impose punishment upon you." "Punishment? What can a decrepit old dog like you possibly impose?" The first doppelganger laughed heartily. "The worst you can do is expel us, and I have long ceased to care for your opinions. Today, I shall observe what capabilities you, the esteemed figures of the institution who wield dominion over us students, possess to occupy such lofty positions." As he spoke, the first doppelganger clenched his hand, and the azure waters revealed the sacred sword in his grasp. In an instant, he surged forward with a speed that made Xin Jinxing's pupils contract, appearing right before him. With a thunderous crash, a golden aura of battle armor materialized around Xin Jinxing, and he was propelled backward, skidding for several meters before executing a flip in midair to dissipate the force. Golden battle aura? The first doppelganger eyed the fleeting golden armor adorning Xin Jinxing with keen interest, exclaiming, "Such a premium asset surely cannot be procured merely with a dean's salary." As an advanced skill of the silver-level technique, the Golden Battle Aura skill tome is not only exceedingly rare, but its exorbitant price tag is nearly tenfold that of the Silver Battle Aura. The Dean's annual salary, including allowances, barely amounts to 2 million federal coins. Even with the income from dungeon raids, it would take him 5 to 6 years of relentless toil without sustenance to afford it, a feat that seems utterly implausible. Xin Jinxing remained silent, his mind overwhelmed by shock as he gazed at the first doppelganger as if witnessing a peculiar anomaly. If memory served correctly, the first doppelganger was merely a first-year student, possessing the rather modest silver-level talent of Iron Balloon. While such a talent is indeed remarkable among silver-level practitioners, It should not have allowed for such rapid advancement within a brief span of time. In the force of that previous strike, he distinctly felt a terrifying power that could only be unleashed by an equally matched golden-level practitioner. It is essential to note that Shin Jinxing is no slouch like the lethargic director. Even after assuming the role within the Azure Dragon Academy, he occasionally ventures into the wilderness for training. Although he cannot compare to the elite warriors who tirelessly battle on the front lines, he considers himself no weakling among golden-level practitioners. But what was that strike just now? Was it the enhancement of a charge? No. The prerequisite for a charge to repel a target is that one's strength must exceed that of the opponent. Being so decisively pushed back, could it be that my strength is inferior to that of a mere student? It must be some other rare skill. It cannot be the effect of a fundamental charge ability. In this manner, Shin Jinxing sought to reassure himself, but he had little time for contemplation. As the first doppelganger pressed on with another strike, the dean of the Azure Dragon Academy shamelessly summoned his full set of equipment, wielding a dark, formidable blade that clearly boasted superior quality, and crashed it fiercely against the ethereal spirit of the first doppelganger. Clang! With a resounding clash of metal, an intense surge of fighting spirit erupted simultaneously from both Clone No. 1 and Shin Jinxing. The collision between them unleashed a shockwave that visibly rippled through the air, causing the surrounding tables and chairs to flutter like mere scraps of paper. Shin Jinxing's eyes widened in astonishment. He could scarcely believe that, despite possessing golden-level fighting spirit, he had managed to reach a stalemate with one who wielded silver-level prowess. However, what truly perplexed him was how Clone No. 1 could possibly possess such an extravagant skill as silver-level fighting spirit. After all, was he not from a remote, impoverished village in the mountains, where even tuition fees were gathered through community crowdfunding? How could this be? Or perhaps it wasn't he as implausible as it seemed. Shin Jinxing quickly regained his composure. Although Clone No. 1 hailed from humble beginnings, he and his sibling, Clone No. 2, had exploited their top-ranking scores in the final examinations to deceive many through online media, selling courses on how to become stronger and amassing a substantial fortune in the process. It was rumored that the sum exceeded 1 billion federal coins. In other words, have you finally come to your senses? Clone No. 1 beamed with a radiant smile. Indeed, I have invested all of that money into my own development. Dean, I advise you to unleash your full strength. Otherwise, you shall find it impossible to withstand the assault of a wealthy warrior worth 5 minor objectives. Chapter 60. Fame through defeat defeated. As he lay on the ground, a sword pointed at him by his own student, Shin Jinxing, the esteemed headmaster of the Azure Dragon Academy, could scarcely believe that he had been bested by one of his own pupils, someone still in their first year. What an unparalleled humiliation! Despite the fact that his student was adorned in sky-level and even star-level gear, and had mastered earth-level skills, Shin Jinxing hesitated to unleash his own devastating abilities, fearing the potential damage to the Academy's facilities. Yet, none of these considerations could justify his defeat at the hands of a mere freshman. Surrounded by the astonished gazes of fellow students, Shin Jinxing wished he could vanish into the earth itself. Struggling to open his swollen eyelids, he glared at the fierce figure of No. 1, who stood before him like an unrelenting tempest. Spitting out the blood that had gathered in his mouth, he declared, "You may have won, but what does that truly signify? You are fully aware of the means by which you acquired this power. One day, all that you have gained through such questionable methods will inevitably backfire." "Your words are tiresome," No. 1 retorted dismissively, waving the long sword in his hand. "Winning is winning, and losing is losing. Why should you concern yourself with how I achieved my victory? On a battlefield where life and death hang in the balance, would you still have the leisure to discuss the means of power acquisition? However, you are correct. All that is obtained through improper channels will ultimately lead to retribution." In an unexpected moment of agreement, No. 1 acknowledged Shin Jinxing's statement. Yet, before the headmaster could fully process this rare concession, No. 1 swiftly added, "But alas, for us, such repercussions are but a mere breeze. And you, dear headmaster, have unwittingly become our stepping stone." "What do you mean by that?" Shin Jinxing's expression darkened. "Expel us if you wish," No. 1 scoffed. "We have already gained notoriety for defeating you. Even without the diploma from Donghua University, we can still secure positions of esteem within countless private organizations and governmental agencies. Even the battle groups will eagerly welcome us. Indeed, the objectives of number 1 and number 2 had been remarkably straightforward from the outset. Burdened by internal disciplinary actions, they found themselves with little refuge within Donghua University. Had they remained mere silver-tier practitioners or even underwhelming gold-tier ones, they would have avoided confrontation with the administration in order to fulfill the strategic goal of surviving as long as possible. However, the situation had changed. Having recently completed their class transition, they now possessed the strength of upper-tier gold practitioners. This level of power indicated that even among gold-tier professionals, they were formidable forces. With such absolute strength, they could secure a promising future, even in the absence of a diploma. Undoubtedly, such actions would undoubtedly prove exceedingly troublesome. For those of little renown, seeking recognition for their prowess and extending an olive branch is no simple feat. Hence, they devised this elaborate scheme to elevate their reputations. A first-year student triumphing over the dean of their own college, only to be expelled? Is there a more exhilarating method to gain notoriety? Even in expulsion, the public would only perceive them as defiant geniuses, garnering not disdain but rather an increased respect for their formidable abilities. As for the adverse effects of selling courses, is this world not one that venerates the accomplished? When faced with two rising stars in their professions, the masses instinctively overlook their shadowy origins, captivated instead by the brilliance of their formidable talents. This has been adequately demonstrated in a previous life. Indeed, it cannot be disputed. Link rarely acknowledged the notion of a doppelganger, for in his past life, many wealthy and powerful individuals received mindless adoration, regardless of their past misdeeds. A mere effort to cleanse their reputations post-success could transform them into idols for countless youths. Only the victors are entitled to speak of the future. Without victories, heroism is of little consequence. This explains why Link, despite his inner opposition to the inhumane actions of the doppelganger within the simulation, refrained from intervening forcefully before the doppelganger could inflict serious damage. Certain actions he ought to undertake but finds himself unable or unwilling to do, the doppelganger could perform, thus providing Link with a convenient excuse to evade moral condemnation. The simulation continued. Upon hearing the words of the first doppelganger, Shen Jinxing, the dean of Qinglong Academy wore a grim expression. He never anticipated that he would not only suffer the humiliation of being defeated by a student, but would also become a stepping stone for that student's rise to fame. The thought of his disgraceful defeat spreading throughout the entire federation made Shen Jinxing feel as though he might choke on a surge of blood. Fortunately, just as he felt on the verge of being consumed by rage, the university officials, alerted by the student and cafeteria staff, finally arrived on the scene. A throng of university leaders, led by the president of Donghua University, accompanied by the vice president, the chief instructor, the deans and vice deans of the other 3 colleges, along with numerous guiding teachers, directors, instructors, and guards. An overwhelming assembly of golden and even earth-tier professionals encircled the cafeteria, leaving no room for escape. The president initially inquired about Shen Jinxing's injuries. Upon understanding the specifics of the situation, his countenance darkened as he glanced at the idly standing first and second doppelgangers. He let out a cold laugh, ordering that the doppelgangers be taken to the president's office, and instructed others to maintain strict confidentiality regarding the events that transpired in the cafeteria that day. Although it is understood that the likelihood of keeping such a monumental event a secret is minimal, the news of the dean being bested by a student is a revelation that anyone would be compelled to share. The university administration is acutely aware that it will take less than a day for this news to spread throughout the campus, as soon as their personnel depart. However, it is imperative to maintain a faade of propriety, demonstrating to the deeply affected Dean Shen Jinxing of Qinglong Academy that the administration is concerned for him. Thus, transpired. The first and second students, who had triumphed in the cafeteria, were surrounded by a throng of university officials, leaving the cafeteria amidst the astonished gazes of countless students and staff. Some individuals discreetly captured this astonishing moment on their smartphones or smartwatches, subsequently uploading it to the internet and the school's forum. Chapter 61. Remarkable humans. Subsequent events your doppelgangers are no longer aware of. Accompanied by a cadre of school officials, the first and second doppelgangers sauntered into the principal's office, nonchalantly taking their seats opposite the principal's desk. Faced with the fierce glares of the school authorities, the principal merely gestured for everyone to leave, indicating a desire for a private conversation with the doppelgangers. However, principal, those two are utterly unruly. I fear they may harm you. A concerned voice interjected. The principal, unfazed, scoffed dismissively, retorting that he was a seasoned practitioner of Earth-level prowess and a veteran of the Awakening Temple battle. Even after years of inactivity, he was not to be threatened by mere youngsters, and he did not require their concern. Thus, he expelled the accompanying school officials from the room. Before long, the expansive principal's office contained only your doppelgangers, number 1 and number 2, alongside the principal. In the sudden stillness, number 2, prompted by a glance from number 1, erupted. Old Deng, listen closely. We are the ones who did the fighting. I blew up the cafeteria, and my brother dealt with the dean. We own up to all of it. If you wish to expel us, do so swiftly. I am already aware of the situation, the principal replied, maintaining a neutral demeanor, seemingly unperturbed by number 2's insolence. You appear eager for me to expel you. Is that truly your desire? Number 1 let out a cold laugh. You are mistaken. My previous intentions to discipline you were rooted in a desire to steer you away from the wrong path. The principal countered, shaking his head. You are still young, too engrossed in immediate gains to grasp that some matters are tainted, and certain benefits are untouchable. For your future, I hope to compel you to voluntarily return the ill-gotten gains. Otherwise, I could easily expel you outright rather than merely imposing a reprimand to shield you from societal backlash. Regrettably, you have failed to comprehend my good intentions and have only intensified your misdeeds. Spare us your grandiloquent lectures. Number 1 interrupted the principal's lengthy discourse without hesitation. Do you truly believe that your misguided sense of benevolence will evoke our gratitude? Have you become deluded after years of providing U.S. meals? Save your talk of immediate gains and future prospects for the Na'vi students. I, Link, remain steadfast in my principles, and it is not for others to dictate my actions. If you intend to expel us, do it promptly. Your ramblings have become tiresome and pointless. Who told you I intended to expel you? The principal maintained his calm demeanor. Or do you believe I would acquiesce to your wishes, allowing you to use the name of Donghua University as a stepping stone for your own gains? Upon hearing this, number 1 instinctively sensed impending trouble. The principal's subsequent words indeed caught him off guard. Stop dreaming. I shall not comply with your wishes, the principal scoffed, as he retrieved a document from his desk and placed it before the doppelganger. He informed the doppelganger that this document was the official approval for establishing a student society. At Donghua University, anyone who possesses this document is granted the authority to create a legitimate organization within the institution. The principal aimed to demonstrate Donghua University's unparalleled tolerance for genuine talent to the entire university and, indeed, to the broader federation. Even if such a prodigy were as arrogant, violent, and morally questionable as your doppelganger, Donghua University would still extend its forbearance, and even guide and nurture them vigorously. Your doppelganger harbored doubts about the principal's sanity. Yet the principal maintained an expression that suggested he was not jesting. It was not until number 2 cautiously examined the document that lay on the principal's desk and was struck with astonishment that he turned to number 1. Brother, it seems he is quite serious. Let me see that. Number 1 snatched the document from number 2's grasp. Upon confirming that it was indeed an approval for establishing a student society, number 1 fell into a contemplative silence. As expected, experience prevails. The approval for establishing a student society is the ultimate aspiration for nearly all awakened practitioners during their university years. Even a super genius with stellar-grade talent must navigate numerous hurdles to obtain such a document. Its value lies in the fact that a student society essentially serves as a campus version of a battle group. Centered around an individual, it assembles a core team and oversees numerous subordinate squads, forming a large organization of practitioners exceeding 100 members. Thus, a campus society resembles the embryonic form of a battle group. By continually expanding and enhancing the core team's strength, it can seamlessly transition into a new battle group. In fact, over 85 of newly established battle groups in recent times have evolved from student societies, much like the Iron Blood battle group in the previous simulation, which originated from Donghua University's Iron Blood Society. Even if the battle group is never ultimately established, the society can legally command multiple practitioner teams. Even after graduation, it may remain affiliated with the university, maintaining the military scale of a large organization of practitioners. Such entities will later be referred to as practitioner institutions or prospective battle groups. Aside from lacking the extraordinary status that allows formal battle groups to directly challenge the federal government, they are virtually indistinguishable from battle groups in all other respects. Number 1 and Number 2 caused quite a stir at Donghua University, yet rather than being held accountable for their transgressions, they were granted an approval for establishing a society. This is no trivial matter, but rather an audacious conspiracy. The actions of individuals 1 and 2, who orchestrated the incident of assaulting the dean, were fundamentally aimed at enhancing their own value to secure a more favorable outcome. However, East China University has not only refrained from expelling them but has also offered them even more generous treatment. Should they fail to recognize gratitude and loyalty, and either unilaterally withdraw from East China University or continue to confront it, they risk being labeled as ungrateful and disloyal, which would significantly diminish their own worth. This situation is reminiscent of El Bu from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Everyone acknowledges him as an unparalleled warrior, yet his inherent treachery leads him to betray his benefactors, ultimately rendering him undesirable to others. Humanity, indeed, is remarkable. No wonder one can ascend to the position of president, wielding power with a bloodless ruthlessness. Chapter 62. The Salvation Society. Are you truly willing to bestow such a significant power upon me? Though Number 1's countenance remained as solemn as water, internally he was engulfed in a euphoric ecstasy, akin to winning a lottery jackpot. Number 2, in a state of sheer disbelief, stood frozen as he gazed at the principal, who appeared almost angelic before him. Fortunately, being a mechanized entity, the avatar was capable of nearly perfect emotional regulation. Otherwise, Number 2 would have surely burst into laughter. Was the principal in the simulation genuinely this audacious? Upon witnessing this, Link couldn't help but marvel at the brilliance of the president of Donghua University. Granting a lawless rogue the authority to establish an extraordinary faction? This was akin to the Jade Emperor assigning a monkey to guard the peaches of immortality. Was this not an invitation for chaos to flourish? Indeed, the moment Link observed the principal in the simulation entrust such a crucial charter for the establishment of a society to the avatar, he sensed an unsettling dissonance. Reflecting upon the 5 simulations thus far, it was clear that, apart from the first, where the avatar's power was woefully inadequate to instigate any significant upheaval, in the subsequent 4, the avatars had consistently thrived in their nefarious endeavors. Engaging in smuggling, assaulting law enforcement, committing murder, and forming a notorious group of rogue practitioners, their actions could only be described as unspeakably malevolent. However, their malevolence was constrained by their limited power, with their misdeeds largely confined to Donghua City, resulting in a reputation for being troublesome rather than inflicting any severe societal damage. But now, the situation had drastically shifted. Both avatars had ascended to the ranks of Golden Tier practitioners, capable of dominating a small city. They were now akin to ticking time bombs, and no one could predict the outrageous acts they might commit during the simulation. It was already perplexing that the old man had not expelled them to distance himself from their actions, yet he audaciously provided them with the charter to form a student society. Was he out of his mind? Or did he genuinely believe he could reform these 2 embodiments of malevolence? It seemed implausible, yet there was a possibility. Educators often possess a peculiar mindset, naively believing they can guide others toward virtue. Moreover, the principal was not Link. He had no access to the simulations revealing the avatar's horrific deeds. Perhaps, in the principal's eyes, Avatar 1 and Avatar 2 were merely a tad greedy, having swindled a modest amount through false courses, and perhaps a bit unruly, resorting to violence against their teachers and peers for the sake of notoriety. To him, their actions might simply be a momentary lapse, not yet deserving of the label of heinous villainy. Oh heavens! Link found it increasingly difficult to continue watching, especially as new simulation data revealed that Avatar 1 had, with great reluctance, obtained the charter for the society's establishment. Your avatar glared at the principal with fury, exclaiming, "Do not think that this will allow you to control us," before storming off with the society's charter in hand. The cunning and calculating principal sat calmly in his genuine leather chair, savoring this year's freshly harvested spring tea. At that moment, Link could not help but feel a sense of admiration for this principal he had never met before. Your avatars, designated as Avatar 1 and Avatar 2, swaggered out of the principal's office, brandishing the permission to establish a student organization. Soon enough, news spread like wildfire throughout Donghua University about how Avatar 1 had assaulted his dean, and instead of facing expulsion, he was awarded the official documents permitting the formation of a student society. Countless students idolized you. Even the faculty and the director of education began to avoid your avatars, as rumors circulated that they were the principal's illegitimate children or possessed some terrifying and unknown lineage. Your avatars allowed the rumors to fester, showing no intention of dispelling them. Instead, they seized upon this immense popularity to officially establish their student organization, the Salvation Society. The society's mission was to rely on their own strength to save their own world. This did not imply a broad notion of saving everyone's world, as the second tenet of the society stated that there was no necessity to save a world that did not bring them joy. Did you think there were only two principles? You were mistaken. There was a third paramount tenet. The happiness of the president took precedence over all others. What kind of cultish doctrine is this? Can anyone genuinely join such a society? Link could not help but scoff. Yet, the subsequent simulation data was a resounding slap in the face. The Salvation Society, upon its inception, immediately received an application from none other than the prodigy who had awakened a sky-level talent. She was none other than the super genius, Shangguan Lingwei, who should have been the undisputed number one among the first-year students, yet during the simulation, had been thoroughly subdued for an entire semester by your avatars, who entered the fray with inherent silver-tier combat prowess. Previously, in another simulation, Shangguan Lingwei had sought to join Avatar 1's team, only to be rejected out of fear that she might turn the tables. Now, as a golden-tier professional, Avatar 1 had the confidence to accept her application, and this time, your avatar welcomed Shangguan Lingwei into the Salvation Society without hesitation. With her joining the elite team, of which she was the absolute core and composed solely of Earth-tier and Golden-tier professionals, also followed her into the Salvation Society. Thus, this newly established insignificant organization astonishingly acquired a top-tier team, a privilege generally reserved for prestigious societies. As a result, countless first-year new professionals and their teams began to recognize the potential of the Salvation Society, commencing a fervent campaign to solicit membership into the Salvation Society. Your avatar welcomes all applicants with open arms. Regardless of the nature of their talents, whether they possess silver-tier abilities or exhibit profound ignorance in certain domains, or even harbor varying intentions, all are graciously accepted into your fold. Moreover, your avatar proclaims throughout the entire school that the Salvation Society will impose no affiliation fees on its subordinate teams, a stark contrast to the customary 2 to 3% levies imposed by other societies on their spoils. Any professional team that joins and successfully integrates into the Salvation Society will enjoy complimentary access to participate in the Society's Grand Group Combat instances, an opportunity that typically incurs a financial burden in other organizations. Having long endured the oppression from other clubs, students and professional teams alike are irresistibly drawn to the remarkable benefits offered by the Salvation Society. Not only first-year students, but also second- and even third-year professional teams and individuals are fervently sending requests to join or transfer to the Salvation Society. In response to your avatar's disruptive actions in the market, many club presidents, unable to contain their frustration, have directed their reproach towards your avatar. However, your avatar, appearing merely as a first-year student yet possessing the prowess of a gold-tier professional, remains unfazed by such criticisms, steadfastly continuing to expand the influence of the Salvation Society in its own manner. Chapter 63. The grand competition of academic societies. The notion of a golden-tier professional is exceedingly beyond the comprehension of the students at Donghua University. It is akin to the presence of a consummate master, whose level is unattainable for most, wandering in a novice village. Although a few exceptionally gifted individuals may ascend to levels comparable to that of a master within this village, they invariably fall short in terms of essential equipment. University serves as a novice village for professionals, where the prevailing themes are growth and perseverance. Even the most formidable talent, the first-ranked prodigy of the Donghua Heavenly Pride list, Zhong Heng, failed to transcend the final threshold to become a terrestrial-tier professional before graduation. a fate that is shared by many others. In truth, among the graduates of Donghua University each year, over 1,000 successfully transition to silver-tier professionals, yet a mere 20 or so attain the coveted golden-tier status. Most of these golden-tier individuals are concentrated within the core teams of elite academic societies. For instance, Zongheng's own team consists entirely of golden-tier professionals. The remaining talents are scattered across various student organizations, serving as pivotal figures within their respective groups. Your avatars, Avatar 1 and Avatar 2, possess the prowess of upper-tier golden professionals, rendering them nearly invincible in this feeble novice village. The only potential threat they perceive may arise from Zongheng's core team within the Iron Blood Society. Other miscellaneous academic societies, even those boasting 3 or more golden-tier professionals, pose no challenge to your avatars, a testament to the confidence derived from their upper-tier golden combat professional synergy. Since the inception of your student organization, the Salvation Society, in a mere span of 3 days, it has successfully recruited 30 professional teams. This includes not only the elite team led by Shangguan Lingwei, but also 3 teams of golden-tier professionals and 26 teams of silver-tier professionals, culminating in a total of 295 members, including your avatars. For those unfamiliar with this scale, a comparison can be drawn with the student organization, Chu Men, founded by the affluent Chu Lian of Nankai University. Chu Men, established at the onset of her second year with substantial financial investment, comprises merely 1 core elite team, 3 silver-tier teams and 7 bronze-tier teams, totaling only 106 members. Merely a third of the Salvation Society's numbers, and significantly inferior in quality. What does it signify to have all members possessing silver-tier talents and above? Even Zongheng's Iron Blood Society pales in comparison, yet it is destined to evolve into a formidable battle group in the future, suggesting that the Salvation Society too harbors the potential to ascend to such heights. Certainly, your avatar does not dare to aspire to become a war regiment, for those acquainted with their own affairs understand their limitations. They are merely silver-tier individuals, akin to huskies lost among a pack of wolves, relying on the might of gold-tier professionals to exert influence. Once they graduate, their silver-tier potential will render them unworthy even to serve as an aide to a true regiment leader. Nevertheless, this does not diminish the formidable presence your avatar commands at Donghua University. Although the newly established Salvation Society is rife with chaos and lacks management experience, your avatar faces no insurmountable issues. The majority of professionals and teams joining the Salvation Society are drawn by its unique dual exemption policy. They inherently resist governance, and your avatar's hands-off approach aligns perfectly with their desires. As for the internal disarray within the teams, each subgroup possesses its own methods for self-organization. As the ancient philosopher Laozi espoused, governing without intervention is indeed wise. Your avatar has adeptly embraced this Taoist philosophy, neither offering assistance to the professionals joining the Salvation Society nor imposing additional burdens upon them. However, the primary challenge remains that the teams within the Salvation Society are predominantly composed of low-tier professionals. Although all members possess silver-tier talents and considerable potential, the realization of such potential requires time. Currently, over half of the members within the subordinate teams have yet to complete their first job transition, providing little assistance to your avatar. Fortunately, your avatar possesses the patience to await their growth. Throughout the ensuing semester, your avatar primarily engages in 3 activities. Firstly, following the refresh of the sanctuary value, they embark on dual instance dungeon runs. Your avatar has begun to tackle dungeons of level 30, although they cannot yet defeat the final boss. Indeed, they struggle even against the second gatekeeper. The plentiful experience gained from minor foes sufficiently meets the avatar's need for growth. Secondly, they lead the society in large-scale team battles. These large-scale team dungeons resemble unique realms more than traditional instances. They are stable environments that do not subject participants to spatial turbulence, thus allowing challenges without consuming sanctuary value. The downside is that once conquered, the monsters and resources within these dungeons require a significant period to regenerate, approximately once a month. Consequently, societies cannot challenge these large-scale dungeons at will. Qualification to undertake such challenges can be achieved in 2 ways. Either through financial contribution to the school, where the fee for a single large-scale dungeon challenge hovers around 20 million federal coins, necessitating members to invest their own funds, or by securing first place in the monthly society competition. Similar to the monthly examinations for individual students and teams, the rules of the inter-society competition dictate that first-year societies compete exclusively against one another. Participation from upperclassmen within the societies is strictly prohibited. This regulation renders the competition for clones 1 and 2 nearly indistinguishable from unfair advantages. Moreover, the only elite team within the first-year cohort, led by the formidable Shangguan Lingwei, has already aligned with the clones. While the Salvation Society may not claim the title of the most powerful society at Donghua University, it undoubtedly dominates within the first-year ranks. Even if the other dozen or so first-year societies were to unite, they would still stand no chance against the Salvation Society. Clones 1 and 2 have proven to be unstoppable forces on the battlefield, particularly Clone 2, whose tempestuous assault, if uninterrupted, could obliterate all life within a radius of 1 kilometer. Its power resembles that of legendary forbidden spells, leaving the first-year students questioning their very existence. Chapter 64. Second Year. Just as your avatars consistently secure first place in the monthly examinations, your guild invariably dominates the guild competitions with a staggering advantage. Thanks to the exceptional performance of your avatars, the members of the Savior Society, both professionals and team members, are granted the opportunity to partake in large-scale dungeons almost every month without any cost. This not only accelerates their level advancement beyond that of their peers but also significantly enhances their earnings compared to others. Furthermore, the absence of any affiliation fees for the guild allows them to thrive in their professional careers. Consequently, the members of the Savior Society hold your avatars in genuine admiration and respect, bestowing upon them a profound reputation within the guild. Thus, your avatars frequently convene these members for a third purpose: indoctrination. Indeed, aside from engaging in dungeon raids, the paramount task of your avatars is to relentlessly instill in their devoted followers the belief that they are the architects of their own destinies, daring to challenge the established order and defy fate. Initially, this ideology merely criticized societal injustices, the disparities of wealth, and the bullying of the weak by the strong. Gradually, it evolved to encompass the errors of the world, the flaws of different races, and even the fallacies of fate itself. The guild members, who were initially unsuspecting and even idolizing, began to embrace and identify with the beliefs of your avatars. However, mere acceptance and acknowledgement were not sufficient. What your avatars sought was a deeper commitment allegiance. In the 12th year of awakening, in August, your avatars finally shed the title of first-year students and ascended to the status of second-year seniors. Over the past 6 months, your avatars have only managed to increase their level by 1, reaching level 31. This stagnation can be attributed to the exponential rise in experience requirements after attaining golden status, compounded by the inability to train in the wilderness, as they have relied solely on dungeons and large raids to meet their experience needs. The membership of the Savior Society has surged to 355, with the addition of a new golden team and 3 large silver teams. However, the most significant change is that Zhong Heng and his elite team, which had loomed over your avatars like a massive boulder, have finally graduated, with Zhong Heng and his team no longer exerting their dominance. The Iron Blood Society's residual influence at Donghua University is now merely on par with that of the Savior Society. While there are a few third-year guilds capable of rivaling the Savior Society, they can only maintain their superiority due to their 2-year seniority. The absolute dominance that Zhong Heng once wielded over the Savior Society is no longer a possibility. This implies that, unless the school administration intervenes, possessing the avatars of the Savior Society has undoubtedly rendered them one of the most formidable student factions at Donghua University. Once the goddess Lin Qingyu, whom you heartlessly cast aside, is now filled with regret so profound that it pains her. It is utterly inconceivable that you have achieved such remarkable success today. Thus, I implore you to refrain from prefixing her name with the term goddess. Lin Ku is plagued by a splitting headache. Moreover, there is another significant matter at hand. A letter has arrived from your hometown. It states that a high school student named Zhang Zhitong, under your sponsorship, has successfully gained admission to Donghua University and has awakened a silver-level talent. They hope that your alter ego and Zhang Zhitong can look out for one another at school, and they have even provided Zhang Zhitong's phone number. Your alter ego promptly discarded the phone number, amused at the notion of mutual care. The villagers have no inkling of your current status. To your alter ego, Zhang Zhitong is merely a burden from the hometown. Under normal circumstances, it would not be an issue to extend a hand of support. However, your alter egos, number 1 and number 2, are currently engaged in monumental endeavors and have no time to attend to a young girl. At the end of August, during the monthly personal examination, your alter egos No. 1 and number 2 once again triumphed over Shangguan Lingwei, securing the first and second positions. A somewhat disheartened Shangguan Lingwei inquired whether she truly had the potential to surpass them. Alter ego number 1 remained silent, while No. 2 candidly informed Shangguan Lingwei that surpassing them was merely a matter of time. The following day, the sophomore academic competition commenced. In the midst of great anticipation, there were 262 second-year students, and a total of 27 teams from the Salvation Society decisively swept through the 15 rival academic associations. They once again secured the privilege to strategize for the Grand Team Battle Dungeon. Before embarking on the Grand Dungeon strategy, the external recruitment personnel of the Salvation Society excitedly approached your alter ego, announcing that they had successfully recruited a super genius from the first-year students, Qi Wuxing, who possesses the stellar-level talent of the Battle Saint physique. Qi Wuxing? Alter ego number 1 glanced at this young man with sharp brows and bright eyes, his long black hair tied back, resembling a nobleman from ancient paintings more than a swordsman. Curiously, he inquired, "What is your relation to Qi Buodua?" "My father," Qi Wuxing replied. "Welcome to the Salvation Society." Alter ego number 1 warmly embraced him, proclaiming, "You are the future of the Salvation Society." None discerned the deeper meaning in number 1's words. Everyone was invigorated by the Salvation Society's acquisition of such a super genius. Ultimately, the profession of a practitioner is dictated by talent. Regardless of how formidable the abilities of number 1 and number 2 may appear, their silver-level talent makes it difficult for others to believe they can lead the Salvation Society to become a battalion. Yet, Qi Wuxing is different. He possesses stellar-level talent. Undoubtedly, he is a super prodigy capable of dominating an era, the second Zongheng of Donghua University. His inclusion elevates the Salvation Society's chances of transforming into a battalion by a staggering 80. As long as Qi Wuxia can ascend to the heights he is destined for, the Salvation Society's transformation into a formidable battle group will be a natural progression. Only Qi Wuxia comprehends the underlying meaning of number 1's words. Within the depths of the young man's tranquil gaze, a flicker of competitive spirit ignited as he confided in a whisper, audible only to number 1, that he had come here to surpass his father, Qi Bodu. He would accept the position of president of the Salvation Society from number 1's hands, leading the society to become a super battle group far stronger than the Platinum Star Legion, exponentially so. In response to the young man's ambition, your avatar, number 1, offered no reply. He merely smiled at the assembly of society members gathered below at the headquarters. In an instant, a thunderous roar erupted, akin to a tsunami, reverberating throughout the venue, profoundly shaking this naive scion of the battle group. Chapter 65. A dimensional assault on the mind. Despite Qi Wuxia's ignorance of the reasons behind the terrifying charisma of number 1, the overwhelming chorus of fervent slogans evoked an inexplicable fervor within him, a child of the war faction who had been sheltered in a greenhouse since childhood. In truth, it was not only Qi Wuxia who felt this surge. Nearly every new member joining the Salvation Society found themselves genuinely imbued with a profound sense of pride in being part of such a resplendent ritual. Is it boiling? Indeed, such is the power of the unification of slogans and beliefs. In another realm, countless distinguished leaders have emerged from such beginnings. Observing Qi Wuxia's reaction in the simulation, Link's gaze grew somber, wishing he could pull his avatar out of the simulation and deliver a sound beating. His original intent in acquiring this knowledge in his previous life was merely to become a civil servant and to delve into the thoughts of great figures. Yet, the avatar had the audacity to subvert the celestial order, misusing the knowledge inherited from him. This group of students had succumbed entirely. What was most alarming was that under the formidable power of ideological assimilation, the newcomers to the Salvation Society would rapidly become corrupted at an astonishing pace. The fervor Qi Wuxia experienced was, in fact, the onset of this downfall. The ensuing simulation indeed confirmed Link's apprehensions. The might of the Salvation Society was undeniably formidable. His avatar remained blissfully unaware of the terrifying ideological behemoth they were wielding. They exhibited a reckless disregard, shamelessly employing a mental force potent enough to alter the very fabric of the world. Under the avatar's influence, the members of the Salvation Society displayed a spirit distinctly divergent from that of other academic societies or any other practitioners. They were imbued with greater confidence, enhanced unity, and most alarmingly, they began to reveal an extraordinary propensity for camaraderie. This ultimately led to a spontaneous division within the campus, segregating students into two groups, members of the Salvation Society and their counterparts. Yet, what the Avatar did not anticipate was that such an unusual display from the Salvation Society failed to capture the attention of the school administration. In the eyes of the authorities, it was quite normal for the formidable members of an academic society to look down upon those from other factions, especially for the Salvation Society, which had dominated the academic competitions for years since its inception. It was entirely reasonable for its members to take pride in their affiliation with such a prestigious organization. As for the discrimination against other practitioners, it was understandable. As members of the Salvation Society, they were exempt from the hefty academic society taxes and could partake in the society's monthly large-scale battle dungeons for free. This alleviated the economic burdens on the members, rendering them generally more powerful than their peers. Coupled with their remarkable solidarity, the affiliated teams frequently collaborated in wilderness training, fostering a stronger recognition of each other's capabilities, which gradually gave rise to an insular mentality that looked down upon outsiders. Not to mention, the Salvation Society had recently recruited the star-level genius, Qi Wuxia, as a possessor of stellar-level talent. Qi Wuxia's potential is directly comparable to that of the once-renowned figure at Donghua University, Zhong Heng. The Salvation Society not only seeks to redeem itself, but has also garnered widespread recognition within Donghua University, poised to supplant the Iron Blood Society as the preeminent student organization. Given the multitude of factors at play, what merit is there in being perturbed by the members of the Salvation Society exhibiting a touch of arrogance? The administration not only overlooks this behavior but fervently supports your avatar in cultivating a salvation consciousness. With the principal who has actively promoted your avatar to the position of society president, being particularly enthusiastic. He believes that his decision to entrust the society to your avatar is astute, as it not only salvages two exceptionally gifted youths, but also fosters their transformation, resulting in a vibrant student association. Under the administration's permissiveness, your avatar's efforts in shaping the Salvation Society are increasingly reminiscent of a formidable manifestation from a past life. In stark contrast to ordinary societies, which merely request a classroom as their activity space, the Salvation Society's headquarters exudes an unparalleled aura of superiority. Firstly, the headquarters is extraordinarily vast. Whereas other societies occupy merely a classroom or a floor, the Salvation Society commands an entire 7-story teaching building. This is certainly not a complimentary allocation from the school. Rather, the Salvation Society has independently raised funds to lease this venue from Donghua University. The exterior of the 7-story building is painted in a somber black and red palette, yet the multitude of vibrant red Salvation flags adorning it imbues the structure with a solemn grandeur, reminiscent of a slumbering lion that captivates the beholder. Upon entering the headquarters, the first floor reveals a vast auditorium exceeding 600 square meters, flanked by walls adorned with crimson Salvation banners on either side and behind the podium. The second, third, and fourth floors are densely populated with independent offices for various affiliated teams of the Salvation Society, their floors lavishly carpeted in deep red. The hallways boast an array of weaponry, while every few meters, the walls are inscribed with the Society's membership declarations and founding principles. The entire premises resemble a miniature, atmospherically enhanced assembly hall of nations. It is no exaggeration to assert that even the most steadfast socialist warrior, if immersed in such an environment for an extended period, would succumb to moral decay under the relentless ideological indoctrination of 365 days. An ordinary individual merely walking through this space would find themselves inevitably overwhelmed by the formidable ambience. Those who dwell long-term within the Salvation Society have, in subtle yet irrevocable ways, transformed into fervent zealots for their cause. Chapter 66. The frantic expansion of the Salvation Society. At the conclusion of the 12th year of awakening, under the circumstance that your avatar number 1 was entirely absent. The Salvation Society had magnificently burgeoned to encompass 45 subsidiary teams. With absolute dominance, it once again trampled its opponents, seizing first place in the academic competition. However, unlike previous occasions, the venue of this academic contest was densely populated with young individuals clad in the deep crimson cloaks of the Salvation Society. When the instructor overseeing the competition announced through the microphone that the Salvation Society had secured its 11th victory in the academic contest, the entire venue erupted in a thunderous chorus of "Victory is ours." This was due to the fact that, over the course of several months, the Salvation Society's formidable allure had drawn a substantial influx of first-year students. These newcomers, unable to participate in the competition as members of the second-year academic society, could only sit in the stands, fervently cheering for the Salvation Society. Witnessing the Salvation Society's effortless triumph, defeating 20 opponents with a single member, instilled an overwhelming sense of pride within these newcomers, compelling them to respond to their excitement with frenzied applause. For the first time, the school administration recognized the terrifying influence of the Salvation Society. Regardless of the leadership's attempts to quell the students' voices and restore silence, their efforts proved futile. When your avatar stepped onto the stage, merely pressing down with both hands, the cries of hundreds, even thousands, were instantaneously silenced. The world became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Before the school leaders could recover from this terrifying influence, Avatar No. 1 swept a gaze over the sea of fiery, passionate eyes below, inhaled deeply, and suddenly shouted, "Victory for the Salvation Society." In that instant, the roar that seemed capable of shaking the very earth reverberated throughout the entire venue. "Victory! Victory! Victory! We shall prevail." The following day, more than 2/3 of the second-year academic societies at Donghua University disbanded on the spot. Student members, including former society presidents, flocked to join the Salvation Society, which maintained its welcoming ethos, accepting anyone with silver-level talent without any significant barriers to entry. With an extraordinarily low threshold for membership, a streamlined organizational structure, coupled with an unparalleled student experience and a management model that inspired fervor among countless individuals, the Salvation Society became as irresistible as a potent elixir, enticing an ever-growing number to join. By the last day of the 12th year of awakening, the membership of the Salvation Society had surged to an astonishing 1,500 individuals, encompassing nearly all silver-level and above professionals within the first and second years of Donghua University. Realizing something was amiss, the principal hastily sought out your avatar for a conversation. "Are you establishing an academic society or forming an army?" Upon seeing the membership numbers reported by the Salvation Society, the principal's lips trembled in astonishment. Even a grade A battle group comprises merely over 1,000 combatants, yet your humble student society, not even a proper battle regiment, boasts a staggering 1,500 members. Is this reasonable? Certainly not, especially when every single one of these individuals possesses talents of silver grade or higher. Such a vast assembly should ideally serve as fresh blood to replenish the ranks of over 100 battle groups, as well as countless eager federal agencies and civic organizations, directly or indirectly influencing the futures of millions. Yet now, they are all congregated within a mere student organization. It is important to note that even genuine battle groups recruit numerous exceptional bronze-grade professionals as auxiliary combat teams to maintain their operational capabilities. For instance, during the second simulation, the Crimson team was absorbed by a battle group as an auxiliary team due to their outstanding performance prior to graduation. For a student society to amass 1,500 professionals of silver grade or above, are you inciting rebellion? After deliberations and resolutions by the school committee, it was determined that, in order to ensure the healthy development of the campus society system and to prevent arousing the federal authority suspicion, your Salvation Society must cease recruiting new members and gradually reduce its size to under 500 within 3 months, prohibiting any form of talent discrimination against bronze or iron grade students. The principal spoke with a tone that brooked no argument. Then he shifted his tone, continuing earnestly, "Link, I recognize your ambitions, but your Salvation Society already includes numerous members with Earth grade and even Sky grade talents. Even the prodigious Qi Wuxian, a star grade genius, has joined your ranks. In the future, even if you wish to establish a battle group, a scale of 500 will be more than sufficient for you. You must understand the adage that the first bird to stick its head out gets shot. Since the inception of awakening schools on Blue Star, no student organization has ever achieved the scale of the Salvation Society. Such singularity will only invite unnecessary troubles. Troubles? Your avatar suggests you are jesting. If the Salvation Society consisted solely of 1,500 members, it would indeed face immense external pressures. However, the issue is that his ambitions extend far beyond a mere 1,500. As he ascends to higher grades or dismantles all the student societies of the upperclassmen, he will not overlook any of the university's talented individuals. At that point, the official membership of the Salvation Society could surge to over 3,000. Subsequently, he would further open admissions to bronze grade students, aiming to swell the society's ranks to over 10,000 before his graduation. Ultimately, he would continue to disseminate his ideals, attracting more professionals to join, until achieving a viral spread of his ideology, corrupting the entire federation. Number 1 did not perceive this as an unattainable endeavor. The emergence and dissemination of an idea face their most formidable challenges during the nascent phase when it must attract its initial supporters. In a world that once was countless sages, determined to transform their surroundings and rescue their homeland, could, with sheer passion and courage, spread their philosophies nationwide within mere years, garnering innumerable followers. Yet, your counterpart has already cultivated a foundational group within the confines of the school. The campus serves as a fertile ground for the propagation of ideas. Conquering a prestigious institution signifies that they are far ahead of their contemporaries in the realm of the arts, and the obstacles they encounter will be infinitely simpler. The subsequent progress will undoubtedly outpace that of the artists in the previous world. How could he possibly squander such easily attainable triumph with mere words? Even stand-up comedians would hesitate to employ such a tactic. Chapter 67. We never allow our clients to suffer. Your doppelganger naturally rebuffed the principal's impudent request, leaving with a decisive slam of the door, exhibiting no regard for the man's authority. This action shattered the principal's misguided confidence that he could somehow enlighten the doppelganger. As soon as the doppelganger departed, the principal, visibly agitated, convened an emergency meeting with the campus leadership to deliberate on how to manage the increasingly unruly Savior Society. While the school officials engaged in futile discussions during the meeting, they soon realized that, upon the breakdown of negotiations, the doppelganger would be the target of their ire. Divided in focus, they swiftly sought out the presidents of the upperclassmen's clubs. These individuals had endured a tumultuous existence throughout their time on campus. Initially, they had to contend with the Iron Blood Society established by Zhong Heng, a prodigious talent awakened to stellar-level abilities. Under Zhong Heng's leadership, this organization had gained dominance over all other clubs by the third year, casting a long shadow over the past 2 years of their lives. After finally enduring Zhong Heng's reign, they were met with the emergence of the Doppelganger and the Savior Society, a formidable new contender. Stuck in between, they found it exceedingly difficult to assert themselves, having previously petitioned the administration on multiple occasions to impose restrictions on the Savior Society. Regrettably, the administration, unaware of the society's terrifying influence at the time, had dismissed their requests, leading to a notably challenging year for them at Donghua University. Consequently, when they received word of an impending visit from the number 1 doppelganger, curiosity compelled the club presidents to meet with this powerful figure, eager to discover the intentions of the leader of the dominating Savior Society. Soon, a small meeting with approximately 30 participants, all presidents of the 3rd and 4th year clubs at Donghua University, took place in a nondescript conference room. Faced with a group of silent, expectant presidents, the number 1 doppelganger displayed no hesitation and candidly stated their purpose. I hope you will disband your clubs and join the Savior Society. This straightforward proclamation rendered the presidents momentarily speechless. Within mere seconds, several hot-tempered presidents banged their fists on the table, laughing in disbelief. So, you summoned us here with great fanfare merely to discuss this ridiculous proposition? Apologies, but we have no interest in such matters. As they prepared to leave, the doppelganger's next words compelled them to return to their seats. I will establish 15 council seats within the Savior Society and share the rights of the society with you. The avatar spoke with an air of tranquility, The significance of the Salvation Society requires no elaboration. Everyone present, even the most assured members of the Azura Society, has less than a 20% chance of successfully advancing to a battle group after graduation. The Salvation Society, however, stands apart, boasting over 500 silver-tier talents, all of whom have undergone rigorous training. Furthermore, we have Qi Wuxian, a future leader with stellar-level abilities. The Salvation Society is destined to evolve into a battle group, and indeed, a super battle group in the near future. Any individual, even one who wields merely a fraction of the Salvation Society's power, will surpass the average battle group leader, especially once you join us. The Salvation Society will soar to become an unprecedented entity with over 3,000 silver-tier professionals. The opportunity to become a master of this formidable force lies before you today, at this very moment. Before he could continue, Lu Liang, the president of the Azura Society and a fourth-year student with sky-tier talents, interrupted. Let us discuss how to secure one of those 15 seats, as there are 24 of us present. Meanwhile, the second avatar had departed from Donghua University and was meeting another individual in a tavern in the heart of Donghua City. This person had hair that resembled dancing flames, and his striking features coalesced into an expression of chilling indifference. Even in quiet repose, he exuded an awe-inspiring aura. Long have I admired you, Senior Zongheng, the second avatar greeted, revealing the identity of the individual before him. Indeed, the first and second avatars were pursuing separate discussions with the respective leaders of the senior societies, one of whom was the iron-blooded Zongheng, a graduate of Donghua University who still wielded influence over the university's second student society. Let us dispense with superfluous pleasantries, Zongheng said, his countenance unyieldingly cold. You claim you will assist me in establishing a battle group, correct? Indeed, the second avatar affirmed with a nod. You must be aware of the circumstances surrounding the Salvation Society and recognize that we possess qualifications far superior to those of your Ironblood Society in forming a battle group. Once our Salvation Society becomes a battle group and your Ironblood Society has yet to secure such a status, we can leverage our influence to facilitate the establishment of the Ironblood battle group. What are the conditions? Zongheng inquired directly. The conditions are straightforward, the second avatar replied, counting on his fingers as he recounted the first avatar's words. You need only to command the members of the Ironblood Society who have yet to graduate from Donghua University to merge into our Salvation Society. This transaction entails a cost that is hardly burdensome for you, considering that the core strength of the Ironblood Society consists of graduates who have already completed their studies with you. The remaining members at Donghua University are merely your reserves. In comparison to the qualification for forming a battle group, this sacrifice is negligible. This arrangement is quite advantageous. I agree. Zongheng nodded, showing no hesitation in his acceptance. The smoothness of the situation caught the second individual off guard. He had memorized numerous lines. Should Zongheng express any hesitation or outright refusal, he was prepared to recite even more lines to persuade him. To his surprise, it was all in vain. Yet this was characteristic of Zongheng. As long as the benefits outweighed the drawbacks, he would hesitate not, nor would he fear deceit from others. After finalizing the transaction, Zongheng pondered for a moment and uttered a statement he deemed somewhat superfluous. The current state of the Salvation Society is exceedingly extraordinary. Based on my understanding of the school administration, they will likely impose restrictions upon you soon. I trust this will not affect your commitment to me. The second individual reassured him, rest assured, in our business dealings we have never allowed our clients to suffer losses. Chapter 68. From today onward, we rise. As the institution, after extensive deliberation, resolved to compel the dissolution of the Salvation Society, preparations were made to convey this decision to your avatar. However, even before the official announcement could be made, a collective application for dissolution from 25 senior student organizations was submitted with remarkable swiftness. Notably, this included the once prestigious Iron Blood Society of Donghua University. What exacerbated the administration's disquiet was the astonishingly unanimous rationale behind this dissolution. The exorbitant student organization tax was deemed unbearable, prompting plans for all members to merge into the Salvation Society. What on earth are these students undertaking? The middle-aged headmaster, sporting a Mediterranean hairstyle, appeared flustered and incensed. With the third and fourth year organizations also intending to merge into the Salvation Society, would there be any other student societies left in this school? It seemed that the situation could escalate beyond mere organizational concerns, potentially leading to the institution being renamed the Salvation Society School. There was no way they could agree to these dissolution requests. Setting aside the catastrophic blow to the carefully cultivated ecosystem of student organizations developed over the years, the repercussions of these organizations merging into the Salvation Society were beyond what the administration could bear. The dean of Qinglong Academy, perhaps the most biased among the leadership due to past altercations with Avatar 1, eagerly sought to thwart any developments that would benefit the Avatar or the Salvation Society it had established. As the headmaster, vice principal, and dean of Qinglong Academy expressed their views, other senior officials began to echo their sentiments. Their concerns were not personal grievances against the Avatar. Rather, the sheer scale of the Salvation Society was undeniably intimidating. The current iteration, composed solely of first and second year students, already instilled fear within the administration. Should these senior organizations be allowed to join, what role would the school leadership serve? This was a scenario that the senior officials could not abide, whether out of self-interest or a genuine desire for the greater good. They could not permit the Salvation Society to continue its expansion. Throughout this discourse, the principal remained silent, his expression grim, fingers rhythmically tapping on the wooden table before him. Once all the senior officials had voiced their opinions, the principal took a deep breath, closed his eyes in contemplation for a brief moment, and finally rendered his decision. The dissolution of the senior organizations must be halted. As for the disbandment of the Salvation Society, it would be addressed after dealing with these unruly senior students. The pressure from both sides was simply too great for the administration to withstand. Leadership is defined by the willingness of others to follow. When the subordinates, in this case the students, begin to resist authority, the concept of leadership is rendered moot. They could not place themselves in opposition to the entirety of the student body. Such an endeavor would be akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. In light of various considerations, the academic institution swiftly adjusted its policy, issuing a decree to the 25 upperclassmen societies prohibiting their dissolution. Unfortunately, the administration's calculated maneuver backfired spectacularly. They had anticipated that a mere notification would suffice to compel compliance among the students, yet they were utterly unprepared for the resolute defiance that followed. The societies, rather than engaging in dialogue, dismissed the administration's edict as inconsequential. That very evening, over 20 society leaders boldly gathered their core members at the headquarters of the Salvation Society, even broadcasting a live declaration of their principles on the university forum. They performed the sacred rites of the society and, amidst the resounding affirmation of victory, donned the distinguished red garments of the Salvation Society with pride. What folly to presume the administration's command held any weight. In an environment where the most gifted students had united under a singular organizational banner, even the most naive among them recognized the shifting tides, particularly for the upperclassmen. With only a year or two remaining before graduation, the institution offered little more than sentimental value. In stark contrast, the Salvation Society represented a burgeoning unicorn-level faction destined for greatness, poised to wield influence beyond the confines of academia and into the broader realms of the Federation and human society at large. They were presented with the unparalleled opportunity to become angel investors in this extraordinary venture. It was akin to discovering a nascent enterprise within the campus that was fated to ascend among the world's top 100 companies. The administration's attempts to thwart their investment were futile. Even a paternal figure would face rejection if it meant compromising their prospects. Thus, beneath the very noses of the administration, a colossal entity emerged during this simulation, uniting nearly all silver-tier and above gifted individuals from Donghua University in an unprecedented superlative society, the Salvation Society. On this particular night, your avatar ascended to the status of the uncrowned monarch of Donghua University. Within what was ostensibly a trivial children's club, an astonishing assembly took place, featuring not only the stellar genius Qi Wuxian but also an incredible 7 Sky-tier professionals, alongside over 100 Earth-tier professionals and more than 200 Gold-tier professionals. This configuration signified that the Salvation Society could form a unit entirely composed of Sky-tier and above professionals, undoubtedly qualifying as an elite squad even by the highest standards of competitive factions. Furthermore, They could establish 10 core teams composed entirely of Earth-tier professionals and boast 20 elite Gold-tier squads, in addition to over 250 Silver-tier official faction member teams. Such a luxurious lineup, aside from the members' potential yet to be fully realized and the absence of an absolute powerhouse leader on a planetary scale, is undoubtedly the standard configuration of an A-grade battle group. Your avatar addressed the throng that filled the entire hall, a number so great that even the 600-square-meter venue could not contain them, forcing the members of the Salvation Society to deliver their speeches around the periphery of their headquarters. The essence of the speeches was succinctly encapsulated in one phrase: "From this moment forth, all those unwilling to submit to a mundane fate shall officially challenge the inequities of existence." Chapter 69. You have no idea what in my mind the establishment of the complete Salvation Society is merely a beginning. This vast academic organization must endure numerous trials and adjustments. Societal influences, the subsequent attitudes of the educational institution, and even internal conflicts may lead this forcibly amalgamated structure to disintegrate. Regrettably, such a scenario is evidently unlikely to occur within the Salvation Society, governed as it is by the avatars. If one were to inquire as to why, it is simply because your avatar is not only well-versed in the essence of ideological dissemination but also possesses a profound mastery of the formidable Red Doctrine. In response to the dissatisfaction harbored within individuals regarding the status quo, coupled with their potent capabilities of mental manipulation and indoctrination, it becomes possible to transcend class divides and unite all who are discontented with the current state of affairs. In a world where the emergence of the awakened has filled every individual's heart with immense pressure, extreme ideologies find a fertile ground for growth. However, mere ideological unity is insufficient to forge a powerful entity. Only through the dual fortification of thought and tangible resources can one create a collective as unyielding as steel. In terms of enhancing national strength, nay, rather bolstering material capabilities, the Red Doctrine possesses an unparalleled superiority over all known ideologies. I have explicitly stated that my studies are not intended for illicit movements. Link exclaimed vehemently, as a traveler from that world, having once deeply engaged with various philosophical thoughts and contemporary sociological advancements to compete for a quota of selected candidates. Link is acutely aware of the explosive potential of these two ideological frameworks when unrestrained or unsuspected. Initially, he believed that an academic organization orchestrated by his simulation avatar could merely yield a terroristic entity. However, it now appears that he has underestimated both himself and his avatar. If he permits the avatar to continue down this path, it is conceivable that the Federation within the simulated world could potentially be subverted by the avatar. Even though the avatar currently only commands the Salvation Society as an academic organization, the disparity in hard power compared to the immense Federation is staggering. Yet, anyone familiar with history knows that ideology is utterly unreasonable. Once a particular thought is recognized and disseminated, all weapons, be they planes, cannons, or nuclear bombs, become mere scraps of paper, denying any opportunity for usage, and may even turn against you. In a world where flesh and blood wield absolute force, the seemingly invincible adversary may, in an instant, be swayed by a shift in thought, transforming into a loyal servant of the avatar. Of course, the most terrifying aspect lies beyond this. Link is acutely aware of the knowledge he acquired in his previous existence. The Red Regime and Absolute will are merely two among the myriad ideologies he has studied. Others, such as the ideology of freedom, colonial theory, the century of transformation, the thoughts of great figures, the oppression of servitude, and commercial empires are plentiful. He has absorbed every fragment of the detritus amassed over millennia of human civilization, driven by a cautious spirit of preparation. The thought of this makes Link wish he could slap himself. Why did he only learn such chaotic concepts? Now, he has birthed a multitude of avatars, all inheriting these insights. Even more absurdly, these avatars fear not death and possess countless opportunities to err and retry. Once they have accumulated sufficient experience in their simulations, the real world may well face calamity. If one day, these avatars truly overthrow the reality, how shall he, the original self, confront this world? If the weather turns cold and the avatars drape him in a yellow robe, should he wear it or not? Moreover, does the simulation system favor him because of the knowledge contained within his mind? Link has reasonable grounds for suspicion. After all, which system meddles with the thoughts of a transmigrator? In his past life, having perused thousands of system novels, He never encountered a system that truly regarded its host as a person, let alone sought to exploit them. Faced with the burgeoning Salvation Society, Avatar 1 expressed to Avatar 2 that they are graced with a magnificent original self, bestowing upon them boundless wisdom. I bestow upon you nothing. Link felt as though the merit he accumulated through a lifetime of good deeds could not withstand a single simulation from his avatars. After reflecting on the original self's generous sponsorship, Avatar 1 promptly began to honor the knowledge inherited from the original and initiated comprehensive reforms within the Salvation Society. How shall we reform? According to the knowledge inherited from the original, there exists an exceedingly ideal method of societal operation within an extraordinarily perfect world. Its core principle lies in uniting the strength of an entire nation or ethnic group, transforming it into a precise industrial machine, and under the guidance of a sagacious leader, rationally distributing social resources and positions, allowing each individual to maximize their potential in their suited role, thereby achieving an absolute societal form. Similarly, based on memories inherited from the original, a certain Red Alliance surpassed centuries of capital and industrial accumulation from capitalist and colonial societies within a mere decade, emerging as the world's most formidable organization. In subsequent years, a great Eastern nation reversed centuries of decline and weakness in just a few decades, awakening as the resurgent Eastern Dragon. Thus, it is evident that if this Red regime can be implemented, the pace of development it brings will undoubtedly be unparalleled. When applied to the Salvation Society, which still harbors vast untapped potential, the results would be no different. Your doppelganger first selects several specific executors, who then compile the talents, professions, levels, ages, personalities, and other attributes of all members within the Salvation Society. Subsequently, based on the synthesized information, the most suitable teammates and leaders are artificially assigned to them, akin to assembling a lineup in a card game. While this may merely seem like a rearrangement of personnel, the adjustments made for each individual squad can significantly enhance their combat capabilities, potentially doubling their strength or more. Furthermore, this personnel reorganization possesses an additional dual advantage. It disrupts the existing team structure, thereby severing the hold that certain local factions have over the squads. This is particularly pertinent for the higher-grade academic societies that have recently merged into the Salvation Society. Despite their integration, they continue to maintain their small cliques, with former presidents still wielding considerable influence over these groups, far exceeding that of the doppelganger. By rearranging personnel groupings, these small factions can be dismantled, thereby diminishing the influence of these leaders within the Salvation Society and reducing the risk of internal fragmentation or the emergence of factions. Chapter 70. The operational methods of battle groups and academic societies' absolute efficiency and unparalleled resource integration, such as the essence of the Red system and the astonishing pace of development it engenders. Externally, a tempest of salvation sweeps across all directions. Even those with lower-tier talents, excluded from the Salvation Society, harbor an immense yearning for it, going so far as to craft their own crimson garments in a fervent attempt to assimilate into this esteemed circle. At this moment, Donghua University finds itself engulfed in an inexplicable fervor. The Salvation Society has nearly supplanted the administration's governance over the institution entirely. The somber hues of black and red have been painted across nearly every path and edifice within the university, with even the streetlights flanking the roads adorned with the society's crimson banners. When the Donghua City federal government and various external dignitaries visit the university, they are no longer accompanied by the university's leaders but rather by officials of the Salvation Society. A total of 300 professional teams share strategies and combat techniques, ensuring that each individual finds a squad most suited to their combat style. Even the daunting chasm of wealth disparity is mitigated by pairing the affluent with one another and the less fortunate with their own, thus preserving efficiency in their endeavors. In terms of dungeon raids and team organization, the Salvation Society has achieved remarkable excellence. However, the avatars remain discontent with the pace at which the Salvation Society's strength is escalating. They yearn for swifter and more effective means to enhance the overall combat prowess of the society. Moreover, having undergone an internal restructuring through the Salvation system, they are indeed qualified to seek additional avenues for growth. What methods exist for augmenting the combat capabilities of professionals? Dungeon raids? Exploration? Such paths are readily apparent to all. Yet the Salvation Society is already engaged in these activities. They require new strategies. It is widely acknowledged that a professional's combat strength is contingent upon two primary factors. The first is the disparity in innate talent. Those who awaken Golden Tier talents generally exhibit superior capabilities compared to their Silver Tier counterparts. Even as professionals ascend in levels and acquire numerous skills, this gap remains conspicuously evident. The primary reason for this divergence lies in the fact that innate talents often provide a percentage-based enhancement to total attributes. Conversely, skills typically rely on the strength of these attributes to manifest their true power. Without innate talent, an individual with 20 greater attributes translates into a 20 increase in the potency of any skill employed, manifesting as an overwhelming disparity in real combat scenarios. The Iron Balloon talent, which directly augments damage mitigation, is even more astonishing. Under substantial damage reduction, if one lacks corresponding talents or rare equipment to counterbalance this effect, any strike against Avatar 1 will be significantly diminished, sometimes to an extent that surpasses the mere expression of attributes. Another crucial determinant of combat prowess is, of course, equipment and skills, which can also be interpreted as financial resources. While the disparity in innate talent is irreparable, formidable equipment and skills can indeed be acquired through monetary means. Sufficiently formidable equipment and skills can, to a certain extent, compensate for or even entirely mitigate the disparities created by innate talent. On one hand, the higher the quality and level of the equipment, the more attributes it typically bestows. On the other hand, high-quality gear frequently features enhancements such as percentage increases in damage or attributes. Thus, provided that the equipment is powerful enough, it can theoretically bridge the gap in talent. This explains why a mere Silver-tier talent, upon ascending to a Gold-tier profession, can still attain a commendable combat rating. Their opulent equipment and sufficiently elevated skill levels enable even a mere silver talent to wield considerable strength among peers at the same level. In essence, in a scenario where talent is indistinguishable, the primary means for practitioners to enhance their combat capabilities lies in acquiring greater wealth to purchase more potent equipment and rarer skills. Furthermore, as associations are composed of practitioners, the strength of these individuals directly influences the prowess of the association. Therefore, one can conclude that the key determinant of an association's might is its financial resources. It is naive to presume that a single wealthy individual could sustain an entire association, especially one as colossal as the Salvation Society, which boasts 3,000 members, all elite practitioners awakened to at least silver-tier talent. Even the world's richest person, with a fortune exceeding 100 billion, could not single-handedly support 3,000 elite practitioners. An association must possess its own revenue streams and the capability to generate its own sustenance. As long as the association has stable financial inflows, the avatar of the president need not subsidize the association's operations. Instead, they can leverage their authority as president to reap the benefits accrued by the association. However, this profit-making method is certainly not as simplistic as merely farming dungeons or engaging in exploration. According to various statistical media within the Federation regarding the income structure of A-tier combat groups, an A-tier combat group incurs maintenance costs of over 1,000 billion Federation coins annually. This figure encompasses the updating and iteration of members' equipment, the wear and tear of daily items, and compensation for members who perish in action. Such staggering expenditures cannot be sustained solely through the income generated from dungeon explorations. Consequently, any A-tier combat group that maintains its scale has numerous sponsors and enterprises supporting it, or even an entire city providing financial lifeblood to sustain its operations. This is essential for maintaining a super-large combat group's expenditures while ensuring its continuous expansion and territorial conquests. If A-tier combat groups face such challenges, one can only imagine the difficulties encountered by B-tier, C-tier, and even the lesser D-tier groups, which possess an even lower capacity to endure the risks inherent in the perilous pursuit of exploration. Often, a moment of inattention can lead to devastating losses, leaving one with nothing. Therefore, they find themselves in even greater need of financial support from external sources than A-level battle groups. For instance, the Platinum Star Battle Group, which operates under the jurisdiction of Donghua City, relies heavily on an annual subsidy of 5 billion federal credits from the city's treasury. For a C-level battle group, this sum is substantial enough to cover their yearly maintenance costs, allowing them to reap profits from their ventures and steadily flourish. Although the Salvation Society established by the Avatars is not yet a battle group, sustaining such a large-scale organization solely through voluntary donations from affluent members is evidently unrealistic. Moreover, the Avatars are intent on profiting from the society, effectively draining it of resources. From every conceivable angle, both Avatar 1 and Avatar 2 concur that the Salvation Society must cultivate its own financial backers or revenue streams. Chapter 71. Chuya makes her return. When the topic of making money arose, your avatars, number 1 and number 2, fell into silence. Although they inherited a wealth of knowledge from you, they were sorely lacking in the methods to acquire wealth, which might explain your previous state of destitution. Thus, in their quest for financial gain, your avatars could only rely on their own ingenuity. I must admit, my impoverished state is quite an embarrassment. Link found the situation absurd. What does this simulation system imply? Am I to blame for my avatars resorting to such rudimentary methods of earning money? Is it my fault that they failed to learn the art of wealth accumulation from me, thus being left to seek the most primitive means of financial gain? Can this blame truly be placed upon me? I am pursuing a position as a civil servant. Why would I need to learn how to amass riches? To become a corrupt official, perhaps? Becoming a corrupt official is indeed a splendid idea. Avatar number 1 genuinely marveled at the wisdom of the original. The Federation is quite affluent. I heard of a mayor who was investigated for embezzlement and possessed over 20,000 properties. Deputy Mayor, number 2 reminded number 1. You are missing the point. Number 1 shot a glare at number 2, feeling that such remarks were overly verbose. I believe your words are rather convoluted as well. Link retorted, his frustration evident. Moreover, can one merely choose to become an official? With your backgrounds of utter poverty, what does it matter if you achieve the highest grades in school? You would merely end up as a mediator in a local judicial office at best. Perhaps recalling the fate of a certain predecessor who thought himself invincible, your avatars swiftly dismissed the notion of becoming corrupt officials from their life ambitions, concluding that the development of the Salvation Society indeed held greater promise. So, how should the Salvation Society develop at this juncture? Your avatars pondered for several days without arriving at any innovative solutions. After all, the scale of the Salvation Society posed a significant challenge. Ordinary small ventures, including smuggling, could scarcely sustain such a vast organization. Furthermore, lucrative enterprises had long been monopolized by rival factions, making it a fool's errand for the Salvation Society to attempt to seize a share of the pie. They must forge a new path, one that would not adhere to conventional business practices. The slow returns and risks of loss were unacceptable. They sought to engage in ventures with no capital investment, avoiding endeavors that might lead to financial loss. But does such a profitable venture truly exist in this world? Just as your avatars found themselves at an impasse, one day while passing a faction's office, they overheard several officers engrossed in a gossip that made them halt in their tracks. Have you seen the news? The legitimate heiress of the Xuantiang group, Chuya, returned from abroad 2 days ago. One officer exclaimed with great enthusiasm. It is said that after the death of Chu Tianxiong's illegitimate daughter, he has been relentlessly pursuing Chuya, freezing her assets and forcing the legitimate heiress to return home to vie for power against him.
Another cadre.
With a mocking expression, remarked, in my opinion, Chu Tianxiong has truly lost his wits. How could he resort to such drastic measures against his legitimate daughter for the sake of an illegitimate one? Does he truly believe that Chuya and her mother are mere bystanders? Now, as the saying goes, when two tigers contend, one will surely be wounded. Infighting within the group is a grave taboo among merchants. I fear that the title of the foremost private logistics company of the Shentian Group will soon be lost. Alas, ever since the emergence of precognitive and divinatory talents among the awakened, global stock exchanges have been entirely shuttered. Otherwise, this would have been an opportune moment to short-sell the Shentian Group and make a small fortune. Another individual chuckled in agreement. However, his smile quickly faltered as he caught a glimpse of clones 1 and 2 through the crack of the door, and he felt an overwhelming urge to rise from his seat in excitement. Yet the clones paid no heed to his enthusiasm and strode directly through the door, addressing the first cadre who had spoken. Is it true that the young lady of the Shentian Group, Chuya, has returned to the country? Is she indeed vying for power against Chu Tianxiong? The cadre, about to respond, turned and caught sight of clones 1 and 2, which sent a shiver down his spine. With a resounding thud, he brought his fist to his chest, exclaiming, "Greetings, President, Vice President, victory!" Similarly, other cadres, equally exhilarated, performed the same gesture of respect towards clones 1 and 2. The clones, recognizing this display, reciprocated with a fist to their chests in a gesture of salvation. Clone 1 then swiftly continued, "Is the information you just provided reliable concerning the Shention group?" "Rest assured, President, the news is absolutely credible," the cadre replied anxiously. "Not only has the internet disseminated the news of Chuya's return, but an elder within the Shention group has also confirmed that Chuya is preparing to ally with the conservative faction to impeach Chu Tianxiong. Do you believe Chuya has a chance of successfully seizing power?" Clone 2 inquired curiously. "Forgive my candor, but the prospects appear dim," the cadre analyzed hastily, sensing an opportunity to showcase his knowledge. Although the Shention group was founded from scratch by Chu Tianxiong and his original wife, Bai Xian, she has since retreated into the shadows, relinquishing actual control of the group's operations. While many elders still support Bai Xian, their influence within the current Shention group is negligible, far from rivaling Chu Tianxiong's power. If these elders truly possessed the capability to challenge Chu Tianxiong, they would not have allowed the illegitimate daughter, Chu Lian, to enter the Shention group a year ago and usurp Chuya's position as heir. At this point, the clones realized that, due to Chuya's lack of acquaintance with them, two formidable assassins, she had, in fact, lost the contest for the inheritance a year prior, prompting her to flee abroad. Now, Chuya, who had already struggled to maintain her claim to the position of heir, had further exacerbated her situation by fleeing overseas after her defeat in the battle for succession. In this year, Chu Tianxiong has monopolized power, and it is presumed that the factions supporting Chuya have been thoroughly purged. This implies that Chuya's current predicament within the Shention group is undoubtedly more dire than during the previous simulation. This situation has caused the investor, who initially intended to support Chuya in her ascent, to hesitate. He merely wished to profit without investment, rather than genuinely aligning himself with Chuya's camp to engage in a fierce struggle against Chu Tianxiong, particularly given Chuya's overwhelming disadvantage at present. This approach starkly contradicts the investor's philosophy of only engaging in ventures with favorable prospects. Chapter 72. Powerful Allies, Legendary President. However, Number 2 held a differing opinion. "Brother, the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. Embellishments are nowhere near as precious as seizing an opportunity in times of chaos," Number 2 whispered to Number 1. "Fool, what you call seizing an opportunity is clearly providing timely assistance. Do not misuse idioms if you do not understand them. It's truly embarrassing." Number 1 initially scolded Number 2 with indignation, but then patted his shoulder with a look of satisfaction, saying, "Yet you are correct. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. I have been too conservative in my thinking. At times, I truly envy your carefree mind. With fewer worries to consider, your courage knows no bounds. Do you still dare to speak of Number 2? At this point, Link could no longer contain his urge to scoff. Regrettably, the simulated avatar deftly ignored Link's sarcasm. "Your avatar, Number 1, has decided to intervene in this intriguing father-daughter conflict. But his intentions are not to assist Chuya in seizing Shention group. He harbors far more terrifying ambitions and objectives." Days later, having made his preparations, Number 1 logged into the seafood market account that had remained dormant since he entered the simulation and found the chat window of a user named Kojiao Dehan, who also appeared to have been inactive for quite some time. After a moment of contemplation, he began to compose a message. "Miss Chuya, I can resolve the predicament you currently face. If you wish to discuss this further, please contact me at my mobile number 13xxxxxx020. I await your response." After verifying that he had not made any errors in the mobile number, his avatar, Number 1, clicked send. Believing that Chuya, now in a dire situation, would undoubtedly be compelled to call him, Number 1 confidently closed his seafood back-end, eagerly awaiting her call. Thus, 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, avatars Number 1 and Number 2, accompanied by 4 awakened, sky-level, golden-class professionals from the Salvation Society, ventured into the 30-level dungeon known as the Fallen Forest. These 4 sky-level, golden-class professionals were primarily former presidents of the 3rd and 4th year student societies. since the amalgamation of the third and fourth year societies into the Salvation Society. These formidable leaders were seamlessly gathered under the wing of the Avatars, forming a golden class team centered around number 1 and number 2. It must be said, the anomalies awakened with sky-level talents were visibly extraordinary. In the previous simulation, Chu Lien, blessed with the sky-level talent of the Sun's favor, single-handedly sustained a party of over 30 professionals, even before completing her second job transfer, still merely a bronze-class professional. Now, number 1 boasted not one, but for such extraordinary allies. Moreover, these companions had completed 3 job transfers, ascending to the ranks of sky-level talent bearers who were now golden-class professionals. The Avatars, known as Avatar 1 and Avatar 2, resembled huskies infiltrating a pack of wolves, managing to keep pace solely due to their extravagant equipment and skills. Beneath the terrifying lineup that could evoke envy even among formidable battalions, even the final boss, a level 40 entity within the confines of a level 30 dungeon, could scarcely withstand the relentless onslaught of 4 sky-tier gifted professionals, complemented by 2 premium-class players, swiftly succumbing beneath their might. Upon the conclusion of the dungeon, both Avatar 1 and Avatar 2 ascended to level 33, eliciting elation from the other 4 masters within the team. Prior to entering the Salvation Society, although they had served as the core of the organization and enjoyed superior resource allocation, the experience of dungeon raiding paled in comparison to the present. There was no need to strategize on positioning or aggro management. With their astonishing attributes and the formidable combat prowess derived from their talents, they could charge headlong into battle without a second thought. Each individual could engage the boss for a full 2 minutes without requiring coordination, and even a wheel of attrition could wear the boss down. One suggested that, given their current strength, tackling lower-level dungeons posed no challenge, proposing instead to attempt a level 35 dungeon next, as surpassing levels could yield additional experience bonuses, somewhat compensating for their diminished core status. This proposal garnered unanimous agreement. Even Avatar 2 was inclined to try it except for Avatar 1, who appeared lost in thought, seemingly detached from the conversation. The reason for his distraction stemmed from the absence of a call from Chuya. However, Avatar 1 managed to maintain his composure, refraining from hastily taking further action. It was not until 2 days later, having endured a total of 4 days without receiving any calls, that he could no longer resist accessing the back end of the seafood market, only to find that his sent messages remained unread. This revelation left him chuckling at his own folly. He realized that he need not resort to such elementary methods to engage with her. He was no longer the insignificant silver-tier player he once was. Now, he stood as the president of a colossal student organization, the Salvation Society. Promptly, Avatar 1 summoned his trusted aide, Shangguan Lingwei, who had successfully transitioned to a silver-tier professional, and commanded her to extend an invitation to Chuya to visit the Salvation Society. Shangguan Lingwei promptly complied, and within half a day, Avatar 1's phone rang, carrying the excited voice of Chuya. "May I ask if you are Mr. Link?" Her voice trembled, clearly having conducted her research regarding the Avatars and the Salvation Society. "I have received your invitation. May I inquire when you are available?" Witness the influence wielded by power and status. When you invite someone to your abode, they must first call to ask when you are free. In that moment, Avatar 1 experienced an unparalleled sense of exhilaration, the frustrations of the past 4 days dissipating in an instant. He replied calmly, "I am available tomorrow afternoon. I will visit you tomorrow at 5 p.m. Chuya promptly responded, "Very well." With a soft hum, the clone promptly ended the call. On the other end, Chuya was momentarily at a loss as she listened to the silence that followed. However, Shangguan Lingwei smiled gently and reassured Chuya, saying, "Our president possesses such a character. When you meet him, you will come to understand that he is indeed a remarkably accommodating man." With a sigh of relief, Chuya responded, "That is a relief. You cannot imagine how anxious I was during the call." Her expression transformed with excitement as she grasped Shangguan Lingwei's hand, eager to delve into the stories of the legendary president, who was not only revered at Donghua University but also widely acknowledged by numerous professionals throughout Donghua City for his remarkable principles. Chapter 73, Donation Contract on the 5th of March, in the 13th year of Awakening. To welcome Chuya, the The foremost aim was to allow her to truly feel the energy of the Salvation Society. Your avatar gathered nearly all the available members of the society, assembling along the sides of the newly constructed palatial headquarters, which spans an impressive 500 square meters. For the Salvation Society, which now holds complete dominion over Donghua University, this was not a daunting task. The society can requisition any land it desires without the burden of rent, and it is free to renovate and reconstruct the targeted areas according to its needs. The new headquarters was erected after the society leveled 2 staff dormitories. This location is the most picturesque area within Donghua University, situated at its very heart. The headquarters stands here like a radiant star amidst a constellation, its uniqueness accentuated by the surrounding educational edifices. Scarlet banners of the Salvation Society adorned both sides of the road, and atop the palatial headquarters, a flagpole resembling a lightning rod bore an enormous crimson flag. It soared high, fluttering in the wind, akin to a sun ablaze in a darkened sky. Below, aside from the members of the society engaged in various tasks or honing their skills in the wilderness, over 1,800 individuals clad in uniform red cloaks and robes lined up before the palace. Though the number might seem modest, the visual impact was overwhelming, blanketing the area of over 1,000 square meters, particularly under the imposing figures of warriors, knights, and swordsmen in the front row, creating an illusion of boundless presence. In this grand spectacle, Chuya, guided by Shangguan Lingwei, traversed the crimson carpet laid upon the road adorned with salvation banners. Under the watchful eyes of countless society members draped in red, she approached Avatar 1 and Avatar 2. Perhaps it was the stark contrast between the avatars' demeanor and their real-world counterparts, or perhaps it was Chuya's overwhelming anxiety that prevented her from closely scrutinizing their features. In any case, she failed to recognize that the individuals before her had engaged in a face-to-face transaction with her 2 years prior. At this moment, Chuya was consumed by reverence and awe for the party leader, feeling as if she were in the presence of a dignitary, and she performed a deep bow before Avatar 1. Avatar 2 cast a sidelong glance at the composed Avatar 1, silently expressing a prayer for Chuya, a woman utterly devoid of guile, or perhaps completely overwhelmed by the grandeur of the society and the legendary figure of Avatar 1, whose psychological defenses had crumbled under the weight of the spectacle. Chuya's current demeanor was unmistakably clear to Avatar 1. She was evidently lying in wait, ready for him to take the proverbial knife to her. Based on the understanding of Entity 2 towards Entity 1, it is evident that Entity 1 would ruthlessly crush and consume Chuya. This notion was further corroborated by Entity 1's actions. With remarkable enthusiasm, Entity 1 received Chuya, personally escorting her along with over 100 leaders from the Salvation Society on an extensive tour of their headquarters, which lasted for more than 2 hours. Only after this lengthy exploration did Entity 1 finally draw Chuya aside, accompanied solely by Entity 2 and a few trusted confidants from the Salvation Society, to the reception room located underground. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Entity 1 gradually revealed the purpose of inviting Chuya to the Salvation Society. He disclosed that the Salvation Society was at a crucial juncture of vigorous development, but advancing an organization necessitated substantial funding. Reluctant to impose a membership tax on the Society's members, he sought the support of formidable capital from outside the Salvation Society. Hearing this, Chuya's heart raced, followed by an overwhelming sense of joy, for it was clear that he required significant financial backing, essentially seeking sponsors. Such transactions were not uncommon in this world. Many battle groups and even independent adventure teams had long-standing sponsors supporting them from behind the scenes. The pivotal point lay in the fact that, amidst the current circumstances surrounding the Shen-Tian Group, Entity 1 had identified her as a potential sponsor for the Salvation Society, rather than the actual power holder, Chairman Chu Tianxiong. This implied a profound significance in Entity 1's attitude. Chuya understood that since the Salvation Society chose to support her, who was evidently at a disadvantage, rather than her father, who held the upper hand, their intentions must be considerable. Under normal circumstances, Chuya would have carefully deliberated over a collaboration with the Salvation Society. Yet, she found herself in a dire situation. Should she falter in her struggle against Chu Tianxiong, the consequences would extend far beyond mere financial ruin, leading to the terrifying prospect of imprisonment. Chairman Chu Tianxiong stubbornly believed that Chuya had hired assassins to eliminate Chu Lian. If she were to lose her power to resist him in their corporate conflict, he would have countless means to wrongfully convict her. Recognizing that no cost she could incur would surpass the potential threat of incarceration, Chuya unreservedly promised Entity 2 that if the Salvation Society would act justly and assist her in becoming the chairman of the Shentian Group, she would wholeheartedly dedicate all the resources of the Shentian Group to become the most dependable sponsor for the Salvation Society. Entity 2 had awaited this very declaration. Immediately, it produced a donation contract spanning 3 years, with a staggering total value of 100 billion federal coins, requesting Chuya to sign it in her capacity as a board member and legal representative of the Shentian Group. As she gazed at the 11-digit figure emblazoned on the contract, she stood frozen in disbelief, taken aback by the audacity of Entity 2. With an opening figure of a staggering 100 billion, one must acknowledge that although the market capitalization of Shentian Group exceeds 300 billion, such valuation does not equate to liquid assets. The annual net profit of Shentian Group is a mere 100 billion federal coins, a portion of which must be reinvested into the expansion of the corporation. Consequently, the dividends available for distribution amount to a paltry sum of merely a few billion each year. In other words, without jeopardizing the development of the group, Shentian Group would require at least 70 to 80 years to amass 100 billion, and that is under the assumption of no dividends being distributed. However, withholding dividends would precipitate a drastic decline in the company's market value, leading to a cascade of adverse repercussions. With a determined resolve, Chuya could only steel herself and tactfully communicate to her doppelganger that even if she were to ascend to the board of Shentian Group, it would be inconceivable for her to procure such a substantial sum. Yet, the doppelganger reassured her, urging her not to fret, for the contract merely served to provide a legitimate rationale for the Salvation Society's involvement with Shentian Group. She was encouraged to sign boldly, with the assurance that the demand for such a vast amount of money would not be enforced. Even if she could not meet such an obligation, no harm would come to her. Chapter 74. Who cares about you in this pivotal moment? Chuya inscribed her name upon the donation contract that would nearly consign the entire Shentian Group to the Salvation Society. Your doppelganger was utterly unsurprised. Indeed, from the moment Chuya accepted the invitation from Number 1 and ventured to the headquarters of the Salvation Society, her fate had been irrevocably sealed. This is the grotesque visage of malevolent capital, when faced with the desperate plight of those in need of external aid to navigate their tribulations. They wield their scythe of reaping without mercy. What is a precious dream, heartfelt devotion, and labor of love to the capitalists is utterly inconsequential. The essence of capital, indeed, is to exploit opportunities amidst chaos. Number 1 meticulously organized the tumultuous thoughts swirling in his mind, observing Chuya, who had seemingly lost all her vigor upon signing her name on the contract of submission. He smiled and motioned for someone to deliver this contract, which could potentially bring the entire group under their dominion, to Number 2 for safekeeping. With the legally binding contract established, the Salvation Society, resembling a ravenous wolf, could brazenly infiltrate the internal conflicts of a private enterprise that should have remained unconnected to them. What? You assert that Chuya lacks the authority to represent the Shentian Group, that she is not the actual legal representative? Her contract holds no validity? Such thoughts reveal a naivety. The first lesson in the sociology of society is that there exists no clear demarcation of right and wrong. As long as Chuya is recognized by society as one of the decision-makers of the Shentian Group, she possesses the capacity to make decisions on its behalf to a considerable extent. It is akin to someone forging a seal of Lao Ganma to deceive advertisers. Game developers can justly sue the unsuspecting Lao Ganma. Similarly, one can pledge another's vehicle to a dealer without the owner's consent, and even the owner, upon arrival, must pay to reclaim their own car. Moreover, a Qing, who has lost all corporate rights, can brazenly storm into the company and seize the company seal. In this world, there exists no absolute reasonableness. As long as it feels somewhat justified, the specifics are irrelevant. You claim the contract was not signed by you? Who cares who signed it? As long as the contract is in my possession, it must be executed accordingly. The ultimate outcome, however, hinges entirely upon your strength. If you lack power, then, regrettably, even if you harbor profound grievances, you must acquiesce. Thus, when number 1 appeared alongside Chuya at the board meeting of the Shentian Group. And before all the directors and Chu Tianxiong, he boldly presented the donation agreement, committing 1 trillion federal currency over 3 years to the Salvation Society. The entire board erupted in chaos. Chuya is neither the legal representative of the Shentian Group nor its chairperson. Her decision lacked the endorsement of the board. An irate director stood up, vociferously denouncing number 1. To this, number 1 replied with a look of bemusement, coldly retorting, "How am I to know who holds sway within your Shentian Group? I am only aware that Miss Chuya is a major shareholder of your Shentian Group, thereby possessing the authority to represent it. If your Shentian Group cannot manage its own shareholders, that is a matter for you to address. I hold the donation contract from your Shentian Group, which grants me the right to demand its fulfillment. Behold, this is the contract, a document inscribed in black and white. Can mere words dismiss the binding nature of this agreement? Do you possess any common sense? Mark my words. I am unconcerned with the internal affairs of your Shentian Group. I only know that no one can renege on a commitment to donate to our Salvation Society after making such a promise. Regardless of who holds the reins, the stipulations of the contract must be honored, and the initial donation of 35 billion federal currency must be deposited into our Salvation Society's account before the end of this year. Should you fail to comply, it would be tantamount to mocking our organization, and we shall retain the right to retaliate against Shentian Group in any manner we deem fit." This proclamation rendered the entire board of Shentian Group speechless, primarily due to the immense power backing my avatar. Had my avatar lacked the support of the Salvation Society, any ordinary Golden Tier practitioner would have been swiftly dismissed. Who would take such wild claims seriously? Yet, the reality is that there are no hypothetical scenarios. No one can disregard the threats posed by an avatar representing the formidable Salvation Society. Chu Tianxiong's countenance darkened, as though he were on the verge of weeping, yet he refrained from uttering any childish remarks about rejecting the contract. Instead, a cacophony of shareholders erupted in outrage, incessantly attempting to reason with my avatar. However, my avatar regarded these attempts at reasoning with disdain. In certain respects, reasoning signifies a lack of power, and if one lacks power, there is little merit in engaging with them. Conversely, Chu Tianxiong, the silent yet dangerous dog, revealed his true nature through his silence. My avatar discerned that he was unlikely to swallow the enormity of the donation contract that could cause the very disintegration of Shentian Group. Nevertheless, it mattered little. For my avatar, whether Chu Tianxiong chose to capitulate to the Salvation Society or foolishly attempt to confront it would ultimately serve my purposes. In fact, my avatar hoped for the latter, as only then would there be ample justification to completely dominate Shentian Group. Eventually, Chu Tianxiong informed my avatar that he would consult with the board regarding the fulfillment of the donation contract, promising to communicate the outcome of their discussions regardless of the decision reached. My avatar did not hasten to pressure him for a declaration. Instead, after a handshake, I expressed, "I look forward to your rightful choice," before departing Shentian Group with key members of the Salvation Society. Subsequently, to preclude any retaliation against Chuya from Shentian Group, my avatar arranged for her to receive close protection at the group's headquarters. Although the headquarters of the Xuantiang Group is situated within the confines of Donghua University, theoretically, it is not permitted for anyone other than students or staff of the university to reside there for extended periods. However, the management of Donghua University has now fallen into the hands of the Salvation Society, rendering such restrictions practically meaningless. In the subsequent period, your avatar continued to engage in the routine of conquering dungeons every 7 days and participating in large-scale group battles once a month. As time progressed, the strength of the members of the Salvation Society steadily increased. This enhancement can be attributed to the relatively reasonable and complementary construction of each team. Under the leadership of the Salvation Society, the members' rate of improvement surpassed that of normal circumstances significantly. Currently, even first-year members have largely completed their first job transition, elevating themselves to the rank of bronze-level practitioners. Among the second-year members, more than half have accomplished their second job transition. As for the third and fourth-year members, the situation is even more impressive, with the lowest levels exceeding 25, and over 30 have achieved their third transition, surpassing the total number of gold-level practitioners that existed in Donghua University before by a remarkable 50%. Chapter 75. The Enthusiasm for Development. The entire Salvation Society is flourishing with a vibrant momentum, presenting an image of boundless potential. However, only your avatar and a select few core leaders of the society are aware that it currently faces an unprecedented developmental bottleneck. The root of this bottleneck lies in financial constraints. As members of the Salvation Society gradually complete their second and even third job transitions, their demand for equipment and resources begins to escalate at an astonishing rate. In the absence of the society, these individuals would likely align themselves with their respective teams or academic societies, forging contracts with battle groups or federal agencies eager to recruit them, thereby securing funds to sustain their growth. Yet, they are now members of the Salvation Society, which, as an expansive academic institution boasting 3,000 official members, finds no battle group or civil organization within the Federation capable of absorbing them financially. This implies that the society cannot facilitate contracts on their behalf. Unless they are willing to leave the society and venture out independently, they must rely solely on the society's resources to enhance their abilities. The Salvation Society, as a non-profit academic organization, is predominantly funded by voluntary donations from affluent members. These contributions are barely sufficient to maintain the society's daily operations, let alone provide additional funds for member development. Consequently, the society operates in a largely self-sustaining manner, with various teams striving to support themselves and generate income for equipment. While they appear content, the reality is that the lack of external financial support has inevitably slowed their progression. In light of this, Shangguan Lingwei proposes to your avatar that they organize members to venture into the wilderness for development. Although fraught with danger and the inevitability of casualties during such endeavors, this remains the only viable avenue for the society to acquire funds. Most importantly, as a mutual aid non-profit organization, there exists no hierarchy of employer and employee. Thus, casualties incurred during these endeavors will not be classified as work-related injuries. As the president, your avatar would not be liable for compensation or medical expenses for members. In contrast to formal battle groups, which face financial losses due to the necessity of compensating for injuries, the Salvation Society's wilderness ventures can be considered a guaranteed profit. Moreover, engaging in such activities would aid the society in accumulating valuable experience for future elevation to a battle group. The only cost to the society is the sacrifice of personnel, and the society possesses an abundance of members. Upon hearing Shangguan Lingwei's suggestion, the second avatar gasps quietly, reflecting on the unexpected darkness lurking beneath her seemingly gentle exterior. Regrettably, the first avatar remains unable to initiate such ventures. At least for the present stage, it is simply not feasible. Due to the awareness of the first and second individuals regarding the lurking presence of a group self-identified as the Raffle outside the wilderness, they understood that their appearance beyond the wilderness would likely provoke an attack from this enigmatic hidden boss. Until they had the means to contend with Raffle, the first individual, characterized by his caution, would never venture deeply into the wilderness, even if it meant eliminating him. However, the ensuing words of the first individual's avatar caught the attention of the second, revealing the boundless limits of his elder brother's character. Although the first individual hesitated to traverse the wilderness himself, it did not preclude the members of the Salvation Society from embarking on such a journey. Under the enticing new player protection mechanism, which eliminated the need for compensation and medical fees, the avatar promptly consented to the proposal put forth by Shangguan Lingwei to lead members of the Salvation Society into the wilderness for exploration. Nonetheless, he preemptively declared that neither he nor the second individual would accompany them. Instead, they designated the third-ranking member of the Salvation Society, known as the Eagle of Salvation, Qi Wuxia, to serve as the overall commander, spearheading the extensive exploration efforts. Though Shangguan Lingwei could not comprehend why the avatar could not personally lead the Salvation Society into the wilderness, the formidable image the first individual had cultivated in her mind rendered her inherently convinced that any actions taken by the avatar were justified. Consequently, without any dissent, Shangguan Lingwei accepted the avatar's command and convened all current captains and council members of the Salvation Society in his name. During an internal assembly, she announced the decision to embark on a large-scale exploration initiative. This declaration was met with enthusiastic support from countless members of the Salvation Society. They did not perceive themselves as mere expendable pawns devoid of compensation, but rather exhibited fervent passion in response to the deeply resonant concept of exploration. Unlike the typical wilderness training, which involved small teams hunting ordinary creatures to gain experience, exploration often necessitated a colossal battalion comprising over 20 teams of professionals, united in their quest to eliminate monstrous lairs and slay the formidable monster lords that perpetually generated the wilderness creatures, thereby establishing a foothold for humanity in the domain of monsters, a grand endeavor to expand the frontiers of human civilization. Upon successful exploration, participating professionals would not only receive astonishing rewards for vanquishing the lords but also attain unparalleled honor. The act of slaying monster lords and expanding human territory stands as the ultimate aspiration for nearly every professional in this world. In the face of the inherently sacred nature of the term exploration, even those with the lowest moral standing would display unparalleled bravery and a fearless attitude towards death. A direct testament to this is the ambitious goal of individuals like Lin Qingyu, who aspired to join the battalion and venture into the wilderness for exploration, illustrating the profound obsession that professionals in this world possess regarding exploration. As the Salvation Society resolved to assemble an expeditionary force and venture into the wilderness for exploration, the decision was made. Almost all members of the Salvation Society, each of whom has surpassed level 20 and undergone at least 2 class advancements, eagerly signed up to participate. In less than a day, a total of 460 members were confirmed to engage in the expedition. Had it not been for the restriction that only silver-tier professionals could partake, this number might have increased by another 400 or more. However, just as the entire Salvation Society was filled with enthusiasm, fervently assembling its legion and preparing to venture into the wilderness, the instigator behind the formation of this expedition, Avatar Number 1, abruptly called off the forthcoming operations.